Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter had dark magic and became evil sorcerer? Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. I fear you have made a grave mistake, Bella, Voldemort said as he kneeled down to examine the dead mud-blood on the floor. The withering curse, one he himself had enchanted her knife with, had already begun to fade from her corpse, seeping back into the carved word on her forearm. The curse left the body upon death, leaving it as pristine as it had been in life. And there before him was Hermione Granger, eyes open and unseeing. "I do not understand, my lord. I have taken from him his two greatest allies, and now he is on death's door as well," she said. "Two?" Voldemort asked, looking up. "The Weasley boy. I got him near the heart with a knife. He will be dead within hours. Potter only got nicked in the arm, so he merely has a week. Two at most. Belle explained. Then we shall be on high alert for 3 weeks. Send out the message," Voldemort dictated aloud to the room of his most trusted Death Eaters, whom he had summoned there. "Lock down all government facilities and Hogwarts. All patrols at all locations are now to be done in pairs. No, triplicates. 3 persons on each team. All family members of Death Eaters or Snatchers and their homes are to be guarded by such teams." McNair bowed and advanced on the fireplace. He vanished a moment later with a fistful of ash and a pronouncement of Ministry of Magic, Minister of Magic's office. Goyle Sr. did the same a moment later to Hogwarts, and his missus did the same for St. Mungo's. The 3 most likely locations of an attack by the dying boy. "But my lord, I don't understand," Bellatrix confessed. "He is but a boy, and not a particularly skilled one at that. And now his last 2 sources of support are gone. He is alone and dying." "You are right, Bellatrix," Voldemort told her with an edge to his tone. "You don't understand. You have taken from that boy what may be the last 2 people tethering him to the mortal world. He is an injured and solitary animal on the brink of death with nothing to guide him but his own righteous fury. Do you have any idea what righteous men with their backs against the wall facing insurmountable odds are capable of? Have you ever seen what the young, stupid, and weak are capable of when they have nothing left to lose?" Bellatrix bit her lip and looked down at the bloodied floor of Malfoy Manor, and merely shook her head. "I have," Voldemort told her, just above a whisper. "And it is a terrible thing to behold. Otherwise good men, storming Maginek, filleted the German socialists stationed there alive upon witnessing the horrors of the Holocaust. I would know I was there. I have yet to so thoroughly enjoy torture or killing since. There are no tactics off limits to the boy now, no magic he will not use, no targets he will refuse to attack out of principle. You didn't take away his greatest tactical support. You took away his moral and emotional support. He was a puppet tangled in the strings of Dumbledore's pitiful moralities, and now you have cut those strings." Harry stirred from his fitful sleep with a lurch. He couldn't recall dozing off, but considering the lack of rest he'd gotten over the past week, it was unsurprising that he passed out against his will. Unsurprising, but alarming. He flung the chair he'd slept in aside and scrambled to the other end of the tent and the unconscious man lying there. A few swishes of his wand later, and he breathed a sigh of relief. His diagnostic charm showed that the dose of sleeping draught he'd given the Death Eater was still working. If it had run through Draco's system while Harry'd been unconscious, then it could have spelled disaster. Still, he hadn't survived this long without an unhealthy amount of paranoia. He checked the position of every object in the magically expanded tent for tampering or duplication charms. Poison diagnostic spells on what little food he had all came back negative, and the same was true for the containers of water beneath his cot. Lastly, he checked the bottle of draught of living death. It looked to be at the same level as the last time he dosed the Malfoy heir. Even still, the possibility that Draco could have woken up, sent out a message for help, only to then dose himself again was just crazy enough to match the normal absurdity that was Harry's day-to-day life. He dropped a basil leaf into the glass container, and it dissolved just as it should have. If it had been diluted with water or altered in any way, then it would have caused no reaction or a much more extreme reaction. Breathing out another sigh of relief, he sank against the tent wall. A month earlier, he would have called himself paranoid. A month earlier, he would have been wrong. Checking his watch, Harry discovered that he had slept for 6 hours. Another 10 minutes, and Draco really would have woken up. As it stood, he had just enough time to pour another dose down his prisoner's throat. Harry uncorked the glass container and poured the right amount into a measuring cup he pilfered from a cough syrup bottle. Turns out chemically resistant plastics worked as great potion containers. It was even better at the task than masterfully enchanted glass. He lifted Draco's head with far more care and gentleness than the bastard deserved and nearly tipped the container of black sludge through his lips. It was then that he caught sight of his hand. It was a sight that gave him pause. He had once found Dumbledore's mortal injury revolting. Yet here, he was with a far more vicious and wretched version of the withering curse devouring his own limb. Whatever Bellatrix had slashed him with as he made his escape from Malfoy Manor was a very different breed of dark magic to that of the Ring Horcrux. His flesh had turned black like tar with an ash-like sheen and felt almost mummified in its hardness. In fact, the resemblance to tar was so great that Harry suspected the curse was somehow based on the substance. There must be some form of irony in the fact that he was afflicted in the same limb as the late headmaster. Unlike his former mentor, unfortunately, he didn't have a potions master and high-ranking Death Eater there to slow the progress of the incurable curse. Fleur and Bill had done what little they could, but they couldn't save Ron from the withering curse infected wound on his chest, so Harry doubted they could save him from even one. That's why he was here in this tent, hidden away from the world. He couldn't bear to remain at Shell Cottage, forcing them to watch him die, just as they had seen their brother, in blood and marriage, slowly leave this world. The same way he and Ron had watched Hermione die in that manner. A sudden spasm of pain erupted up his arm, and he dropped the dose of sleeping draught to the floor where it corrosively ate through the fabric. He let Draco back down on Ron's old cot before clutching the agonized limb and fighting to clench his teeth against the pain instead of nearly biting his tongue off, like he had the last time. A minute of well-practiced breathing techniques later, and he was able to move again. He quickly retrieved the plastic cup and potion bottle and made to refill it before stopping to reconsider. It had been over a week, an entire week and change of research and vainly hoping for an alternative method. It had been a fool's errand, and now he was out of time. In another day, the withering curse would reach a vital organ and kill him. Nobody would be left to continue his mission. Nobody would even know about Voldemort's singular vulnerability. Nobody left to fulfill the prophecy. He was the only one who could do it, the only person or thing capable of accomplishing either. And instead of spending the week, he had left trying to find a way to break into Gringotts, a task he was certain he could do with his best friends by his side, but had no hope of even attempting by himself. He had wasted it trying to spare Malfoy's life. "It's time," he mumbled to himself as he dropped Draco back onto the chain cot. Harry discarded the potion and returned to his work desk. The piles of attempted arithmancy, discarded plans of bank heists and snake assassinations, now only useful as a means of kindling. The wretched tome leaning against the pinboard was what he needed now. Secrets of the Darkest Arts. In its pages was the only means of saving his life, and the only means of maybe getting his friends back by his side. Friends without whom he had no chance of completing his mission, but with whom he could conquer the world. With them by his side, he could defeat any foe. With their presence, even in spirit, he could overcome any obstacle. He untied the golden snitch from where he'd placed it on the pinboard. His sleep deprivation-induced map of Horcruxy was all the uglier without it. He had the diary pinned beside Slytherin's ruined locket. Next to that was a drawing of Hufflepuff's goblet. On the other side was a sheet of paper with Ravenclaw's symbol surrounded by question marks. At the bottom of the board was an impressive drawing of Nagini. There was also the piece of paper where he'd tied the snitch to, and which showed another drawing, this time of the gaunt ring with the Hollow's symbol beside it, which was also surrounded by question marks. He had one Hollow in his possession, and now Voldemort did too. Harry was 99% sure Dumbledore had hidden the gaunt ring inside of the snitch, and a further 95% certain it was the resurrection stone of legend. Regardless, he was 100% certain that he would be invincible with it in his hands. For with it he could bring back his brain and his heart, Hermione and Ron. He felt a sudden camaraderie with the late Professor Quirrell. That which he desired most was so close at hand he could taste it, yet so far out of reach. Within the snitch was a stone that could defy death. But how to get it? He had tried everything. Cutting it open with the sword, blowing it apart with his strongest spells, uttering the name of every candy in existence. He'd even tried hypnotizing himself into believing he wanted to get it but not use it, thinking the headmaster may have used the same trick as with another death-defying stone. But no, nothing. Nothing worked. Now he had only one recourse, a means of prolonging his life and maybe, just maybe, circumventing the protections placed on the snitch. Draco stirred in his sleep as the potion finally wore off. The heavy chains Harry had put him in on the first day clinked with every movement. It was nearly time. With a few waves of his wand, Harry cast a silencing enchantment on the tent, set to activate on the word Vol, to prevent Draco from saying the tabooed name. It would silence him before he could utter the second syllable of the one word that would lead to his rescue. Harry wished he'd had the idea sooner. It would have saved his friends' lives. It would have saved Draco's life. It would have saved Harry's soul. He dragged the cot, with Draco in it, to the center of the tent before banishing all of the furniture, clothes, books, and spare parchment to make room for the ritual. He burned the runes and ritual lines in the floor with an accuracy honed through his practice of drawing them by hand on paper in preparation for this very moment. An Ouroboros now decorated the floor, creating a circle with Draco at its center. "Oh, wah!" Draco moaned groggily. He was waking. Good. The victim needed to be conscious. The killer had to look them in the eyes as they did the deed. Or so said the book. Harry was consulting it now, making sure he did everything exactly. "Potter? What is this?" Harry ignored the blonde Ponce. If they talked, he could lose his nerve, lose his conviction. He placed the snitch on the appropriate spot in the ritual circle, right on the tip of the tail about to be eaten by the serpent, before withdrawing the silver potion knife from his robes. A quick slash of his good hand, and the golden sphere was painted red. "Potter!" He sounded scared now. Good. He had some sense in him after all. He cast the last few enchantments on the snitch. They were all rather simple charms Flitwick taught in school, unbreakable charms, and the like. They were normally easy to remove from an object, but through this ritual would become overpowered to the point of absurdity. "Potter, whatever you think this ritual is supposed to do, it won't work how you expect." "They never do," Draco warned. He was pleading now. In any other situation, he would have been correct, but even the son of a Death Eater turned Death Eater himself wouldn't know exactly what this ritual was for. "Harry, please." Only madmen resort to these kinds of rituals. Even the darkest of families forbid them. "Stop this." "Draco, please further." Harry removed his robes and shirt while Draco spoke, and he could hear the other man's voice catch at the end of his plea. When the damage wrought by the withering curse was on full display, Harry couldn't help but chuckle. His entire right arm was like burnt leather, as was most of the right side of his torso down to his hip. He'd have been silenced by the sight, too. There were 3 steps left to start the ritual, and he couldn't stall any longer. He'd have a minuscule window of time to complete the final task without dying from it. It was a straightforward ritual, one that was easy enough for most people to do if they had a high enough pain tolerance. But he had decided to take an extra precaution all the same. He dug the empty vial of Felix Filicus from a drawer and filled it with water from a goblet. Hopefully, whatever residue from the potion left in there would give him a few moments, hell, a few seconds of luck. "You're really going to kill me, aren't you?" Draco finally asked. This time, Harry did acknowledge him. He looked Draco dead in the eyes, ignored the misery and terror in his face, and gave a sharp nod. "But why?" "I tried to help you. Really, I did." He pleaded. "I don't deserve this." "I know," said Harry, just above a whisper. It was all he could say. He didn't have time to explain now. It was so unfair that it had to be him. Harry had spared monsters like Fenrir Greyback, treated rapists and murderers like Rowell and Dolohov with mercy, with kitty gloves. Well, no more. If everything went according to plan, he could explain everything to Draco after he killed him. Could even thank him for trying to save their lives at the mansion. Could apologize and promise to give those genuinely deserving of this fate a far stickier end. Harry stepped forward and wiped Draco's face with his cut hand, smearing it with blood. Draco grimaced and shuddered at the contact, but returned to the staring match with Harry afterwards. 2 steps to go. Take him down, Draco demanded, his fear turning to rage. You kill that son of bitch and destroy all the wretched perversions of my culture he's propped up, and you do it in my name. There was a conviction in his voice. He was ready to die, ready to give his life, to take down the man that had humiliated his family and destroyed their dreams. Harry nodded his assent and downed the vial of water. At least he wasn't wasting Harry's time with offers of fealty or suggesting they team up. With that mark on his arm, Voldemort was able to enter his mind and recall him, so long as he's conscious. That's why Harry had kept him sedated, and that's why he was hurrying. If Voldemort coincidentally decided to summon Draco now, then he would be able to sense their location and bring an entire army to the front flap of his tent. Draco held his gaze all the way up until the killing curse struck him in the chest. As soon as it did, Harry performed the final step and plunged the silver knife into his own stomach. The magic around him flared in objection to the abominable ritual, and Harry knew it was working. He pulled the knife up from his navel to the center of his chest, slicing his entire stomach open to the point that his organs threatened to spill out. The only thing preventing him from going into shock was the ritual itself. He quickly discarded the knife and reached into his own body. He had his pick of 7 organs to choose from, but he had already decided on his liver. He ripped it out and nearly dropped to the floor as his knees buckled. The squelching sound and the sensation of tearing viscera was more than he bargained for. Yet he still held on to consciousness by a thread. He held the blood-dense organ at arm's length and squeezed, wringing out the life liquid to make the final step slightly easier. Somewhere along the way, he had started screaming, more in horror at his own actions than pain. As tears ran unchecked down his cheeks, the tent around him turned into a chaotic typhoon of magic, a typhoon that flung everything around him every which way. But he wouldn't stop, couldn't stop, and didn't let the storm of clothes and shattered furniture distract him. With the last of his effort, Harry put his own liver in his mouth and swallowed the slippery organ, nearly choking on it. He came very close to vomiting in disgust as he committed the horrendous act of self-cannibalization, the final act needed to create a Horcrux. It was abhorrent and unnatural on every level. Sustaining yourself by consuming yourself, just like a Horcrux does with the soul. The world around him melted away, and he saw it. He saw himself. Everything he was, like a collage of memories, emotions, dreams, and so many other little things that defined him, but didn't have names. He watched on, detached, as if by astral projection, as the ritual shredded his essence. Each memory, emotion, and less easily named thing that made up his being torn apart like paper and being set aflame. He heard screaming, so much screaming. His body flailed about as he floated there in the air in a magic and pain-induced seizure, as if a puppet whose strings were all being yanked in alternating directions. It was horrible, a pain so much deeper and so much more profound than any injury or curse he'd yet endured. A pain not of the body, and so lacked description. The rip in his soul grew like a coat zipper coming undone as the burning memories all shifted and left him. When his soul finally split completely in twain, he saw the burning half vanish from his perception, and he knew only darkness. Harry awoke in agony, stirred by the singing of birds outside. He tried to groan, tried to move any part of himself, but he didn't have the strength. The world seemed dead. He felt dead. No, that wasn't quite true. He didn't feel dead. In fact, he couldn't feel anything. His body was in pain, certainly, but it seemed so far away, dissociated even, like it wasn't his body anymore. It took all of his effort to move a finger, and even the sensation of moving, of feeling the carpet beneath his fingers, seemed so foreign to him, like his body was rejecting him. Then his vision returned to him, and he had access to 3 senses. He watched and listened as he came to grips with his surroundings. The tent looked like a tornado had torn through it, and technically speaking, one kind of had. But his eyes and ears weren't seeking clothes or furniture or even the corpse of his victim. It sought the speck of gold that should have been sitting not 3 feet from him. But the snitch wasn't there. He turned his head, willing the muscles in his neck to obey. He would have panicked, but his inability to feel seemed to extend to the emotional as well as physical. He didn't even really desire to find the snitch, to do anything, not even exist. He had to force such inclinations. Then he spotted it, the fluttering sound that he'd become so familiar with in his career as a seeker. The snitch was flitting about the ceiling like it normally would, but he could immediately tell something was off. It wasn't flying with the short, jerking movements it normally used, but slowly and methodically exploring its surroundings. "Hello," Harry called, his throat dry and voice hoarse. "Me." It was an odd experience. Talking to an inanimate object was nothing new, but calling said object me was grammatically strange in the extreme. Still, the snitch must have heard him because it swooped down and floated above his chest. It took all of his strength and willpower, but he forced his body into a sitting position. The deep gash in his stomach, repaired but not healed by the ritual, screamed in protest. But as with other things, he couldn't quite relate to the pain. When he looked at the snitch next, it was to find writing on the surface. "Hello to me too." The words emblazoned on the snitch, not in the beautiful and well-practiced calligraphy of Dumbledore, but his own chicken scratch, was a confirmation. Proof that it had worked. Harry Potter had created a Horcrux. Harry Potter was now immortal. It wouldn't stop the withering curse from consuming his body, but he'd be able to go on despite it. He would go on functioning and acting in his own fossilized body for as long as he had to. Until his work was done, reality finally started to creep back into him, and he was able to feel a small sliver of hope invade whatever remained of his soul. It was time to find out if the other intended consequence of the ritual had borne fruit. He held out his mutilated hand, and the other him in the snitch obliged. Cracking open like a paper fortune teller, it vomited a cracked black stone into his equally blackened palm. He turned it thrice in his hand, and when he finally dared to look up from the deathly hollow, his heart soared and subsequently crashed. Everyone had come. His mother beside his father beside his grandparents. Ron and Hermione beside Draco. Sirius beside Peter. Albus beside Moody beside Cedric. Every person he cared for had come, and every single one of them wore a look of abject horror. So, they knew what he'd done. He should probably feel ashamed or share in their disgust and horror. But he couldn't. To feel any remorse would undo the Horcrux and make him whole, make him join them. He rose to his feet, and Lily, his mother, flinched away from him. The others had their own reactions to his sudden movement, but that one hurt the most. "Come," he demanded of them all. "We have work to do on creating Horcruxy. First of all, I know the plural is Horcruxes, but I am making a reference to another fanatic called Someone to Love by the Ferryman, in which Voldemort refers to them as such, and Harry makes the same complaints, but seeing as he was the first person to make multiple, he called dibs on naming the plural form. I choose to accept his argument and think the idea of Dumbledore, Harry, and co. referring to them incorrectly as unintentionally disrespectful. For those of you who don't know, creating a Horcrux requires murdering someone to split your soul in an unspecified horrific act to separate the torn piece. Rowling refuses to say what that act is, but we know she told her editor, and he nearly threw up from it. Us fans have narrowed it down to 3 possibilities. Murdering an unborn fetus while still in the mother. This theory has a lot behind it. I like this one. Self-mutilation, self-cannibalization. I decided on self-cannibalization because it most symbolically reflects the act of creating a Horcrux. Splitting your body into pieces to sustain yourself, just as the Horcrux does with the soul. And because I didn't have any pregnant women handy. Want your story written? I take commissions now. You can pay me to write your fanfiction, as 3 others are currently doing. My prices are as follows. $25 per 1,000 words of fanfiction, with some wiggle room. I don't pad my work. You also get to video chat with me as I type the first chapter. $25 per 500 words for original works, so anything that is not fanfiction. I also charge $25 per 500 words for smut or fetish materials. Price is subject to change in the future. Check with me. Become a patron. Nonsensical Rants. You can also still become a patron for $1 to get access to future chapters 2 weeks early and vote on which stories I update next. 2. Interception. Chapter 2. Interception. Harry sat in the shadow of an old oak tree, head down and eyes closed. It had been 3 weeks since he had killed Draco, and he had only just recovered enough from the ritual to move about without pain. Scratch that, it was nearing sunset. Make those 8 days. Even with the aid of potions he brewed beforehand, his liver still had not regrown. Apparently, livers do that. It was the reason he chose that amongst the internal organs available. A routine of nutrition, metabolizing, detoxifying, and blood filtration potions would ensure he recovered within another week, instead of the months it would take unaided. The fact that they all tasted like feces, with a similar consistency, did little for his mood. The inane conversations he was eavesdropping on didn't either. Do you think he's dead? Or is it just psychological warfare? That one was Colin's voice. He was talking to Dennis. From what he could gather, they were in the long-abandoned parts of the dungeons of Hogwarts. The ones used for interrogating enemies back when it was exclusively a fortress for war and now used for detention. The Death Eaters in charge of the school had taken to using them for detentions. He turned the dial on the deluminator and a new voice erupted from its mouth. He's dead. I'm sure of it. This one was a woman, an older one by the sound of it. If he were alive, he'd have saved us by now. Look what happened to our home. The Harry Potter of legend would never. Click. Oh yes, he did. I've seen the sword. It used to be on Dumbledore's desk. What do you mean used to be? Click. Harry already knew that story. Until I see a body, he's alive. Harry perked up at this one. This girl's voice sounded vaguely familiar. Are you just saying that? Or are you trying to console me? Cho asked almost defensively. Oh. Cho is still friends with the Sneak. It's the truth. If they had killed him, they would be parading his crucified body down every street. They didn't even mention a cause of death. Marriott Edgecombe explained. Harry chuckled. The Daily Prophet's front page headline was about how Harry Potter was dead and that the martial law was ended. They seemed quite sure about the former, and for the life of him, Harry wasn't sure why they thought this. His best guess was that they calculated he was surely dead from the withering curse by now, meaning he was now a ghost and could work freely from the shadows. So don't you be worrying, Cho. You'll have the chance to go past first base with him yet, this time without all the crying. Click. He'd heard enough. Again and again, he flipped the deluminator to new conversations. Somehow none of his trio had ever thought of taking advantage of the device's hidden function. It stunned Harry that Hermione didn't make the connection when Ron told them it shared their conversation with him when they said his name. Such a terrible power. Wouldn't you agree? The shade of Dumbledore offered from where his shade floated. It took being outright told by the old man how to use it to start actively doing so. This device explained so many of the mysteries surrounding Dumbledore. How he knew so much that he shouldn't. To think he could eavesdrop on any conversation about him, whether his name was outright mentioned or not. He could think of several conversations he was mortified to know the deceased headmaster had heard firsthand. Sure, it was totally his loyalty to Dumbledore that had summoned Fawkes to the Chamber of Secrets. This revelation had brought a whole new wave of shame, both for him and his deceased friends who had been there when Dumbledore explained he had planned for them to figure it out near the start of their journey and use the device to gather intel. He had put much more stock in their abilities than they deserved, clearly. At this point, the Gaunt Ring, and by extensions, Resurrection Stone, never left his hand. His left, unmarred hand. He wore it on the ring finger, figuring it made sense for him to be symbolically wed to the deceased. It is, Harry confirmed, eyes still closed. I liked it better when I could take people's views of me at face value, as they expressed them. It was so much better to simply assume people's opinions of you, but to truly know them beyond a doubt hurt. A lot. It could make any man cynical. He wouldn't even look at me. Romilda Vane complained, sounding like she was on the verge of tears. What's wrong with me? I dieted for weeks before working up the courage to speak with him. Is it my face? Are my boobs too large? Pansy always teases that guys find large ones gross. And now he probably hates me after I gave him. Click. He didn't need to hear Romilda's friend rant about how Harry preferred brooms to quaffles. He'd already heard the same argument given to the girl he'd rejected for the Yule Ball. He didn't need to hear it again. Besides, the self-demeaning complaints these girls screamed on about always made his heart ache, while simultaneously annoying the shit out of him. A lot of the people talking about him were girls or women. Oddly enough, romantic fantasizing made up the minority of these conversations. Most were cursing his name or just pondering his safety. Maybe men had more important things to do than gossip about a supposedly dead teenager? Still, he'd listened to Mrs. Weasley break down and worry over him no less than 3 times that day, and we found his family. Harry's eyes snapped open, and he nearly injured his neck as he turned his head a little too quickly to share a surprised look with Dumbledore. They're under constant guard, taken in shifts. Dumbledore said. How many guards? Harry asked. Just 2. A man and a woman. Order members who haven't gotten the memo yet, if I'm not mistaken. Daedalus and Hestia are formidable, nigh undefeatable together. Albus consoled. But the man hadn't become a leader without a healthy dose of realism. But taking shifts means one will be exhausted and unprepared for a surprise attack, especially a well-planned one. Harry nodded and stood up, ready to go grab his other half. Where are they? Harry demanded. If I'm not mistaken, they should be in Safe House 17, located in Sheffield. Call on me when you get to the city, and I will guide you there. Harry nodded before canceling the magic of the resurrection stone, twisting the ring off his finger and putting it back on. He'd get to figure out how to dismiss the dead save by ending physical contact with the stone. With the flip of a switch, he activated the Deluminator's most miraculous function. A ball of light erupted from it and pierced his chest. With a twist, he disapparated and reappeared in the park adjacent Grimmauld Place. Small world. So, they were using the Black family home as a base of operations to plan attacks on Order Safe House. Good thing he'd stationed a pair of spies to watch it. Do we have orders to attack it? Harry kept the Deluminator close to his ear, the other tuned to the fluttering of metallic wings. No, a team is already being assembled. There are debates on whether to send an Auror team to make it look legitimate. His Horcrux flew from a tree where it had been spying. It opened to reveal Moody's eye, a modification its former owner insisted Harry make. It was a good thing he had performed the Horcrux ritual right next to the tree. He had buried the old Auror's greatest tool, as he doubted he could apparate during the early stages of his recovery. He'd barely managed to walk the 10 feet to dig it up, but it was paying dividends. His other half flitted about his face, attempting to make eye contact. It was clearly intent on speaking to him through the mind. Communication through legitimacy came easy to those who shared a soul or fragments of one. And when they spoke through eye contact, they almost felt complete again. But now wasn't the time. Harry held up a finger to his lips, and the snitch closed. Why would they care if it's legitimate? The Dark Lord wants to show the world what kind of people raise their savior. From what I understand, they're rather repulsive, even by Muggle standards. Putting them on display would be a deathly blow to his followers. Followers? Harry didn't have any of those. It was an oversight he needed to remedy soon if he was to win this war, and allowing these psychopaths to take out 5 readily available to him would be a poor start to his recruiting efforts. It didn't help that their plan, to show the wizarding world his early life, would indeed cause irreparable damage not only to his reputation, but to the morale of those who put their hope in him. It would seem Voldemort's abilities in psychological warfare were as great as any other of his powers. He turned his attention back to the snitch. What's the situation? Harry answered the question written on its surface by motioning for it to open. Soon they were filling each other's minds with the other's most recent memories, and he immediately regretted seeing what was going on in that house. The Snatchers and low-tier Death Eaters were not merely loitering and using the war room to make plans, but had also turned the upper rooms into a prison. Their disregard for the humanity of Muggles was never more blatant or disgusting than with the display of chained women and children in the bedrooms. In his bedrooms, Some of them were actively dying with fever due to infections from the wounds of their manacles, which he only knew because apparently Moody's I had thermal vision as well. He needed to put an end to this right now. Sirius or I in black. He spoke into the ring, and his godfather appeared. Regulus Arcturus Black. He spoke again, and behold, he had possession of the entire set Slughorn could never possess. Walburga Black. This time nothing happened. Weird. That was the first time he'd called for somebody, and they hadn't come. Harry. Sirius broached, but Harry wasn't interested in a heart-to-heart. The ancient and noble House of Black is being occupied by enemies, Harry informed the two brothers. Pathetic servants of Tom Riddle who have desecrated its halls with their sexual degeneracy. He had never seen Sirius change from concerned to pissed so fast in his life, and with matching expressions the Black brothers were nearly as indistinguishable as Fred and George. "What do you need of us?" Regulus demanded. "Any information on activating wards or protections to expel them, or how to circumvent them and execute the trespassers myself." The brothers pondered for a moment, but a moment was all it took. That they are even able to remain in there is impossible without the permission of a Black patriarch or matriarch. Regulus explained, "They are being helped by somebody else with the authority to grant passage." "That's impossible," Sirius countered. "I left headship to Harry. He is the only person alive with the right to claim authority over the property and its protections." A light bulb went off in Harry's head. It's possible that Sissy or Bella, or both, working together, could have tried to take ownership as matriarchal heads. Regulus suggested. Or there could have been a marriage contract for one of us, or Harry, that we didn't know about. Impossible and impossible. Sirius said, "Authority given to heads by marriage is not accessible until the marriage is made legitimate by ceremony and subsequently consummated. Which we know is not the case because all three of us are virgins." "Gee, say it a little louder, why don't you?" "Wait, all three of them? You two have never?" Harry broached. "A gentleman of a noble house waits until their wedding night, Potter." Regulus defended. "That and Azkaban wasn't the best place to court a wife, despite my incestuous and willing cousin being in the cell beside me and offering to shag through the bars." Sirius half-joked. "EW. You learn something unexpected every day. For better or worse. Maybe that was why she killed me. Woman scored and all that." Sirius pondered aloud. Regulus to the rescue. "I understand you were a drinker though, Sirius. Are you sure you never hooked up with any order women who might have turned?" The younger brother suggested. The look Sirius gave him was a mix of derision and amusement. "Oh yes, I'm sure Molly secretly divorced Arthur and took advantage of me while ripped out of my mind on vodka. All that bitching she did at me was her way of trying to express the deep, dark desires she just couldn't." "Okay, I get it." Harry finally interrupted when the mental imagery became too much for his empty stomach to handle. But his original idea came back to him. What if a former head of the house was still around? Harry suggested. A lady of House Black with matriarchal privileges. The brothers didn't even bother considering this. "That's impossible," said Regulus. "The last matriarch of House Black was our mother, and she—" "Oh!" Sirius had apparently figured it out. "What? What am I not getting here?" Regulus asked confusedly. But Harry and Sirius were too deep in thought to answer. All the evidence supported it. She had matriarchal privileges and had full authority, while Sirius was imprisoned. She supposedly died a few years after his wrongful incarceration, and they were a dark family. After all, he hadn't even needed to explain Horcruxes to Sirius like he had with his own parents and Moody, and Regulus had figured out Voldemort's secret independently. It explained why Creature followed orders from the accursed portrait, and might be why he lied to Harry and got Sirius killed. Because she had ordered him to. Most importantly, it explained why she hadn't come when he summoned her through the Resurrection Stone. "Our mother isn't dead," Sirius concluded. Realization didn't dawn on Regulus until after Harry withdrew Gryffindor's sword. "Looks like we have an unexpected Horcrux to destroy then," said Regulus. "I'm going to enjoy watching this far more than I should." They waited the last hour until nightfall before making any kind of move. Being so close to the snitch allowed Harry to watch through its eyes Ayaz's other self examined the activities going on within house. The information splayed all across the drawing room table, and walls were a gold mine, and Harry couldn't be certain that he'd have the chance to peruse them later. They had information on most, if not all, surviving Order members in their safe house, including Shell Cottage. Though the only ones with active raids planned were for the Dursleys' safe house and the Tonks' home. At least now he knew where to go after rescuing the Dursleys. Sneaking through the alley between numbers 11 and 12 Grimmauld Place revealed two unexpected discoveries. First, Regulus' shared serious love for motorcycles was mutual. Second, number 12 Grimmauld Place had a landline. "You'd never catch our parents dead using the phone," Regulus had said, "but it made getting Muggle food a breeze." Sirius nodded at that. Greasy, nasty, fattening Muggle food that no member of a noble house should ever consume. Harry couldn't fight the groan from that. They knew he couldn't risk eating real food until his liver grew back. It was damn cruel of them to throw that in his face right now. He distracted himself by approaching Regulus' motorcycle. It was draped in a dusty cover, but the shape of it was still rather obvious. With a single motion, he flung the cover aside and gazed. "Royal Enfield Bullet," Regulus explained as Harry ran his hands along the vibrant blue beast of metal and leather. "Whereas Sirius is a Triumph fag." Hey now, it was a matter of what the used lot had, not a brand loyalty. Sirius countered. "I bought what felt best betwixt my thighs." Harry shook his head at their antics. "Any magical modifications to the bullet?" he asked Regulus. "Oh yes. It can fly, naturally, but it also has a magically expanded gas tank. Every part needing oil is charmed frictionless. But I'd suggest checking on those charms and recharging them as necessary, though an oil change won't be necessary. And of course the cushion is enchanted to be extra comfortable." "Oh no, I already performed all the maintenance it needs before I died," Sirius countered. "Still been sitting still for a good year and a half, so might need a little R&R, but it should be good to go. Just run-of-the-mill maintenance, I hope." Regulus growled to his brother. Sirius answered by way of an outright demonic grin. Looks like Harry would be having fun discovering the modifications Sirius made to it. As they talked, Harry examined a strange cavity near the handlebar and reached into it. Grasping something cool and wooden, he withdrew it and blinked in surprise. "And that would be my peacemaker," Regulus said. "But it's a shotgun?" Sirius observed. And indeed, it was a single-barrel combat shotgun, shorter in length than Vernon's double barrel, but sporting an odd revolver chamber with colorful symbols engraved into it. "Your point. Peacemakers are pistols. Well, I decided my shoddy was deserving of the moniker. And oh, was it ever?" The automatic shotgun was a sleek black and looked like something an overzealous SPC team would employ. If a scene wasn't peaceful before this dispenser of death was deployed, it would certainly be so afterwards. Harry returned it to the holster. "Not my style," he told his ghostly companions. Just then his snitch returned, bobbing and weaving to get Harry's attention. He opened their connection and realized why. "The invaders are making a phone call, but my soul brother still hasn't mastered lip reading. Is there a way to listen in?" Harry informed / asked the Black brothers. Sure, there were the extendable ears, but even those were enough to trip the wards. Sirius and Regulus shared a knowing look, then indicated the circuit box and a strange knob next to the circuit for the phone line. It was a receiver for an old wall-mounted phone, the kind shaped like a horn you had to hold up to your ear. He lifted it and held it up to his ear. "Thank you for calling Pizza Teepee, TM. May I take your order?" A cutesy, girlish voice answered. Harry shared a glance with the Black brothers. The looks on their faces perfectly expressed his internal question. They couldn't be that stupid, could they? "Hello, it's us at number 12 again. We'd like another one of your 2 large 3-topping specials." Yup, they were, in fact, stupid enough to disregard all security protocols and reveal the magically protected location to an ancient and noble house to a Muggle restaurant. "Stuffed crust again?" the girl on the phone asked. At this point, Harry was doing Voldemort a favor by executing these morons. The moment the Death Eater finished making his order saw Harry operating to the nearby mall strip, he knew the Pizza Teepee, Tam, to be. Donning his invisibility cloak, he snuck inside behind a returning delivery boy, who looked eerily similar to Stan Shunpike, and waited for the order to be finished. 15 minutes later, that same delivery boy was handed a large, square leather bag bound for Grimmauld Place, and as soon as they were out the door, Harry nailed him with the Imperious. With that out of the way, he operated back to the alley between numbers 11 and 12 where the shades of Sirius and Regulus still waited. Oops. Failing to dismiss them apparently leaves them stuck on this plane. Best to be careful of that in the future. All right, I think we have a plan. Sirius began, and in the time it took for Shunpike Jr. to arrive, they'd finished sharing the strategy with him. It was much riskier and much more violent than Harry's plan to sprinkle a slow-acting poison on the pizza and then sneak in under the cloak to silently slaughter the survivors. But he was feeling antsy and in need of proper excitement after so many days resting. Little Stan arrived in record time, but due to the commands through Harry's imperious curse, parked quietly a few doors down and sneaked up to the alley. While Harry dug through the moleskin pouch for the items they would need, something he should have finished prepping during their wait, the shade of Regulus walked behind the delivery boy and entered him as if putting on a skin suit. The mischievous look in the muggle's eyes was all the proof they needed to see that the possession was a resounding success. "We can do that," Sirius exclaimed, echoing Harry's sentiment. "This changes everything. You can get the next pizza boy." Regulus mocked Sirius with a wink. Regulus then helped himself to the assortment of WWW fireworks and rockets Harry had dumped onto the ground. He emptied the leather box of its contents and replaced them with said fireworks to the point that it was bursting at the seams. Harry gave Regupike the sword, which he tucked into the back of his belt in such a way as to conceal it from anybody he was facing. They were all ready to go, just as soon as Regulus finished stuffing his face with the first bit of food he'd enjoyed in over 15 years. "Well, here goes nothing." Regulus sighed as he walked up the steps and knocked on the door to his childhood home. Harry stared at the remains of pizza and wastefully discarded crust left in the box at his feet. He would sorely regret it later when his body inevitably rejects the high-carb sinfulness. But what was the point of immortality if you didn't live a little? Besides, the crust was his favorite part of pizza, especially since that's all the Dursleys had left for him growing up on the occasions they ordered any. Soon enough, the hungry moron whose earlier phone conversation led to this opportunity stumbled to the door and answered it. The snatcher didn't even finish opening the door before Regulus hurled the leather bag over his head and into the hallway beyond and charging through after it. The snatcher's grunt at being bodily flung by a scrawny 16-year-old was immediately drowned out by the chaos of light and sound erupting from the black pizza carrier. A second later, Harry initiated the second phase of the plan with a similar speed and efficiency to that of his goduncle. "Creature!" Harry bellowed over the sparking green and red Christmas fireworks smashing against the window just above his head. Said house elf materializes and is immediately stunned. He was too much of a liability with his split loyalties, willing seditionist or no, but would be less so when Walburga's portrait was dealt with. "Dobby!" Harry yelled again, still without fear of being heard, over the sparkling gold dragon that just crashed through that same window and ascended skyward towards the roof with a mighty roar. The second house elf appeared, and Harry wasted no time in dispensing orders. "Take Creature somewhere safe and keep him sedated until I call you back here," he yelled over the noise. Dobby nodded eagerly and disappeared with his older counterpart. On to part 3. Harry donned the cloak and sent the snitch skyward to give him a top-down view of the entire premises. Closing his eyes, he executed a technique they had long practiced and prayed it would finally pay off. He focused on all other senses except for sight and allowed the viewpoint of his Horcrux to take over. He could see himself from above, as if in an out-of-body experience, while still possessed of his own sense of smell, taste, touch, and hearing. He stepped over the convulsing body of Regulus' first victim, the black mass of necrosticizing flesh due to basilisk venom, all the more vivid through Moody's eye. Into the hailstorm of fireworks he went. The hallway was actively aflame, and he would have been blind were it not for his Horcrux and Moody's eye. He cast the flame-freezing charm and charged through to the kitchen where Regulus was actively blocking killing curses with Gryffindor's sword like a fucking Jedi. With one wave of Draco's wand, the ceiling caved in, bringing with it 6 lower-level Death Eaters and Snatchers from the study above. He knew the remaining forces were descending the stairs to flank the intruders at this very moment, so he needed to finish cleaning up. Here, fortunately, the 2 surviving Snatchers from the cave-in were rather stunned from seeing one of their companions reduced to clothed puddles of marinara sauce, and the 3 surviving Death Eaters still hadn't picked themselves up from their fall regardless. "Accio!" Harry bellowed, willing a particularly sharp pipe to fly towards him as Regulus cleaved the Death Eater closest to him shoulder to crotch with the poisonous blade. Sadly, a thoroughly injured Death Eater stood up then and directly in the path of the copper tube, and it never reached Harry. As he had intended, how was he supposed to get any of the plumbing repaired if Voldemort's followers kept getting in the way? He really needed to start a workplace safety seminar or something. By now, the entire pile of debris was soaked through from the massive spouts of water coming from above, hence the need for plumbing repairs. Likewise, the 3rd Death Eater had drawn his wand, and the 2 surviving Snatchers had trained theirs on Regulus, who still hadn't raised the sword back up from the earlier downswing. The noise of fireworks around them and seizure-inducing flashes of lights were still masking all hints of Harry's presence, and he fully intended to use that to his advantage. "Fulgur Obsidian!" Harry bellowed again, still not loud enough to be heard above the roaring of the dragon firework that had somehow made its way back inside. The bolt of black lightning surged past Regulus, who was now backing away from the soaking pile of wood, metal, and flesh that was Harry's target. Not only did it react with the water as intended, but it dispatched all 3 of his enemies in a gruesome display of sparks, spasming muscles, and bursting flames that were once eyeballs. That last gruesome display he had not expected, but he turned his gaze away from the hollow cavities where the trio's eyes used to be as their smoking bodies fell to the wet ground, and focused his attention on Regulus. "Ready?" Harry asked. Regulus nodded, and, with an upward flick of hawthorn and unicorn hair, he was sent flying upwards into the study. He didn't quite make it high enough to land on his feet, so he flung the sword onto what little of the floor remained and grabbed hold of the ledge. Harry watched as he hoisted himself up with a grunt, overcoming what must be an extreme amount of pain as railway spike-sized splinters tore into his arms and legs with his every movement. Phase 3, Fast and Hard Assault, was complete. Now for Phase 4, Stall, while Regulus destroyed the portrait. Harry turned his wand on the pile of debris and limbs. With a wide, sweeping motion, he covered the kitchen door with it. A few twists and turns of his wrist saw the jagged mass melt into a solid, vining barrier. It was ugly and wouldn't hold off his fast-approaching attackers for very long, but it would give them a sense of having the upper hand. After all, when somebody barricades themselves, it means they're on the defensive, right? Wrong. Harry raised his wand into the air and started a series of small S-curve motions. It was a specialized version of the summoning charm Fred and George had programmed into their fireworks. A trade secret known only to the 2 owners and their sole investor. Every single firework in and around the building came to him through the collapsed ceiling and coalesced into a sphere above his head. It pulsed with life like a red and green disco ball of fire and lightning with a steady heart rhythm. It was ready to be unleashed onto the first few fools to burst in through his barricade. The trio of fools he could see from the snitch's vantage point would breach in 3, 2, 1. With a roar, the dragon firework led the charge with a boar, hummingbird, and reindeer following close on its tail. They rammed into the oncoming Death Eaters and blew right through them. Literally. The stamp of smoke and gore continue up the stairs, lighting all in its path of flame, stopping only when Harry redirected it back downwards into the Death Eaters who were smart enough to cast protections on their person. Harry charged out after it, and for the second time in his life, cast the killing curse. The Death Eater fell to his curse, and the second met the same fate when he failed to recognize it as such due to many of the harassing fireworks sharing a similar hue of green. The third caught on and bolted over the railing to the first-floor landing, charging through an adjacent door before Harry could paint said railing with her brain matter, leaving a hole in the ceiling instead. He followed the mop of stringy blonde hair into the downstairs drawing room and unleashed a second bombarda at the burning curtains, behind which he knew she was hiding with the use of a self-fireproofing charm. How was she to know he had seen her hide there? The force of his overpowered spell sent her mangled body crashing through the window and onto the small patch of grass that passed for a front yard. She was fortunately still within the wards, so the Muggle neighbors wouldn't see her, despite now flooding the streets in search of the horrific noise. There were a dozen more Death Eaters and Snatchers in the topmost floor, who were now trying to fill their bags with as many of the Black family tomes as possible in anticipation of escape. But they were too late. Regulus was upon Walburga's portrait, and Harry barely made it to the first flight of stairs in time to witness him plunge Godric's sword into her breast, burying the blade into the wall all the way to its hilt. Her agonized scream was the first thing to have overpowered the sound of the fireworks, aside from the crashing debris Harry had dropped on the Snatchers, of course. The death scream of the Horcrux dying sent a ripple through the air that killed all light and sound thereafter. It even temporarily deactivated the fireworks and lamps and all other charms in the building, but not the wards or enchantments. Harry had broken contact with his own Horcrux in order to witness her demise with his own eyes, so couldn't check if the other Death Eaters had escaped yet. But he still wasted no time. He withdrew the same silver knife he had used for a very different ritual just a week before and slashed open his good hand with it. I am Harry James Potter, godson of Sirius Orion Black and patriarchal heir to the most ancient and noble house of Black. Harry bellowed into the silence as the floor drank in his blood where it landed. I declare all Muggle and underage guests to be under my protection and all magical guests to be intruders. So, mote it be. The entire house creaked and moaned as the very space within it warped in recognition of the change of authority, and it searched its premises for any person matching the newly defined terms of intruder. The screams echoing from the upstairs library told Harry that no, the Death Eaters had not escaped. And they never would. Grimmauld Place has a special way of dealing with intruders, trapping them in place and slowly squeezing the life out of them as the space around them warps to crush them. It was a slow process that takes hours, long enough for a head of house to personally check on them and decide if they want to deal the killing blow themselves or leave them to die. The battle is done, the Shade of Sirius said as it approached from behind Harry. No, not yet. Dobby, he called. The elf appeared a few seconds later with a newly conscious creature. He was clearly just woken up, as per Harry's earlier instruction. Creature, Dobby, you are to do your best to heal the children and women in the bedrooms before releasing them, or at least provide them with any first aid materials to do so themselves. If we do not have any, go purchase some in secret using any money belonging to our prisoners. He told them. They are not to see you, and I want you to keep thee away from the surviving Death Eaters and Snatchers. They both nodded but waited for further instruction. They were able to sense when he had more to say. Ensure that, once they are made unconscious by the wards, that you dose each and every one of them with what remains of my draft of living death. Harry instructed, if we run out, go buy more or the ingredients for such. They both nodded, Creature doing so with an evil grin before disappearing. Creature, the elf reappeared. You are not to allow our unwilling guests to harm themselves or one another, nor leave the premises until I return. Am I understood? He clarified. The elf had the nerve to grumpily kick at the ground at being found out before nodding and disappearing again. Ah, good old Creature. Regulus chuckled as he descended the stairs to join him and Sirius, nearly slipping on the puddles of gore and pulverized flesh. Harry looked him over to find he was utterly covered in the black sludge he associated with a destroyed Horcrux, along with no small amounts of burns and ash. Switch, Harry ordered. The dark specter of Regulus fled from the teenager's body, and, before the poor muggle could catch his bearings, Sirius entered. Sirius, you stay here and watch over things. You're really good at people's skills. Regulus, you're riding bitch on the bullet. I'll make sure they're all showered, fed, and well-rested. Sirius nodded as Regulus sputtered indignantly. Harry ignored the younger brother's objection and walked through his incorporeal form to the front door, stepping over the now still Snatcher at the doorway. I need a crash course in motorcycle riding, and seeing as it's your bike, you will be my teacher. Now come on, we have to get to Sheffield yesterday. Want your story written? I take commissions now. You can pay me to write your fanfiction or original works. My prices are as follows. $25 per 1,000 words of fanfiction, with some wiggle room. I don't pad my work. You also get to video chat with me as I type the first chapter. $25 per 500 words for original works, so anything that is not fanfiction. I also charge $25 per 500 words for smut or fetish materials. Price is subject to change in the future. Check with me. Become a patron. NonsensicalRants. You can also still become a patron for $1 to get access to future chapters 2 weeks early and vote on which stories I update next. 3. Dudley's Nightmares. Chapter 3. Dudley's Nightmares. Dudley awoke in a cold sweat. It was an experience he was growing uncomfortably accustomed to. It was only thanks to his foresight in purchasing a new mouthpiece to sleep with that he didn't wake up screaming anymore. Every night, when he finally fell asleep, it was to find himself in that cold, dark place where all the joy in the world faded away. Just as on that terrible night when his cousin saved his very soul, he constantly came face to face with the person he was. The fat, selfish, and cruel little boy who wanted everything, despite also having it. The hooded, scabrous shade hanging over him and chilling him to his bones. Every night he fought with the Dementor, and every night he lost. Except on nights where he didn't. Those were worse, and today had both of such dreams. He dreamed of a dead Earth covered in the scars of nuclear and magical war, mutated lycanthropes, from werewolves to were-giraffes, and everything in between, ravaged what little wilderness remained under what little sunlight pierced the constant overcast. That they were mucking about during the day was what made the dream so weird. He got up out of bed and walked over to his desk. As always, it was covered in the many books he had taken from Privet Drive that once belonged to Harry. He had thrown them out days before the evacuation, but Dudley had saved them. He wanted to know. He needed to know the threats his cousin was facing, as he was certain he himself would face them as well in time. He grabbed Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, along with the stacks of Defense Against the Dark Arts, grades 1 through 6, to rifle through the glossaries. These were the only ones that detailed magical creatures that he could read, and sometimes wizards too. There was also the sentient book wrapped in one of his old belts, but he couldn't get that one open safely. There were plenty of mentions of werewolves, but not were anything else. Same for Vila, these weird fiery bird babes he had dreamed about a few days back, but had never heard of. According to these books, they did not exist. Or at least they didn't warrant mentioning. His brain really was just making stuff up at this point. I need to take a break from reading these. He groaned as he rubbed his face tiredly. What he wouldn't give for a dream recorder. Maybe wizards had something of the sort? He shook his head and made to the bathroom, where he spat out the mouthpiece and brushed away the gunk from his teeth. A quick cold rinse in the shower, and he was ready for his morning jog. 6 laps around the block later, and he took another cold rinse, this time using soap and shampoo, and returned to his desk where he merely stared at his notebook. He didn't know why he was putting so much credence in these dreams. At first, he thought it was just his overactive imagination being given ideas by his reading of magical books. But then he saw things like Vila and Titans and knew he didn't have the imagination to come up with things like that. He considered sharing his concerns with Diggle or Hestia, but even after all these months living with the pair, he couldn't bring himself to trust them. Maybe he could broach the topic of myths and ask if some creatures existed or not, like dragons and unicorns, then shift the conversation to asking about Titans and Vila, whatever those were. That could work, but it would have to wait for later. He was meeting with Piers in 10 minutes. The doorbell announced his friend's arrival by the time Dudley had his gym clothes on. He greeted him with an overly complex handshake and half-hug. "What's on the training regimen today, Commander?" Piers said with a mock salute as they got to the sidewalk. Dudley gave him a half-hearted shove. When he explained to his friends that he believed a war was on the way and that he didn't have time to hang out anymore, he couldn't very well tell them why he believed it. But Piers had stepped up to the plate and joined him in his self-imposed training regimen. Malcolm had tried, but could only make the trip up from London once or twice a week. Piers was the only one with a car and offered to drive the others, but Dennis and Gordon couldn't be bothered to join them except on days he went to the shooting range with his father. They hadn't been particularly supportive of his boxing career either, save for pointing out how it could help them bully more money out of others. There was water under the bridge now. It didn't matter anymore because he still had Piers. They went for an hour-long jog through the back roads, opting for back alleys and scenic views in place of the crowded streets. The suspicious and hateful glares of nosy old women was a terrible nuisance, especially since he didn't used to get them back when he and his gang honestly deserved them. Back before the Dementors showed him things. With their warm-up finished, they rested in a park for a time before putting on gloves and practicing boxing katas. Piers actually had a real flair for the sport when he applied himself. He didn't have the power behind his punches Dudley had and certainly couldn't take a punch as well, but damn it all if his friend wasn't fast as hell. He could land a good 4-body shots before Dudley could get one in. They switched it up with wrestling when they got tired of cardio, and here too his best friend excelled, especially since Dudley lost all that weight. He still had 50 pounds on Piers, but his technique and maneuverability just weren't comparable. He would twist around every grapple and get Dudley into the most uncomfortable holds. They broke for lunch after that, some chicken and veggie kebabs from a vendor, and walked for an hour to the gym. Weight training was the same boring affair as ever, and by the time they finished another set of boxing and wrestling rounds, it was getting dark. Damn winter and its shorter days. Dinner at your place or out again? Piers asked as they made their way back to the safe house. Not that Piers knew it as such. Sorry, man. I'm not allowed to have guests over anymore. And I'm eating in today, Dudley said. It was true, too. He played it off as his parents finally getting strict on him, a lie that he couldn't believe anyone bought, but it worked as a cover story. They'd all gotten so used to lying by now that it was almost second nature. Well, I'll go get some junk food then. You enjoy your healthy eating, man, Piers said before they shared another complicated handshake and half-hug. We're on for next weekend, right? Yup. I'll see you all then, my man. Later, Big D. Later. Something was wrong. Something was horribly, horribly wrong. The safe house lights were all on. That was his first clue. For one, he never left his own bedroom light on. For another, they had to conserve as much electricity as possible to survive on what little funds they had left until they could come out of hiding. Dinner was normally lit with magic. Yet all of the non-magical, electrical, lights were on. His second clue was the lack of greeting from Hestia. She should have been on duty by now, and she would always wait near the fence gate with a security question. She wasn't there. The third clue came as a wave of magical euphoria flowed through his body, and a mental command echoed in his skull. Go inside, the voice said. Your mother needs your help stuffing a pig for dinner. Yes, that sounded nice. They hadn't been able to afford any of the usual fare for Christmas, opting for Chinese. The idea of him making up for it with a late Easter feast was a great idea. A honey-roasted ham would be amazing. Yes, he heard his voice whisper. It sounded so distant. I'd love to help. Almost against his will, his feet took him towards the front door, even as he waged an internal war against his captor. Dudley knew what this was. He'd read about it along with the other unforgivables. But how did the book say to break it? Mom, Dad, I'm home, he heard himself say as he entered the threshold. In here, sweetie. He heard his mother's voice call from the dining room. It was dreamy, as if she were in a trance. Damn, they had her under it too. What about his dad? Did they get him with the mind control magic? His answer came with the sight of his father, naked and tied down to the kitchen table with an apple stuffed into his mouth. Thick cords of rope dug deeply into his inflamed skin and wrapped around the legs of the table. Seated all around him were dirt-covered men and women in tattered robes. Two had unusually hairy faces, a sign he recognized as that of a werewolf, and they twitched horrible. That's not good. They had the cannibal shakes, a symptom associated with those who got to the point that they craved human meat even without a full moon. There was also a woman in cleaner black robes and a skull mask, and an impossibly emaciated man with pale skin, a beak-like nose, and bloodshot eyes. He spotted Hestia, equally naked, crucified to the wall and gagged. He could still hear her pained moans as she leaked blood into an aluminum pan placed beneath her feet. She was alive. That alone gave him hope. If he could somehow break the enchantment on himself and get her wand to her, that might be enough. But where was Diggle? Be a dear and help your mother carve the roast, won't you? The masked man who had him under the imperious asked as he stepped around to join his peers. Yes, what a wonderful idea. After all, the guests were waiting on him. They must be hungry, and there were so many his mother couldn't hope to serve them all in a timely manner by herself. Right? No, they aren't guests. The Dursleys couldn't have guests. They're invaders, murderers, cannibals. He had to fight it. Yees! The groaned word came out of his mouth even as he raged at the world, God, and all of his creations. Even as tears streamed down his face, his body moved at the wizard's command. He gripped the meat fork in one hand and cleaver in the other. He stabbed his father's thigh with the first and sawed through it with the second. He convulsed and screamed through his gag as his blood seeped out of him. And yet Dudley couldn't stop, couldn't fight it. When the blade reached bone, he forced on, sawing through that too. He didn't stop when he heard the roar of an engine. He didn't even stop when a massive motorcycle crashed through the bay window. He did stop when that very same motorcycle rammed the two masked assailants through the dining room wall and into the living room. Ayo! Dudley screamed in abject terror as the imperious curse finally broke its hold on him. His mother started screaming too, but the pale man tore her throat out with a swing of his arm before she could finish her wail. Dudley reacted instantly, leaping over his still spasming father and bearing down on his mother's killer with steel fork in one hand and cleaver in the other. His aim was true, and the emaciated killer was rewarded with a meat fork through the eye, which Dudley buried so deep into his skull that it vanished all the way to the hilt. The momentum from his leap took them both to the ground, but before Dudley could bring the cleaver down onto his foe's neck, he was flung bodily against an adjacent wall. To his horror, the pale man rose from the ground with the tip of the meat fork sticking from the back of his skull. He grasped the handle, and with a stomach-churning squelch, he pulled the weapon out of his face, leaving an empty eye socket behind. Black, necrotic blood seeped from the wound and down his face. In his shock and horror at the undying thing, Dudley found himself rooted to his spot on the ground. Lumos Solum, a familiar voice yelled, and before Dudley's very eyes the house filled with warm, invigorating sunlight. His mother's killer vanished in a thick black mist as he fled from the light. The obvious werewolves and pair of wizards in the dining room had recovered from the crashing motorcycle and fired an array of green and red lights through the new door provided by his savior. The sunlight immediately faded under their onslaught. Dudley returned to the present and bore down on the nearest one with the cleaver still clutched in his hand, only to himself be enveloped by that same black mist from before. It lifted him effortlessly and pinned him against the ceiling before the one-eyed man's face materialized in front of him. His mouth, full of serrated teeth, bore down on him and dug into his shoulder blade. Dudley bit his own tongue, so hard it bled, but had the presence of mind to strike out at his attacker with the cleaver. He didn't know what he hit, but he hit something. The force holding him up let go, and he dropped like a rock onto the mass of fat that was his still-bound father. He rolled off of the injured man as quickly as he could and charged through the door to the kitchen, barely dodging a green light that passed over his head. Peeking around a corner through the living room doorway, he spotted Harry using a toppled motorcycle as cover while exchanging spells with the killers in the next room. They locked eyes, and Harry, reaching into the side of the vehicle, produced a sleek shotgun which he slid across the floor to Dudley. Dudley took the shotgun and the hint. Still hidden from the quartet in the dining room, Dudley lifted the weapon and gave a single pump before pressing it against the thin drywall separating them. He pulled the trigger, praying the wide spread of pellets would clip one of them through the drywall, but the shotgun didn't spray run-of-the-mill pellets. A forked bolt of lightning spewed forth through the kitchen wall with such sound and brightness that it knocked Dudley flat on his ass. Oh, sweet Mary, Joseph, and baby fucking Jesus. Yes. He leapt back to his feet and pumped the shotgun a second time, expecting it to discharge the used shell and chamber a second. He noticed that instead of doing so, it turned a revolving chamber near his grip. He'd never even heard of a shotgun using a revolving chamber before, let alone practiced with one at the range. But he didn't have time to consider the strangeness of his weapon as the man of the black mist seeped into the kitchen from the yard door. Just as the man began to materialize, Dudley pulled the trigger, and this time a great orange inferno burst forth. The force of the blast blew his enemy straight through the yard door, while the heat singed every wooden cabinet, Eintay kitchen black. The kickback blew Dudley straight through the living room door. At this rate, the shotgun was as likely to kill him as it was his enemies. He pumped the gun again, and like before, it turned the revolving cylinder, this time away from a cartridge with a red flame design, to one with a white crescent moon design. Did he even want to know what it did? The man must have rematerialized outside, because he stomped through the now burnt yard door, cleaver, and meat fork in either hand. Dudley decided that yes, he did want to know. For a third time, Dudley pulled the trigger on his shiny new shotgun, and for the third time, it produced a new miraculous result. A great white shape flew forth, bathing the room in warm, uplifting light similar to that Stag Harry had used to drive away Dementors. Unfortunately, this wasn't a Dementor, and the mass of light passed right through his target without leaving a scratch. It snarled at him for the effort, though, so he had that going for him. "Dudley!" Harry called from his side. He chanced to turn in time to see his cousin snapping a pool K in half on his knee before tossing one half to him, which Dudley caught effortlessly. "Vampire!" Dudley ditched the shotgun and gripped the wooden stake with both hands, tip pointed at the vampire's chest. The Nosferatu grinned, his smile exactly like that of a shark, and stalked towards him with his former weapons. Dudley wouldn't consider himself fresh, but he was uninjured, safe for a bite in his shoulder. His opponent, on the other hand, was missing an eye, had a sucking stab wound at his chest, and was scorched all over from both the sunlight spell Harry had used and the fireball shot. So surely he had the advantage, right? He charged forward, intent on putting down the unnatural creature of the night, leaving Harry to finish off the wizards in the kitchen. He roared at the vampire. The vampire hissed back. The clash never came. The coward faded back into smoke and passed right through him. Before Dudley could spin around to strike out with his spear, the vampire slashed his face clean open with the cleaver. He disappeared again and again, each time delivering a shallow cut or stab with the cutlery. None were deep enough to hit an artery, and Dudley realized his opponent was playing with his food. Death by 1,000 cuts. Deciding enough was enough, Dudley settled on a plan to cut off his foe's avenue of attack. He grasped the handle to their cheap, used fridge, and with a mighty heave ripped the door off its hinges. He lifted it up as a shield while the rest of the fridge came tumbling to the floor, spilling its contents all over the kitchen. It was a rather cheap, used fridge. When the blood-encrusted meat fork next pierced his makeshift shield, he bashed out with it, and, hitting something solid, tackled the vampire to the floor. They lashed out at each other with their respective weapons. The vampire stabbed him in the shoulder with the cleaver. Dudley stabbed him through the heart with his stake. It let out a high-pitched scream as it, impossibly, shrank further into itself and became even thinner. Before it could breath in, the last of the black mist circling them, a wand and hand entered Dudley's field of vision from the dining room door, and his cousin delivered the second killing blow. Sectum sempra, and like that the vampire was staked and beheaded. Dudley collapsed to the side of the vampire with a pained groan. He was breathing so hard and fast that he wasn't sure if he'd ever get enough oxygen again. Fortunately, the stab to his shoulder hadn't been deep enough to leave the blade embedded in bone, and it was nowhere near the most painful of his injuries. Unfortunately, Harry couldn't let him rest. "Hey, Big D," came the belated greeting. "I'm sorry to say it's time for you to join the war." With that, he offered a hand to Dudley. It was black and rotting from what must have been a horrendous injury, but to Dudley it looked like the most beautiful hand to ever grace a human arm. A hand offering salvation. For 14 years he had tormented this man, this warrior, standing over him. And now was his chance to begin 14 years of making up for it. "What took you so long?" he huffed out as he grasped that withered hand, before promptly passing out. "Want your story written? I take commissions now. You can pay me to write your fanfiction or original works. My prices are as follows. $25 per 1,000 words of fanfiction, with some wiggle room. I don't pad my work. You also get to video chat with me as I type the first chapter. $25 per 500 words for original works, so anything that is not fanfiction. I also charge $25 per 500 words for smut or fetish materials. Prices subject to change in the future. Check with me. Become a patron. Nonsensical Rants. You can also still become a patron for $1 to get access to future chapters 2 weeks early and vote on which stories I update next. 4. A Future in Medicine. Chapter 4. A Future in Medicine? Exaggerate the twist in the reblooding charm. Instructed Mungo Bonham, founder of St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies, one of the greatest magical healers of all time, even 3 centuries post-death, an all-around hard-ass. She's going to need a concoction of antibiotic potions. Even still, she is likely to suffer a massive, full-body infection and die. The Shade informed him as the other Shade of Regulus watched on in silence. Despite his lack of healer training, Harry had actually gathered that much for himself. Trying to magically reintroduce blood into an unconscious woman when that blood had been drained into an unsanitary aluminum tray sounded like a recipe for a full-body infection to even the most medically ignorant observer. This begged the question, why did Mungo bother forcing Harry to learn to create air-purifying wards prior to performing this procedure on Hestia while she was on death's door? Seems like a slight waste of time when time was of the essence. All the same, the procedure was working. The switching charm variant taught to all healer trainees was a macabre thing to watch as the thick, coagulating blood climbed up her body and into her wounds, returning to a lighter red as they passed through the minuscule decoagulation charms Harry had placed around said wounds by painting them around the gashes with his wand. They must have also been reoxygenating the blood as well based on how many shades lighter it became. That particular medical spell was definitely worth the 10 minutes it had taken to learn. Boy, oh joy, Vernon had regained consciousness. Get your arse over here and use your stick to fix my leg this ends. Silence him. Bonham ordered. Harry silenced him. He's going to lose that leg. Bonham mentioned as an afterthought. You're going to lose that leg. Harry relayed the information to his squirming uncle. It would have been funny watching his wail of an uncle tied down to the table, screaming into the silencing charm, if he weren't naked and bleeding like a sieve out of his thigh. Harry had had the decency to conjure a blanket over him, as well as Petunia. Soon enough, all of the blood that could be recovered from the pan was back inside of Hestia's veins, and Harry used a flesh-stitching charm, one of the few first aid spells Harry had successfully learned from Hermione, to heal what remained of her wounds. They wouldn't actually heal the wounds so much as seal them to the point that it stopped the bleeding. It was more akin to a cauterizing charm, really. Each and every one of those cuts were destined to scar, and there were quite a few on the unconscious woman. Your cousin, did he ingest any of the vampire's blood? Bonham asked, not wanting to be overheard speaking to dead people. Harry shook his head in answer. Then he is in no danger of converting to a vampire himself, and his wounds are superficial enough. Time to teach you the painless amputation spell. Harry actually flinched away from the Shade at this declaration. Something most people don't know about healers is that in order to become one, to learn anything beyond publicly known first aid spells requires a magically binding oath combining the classical Hippocratic oath with a hyperfidelious charm-fueled secrecy, oath not to share the medical knowledge. It was literally impossible to learn healing magic without swearing to never cause harm in any capacity to another living being, not even in self-defense or against animal pests. You couldn't even steal the knowledge from a healer's mind due to the protections afforded by the Fidelius. Harry's disbelief must have shown in his expression, because the dark-skinned man elaborated. I am dead, Mr. Potter. I am not bound by any oaths from life. I am free to teach you all I know of medical magic if I so choose. I've already taught you 2 spells that would have been impossible for you to learn without taking the oaths yourself. What is one more? Bonham reasoned. Oh! Harry hadn't suspected those 2 healing wards to have been esoteric healer knowledge. They didn't bring to mind the devastation a wizard could cause if they were able to use medical spells combatively. The painless amputation spell, on the other hand, does, as is obvious from the name, the spell amputates limbs and is painless. If that wasn't dangerous enough in a duel, because it is healing magic, aka the lightest of light magic, most shielding spells, which are designed to block hexes, jinxes, and curses, won't stop it. And dark shielding spells for blocking charms or healing spells are nearly non-existent. And there are thousands of healing spells ranging from those as obviously dangerous as those designed to remove limbs, to those more subtle in their deadliness like artery clamping spells used in brain surgery. Can you say death by aneurysm? It's a bit harder to pronounce than the power the Dark Lord knows not, but they're pretty similar in meaning considering the very believable claim by Albus himself that if Pomfrey could break her oaths, she could kick his and Voldemort's arses in a 2-on-1 duel. A speech he gave Harry when he asked why he let Pomfrey boss him around. "Teach me," Harry hissed barely above a whisper. And so he did. It was actually a rather complicated spell, a level 3 medical charm. Level 3 spells are those that create 3 distinct effects, and so on for level 4 through 100. It numbs the area, severs the limb, and cauterizes the wound. Mastering the wand movements was the only difficult part for Harry, as all 3 of its effects were things Harry intuitively knew how to cause separately. Mungo had to judge his proficiency with the spell by sight and sound alone, as he had no way of testing it on inanimate objects. It only affects limbs, human or animal, not table and chair. I think you're about as good with it as you're going to get without hands-on tutoring. Time to remove that leg, Barnum decided. Stun the man, then proceed. Harry stunned his uncle with a quick stupefy and walked around to the edge of the table. The master healer directed him on exactly what part of Vernon's leg to place his wand. He carefully instructed him on breathing techniques and body posture too, to help him relax and ensure no errant twitch of a muscle might make him miss the mark. You don't want to be tense or nervous when contemplating the prospect of removing a human limb, after all. Not that Harry was nervous, no. It's not like missing the correct area could hit an artery and cause the patient to die by internal bleeding after the wound is cauterized. It's not like you could slice a nerve bundle incorrectly and leave a man in constant pain for the rest of his life. Why in the world would Harry be nervous? He probably would have cast the spell flawlessly if Daedalus Diggle hadn't barged into the room, slamming the last remaining door of the building against the wall. "Mother!" Mungo began. "Fuck her." Harry finished for the ancient healer when his spell severed the wrong leg entirely as he flinched at the noise. Looks like Vernon would be living the rest of his life with 0 legs instead of 1. Actually, the angle of that cut looked completely wrong. He didn't have the anatomy of veins, arteries, and nerves of the human leg memorized, as any actual healer attempting this spell would have before attempting such a spell. But that cut looked distinctly wrong. If we don't get him to a hospital in the next few minutes, he is going to die. Mungo informed him over the howling laughter of Regulus Black. And don't you dare try and appirate him in that condition. Lovely. What the hell happened here? Diggle yelled, his jowls, though tiny in comparison to Vernon's, jiggling with every syllable. "I went out for 1 drink. 1. Ignoring Dumbledore's diligent devotee, Harry turned his wand to his throat and spoke a quick message for Sirius, before casting the Patronus spell in a general southern direction. "Pea Potter?" Daedalus eventually asked before Harry could put his hood back up. Harry turned on Daedalus. "No time to explain. I've recaptured number 12. Take Hestia and Dudley there. I have to take Vernon to the hospital. Force a few disinfectant potions down Hestia's throat when you arrive. After that, do as the pizza delivery boy instructs you," Harry told him. With those admittedly confusing instructions out of the way, Harry walked through the remains of the wall he'd crashed through a half-hour prior and wheeled the motorcycle into the dining room. "Place your wand on the indent on the left side of the seat," Regulus instructed him. Harry did so, and a side cart materialized where one hadn't been before. A few severing charms and a stunner later had an unconscious Vernon Dursley untied from the table and stuffed into the side cart. Barely. Probably should have used a levitation charm instead of trying to carry him. Diggle had only just gotten over his horror at the scene and sighed, elongied both Hestia and Dudley simultaneous. Taking one last look at his dead aunt whom he had rearranged into a sleeping position on the floor, Harry hit the throttle and flew out through the remains of the bay window, the 2 vanishing in his wake. It was such a lovely night out. More than 2 stars were actually visible through the light pollution of Muggle England and constant overcast, making it a rare night indeed. There was a slight cold, northern breeze to take the edge off of the rising spring heat, and Corbin Yaxley was finally put in charge of a platoon of Aurors to pursue an illegally charmed vehicle. The platoon was split into two groups, one by broom and one by police patrol cars. Yaxley opted for the more relaxed position of riding as a passenger in the police vehicle. It was a position he picked on account of it being best suited to relay orders and organize his subordinates, and on account of the driver. Suspects spotted flying over Sheffield from Thornbury Hospital heading eastbound. The static-filled and barely legible voice came over the new model of magical radio. The voice belonged to the witch Corbin had personally put in charge of the broom-laden half of his team. A woman he handpicked out of intentional cruelty and the knowledge that she would do absolutely anything he demanded without complaint. "Thank you, Aura Nymphadora." The driver answered before muting the comm. He is heading for the M1 motorway. The enchantments on his vehicle are running low on power, and he'll need to take to the road soon. Yaxley told the living experiment in the driver's seat. The freak nodded and morphed before his eyes. In a display of shape-shifting abilities that made Aura Nymphadora look like an amateur, which was all the more incredible considering he was a squib. His flesh outright melted like wax before a glass furnace and expanded as he went from a thin, clean-shaven blonde man to a pudgy brunette with a well-trimmed mustache. "This is Police Chief Graham." The freak lied over the separate police radio with his new voice. "All units be advised, suspect in a child Wex, trafficking case driving a Royal Enfield Bullet. He is heading eastbound towards the M1 motorway. Request backup from all units available from Sheffield to London." A series of affirmative responses rang out from every Muggle police officer within distance. The real police chief of Sheffield, like every police chief in the United Kingdom, was on the ministry payroll and in the know regarding the magical world. A necessary evil, one that ensured the cooperation of law enforcement and prevented any unintentional interference from the real police chiefs. "How long until they can push a few dozen of you off the assembly line?" Yaxley asked the driver. The emotionless shell returned to his true, or perhaps favored, form and gave him the creepiest, most artificial smile he'd ever seen. Quite the feat considering how much time he spent around politicians and fellow Death Eaters. "That is entirely contingent upon how favorably the Department of Mysteries find your report of my services," he said. Yaxley nodded. "We have our coordinates for where they expect him to touch down. Let's go," Yaxley ordered. The police blockade was a thing of beauty. 3 entire lanes of vehicles, including a pair of armored trucks, blocked any access to the motorway ramp along with a few spike strips for good measure. The last was liable to do absolutely nothing, as any vehicle enchanter would be smart enough to charm the tires to resist punctures and deflation in general, but it paid to be thorough. Target will be touching down exactly where anticipated. Auror Tonks called over the magical comm. Good. That would land him some 50 yards away, within perfect view of every single officer and Auror of the blockade. He would be easy picking as he approached. With Yaxley and his partner at the head of the formation, right next to the armored trucks, most of the glory would be going to him. Now all there was to do was wait. The second line of Aurors were placing masking wards, the kind used specifically in anticipation of magical shootouts. It functioned as a glamour covering a large area that made every spell appear as something mundane, like a gun or rocket, to the eyes and ears of any Muggle witnesses. An entirely compensatory engine roar echoed into the night, and above the tops of the next row of buildings a dazzling light show played out. The broom unit was intercepting whoever had stolen the vehicle from number 12 and forcing him to land. He seemed to be holding his own against the 5-member hit squad, a feat Yaxley wasn't sure he could imitate, but this was mostly due to the fact that even with the more cumbersome bike, he was a far superior flyer to any of them and was literally flying circles around them while taking pot shots. They were keeping a good distance. Smart. But even with his resistance, he did eventually touch Dawn, and, ignoring the confused mutterings of the police officers who couldn't make heads or tails of whatever the flying bike and spellfire appeared to them, Yaxley leaned through the window and took aim. The motorcycle rider, who wasn't even wearing a helmet under his hood, was impossible to get a shot at, what with him swerving between the bumper-to-bumper traffic leading up to the blockade. But Yaxley was nothing if not patient. Patience did not pay off. as something long and cylindrical shot out of the bullet's front end towards the blockade. A bright jet of flame was left in its wake as it soared above the traffic. That is an AIM-9 Sidewinder air-to-air missile. The shapeshifter calmly informed him from the driver's seat. That certainly raised Yaxley's eyebrows. The illusion ward's altered perception of magic used to match the closest Muggle analog. Most offensive spells would appear as bullets of different calibers or grenades if they're particularly powerful. For a spell to appear as a missile, usually fired from a goddamn jet, meant it must be one hell of a piece of offensive magic. There was just one problem. While it made sense for the mutant, who was still technically more Muggle than wizard, to see illusions when watching a spell, the projectile flying towards the blockade looked an awful lot like a missile to Yaxley's eyes too. Yaxley was a wizard. Wizards are not affected by the wards. That was an actual missile. Everybody down! An exceptionally sensible police officer yelled as his contemporaries panicked and fled to cover. Yaxley barely had time to duck back into the car as the missile struck perfectly between the two armored trucks and sent them flipping through the air. One landed in the ditch on the opposite end of the road, while the other crashed against the car Yaxley had taken cover in with the force of a rampaging Skrut. The world became nothing more than a spinning mass of metal and floating shards of glass, which looked oddly ethereal in the flashing lights of the surrounding police cars and mind-numbing pain. One flip, two flips, 8 flips later, and Yaxley was crawling out of the twisted mass of metal in time to see the man in the motorcycle drive straight through what little remained of the blockade. As expected, the spike strips failed to puncture his tires. "Potter!" Yaxley yelled as the hooded and concealed driver drove right past him at well over 100 kilometers per hour. The man actually looked at him as he barreled past, green eyes meeting black, and Yaxley knew he had correctly identified him. As if there were any doubt as to who would have retaken Grimald and rescued his Muggle relatives. "All Aurors, be advised." Yaxley called over the communicator specific to the Aurors, which wouldn't be heard by the police officers. "Suspect is likely Harry Potter. Capture him alive." A smattering of unbelieving chatter answered his claim. After all, Harry Potter was dead, wasn't he? Well, Yaxley had yet to see a body, and that sure looked like the boy under the hood. The few vehicles left unaffected near the rear of the blockade took chase and followed the unknown rebel up the ramp and onto the motorway. The broom brigade flew close behind them. Yaxley turned to the wreckage that had almost taken his life to see that it succeeded in taking that of his partner. What a waste of potential. "Nymphadora!" He yelled to the sky with a sonorous enhanced voice, fighting back the wince in his voice from moving his broken arm. The pain from breathing hinted at possible broken ribs too, so he used some basic first aid spells to bind his arm and chest. A numbing charm later, and he was in good enough shape to continue the chase. Auror Tonks landed beside him, and he wrapped himself around the woman as he sat behind her. Now this was a broom made for comfort. "After him," he ordered. "But keep your distance. For all we know, the tailpipe has a tomahawk missile shoved in it." And she obeyed, kicking off the ground the active warders flying close behind to keep all potential magic within the glamour spell. He noted an amorphous, scorched shape emerge from the flaming death trap he himself had barely escaped from and realized he had underestimated the living alchemical experiment. Even with the magic allowing the motorcycle to fly long since drained, the crotch rocket was a powerhouse in terms of speed. It didn't handle quite as well as his firebolt, but his talent for broom flying translated surprisingly well for playing out his evil Knievel fantasies. "Pull over, or you will be fired upon," a speaker from a nearby Pollock vehicle commanded. Harry looked in the rearview mirror to try and make out the adorable speck that was trying to give him orders, but he couldn't quite spot it. Only a few seconds later, after releasing the throttle and dropping down a gear, did the Veals in question materialize from his blind spot. With a twist of his wrist and a complicated S-motion, Harry summoned a fire whip at the end of his wand. With one exaggerated swing, he cut clean through both tires of a candy-red SUV and sent it reeling towards his pursuers. He didn't have time to turn around and appreciate the end result, but he could hear it just fine. If it was making as much of a spectacle as it sounded like, then now was the right time to activate the invisibility function of the motorcycle and slip away. The power runes that allowed the vehicle to fly were separate from the ones for invisibility, just like with Arthur's Fort Anglia. But which button was it? Silver dial on the left. Regulus shade called from behind. Harry ducked beneath a semi and hit the dial. He was now doubly hidden, but as with any mobile hiding place, Harry was forced to go where it went, and switching to the A617 freeway wasn't part of his plan. Nor was being found. He felt it before he saw it. Something magical, but twisted and unnatural, was vaulting directly towards him, and despite his rudimentary, at best, magical senses, he felt the thing's presence like a chill going down his spine. Then he spotted it in the mirror. A pale, naked form twisted to inhuman lengths, as if somebody had turned the arms and legs of a person into clay and stretched them both to twice the length of the body. A body charred, gashed, and embedded, with bits of metal as if he had been in a car crash. Its inhuman movements and deformed shape was nightmare fuel. What in the ever-loving fuck is that? Regulus screamed when he finally caught sight of it. It was nearly upon them, its impossibly long limbs allowing it to run on all fours at speeds surpassing the 80 kilometers per hour Harry was cruising at in order to be able to swerve between the much slower vehicles. Time to fix that. He hit the throttle and ducked his head as he drove under the long cables and metal beams of the semi to reach the other side. He only now noticed the long line of metal boxes being driven along this particular route. Must be a rush for Easter deliveries. At least he wouldn't have to get any more civilians killed today. Unless you counted the truck drivers themselves. But it wasn't as if they were a vital member of Britain's economic structure or anything like that. Want your story written? I take commissions now. You can pay me to write your fanfiction or original works. My prices are as follows. $25 per 1,000 words of fanfiction, with some wiggle room. I don't pad my work. You also get to video chat with me as I type the first chapter. $25 per 500 words for original works, so anything that is not fanfiction. I also charge $25 per 500 words for smut or fetish materials. Prices subject to change in the future. Check with me. Become a patron. NonsensicalRants. You can also still become a patron for $1 to get access to future chapters 2 weeks early and vote on which stories I update next. 5. Escape from Nightmares. Chapter 5. Escape from Nightmares. The invisibility of the man's vehicle counted for nothing in the wake of a being capable of altering every individual organ in their body to that of any other organism. With a sense of smell like that of a bear, eyesight of an eagle, and hearing of a moth, the freak made for a perfect bloodhound to follow. Or so its creators had assured them. Suspect is turned onto the A619 motorway, heading west towards Chesterfield. Orr Tonks spoke over her hand radio as they trailed behind the vague mirage of a man riding a motorcycle. Roger that. Sending backup eastbound in your direction. Came the response from the Chesterfield police chief. Soon enough, the Orrers that had chased the suspect down and forced him to land caught up to Yaxley and Tonks. At his signal, they spread out in order to cast a wide net of masking wards and potential vectors of spellfire. The Unspeakable's creation, on the other hand, had already closed the distance and was nearly upon their target. A loud pop later, and the hooded figure appeared, visible, atop the nearest semi-truck. It was a ballsy move, operating while traveling well over 80 kilometers per hour, and required the presence of mind to match the speed of the target point. The target didn't so much as flinch upon reappearing, which told Yaxley he had matched the truck's speed perfectly, or else he would have gone flying from the change in momentum. This guy was good. It had to be Potter, right? He didn't want to be the first person to claim the Dark Lord was wrong about him being dead, but what was more impressive was that he'd waited for a particularly straight stretch of road to ensure the starting and ending points matched in direction of momentum as well. The target cast some kind of wide-area lightning charm at the creature, and his own motorbike, that left sparks of bright yellow and white echoing between the two. Yaxley recognized it as one of I'm Moody's favorite spells. It caused no physical harm, but was the closest thing to the Cruciatus a light-side wizard would use in order to cause pain. Pain that forced the twisted creature to vault ass over. Elbow. Potter followed this up by leaning over the truck's cab and casting some kind of spell at the driver, as well as the driver of an adjacent rig, before operating back to the seat on his now visible motorbike. Did you catch what spell he used on the drivers? Yaxley yelled over the howling wind in his ear. Not a clue. Maybe a confundus. Tonks offered. Not likely. Potter would never cast a spell like that on the driver of a multi-ton vehicle, assuming the psychological profile on him was to be believed. It would cause a massive crash and pileup and put too many lives at risk. They would sooner cast an unforgivable on somebody. All right, Harry called out to the shade of Regulus Black. I cast the Imperious on them. Now try possessing one. Regulus, who had tried and failed to possess the drivers before, gave him a curt nod and flew to the nearest truck cabin. Harry watched in the side mirror as the glazed look of the driver faded and was replaced by the aristocratic smirk common amongst all of his godfather's relatives. So, he was right. Shades summoned by the Resurrection Stone can only possess people placed under the Imperious. Question was, did the person need to be placed under it by the wielder of the stone? Or could he summon an army of shades and send them out to possess every person under the Unforgivable's tender ministrations regardless of caster? More importantly, why would they be able to possess anybody at all, let alone an Imperious victim? Questions for later. Ronald Bilious Weasley. Hermione Jean Granger. He yelled into the Resurrection Stone. Ron, switch places with Regulus. Hermione, take control of the other driver. He ordered as soon as the flying spirits materialized. But I've never driven a semi before. Ron yelled back. And I've never driven at all. Hermione added. I'm not expecting you to drive particularly well, if you catch my meaning. Harry countered, giving them a well-used look that only they would normally be able to decipher. They each gave him a knowing nod and did as instructed, just as a pair of broom-riding Aurors broke formation and closed in on him. He barely swerved out of the way in time to avoid a familiar red stunner and accompanying explosion hex impacting the asphalt he'd previously occupied. It was then that Ronald, now in a body several decades older and many stones heavier than he was in a previous life, swerved his reappropriated vehicle and nicked one of the Aurors. The nick from such a heavy box of steel moving at such high speeds was enough to shatter his broom, and likely every bone in his body, sending him to the ground below, where he became little more than a crimson smear mark. Harry turned around and, after taking careful aim, took out the second flyer. Avada Kedavra! The flash of green de-seated the flyer and sent his lifeless body fluttering in the wind like a piece of litter. It was only the quick reaction of his metamorph companion that they avoided being hit by the corpse and suffering a similar plummet to their deaths. That is not Harry Potter, Tonks yelled back to him after riding her broom. Funnily enough, Yaxley had come to the same conclusion. He retrieved the radio transmitter from the young mother's waist and relayed this new information. He racked his brain to try and decide who the imposter was. It was somebody far too skilled, far too ruthless, and far too fatal to be the bleeding heart of a boy who favored disarming charms to cutting curses, like the one he just sent at a third Aura whose shield it passed through like water. What the hell kind of spell was that? He shook the latest question from his mind and went back to deciphering the previous puzzle. Was he a foreign hit wizard the boy somehow hired to activate on his death? The name Quan Chong Ho came to mind, but that ruthless bastard was never without his companion, James Collins. If that crazed gunman was nearby and ready to provide backup, then they were all in deep shit. Who did that leave? A turncoat Death Eater? And then it hit him. Malfoy. He groused aloud. It had been 3 weeks since Potter had kidnapped the heir. Had Potter won him over to his side? Everybody he knew believed that pusillanimous little shit was too yellow to kill anybody, let alone risk his life for a cause he didn't even believe in. But he had barely ever been truly tested in combat and was a seeker, so he had the skill in the air to perform the maneuvers they were seeing. Being the son of a Death Eater, he also had the training to use the dark arts this man was casting. Potter could have won him over without forcing him to do his bidding under any kind of duress. The Dark Lord had been treating that family like trash, and now that chicken had come home to roost. Looks like we have a traitor to kill. Yaxley concluded just as some strange quadruped galloped right past him. The unnatural creature had regained his bearings, twisting his flesh to something that in shape and mechanism resembled a cheetah's lithe form crossed with that of an inferi. Their target must have caught sight of it in his mirror, because he hit the brakes hard enough to nearly ram the creature. The creature's reflexes were such that it leapt aside and clung to the boxcar of the leftward truck, the one that had rammed the flyer earlier. Now Malfoy, or whoever they were chasing, was boxed in between the two vehicles with the creature, whose limbs were growing spines like that of ice-climbing boots and fingers like a gecko's. The disgusting feet and red appendages would be an offense to any god who had created the beautiful animals of the earth that this abomination was now imitating. "Target is boxed in. Move in! Move in!" Tonks yelled over the radio, and all 20 of the broom riders around them did as told. Harry hit the throttle, and with what little charge the levitation enchantments had gained during this chase, he rose a few feet into the air and turned. With his wheels firmly attached to the side of the right truck box, he switched into the highest gear and flew into an arc to avoid the onslaught of piercing, cutting and killing curses that rained down on the gap between the trucks. He raised this wand skyward and once again cast the spell Moody's shade had taught him, hitting at least half a dozen aurors with the arcing lightning. Their bodies spasmed so uncontrollably that they lost all hold of their brooms and skidded out, as his old teammates called it. If he was lucky, one or two of them would crash into the other flyers and send them all careening to their deaths. He landed Reggie's bike on the roof of the box and hit the brakes. He held on tight as Ron and Hermione followed through with the plan and swerved towards each other before pulling back, turning the box's trucks into a high-speed vice that slammed into each other with an earth-shaking clang. As the giant box of steel crashed, Harry saw a gray shape leap up onto the roof of the adjacent box. The disgusting creature had survived their maneuver, but he was sure the two flyers that had tried to approach him from down low weren't so lucky. Harry released the brakes, and as the throttle as Ron and Hermione tried to regain control over their still swerving vehicles, but not before casting an overpowered bombard at Ron. The cab, engine block, and front wheel disintegrated with the same liquidity as the body Ron had been possessing just seconds ago. With their destruction, the remainder of the cab and its payload dug into the road and flipped over like an Olympic pole vaulter. He'd have to make it up to Ron later, but good God, was it satisfying to watch that crime against nature get sent flying. Wait, did it always have wings? God damn it! Harry yelled as he saw his pursuer now had thick, leathery membranes stretched out from his hands to his feet. He looked a lot like one of those gliding squirrels now. A hairless, burned and bloody gliding squirrel with sharp bits of bone jutting out from incorrect places. The remaining flyers scrambled to avoid the airborne vehicle and its cargo box. The shattered cans of cola were a more difficult challenge to avoid and left them all covered in the sticky beverage and broken glass. By the time they finally circumvented the crashing chunk of twisted metal and returned to their chase, Malfoy, or whoever the hell it was, had somehow managed to navigate to the front of the truck lineup, some 12 vehicles ahead of him. That bike must have been faster than he'd been leading them to believe. The creature landed on the roof of the nearest semi and changed its shape once more to what Yaxley couldn't tell, before sprinting along and leaping to the next one. Let it not be said that the thing wasn't a tenacious little bloodhound. Go, go, go! Yaxley yelled with the help of a sonorous charm to his throat. The other flyers abandoned their attempt at re-erecting the wards and joined the creature in chasing down their prey. The only warning to what happened next was the telltale tingling sensation of a wide area of effect spell before the ground suddenly became a lot shinier than the dry, warm weather would allow. And then came the screeching of tires. Glissio? Tonks wondered aloud. She was right. This motherfucker just cast a grease charm onto an entire 2-kilometer stretch of road. Who is this powerhouse? Tonks yelled back at him. But he decided not to even guess at an answer, as it was then that the dozen truck pileup began. One vehicle crashed into another. A third hydroplaned. A fourth and fifth vaulted over like the soda truck from earlier. Yaxley didn't quite catch what happened to trucks 6 through 20, as it was then that world became naught but fire, flying tires, and steel. Who knew there was a flammable variant to the grease spell? It would have been a fun bit of trivia to learn while not flying towards an actively exploding oil tanker. That's for damn sure. Tonks yelled something that might have been instructions to hold on tight, but it was drowned out by the cacophony of metal on metal, fiery winds, and exploding tanks of petrol and diesel. Or Tonks proved her old position on the Hufflepuff team had been well earned as she dived, swerved, ducked, and dodged between the impromptu obstacle course of burning shrapnel. His broken bones objected vehemently to each jerk of the broom, but he ignored the pain in favor of watching in abject wonder as someone flew through a flaming gap between two crashing truck cabins and ducked under the remains of the oil tanker's prolapsed container as it fell back to the ground. For a full minute they twisted this way and that, entering death, defying rolls and turns, until finally endless red and orange gave way to the calm black of night again. When they finally passed through the last tongues of fire and onto the familiar black road, Tonks skidded to stop, and they both collapsed onto the hard ground in coughing fits. There they both battled with their lungs to catch their breaths and clear them of the soot and ash. It took a Herculean effort, but Yaxley managed to lift his shaking and ashen body and turned his head to survey the breath hitched at what he beheld. It's... He gasped and stuttered as words failed him. The flaming carnage reached 10, 20, 40 meters into the air as charred pallets of confectionery, rolls of carpet, battered electronics, and the many other products these vehicles had contained rained down upon the earth like the seventh plague of Egypt. Their drumbeat drowning out the screams of his team members and the Muggle drivers as the life slowly and painfully left their bodies. "It's beautiful," he whispered with a sob one would expect from a man holding his newborn baby for the first time. With shaky knees, he rose to his feet and watched, simply watched, the utter destruction before him. It was violence and brutality turned into an art. Destruction so profound it made his soul ache. It was what he had dreamt of in the promise of war his Lord had made, but never delivered on. Before today, he never had the words to describe the future he craved, but at least now he could provide a pensive memory as an example of how he envisioned redecorating the entirety of the Muggle world. I don't. Nymphadora sputtered as she picked herself up as well. She was favoring an arm. Must have been hit with some shrapnel during her outstanding flying. I wager to guess the suspect escaped. Yaxley asked rhetorically in the same bored drawl he always used, only now he had to fake it. Tonks glanced at the stretch of pristine road behind them and back to him before giving a dumbfounded nod in affirmative. "Who in all that is right and holy was that?" she asked, nearly pleaded. "I have no idea, but I'm dying to find out. And you are right, that definitely wasn't Potter." Yaxley lit. She glanced between him and the Hell's Cape they narrowly escaped, then to the direction their target had fled before she managed to recompose herself. "So, Harry really is dead," she reasoned. "And this is somebody new? Or somebody old who has been waiting in the wings for his chance to rise?" Yaxley told her, "My money is on your blonde cousin. Maybe he's really been a Slytherin this entire time and hiding his real capabilities." She scowled at him as if it was the most ridiculous idea she'd ever heard. "But didn't Harry kidnap him?" Tonks asked. "Why would he save Harry's Muggle relatives? Oath of fealty? Unbreakable vow thrust upon the boy to continue Potter's fight." Yaxley suggested. "It does explain how he managed to take number 12. He is the next male descendant in the Black family line. Potter could have easily just handed the title of Lord Black to Malfoy in his dying days. That or the more obvious truth was at hand. Potter was alive, and that was him. Hell, that was probably both of them. There had been a sidecar on the motorcycle. With an invisibility cloak or sufficiently powerful disillusionment charm, somebody could have been aiding the other from the sidecar unseen. "It's finally begin," he realized aloud. Tonks looked at him with great confusion and what might have been concern for his sanity. What's begun?" Tonks asked. "The war," he answered, barely keeping his voice steady in his euphoria. "At long last, the war has begun. His entire squad dead. The gift from that immortal alchemist destroyed. His mission had been an utter failure, and yet he couldn't be happier. He would have to report his theory that Potter had turned young Malfoy until he could decide how to act on this new information. He thanked his heavens he never took the mark for. Now he may very well be doing battle with those who were. "An Auror, Tonks," he said to the young woman. He waited for her to look him in the eyes. "Make certain your version of today's report does not include my conclusions." Only your own testimony and conclusions. And kindly don't mention my hollering over the comm that I thought it was Potter. He told her, "Oh, and I believe you've earned visitation for your son and husband this weekend." That certainly wiped the shock and horror from her face, only for it to return when they heard a final crash resounding over the dying embers. Some unrecognizable chunk of charred debris was flung aside, and from underneath stepped a figure from nightmares. Veins of fiery embers crisscrossed a body formed wholly of charcoal. The human shape, unseeing, walked towards them, and like shards of stone cut from a sculpture, his body fell apart, while with each step. It grew smaller and cleaner as it approached until a mere meter away from Yaxley stood a mass of flesh and bone. It twisted and writhed like a boggart indecisive of its next form with the sound of grinding meat and cracking bones until it reshaped into a child, naked and unblemished, but smiling in that fake, plastic smile. He was growing uncomfortably familiar with the creature spoke. "I apologize for my failure in this mission," the shapeshifter said, having finally used what remaining uncharred flesh he had left to form a new body. "I do hope you are not so dissatisfied with my performance that you wish me to self-terminate." Yaxley could merely shake his head, too stunned at the creature's impossible durability. "That won't be necessary," Yaxley said. "You put on a simply marvelous performance, and I cannot wait to tell your creators all about it." If possible, the creature's smile grew even wider. Harry turned off the engine and kicked up the stand for the motorcycle before easing himself out of the seat. He was home. "You know," the shade of Regulus Black said as they departed the alley beside number 12 and approached the front door. "I really appreciate you trying to bring my bike back, but in hindsight you really should have just hidden it in some foliage and apparat." Back. The man, or spirit, wasn't wrong. But this was still a victory all the same. He settled for not answering. With a turn of the handle, Harry opened the door to his godfather's ancestral home to the sound of banging pots and pans. Upon crossing the threshold, he further noted the telltale sounds of chatter, boiling water, and a smidgen of laughter coming from the kitchen. The further sound of running showers came down to him from the several bathrooms around the house. Those hostages had wasted no time in making themselves at home, had they? "Potter," came Diggle's voice. Harry turned to the demolished drawing room on his left to see him and Sirius as the pizza boy approaching him. Harry was in the mood for a shower, a meal, and bed, so he wasted no time on pretty words. "Hestia and Dudley?" he asked, bandaged and in fresh beds. Diggle answered. "Death Eaters in the attic?" Harry asked. "Chained and sedated." Sirius answered. "They're victims?" Harry asked. "Coping," Sirius told him. "In the kitchen or washing away weeks of dirt, grime, and worse." Sirius explained. "Creature and Dobby?" Harry asked. "Cleaning up the debris from your battle and making plans to repair the many gaping holes in my ancestral home," Sirius confirmed. "Brilliant. Well, if that will be all, I really must retire for the day," Harry ordered as he made his way to the stairs. Sirius blocked his path. "There is air, one other thing you really should see," Sirius told him worriedly. Harry motioned for his godfather to lead the way and for Diggle to remain where he was. Their trip was rather short, as Sirius led him to the tattered and sludge-covered remains of Walburga's portrait/Horcrux. Sirius parted the ruined cloth of the painting to reveal a dark and narrow staircase leading downwards. "Well, that sure was interesting. I haven't gone in yet. Wanted to wait for you to get back, seeing as all I have is a sword and a muggle body," Sirius explained. Harry nodded once in approval before drawing Draco's wand for what would hopefully be the last time that evening. He cast a silent lumos and began the descent, with the Black brothers following closely behind him. Harry mentally compared this passage with a mental three-dimensional model of the house in his head. If they were going by sane and normal laws of space, then this passage would be cutting directly through the middle of the kitchen. But seeing as magical abodes tended to alter space dramatically, he had to shake the confusion from his mind. The end of the passage opened up into a cramped room filled to the brim with stacks of paper, reference books, and strange objects that reminded Harry greatly of some in Dumbledore's office. There were several bookshelves and a large desk with an unlit lamp, But what caught Harry's attention was a source of light on the other side of the room. He dropped the Lumos spell to try and see it better. It looked like murky fluorescent lights set up in rings on the ground. As they edged closer, he saw that there were shapes hovering above them, humanoid shapes in fetal positions. As they got closer still, he realized what they were. Tanks. Cylindrical glass tanks full of water, like something out of a science fiction movie. And within each tank was a naked person. There was 6 in all. A red-haired man no older than 19, with a blond man of similar age on the left. There was also a black-haired gentleman, again 19, on the right, along with a small blonde girl almost his age and a black-haired boy likewise nearing his age. At the very center was a black-haired woman who was the spitting image of Bellatrix Lestrange, or more flatteringly, Andromeda Tonks. The others, he noted, seemed malformed. Their facial features, digits and wax organs like melted wax in shape to the point that their eyes and mouths were completely sealed. Are they alive? Harry couldn't help asking. It was then that he noticed the umbilical cords connected to each person at the belly button and winding down to the floor of their cylinders. Of all the disturbing things Harry expected to find in Walburga Black's secret study, human clones weren't anywhere on the list. It was then that Sirius walked past him to aggressively knock on the glass of the middle tube. To Harry's surprise, the woman's eyes snapped open. "Rise and shine," Sirius greeted. "Mother, want your story written? I take commissions now. You can pay me to write your fanfiction or original works. My prices are as follows. $25 per 1,000 words of fanfiction, with some wiggle room. I don't pad my work. You also get to video chat with me as I type the first chapter. $25 per 500 words for original works, so anything that is not fanfiction. I also charge $25 per 500 words for smut or fetish materials. Price is subject to change in the future. Check with me. Become a patron. NonsensicalRants. You can also still become a patron for $1 to get access to future chapters 2 weeks early and vote on which stories I update next. 6. The Hidden Enemy. Chapter 6. The Hidden Enemy. The bowling pins clattered as each and every one of them came tumbling down, signaling Dumbledore's 8th strike. "I swear," the shade of James Potter muttered. "You must be using magic to cheat somehow." The old man was impossibly skilled, but the fact that he was in the body of the young pizza delivery boy meant they couldn't blame magic for their losing streak. The man had been playing the game for well over 100 years, though his skill would make it seem as if he'd been doing it since its inception in 3000 BC. Or so Sirius Shade joked. "All right, my turn. Allow me to show you scrubs how it's done," Peter demanded as he switched places with the headmaster. Harry waved his wand and reset the pins for the traitor as Dumbledore's shade sauntered over to where Harry sat with Moody, cleaning the magical eye bequeathed by him with a sponge and polishing solution. Together they, along with Sirius, Regulus, Ron, Hermione, Regulus, Peter, and Harry's own parents, sat discussing the latest developments. The basement-turned-bowling alley would be overcrowded if they were all flesh and blood. As it was, only Harry and the Pizza Teepee TM employee had blood running through their veins. Or veins at all, for that matter. Now, are you absolutely certain that you witnessed this being transformed? It didn't instantly change from one shape to another, but instead morphed slowly, reshaping itself? Dumbledore asked. Harry nodded as he inserted the eye back into the lubricated rubber rings used to cushion it from the metal interior of his snitch Horcrux. A bit of manhandling later, and he shoved the eye, rubber rings and all, back into its home and filled it up with contact lens fluid. His other half closed up around it and fluttered away. He had another job of spying to do. It morphed like a supercharged metamorph magi. My earlier statement that it was like a boggart made of flesh was off. He explained calmly. That doesn't mean what you encountered wasn't peripherally related to boggarts in some way. Hermione chided as Pettigrew made his 4th strike of the evening, proving himself once and for all to be the second-best bowler present. Its transformations were imperfect, correct? The shade of Lily Potter asked. Harry nodded. Then it wasn't anything like the boggart. The boggart is illusory. It does not physically transform, for it has no physical form. It merely creates a visual representation of what it sees in your own mind. His mother explained. Dumbledore gave the older redhead a nod of approval. It was like Harry said, inventing a better description as he went. If you took flesh and bone and shaped it like clay into the approximate form you wanted, that's what this creature would be. Regulus swapped places with Peter and lined up for another shot. You know, the turn Death Eater offered. I might be biased because of how I died, but it sounds like a shape-shifting inferi. That gave them pause. Peter was the first to break the silence. Indeed, if I were trying to recreate what you described, I would make an inferi out of a metamorph. Some ritual involving bone and flesh softening potions before killing them might do the trick. Everyone present gave him similar looks of disgust and intrigue. What? The Dark Lord didn't recruit me just because I was friends with so many Order members. He explained, I have an inborn talent for necromancy, and the Dark Lord recognized it during the Battle of Dublin. He'd always suspected there was much more to the story of Wormtail's betrayal than mere cowardice, and this piece seemed to paint a much more complete puzzle. He had to wonder about the inferi in that cave and how much of a hand, pun intended, Wormtail had in their creation. You know, Scabbers, the more I learn about you, the creepier it is that you hid as a rat in a dorm room filled with underage boys for 3 years. Ron commented, It was 7. Percy, remember? Wormtail corrected. And I was a resident of the Weasley household for another 5 years before that. And don't you dare start hurling accusations of pederasty or other unbecoming things. I have to put up with enough of those insults from fellow Death Eaters. Thank you very much. The glare he gave Ron was so impressive that Harry couldn't be bothered to correct his use of present tense, reminding him that he was, in fact, dead and that he need not speak to any Death Eaters ever again seemed unnecessary. Then tell us, Peter, Sirius pleaded, the venom he spat dampened by the blatant hurt and compassion bleeding into his voice as he asked the question. Why did you hide with the Weasleys? Out of all the wizarding families out there, why them? Everyone's attention was turned fully to the rat animagi. Harry was glad that his wasn't the only face to show the deep curiosity and need to know why a man would commit such a betrayal. I did it as a favor to Fabian and Gideon. Peter told them. Huh? They all asked at once. Harry wasn't the only one who couldn't muster a more eloquent response to that bombshell. Fabian and Gideon. I was there when Voldemort staged an attack on them to try and force the sword of Godric Gryffindor to manifest. Which it did, by the way. Peter told them. Harry and Dumbledore shared a look. There was another theory confirmed. Voldemort had planned to use Harry's death to turn the final Founder's object into a Horcrux, and to think he'd nearly succeeded with the sword that would later save Harry's own life. They had actually known about my turning sides long before that, and they had kept my secret. Peter continued. They didn't condemn or condone my betrayal, but they understood, and that meant the world to me. It's why I dealt the killing blow. Spared them suffering and death. But why would they keep your secret? James asked. Fabian and Gideon were Dumbledore's men, through and through. Wormtail took on a pensive look, staring off into space. They all waited patiently as he organized his thoughts. I think I'd rather keep that personal information private, if it's all the same to you. Peter pleaded. Harry considered dismissing him and simply summoning Mrs. Weasley's twin brothers to answer in his place. But he wasn't that cruel. Furthermore, he was done wasting time. Very well. We can put the legend of the mighty Wormtail on hold for now. Dumbledore, Harry said, turning to the eldest soul present. Are you satisfied that we've wasted enough time trying to figure it out for ourselves? Or are you going to make us wait a little longer before telling us what this creature I encountered was? Both of his parents actually snorted at that direct and disparaging remark. The humor behind it even brought a twinkle back into the old man's transparent and gray eyes, despite his frown. I'm not positive what this shapeshifter was. All I have is a hunch. Dumbledore preempted. But your hunches tend to be right. Every single person in the cellar, turned bowling alley chorused. If possible, the twinkle in the shade's eyes grew brighter. The signs are obvious, if hidden, began the headmaster. The attempts by Walburga within this very home to create artificial life are based on a field of magic which shares a discipline that could create such a creature. Alchemy. This was most definitely not the revelation Harry was expecting. Alchemy? Seriously? Ron voiced. I thought alchemy was just transfiguration, but at the chemical level, like turning lead to gold. A common misconception, the headmaster lightly corrected. In reality, alchemy is a much more vague, and to some dark field of study with many more uses than simply changing matter. It is the manipulation of the natural attributes, of perfect forms and inherent natures. Transmutation, the field Mr. Weasley just succinctly described, is the art of changing the chemical nature of metals. It's all based on the Platonic idea of perfect forms. Harry was lost, and it must have shown on his face, because Sirius took over the explanation. It's actually really simple to understand. Here, let's do an exercise. Describe a dog to me. In your own words, define what a dog is. Sirius asked. A quadrupedal mammal who barks out of anger, growls to intimidate, sniffs out of curiosity, licks out of affection, and wags its tail out of joy. Harry responded without hesitation. Good description. Sirius nodded. You use both physical and behavioral traits to describe it. Now, if a dog lacked one of those traits, say, lost a leg in an irresponsibly placed bear trap, would you still recognize it as a dog? Of course, Harry said. And if it was mute and unable to make any of those sounds, would you still recognize it as a dog? Sirius asked. With ease, Harry said. If it lacked a tail to wag or tongue to loll, would you still recognize it as a dog? Sirius continued. With a great amount of pity, yes, Harry said. And if I transfigured it to remove all of its fur and replace it with scales, would you still recognize it? Sirius asked. Barely, but yes. Harry confirmed again. Okay, and if I did all of those things to a poor mutt and showed it to you, would you then still be able to recognize it as a dog? Sirius finished. Harry could only nod, if with a grimace at such a hypothetical concept. Don't you find that strange? That you can change absolutely everything that makes a dog, and you're still able to recognize it for what it is? To the point that a person who has only ever known Chihuahuas and never seen any other breed of dogs, not even in photographs, can be introduced to a Tibetan Mastiff and instantly recognize it despite being as different from a Chihuahua as physically possible? Why do you think that is? Harry had to actively ponder this question. It was a mind-bender, but one easily solved by process of elimination. There was only one answer he could come up with that he couldn't dismiss. The nature of what it means to be a dog is wholly divorced from any physical or behavioral description. He concluded, exactly. And not just dogs, but everything, from a desk to a tree to a human being. Dumbledore explained. Most people would attribute this to the limitations of language, but the Platonic ideal is best simplified as the belief that there is some spiritual realm or existence of perfect forms separate from the physical world. Put more simply, lawmakers can't define what porn is, but we all know it when we see it. Regulus added to much snorting from James, Ron, Sirius, and Peter. Fair enough. Dumbledore pressed on. And what this means alchemically is that you are spiritually manipulating the nature of things around you to change them physically. It's very abstract, and the processes for accomplishing this are impossibly complex. But that's the theory. Then there's the secular theory, which is pure nihilism and universal subjectivity, that nothing can be defined at all, and you can claim any lie is true. Lily pointed out, but down that path lies insanity and death, and nobody actually believes reality isn't real. They just pretend to believe it as an Alinskyite tactic. Peter argued that, or they're in padded rooms where they belong, smearing the walls with their own feces and are incapable of expressing such an opinion. Harry ignored their brewing argument and tried to apply what he just learned about alchemy to the thing he fought just the night before. So, this creature, what was it doing? Alchemically redefining its nature to that of other animals? Harry asked, but physical reality couldn't match the redefinition, so it morphed in those horrific ways? The answer sounded wrong as it came out of his mouth, but the nod of approval from the headmaster told him his feelings were wrong in this instance. This is called imperfect transmutation, which is much easier than perfect transmutation. Dumbledore explained. It's the equivalent of deliberately transfiguring something incorrectly, but making sure it's good enough to perform the task at hand, such as fly. What concerns me is that this creature seems to be able to do this an infinite number of times, complete his transformations very quickly, and retain his mind if your accounts are to be believed. It is a true masterpiece of alchemy, and I can think of only two people capable of creating such an abomination. Two people previously thought dead. Harry nodded. A power couple with a combined total of well over 1,000 years of experience in alchemy sounded like a likely candidate, but a terrifying prospect. The Flammels. They're alive? Ron voiced Harry's concern. And they're evil? No. Lily corrected. They're amoral, which is much, much worse. Even Voldemort believes what he's doing is right, even if it's from a self-interested point of view. They all look to Dumbledore. It's true. Such people are far more dangerous than the outright evil, for with age people gain apathy, lost the perspective of right and wrong and humanity. Such people can view other people as objects, means to an end. In times of war, it is such people who instigate the inhumane experiments you read about in history. Those performed by the socialists in Germany and Unit 731 by Japan during World War II being the most recent, or so I believed until today. Dumbledore said, or more specifically I could prove, information on the horrors of communism behind the Iron Curtain are only now coming to light, but no. It seems they were involved in the Wizarding War of Britain some 17 years ago. Mother was involved with these monsters? Regulus asked. Indeed. The branch of alchemy known for creating new life, in this case cloning, is known as transgenesis. The alchemical equivalent to conjuration, if you could make such a simplified analogy. Dumbledore confirmed. And to answer your next question, Miss Granger, the other branch is transascension, the field of alchemy focused on making living things ascend into higher planes of being or transforming them into perfect states. The most basic use of this is immortality and eternal youth, more advanced practices, thankfully lost to time. Created beings of divinity, so horrifying as to make Lovecraft blanch and detailed in ancient religions. Beings like Ophanim, Baphomet, or other angels and demons of the Old Testament, or any ancient religion. Things that transcend flesh and machine. Matter made to take on the appearance and nature of the soul within. With each word the former headmaster uttered, Harry came to understand exactly what kind of threat they were facing. The old man had a way with words, a very deliberate way with words, and he knew the terror he was feeling was exactly what Dumbledore intended him to feel. If he were to read more into the old man's motives, why, it almost seemed as if the Flammels are a far greater threat than Tom, aren't they? He concluded. Dumbledore nodded. I'm not a god, Professor. It's all I can do to resist, let alone defeat Tom. What do you expect me to do against Nicholas and his wife? Harry pleaded. Nothing, Dumbledore roared. Focus everything you have on Tom. He's the real treat, and unlike the Flammels, he is your enemy. For now, Nicholas and Perenelle should be viewed as mad scientists, whose only interest in this war is as a vehicle for their own research. So long as you stay out of their way, they shouldn't take too great of an interest in you. It seemed like good advice. Advice born out of genuine concern for Harry's safety. It showed a distinct lack in understanding of how a young Gryffindor would respond to such instructions. Sir, you must know that you can't tell him all of that and expect him to obey that instruction. Can you? Ron barely got out over his and Hermione's sudden fit of giggles. The dead marauders, Regulus and Lily concurred with their own bursts of laughter, and Harry had to suppress his own as he confirmed Ron's declaration. Even Moody, who was oddly silent up until then, couldn't stop himself from barking like Sirius. He's right. Nick and Perry are going down. They are in need of killing, and I suddenly find myself with the will and ability to deliver that fate to those deserving of it. Harry declared in his leader voice. Regulus, Sirius, I suspect you two may know more than you might think. I doubt it's a coincidence that Walburga had a son on both sides of the war and was in cahoots with the Flammels. Dumbledore's eyebrows shot up. Huh, the old man hadn't thought of that then? What? We were unwitting spies for her. Sirius concluded. Exactly. She is going to be our best source of information for countering whatever their plans are. It also can't be a coincidence that she created a Horcrux and was a supporter of Valham. Saved by the ward there. You will need to think over your interactions with her during the First War and try to remember anything of note. Is she in any danger of escaping, or can I take care of more pressing matters before interrogating her? trapped in her own watery prison with her portrait destroyed. Sirius explained, "I'm willing to bet she outright lived through her Horcrux while trapped down there." Moody piped up, "Similar to how you can merge mental states with your snitch. She probably spent the last decade and a half traveling in the world of portraits to socialize and keep up with the changing world. I dare say she's perfectly caught up with current events." The dangerous possibility of her having a second Horcrux out there was left unsaid for now. "I'll add interrogating the other portraits of the house to your list of things to do," Harry told Sirius and Regulus. "Gather as much information as you can before we interrogate her. Make sure to get me the names of dead Blacks from the First War as well." They nodded, and Sirius took over the delivery boy before disappearing up the stairs. "What's more pressing than combating Voldemort and the Flammels?" Moody asked calmly. Harry sighed. "I have over a dozen children and teenagers suffering the aftereffects of months under the Imperius and malnutrition, a half-dead cousin, and two much older and experienced Order members I need to deal with." Harry summarized. "Dumbledore, I don't have the experience rallying, consoling, or commanding teams like you do. Will you help me? At least with Hestia and Diggle." Dumbledore nodded solemnly. "I also recommend summoning the shades of past healers, particularly those specialized in psychological trauma." Dumbledore advised, "I'm sure Street Mungo will be happy to advise you on who to summon if you call him back." Harry nodded gratefully, before turning to the remaining people present. "You're all, save for Dumbledore, dismissed." They faded like smoke in the wind, and Harry stood up. His back cracked in angry protest, and his cursed arm spasmed at the sudden movement. He took some deep breaths to calm the pain of decay and walked up the stairs. He had leading to do. "Want your story written? I take commissions now. You can pay me to write your fanfiction or original works. My prices are as follows. $25 per 1,000 words of fanfiction, with some wiggle room. I don't pad my work. You also get to video chat with me as I type the first chapter. $25 per 500 words for original works, so anything that is not fanfiction. I also charge $25 per 500 words for smut or fetish materials. Prices subject to change in the future. Check with me. Become a patron. Nonsensical Rants. You can also still become a patron for $1 to get access to future chapters 2 weeks early and vote on which stories I update next. 7. The First Recruits. Chapter 7. The First Recruits. Harry climbed back up from the basement with a sluggish gait. The previous 2 hours of coaching by both Albus Dumbledore and Mungo Bonham had been the most emotionally taxing 120 minutes of his life. Harry had always suspected life as a Hogwarts teacher and headmaster were much more spiritually brutalizing than most would believe. To have it confirmed by over a century's worth of tales by Albus wasn't something he was ready for. Turns out, Tom Riddle's release of the basilisk was hardly the worst crime committed by a student during his tenure. From fights being taken too far, to sexual assaults of students by other students, to an honest-to-God serial killer running roughshod for an entire month, Hogwarts was not as squeaky clean of a place as it pretended to be. All of these types of situations weren't necessarily swept under the rug or covered up as they were dealt with internally. Despite himself, he couldn't disagree with either of the old and dead men that it would be wrong to allow that a 17-year-old who killed another student with a killing curse in self-defense should face a life sentence with Dementors, nor the many other students who used the other unforgivables, which was usually them casting Cruciatus and Imperius on each other to find out what it's like. The internal justice of Hogwarts as dealt by teachers was a gray area of morality. On one hand, what right do they have to be the arbiters of justice in place of the law? There are already institutions meant to deal with these crimes, and who have the means and authority to do it. On the other hand, Harry had witnessed the apathetic and oftentimes self-motivated justice of the wizarding world. The teachers aren't blind as justice should be, sure, but neither was the actual legal system. The teachers at least cared for the well-being of their students and their futures and knew them personally, a huge contrast to the Muggle teachers who have no moral qualms teaching in a school system based off of the Prussian model, a system of psychological abuse and political indoctrination. But if Harry thought Dumbledore's testimony of how horrible life can be to people was bad, Mungo's was worse. For the man had been a Catholic priest before becoming a certified healer, and the things people sought spiritual guidance on let alone spoke of in the confession booth, made even Harry's already necrotic blood run cold. He couldn't imagine helping people recover mentally from family deaths, miscarriages, adapting to physical disabilities, or the trauma of killing in war, or causing the accidental deaths of others. Attempting to convince people confessing of heinous crimes to turn themselves into the proper authorities, while also being duty-bound by his oaths to God to keep their secrets was a bit more up his alley. Regardless, the life of an honest priest was another level of social skills Harry couldn't wrap his head around. These were all things he had to advise people on, and that was before he became a healer. Still, while their testimonies were an enormous juxtaposition to one another, the advice these stories imparted on consoling victims and victimizers were similar. Non-threatening posture and body language. Slow, calm, and reassuring speech. Avoiding words with possible accusatory or threatening connotations. But was Harry up to the task? Well, he was about to find out because Bertha had been interviewing and consoling the girls and women in the house while Daedalus did so with the boys and men. Their stories made Harry's rage boil to a white-hot mist, but he had to keep cool for now. His hatred for the sick and twisted population of Death Eaters and Snatchers could wait for later. The opportunity to unleash it upon them would come soon enough. Learning the Creevy brothers had another younger brother came as a slap to the face. To hear that he was the third Muggle-born in the family raised questions as to what was in the water in their mother's hometown. His good humor at learning of the boys' existence vanished as he learned about his injuries and their causes. He'd already written down all of their names and noticed how a lot of them shared surnames with dissidents in Voldemort's regime. June Chong and Eric Creevy being younger siblings to two members of the DA and good friends of his. The little Chinese girl would have started Hogwarts this coming year, and the even littler blonde boy would have started the year after that. There were others. Most were distant or close relatives of dissidents in both Hogwarts and in the country at large. Hostages held as a threat to keep Voldemort's enemies in line and who were punished by proxy when Harry's allies failed to do so. Every kidnappee was made to live chained, malnourished, and without access to hygiene facilities was the means of torture of choice here. Clearly, because it made for the most offensive conditions to photograph the victims in and mail said photos to the real enemies. A few were kept under the Imperius and ordered to make voice recordings saying terrible things, and a few were tortured with the Cruciatus for information. Good evening, everyone. Harry greeted as he entered the dining room. The kitchen of number 12 had never been this crowded before, not even when the entire Weasley clan had stayed over while an order meeting was being hosted there. Hestia was in a wheelchair at one end of the table, barely conscious by the looks of her, with Arabella Figg in the seat next to her. He still hadn't heard the story on how she'd been captured, but her treatment hadn't been as bad as the rest, leading him to believe she was a recent acquisition. He was surprised to discover the large number of adults present. Annabel and Ignatius Finch-Fletchley held tightly to one another. Edward Tonks, who he hadn't known was there until now, sat on a sofa near the back with Charles Abbott, Hannah's widower of a father. Both stared off into space, lost in what were most assuredly dark thoughts. Most surprising of all the adults present was none other than Helen Bulstrode, Millicent's mother, who it turned out was a Muggle. A half-blood in Slytherin? Harry had only heard of one of those before. Then there were the children. Most were siblings or cousins of DA members, but there were a few he had never even heard of, and he could only assume were randoms that the Death Eaters had taken an interest in. Like Jessica Roberts with her younger brother, Michael. There was also an Indian, that not Feather, man who didn't speak a lick of English, and a black girl with hair that looked quite a bit like Hermione's. The former's name rang a bell that he couldn't quite place. The middle he couldn't even assume was a relative of the Patil twins, seeing as there were a billion people from that country. The third simply looked familiar, and he didn't know why. He looked up at the still ruined ceiling and the pile of rubble in one corner. "Creature," he called out. The elderly house elf popped into existence with a pop, making all present, both those familiar and unfamiliar with magic, jump in fright. "Everyone, this is Creature. He is a house elf. If you are familiar with folklore, it essentially means a brownie. He is bound to me. There is another named Dobby." Dobby popped into existence to much less fanfare. Dobby is a free elf. And my friend. He is one of the most kind and caring people I've ever met. And if you need for anything, ask him and he will provide. Harry instructed them. Dobby nodded enthusiastically to every word. Creature, on the other hand, is a grumpy old curmudgeon and probably doesn't like you. Creature nodded even more enthusiastically. But he is also bound to do as I command. And I have commanded him to not harm, insult, or in any way make your existence here uncomfortable. Try to avoid him so that we might all live in peace. Harry asked. Many present nodded in understanding or agreement. Oh, and Creature? Harry asked. Yes, Master. Creature answered. When this room is not occupied, I would like you to begin repairs on the ceiling. Harry implied. Good for you, Master. Creature refused with a smirk. A few of the onlookers chuckled or giggled at the obvious disobedience. Harry turned to them and, with a wink, mouthed the words, he doesn't much like me either. Creature. Begin repairs on the caved-in ceiling and any other damage to the ancient and noble House of Black whenever you are able to do so unseen by our guests. Harry commanded this time. Yes, Master. Creature answered with mirth in his eyes. Harry was sure now that Creature would have actually followed his earlier request without having been directly ordered. He seemed to be putting on a humorous show to try and put these guests at ease. The old house elf was really changing for the better. You are both dismissed. Harry told the two elves, and they vanished without a trace. He sighed and surveyed the room from the doorway. Dumbledore's shade whispered in his ear that doing so may make the poor souls around the table feel trapped, as he was blocking the only exit. Harry saw the logic in that, and so walked calmly over to the sink, where the dirty dishes from the dinner that Mrs. Bulstrode and Mrs. Finch Fletchley had prepared for everyone. He turned on the hot tap and began cleaning by hand one plate at a time. Washing dishes, or doing chores of any kind really, has always been a great coping method of mine. He spoke to the room at large. The monotony of it allows my mind to shut down and be at peace. Unthinking. Other times it lets me think more clearly. He dried off the first plate with a towel and placed it onto the rack before picking up another one. Everyone has their coping methods. I can't tell you what yours might be, or even help you discover them. Harry admitted. The second plate joined the first, and he grabbed a third. In fact, I'm a bit out of my depth even trying to help you all with what you've suffered. But I will try my best. I don't even have the courage to look at you all while I talk, or even the wisdom to know what to say to you. He continued. So, I'm going to cope my way and answer any questions you all may have. Let us all figure things out together. You ask, and I answer. You speak about what ails you, and I will listen, in private or in public. With the third plate done, he moved on to a fourth. His audience was quiet for several whole minutes as Harry worked his way through the dirty dishes. He was putting into practice Dumbledore and Mungo's advice on patience, and it paid off. By the time somebody finally decided to pipe up, he was halfway done with the bowls. So, came the voice of a girl. Harry thought it was the black one he vaguely recognized. Magica. That earned some hearty snorts from most everyone at the table, and Harry himself. Oh yes, magic has existed for a very long time. Harry answered. So long that the people who use it, unsurprisingly called witches and wizards, have formed a separate society away from the non-magical, called Muggles. Harry explained. There are people born to Muggles who have magic, for reasons we simply do not understand, and they are brought into magical society where they won't be a danger to themselves or others. My mother was Muggle-born. I was Muggle-raised. Those uninitiated to the world of magic had to chew on that for a little while. The Finch Fletchleys filled the silence, waxing on about how they found out about their son's talents and were contacted by Hogwarts. Harry tuned them out as they spoke of the beauty of the castle and how they had been welcomed into magical society. But why were we kidnapped? Why did we get brought into all of this? The Jessica girl asked. War. Mrs. Bulstrode answered simply. We were brought in as hostages of a war between wizards. Harry nodded at her answer and kept cleaning. Most all of you are relatives of people who are fighting in this war. My side of the war, as it were. He explained. My friends and allies for the most part, though there are a few of you who seem to have nothing to do with me whatsoever. But, say we believe you. The black girl started. How have we never seen or heard anything about this war? Is it because your world is secret from ours? But then, why will we be brought in? What is the reason for this war? How will it stop? All decent questions. Some of them he didn't have the answer to. One side of the war wants peace. Mrs. Bulstrode said, they want to continue to live peacefully away from Muggles and continue practicing their culture without the poison of modernity, political ideologies, and media. The other believes we should come out of the shadows and practice magic openly. And they're split into two groups. Those who believe we are superior to Muggles and should rule them, and another who believe Muggles are on the brink of ending all life on Earth, which includes us. Harry finished the last cup and turned to listen to Bulstrode's story. The two largest magical communities of Japan were located in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The magical cities of all over Europe were destroyed during the blitz and firestorms of Churchill's fire bombings, and we still haven't recovered. In the utter cruelty and genocide we have witnessed Muggles perform against their own kind. These things, completely disregarding the hedonism in modern music and cinema, are appalling to us of magical stock. And not just witches and wizards, she went on, but other races in hiding from the non-magical world as well. Needless to say, me and my family are in this camp. Nobody had ever expressed these kinds of concerns to Harry before. Were it a matter of discussing which side of the war he would choose based solely on the issues most concerning, he would certainly pick the side of Bulstrode and her stock, were it not for the tactics and cruelty of the allies they chose. But then why are you here? Mrs. Finnegan asked, her Scottish accent even stronger than her son's. Because they threw their lot in with the Dark Lord, and that is never wise. Mr. Tonks explained simply, before remembering that he was speaking to the uninitiated. There are many types of magic, most of it good, most of it wonderful, but the magic you use changes you over time. There are charms which can change the world around you in fantastical and joyous ways, and whose practitioners tend to be all smiles. Transfiguration, which is focused and disciplined, and whose masters are calm and collected. Then there's dark magic. Harry stepped in. Dark magic is violence and decay and meth. All liquefied, stuffed into a syringe, and shot straight into your brain through your eye socket with every use. Harry said succinctly from his brief experience with it. The explanation raised some eyebrows from those more familiar with magic. I've been forced into situations where I've had to resort to it. And I hate it, but I understand why others adore it. Become addicted to it. It is powerful and pulls at you. Begs you to keep using it and makes false promises. And the more you use it, the more it changes you. Mrs. Bulstrode nodded to every word. The same is even true for when it's used on you. And I've been subjected to far more than I've subjected others to. Harry explained before undoing the buttons to his dress shirt. Bearing his wound for all present to see was intimate and more embarrassing than he expected. But if he closed his eyes, he could almost ignore the gasps of his audience. And I've already been killed by it. My body just hasn't fully realized it yet. I haven't got long left in this world. Harry explained as he showed off the withering curse afflicted parts of his body above the waist. But out there is a war that only I can put an end to. The story is long and convoluted, but I'm sure you will be told about it in time. He rebut-toned his shirt and turned back around to the sink. While those present digested his comments, he filled one of the recently cleaned mugs with water and tapped the cup with a finger. It instantly turned hot and began spewing steam. One tea bag later, and he sunk to the floor so as to sit and enjoy his drink. So, one side of this war is ostensibly insane due to addiction to what amounts to an adrenaline rush and amphetamine high, and have lost all sense of justice, reasonable use of force, and humanity in fighting for what they believe in. And we were just caught in the middle of it. Jessica Roberts concluded, and they've even lost sight of why they fight. Mrs. Fletchley amended. But then what are we supposed to do? The black girl pleaded. I can't even fight the old-fashioned way. What can I do about any of this? Dumbledore's shade butted in. Your Miss Date is on the brink of a panic attack. She needs to know that she is stronger than she thinks she is, and that there is a way out for her. He told her. Harry felt the light bulb go off in his head at the comment, and he now recognized the girl from the coffee shop almost 2 years ago. The one he had asked out and promptly ditched for a date with Dumbledore, recruiting Slughorn instead. The implication that Voldemort's men had been watching his interactions with such scrutiny that they even knew of her was bad enough. That they were desperate enough to track down every person he so much as had a conversation with to try and track him down was downright terrifying. You don't have to fight at all. Not by knife, gun, nor bare hand. If you want to fight at all, you can do it by simply helping those who do. A home-cooked meal, a listening ear, a clean home. These things win wars. But I don't think you want to fight at all. Do you, miss? He asked her. The pretty black girl shook her head. You want out of this war? Out of this world? He asked. She nodded. There are two ways I can help you with that. I can offer you a swift and painless death. The adults erupted into outrage at the suggestion. Diggle's exclamation of Mr. Potter was even louder than Dumbledore's Harry, but even they were drowned out by the crying of little June Chong and the littler Eric Creevy. He waited for them to tire themselves out as his once would-be date cowered in on herself. May I finish? He asked rhetorically to the room of glares. I can offer you a swift and painless death, or I can offer you obliviation. He told her. When the young woman seemed confused, he elaborated. The complete removal or destruction of all memories you have of your time in the wizarding world. You are experienced with the memory charm? Hestia prodded skeptically. No, but I hear you are. If I do it, she will be reduced to a vegetative state, which is also an option should she take it. He told them. More grumbling and glares from the adults ensued, but Harry only had eyes for the girl as she stared off into space. In lieu of a conclusion, she seems to come upon another question and raised her hand tentatively into the air. A hand whose fingers, Harry noticed, were far too thin from malnutrition. Yes, ma'am, Harry prompted. But if my memories are taken away, wouldn't that leave me vulnerable to being captured again? She asked. Just because I forget the wizarding world doesn't mean it won't remember me. Harry nodded. Quite right. Not that knowing of it would allow you to make much better of an attempt at protecting yourself. Harry explained, which is why I'm not offering to release you back into the wild with your memories intact. All it will do is cause you unnecessary suffering, for you will always be looking over your shoulder expecting to be spirited away yet again. And I won't do that to you. Of all the people to pipe up, it was Eric Creevy. Harry couldn't even hide his surprise at the tiny boy's high-pitched squeak of a voice, and actually jumped slightly. Can't you just remove the memories of the bad stuff? He pleaded, glancing briefly at the Asian girl across from him before shuddering. Those unfamiliar with the wizarding world all looked to him with hope in their eyes. It broke his heart to shatter that hope. Hestia, do you want to take a swing at this one? Harry prompted the still, unrecovered woman. She sighed heavily, but nodded all the same. I can do that, but that would be more harmful than leaving those memories where they are. Because while you won't remember what happened up here, she tapped herself on the forehead. You will still remember it here and here. She tapped herself on the back of the head above her neck, and then her heart. Your body and subconscious will remember. Mr. Tonks added in, and you will experience symptoms of the psychological trauma for the rest of your life, seemingly with no cause. And the worst part is, Hestia added, you will never be able to heal those psychological wounds because you will be unable to identify where you got them. Hestia finished. So no, I won't be doing that. Everybody sobered up at that. Even Harry wouldn't have explained that one in such detail. And those two had the gall to get uppity with him, over offering the quick way out. Even if it would work, none of us could go through with it. A new voice said from the doorway. Dudley entered with the gait of the undead, eyes sunken and red, no doubt from tears for his mother and insomnia due to the horrors he had seen. How could we? He went on, his voice barely recognizable. If the option were there, who among us would actually take the chance to go back to a normal life after what we have seen, let alone experienced? We can't walk away now that we've seen the face of evil. Hestia tried to place a comforting hand on his arm to calm him down, but he flinched away from it. Now that I've seen what kind of terrible things people are capable of, what kind of evil I'm capable of, there is no going back. I will never know peace, not in life and not in my soul, so long as there exists such evil in the world. I will spend the rest of my life hunting down every motherfucker wizard, or muggle, he spat the word out, who would commit the crimes they did against me against anybody else. Dudley looked Harry straight in the eye, and Harry didn't recognize the person behind the irises. And the best place to do that is by your side, Dudley told him. At the conclusion of Dudley's speech, silence reigned supreme. Harry took the time to glance at the faces of those gathered. Some, like Edward Tonks, held determination. Others, like Jessica Roberts, held open rage and hate. Most had fear. The children had naught but tears and sobs. "I will make the offer one last time," said Harry. "Who here would like to take one of the doors out and escape the hell of war that awaits you if you remain with me?" Not a single person took him up on his offer. "To war, then," he concluded. "Want your story written? I take commissions now. You can pay me to write your fanfiction or original works. My prices are as follows. $25 per 1,000 words of fanfiction, with some wiggle room. I don't pad my work. You also get to video chat with me as I type the first chapter. $25 per 500 words for original works, so anything that is not fanfiction. I also charge $25 per 500 words for smut or fetish materials. Price is subject to change in the future. Check with me. Become a patron. NonsensicalRants. You can also still become a patron for $1 to get access to future chapters 2 weeks early and vote on which stories I update next. 8. The second wave of recruits. Chapter 8. The second wave of recruits. Piers Pokies was the one driving everybody back to their respective homes. He wanted to be shocked that none of their relatives wanted to attend the service for the Dursleys. But to be fair, his own parents had been pretty blatant in their disapproval of his friendship with Dudley. The child of that nasty couple, as they called him. But it still stung. It stung that his own parents didn't trust in his ability to choose good friends. Yet here his friends were, scrounging up what little loose change they had to rent nice clothes for a change, after spending what little savings they had from their summer jobs to get the bodies brought back to Surrey and buried in Sin Cemetery. They only surrendered Vernon's, with petunias still in cold, hard storage for the investigation. It had been a small, short, and quiet ceremony. It was only them and a few employees from Grunnings, where Mr. Dursley worked. Marge Dursley was there too, and her atrocious bulldog was quiet and well behaved for once. But it struck Piers as odd that they had no additional extended family. This was the first time him, Dennis, Malcolm, and Gordon started to suspect that their parents were right. There was something wrong with that family. The manner of their deaths, how brutal they were, should have been the first clue. It was a closed casket, after all. And the wanted posters for Big D's delinquent cousin should have been the second. The authorities were being tight-lipped on the fate of their friend. They wouldn't even confirm or deny if he was dead, or if they had his mangled body in some investigation morgue. The missing persons report on the news for the boxing prodigy hinted at kidnapping, but Piers couldn't see Potter having the balls to kidnap anybody, let alone murder his only living family. But if he was honest with himself, as he'd recently started to be, there was plenty of reason for that scrawny guy to snap like that. The way they'd treated him. He hadn't thought it odd when he was younger, and he only recently recalled the fact, but they had kept him in a cupboard. A fucking cupboard. It was weird, actually. Their parents had all known too, but hadn't seemed to register the information or be appalled by it until after the Dursleys had moved away, as if some force was preventing them from recognizing the evil in that house. The evil in number 4, Privet Drive. "Hey guys, I just came up with the title," Piers announced to the car. "Title for what?" Gordon asked from behind them. "The title for the book. They're going to write about all of this after the investigation is done," he said. "Once they catch Potter, and we learn about the real extent of the abuse and the real details about his revenge." They shared an awkward silence for a moment. All of them were still trying to come to grips about the reality of the terrible things they'd turned a blind eye to. "Harry Potter," Malcolm said from his left in the passenger seat. "That's a rather terrible name for a book, don't you think?" Piers asked. "No dash," Malcolm choked out, pointing to something in front of them. "Potter." Piers turned back to the empty street to find a dark figure, clad in robes, standing in the middle of the road and directly in their path. His first instinct was to hit the brake, but the deadly posture and eerie green eyes staring directly at them with such hate told him to floor it instead. And he did. He switched gears and left the speed limit far behind as he made to reduce this murderer to a red stain. He couldn't hear what the others were screaming at him over the ringing in his ears and the blood pounding in his skull. His whole world was nothing but a pinpoint focus on the monster standing in their path. They were mere meters away from ramming him when Potter raised a stick, of all things, to defend himself. He waved the stick and time slowed literally. His car continued on its path as if driving through thick gelatin. But the slowdown didn't come with the jerk of momentum one would expect. So too had they slowed down within the car, as he was unable to move his hands or feet. His mind, on the other hand, continued to work at normal speed, as did Potter. The raven-haired murderer walked out of the path of the car and to the side with the calmness of somebody crossing a train track with hours of spare time before the crossing would become perilous. Piers followed his movement as he slowly, oh so very slowly, turned his head to match Potter's pace. As he turned, he discovered that Malcolm and Dennis were similarly slowed down, and presumably Gordon was as well. They all made eye contact with their would-be hit-and-run victim before he waved merrily to them and made a slashing motion with his stick. Suddenly time returned to normal, and they were once again hurtling down the street at thrice the speed limit. Piers slammed on the brakes, and they skidded out of control on the wet pavement of the stereotypically sprinkly London day. It took some quick handwork to turn the wheel and control his drift to avoid hydroplaning into somebody's living room. But he somehow pulled it off, slowing the vehicle enough that the street lamp they slammed into only shattered the windshield and dented the grille. Then there was lightning, or at least a lot of electric bolts peppering the vehicle. Good thing tires are made of insulators and grounded them, or else that probably would have hurt. Piers glanced into the rearview mirror to see Potter shooting the lighting out from the top of his stick. He was slightly distracted by how odd it was that he was already upon them when it was almost 50 meters up the road that they had passed him. Malcolm recovered first. He flung the door open and charged out with the baseball bat, which he somehow managed to dig out from under the seat during all the preceding chaos, and charged at Potter. Piers watched in the mirror as he charged at the supernatural psychopath capable of slowing time and summoning elemental fury with a stick intent on bludgeoning him with a wooden baseball bat. Predictably, it didn't end well for Piers' friend, as Potter simply waved his stick yet again and the bat flew out of Malcolm's hands as if suddenly coated with slick oil. Potter caught the bat with his left hand and, using a one-handed upward swing, cracked it right into Malcolm's jaw. It made a sound similar to hitting a home run and breaking a boulder with a pickaxe, and Malcolm was down for the count. Piers looked to the back seat for support from Dennis or Gordon. The former was frozen. The latter exited the vehicle to take up Malcolm's goal of beating Potter to death. This time with a crowbar, he must have scrounged from the floor. Potter, wielding the bat like a saber, taunted Gordon to come at him. He did so, and Potter disarmed him with the ease of a master fencer dueling a novice. Clearly, Gordon didn't warrant his unnatural powers because Potter dealt with him by way of a pathetic bonk on the head using the pommel of the bat. Piers made himself useful while this all happened by fumbling under the driver's seat for his gun case. Keeping watch of Potter as he swiftly dealt with Gordon, he blindly felt around for the latch and relieved the container of its pistol and magazine. By the time he combined the two, pulled back the slide, chambered around, and flipped the safety, Gordon was already out of the picture. Piers kicked the door open and, using the entire car for cover, pointed the pistol over the hood of his car, aimed one right between Potter's eyes and made to squeeze. "Drop it!" A girl who appeared out of thin air with a shotgun pressed to his cheek ordered. A disembodied hand snatched the pistol from Piers' grip, and the body it was attached to entered reality from whatever hole in space the girl had come out of. Dudley turned the safety back on, unchambered the round, removed the cartridge, placed the round back inside the cartridge, and pocketed his pistol. Piers' brain must have been in shock from all the madness of that day, because the sight of Dudley alive and well didn't even register as more people popped into existence, these ones making the sound of snapping branches as they did so. 3 of them were dressed in robes more suited to a Renaissance fair than the modern London street. "You know," the girl with a shotgun said, "for a bunch recommended by the great Dudley Dursley, you're all rather pathetic." Piers did manage to register the insult. "Disappointing?" Potter said as he circled around and motioned for the girl to lower her weapon, which she did. "How do you figure that, Jessica?" Jessica scoffed. "You're telling me that little display impressed you?" she demanded. As a matter of fact, yes, it did, said Potter. Malcolm charged without a second thought, the heart of a warrior. Gordon backed him up before he even hit the ground. So great is his loyalty. And Piers? He thought things through and remained calm, carefully considering his actions. All performed better than I expected from my past experiences with them. Jessica glowered at him before pointing to Dennis, who was still in the back seat, glances confusedly between the people surrounding them. Fear given way to bottomless confusion. And what about him? Freezing in a crisis. She criticized. Most people do exactly that the first time they encounter a life-threatening danger. Potter explained. I certainly did, and unlike their first encounter with an apparent threat to their lives, just now I could have actually died then. And what exactly was your first encounter with a deadly scenario? Dudley asked with a smirk, surreptitiously placing a calming hand on Pierre's shoulder. A giant three-headed dog named Fluffy. Potter explained. But with training and experience, the freezing response to danger can be overcome. And I'm sure in time we will see Dennis prove himself like the rest. You shouldn't discount them, Jessica. You haven't been put to the test yet. Your performance today notwithstanding. Something about hearing mention of a giant three-headed dog brought Piers back to reality and the sheer bizarreness of the situation. What? Piers yelled. The hell is going on? Magic. Dudley answered with a bored tone. Magic. Piers asked. Magic. Jessica confirmed. Magic. Dennis reiterated Piers' question. Magic. Potter reconfirmed. He waved his stick in a complicated motion at his car, and, instead of causing greater destruction, caused the shattered pieces of his windshield to piece back together. The spiderweb of cracks melted back together into a solid piece once more. Didn't fix the grill, though. I'm a wizard, Piers. Dennis. Harry informed them. He then motioned to the others who appeared with cracks. As are they. There is an entire world of magical beings sat beside the one you've lived in your entire life. And we are at war. I have come here today to offer you the chance to join in it. But we have much to explain before you can make an informed decision. Potter snapped his fingers and pointed to the two unconscious teenagers. A pair of men, wizards, disappeared from where they stood and reappeared with a loud crack beside Malcolm and Gordon. One was middle-aged with mouse-brown hair, and the other was elderly with a nearly bald head. Both had kindly faces, but the posture of fighters. This is Edward Tonks and Daedalus Diggle. Good men. They can teleport your friends to the place where we will be meeting and nurse their injuries. We will meet them there shortly. Edward and Daedalus knelt down beside Malcolm and Gordon respectively, propping the unconscious friends against their shoulders and twisted out of existence with another loud crack. So far, Piers was definitely leaning towards believing them about the whole magic thing. Potter nodded to a silvery fabric on the ground, and Jessica picked it up, folding it haphazardly and stuffing it into her shirt. Piers suspected the cloak was in some way magical as well. You're free to refuse my offer after we've discussed it over a meal with everyone else. Potter explained as he walked across the street to a parked motorcycle that Piers hadn't noticed earlier. If you would kindly follow us. He took the driver's seat and kick-started the bike. Dudley took his own place in the sidecar as Jessica mounted just behind Potter, wrapping her arms around him. Somehow the gesture didn't look at all intimate between the two, whereas it would with any other couple. Piers shared a look with Dennis through the car window, before mirroring a shrug. They didn't speak at all during the drive as they followed the conspicuous motorcycle. All Piers could think about was what kind of strangeness awaited them. Harry sat patiently as he listened to Mrs. Bulstrode explain the basics of the magical world to the latest recruits. Hestia had already stitched up Gordon and Malcolm's head trauma, and Dobby had procured some biscuits and tea. The long discussion started with Dudley explaining what had actually befallen his parents. The revelation of vampires also existing led to them listing all of the mythical creatures that were, in fact, not so mythical. They eventually settled on working from the assumption that all of them were real and being pleasantly surprised to discover which ones aren't later. After all that, they finally got to the meat of the matter. So, there's some psycho who wants to kill off us muggles? Dennis clarified. Muggles. Yes, but not necessarily all of you. He's big on slavery too. Mrs. Bulstrode said. And magic? What can magic do beyond what we've already seen? Piers asked. Bulstrode considered her response for a few moments before giving it. It would be quicker to explain the things magic can't do. She said, magic cannot create life, only a facsimile, nor can it bring back the dead. Creating genuine love is also impossible, despite the many love potions that do come close, and there is absolutely no way to impart knowledge or skills through magic. Magic defies any attempt to take shortcuts to greatness. Furthermore, time travel and immortality are considered only quasi-possible. All methods for coming close to achieving any of these things are hugely complicated workarounds that more serve to make people think they've traveled through time or fallen in love, but don't actually. Harry held his tongue. They didn't need to know that the creation of life and reversal of death were, indeed, possible. He would have preferred to remain ignorant as to the invalidity of those limits to magic and hoped to remain oblivious to any methods of breaking those other ones she listed. The part on time travel was particularly interesting, and he made a mental note to ask Dumbledore what the time turner actually did if it wasn't truly taking a person backwards in time. So, we're talking Wizard of Oz witches and wizards, not King Diamond ones? Gordon clarified. Before either of them could answer, Malcolm interrupted. Motair. He screamed in what Harry could only categorize as a hair metal voice. It was loud and high-pitched enough to make Harry practically jump out of his skin. The others applauded their friend, complimenting what must have been an impression of whoever this King of Diamonds was. Harry waited politely for them to finish before moving the conversation along. You will need to learn how to fight against magic without magic of your own, he said, which may sound difficult with your experience against me today, but simply knowing what spells do will be half the battle. The other half is ducking and dodging. You have good instincts and some training as fighters and gunmen. Who's going to train us? Asked Malcolm. You. No. We will all have to teach ourselves as we go. The library here is extensive. There are journals from many past warriors, muggle and wizard alike, and stories of wars where we fought each other in the past. Training manuals too. I even have one from a Mad-Eye Moody. Harry explained. I will help guide you in training yourselves, though I expect Dudley will be doing most of the heavy lifting in training you. He was lying, of course. He had no such journals or training manuals. But what he did have was a supernatural object capable of summoning the souls of Alexander the Great, Miyamoto Musashi, Genghis Khan, King Leonidas of Sparta, Sun Tzu, and all of the great generals of World Wars I and II. If the language barrier could be overcome, they would certainly be able to butt heads and come up with a training regimen and battle strategies. And for an encore, he could summon Elizabeth Short and all of Old Jack's ripping victims and ask who their killers were, just for fun. More likely, he would just summon generals and warriors from the magical and muggle sides of the two world wars and work from there. Ron could pose as the pizza boy and write down what they tell him. He loves that kind of stuff. Military strategy, coming up with training regiments like he had with the DA. For now, rest and read. Learn about all of the most common spells. Hestia will be more than happy to demonstrate each for you. I have more recruits to gather, witches, wizards, and their families who have tried to flee but can't. Harry explained. We had a railroad of sorts trafficking those of Muggle birth or otherwise considered undesirable by his regime, but the routes have been closed off by foreign governments trying in vain to localize this crisis to the UK. My people have been working on contacting them for the past week so that we might bring them into the fight. I believe Charles had a breakthrough on that recently, come to think of it. Hestia told him, you should go speak to him next. I'll sort this bunch out. Harry gave Hestia a grateful nod and left the room. He heard Dudley begin an explanation of the standard book of spells before the door clicked shut. He turned and came face to face with a curious Edward Tonks. Did I hear somebody playing King Diamond? Asked Tonks. Harry actually got his first laugh in a while from that, but shook his head in disapproval all the same as he pushed past Edward to go find Mr. Abbott. He ought to be in the study with the telephone, with Miss Chong and Mr. Creevy as self-imposed assistants. His private desk had been coated in mountains of notes as he worked his way through contacts to track down the railroad. 5 more Muggle soldiers with some experience fighting and training in firearms was a good start, but only a start. He needed wands. He needed a lot of wands. And he needed people desperate enough, angry enough, and well-trained enough to kill with them. The war was going hot now. No more hiding in the shadows, scraping away at Voldemort's immortality. It was time to fight. It was time to destroy. It was time to kill. And unlike his previous mission, he needed more than his two best friends for this one. Want your story written? I take commissions now. You can pay me to write your fanfiction or original works. My prices are as follows. $25 per 1,000 words of fanfiction, with some wiggle room. I don't pad my work. You also get to video chat with me as I type the first chapter. $25 per 500 words for original works, so anything that is not fanfiction. I also charge $25 per 500 words for smut or fetish materials. Prices subject to change in the future. Check with me. Become a patron. NonsensicalRants. You can also still become a patron for $1 to get access to future chapters 2 weeks early and vote on which stories I update next. 9. More aggressive recruiting. Chapter 9. More aggressive recruiting. For 2 weeks now, Dudley and his friends had been living in the ancient and noble House of Black. For 2 weeks, they had been immersed in this world they did not belong in, along with the other Muggles and Muggleborns that had been kept prisoner there before the arrival of his gang. They had spent these 2 weeks wisely, training, studying, and all around being a family, or at least something that resembled one, broken people huddling in the darkness and being human together, doing as humans can't help but do. Dudley, as usual, took charge of his crew and did his best to bring them up to speed, telling them all he had read about the spells, creatures, and objects they might come up against. Of course, he couldn't have managed this without his little helpers, Eric Creevy and June Chong, who reveled in getting to contradict his misconceptions with the willing demonstrations of the wheelchair-bound Hestia, whenever she was conscious enough to do so. The other wizards and witches of the house came and went with such irregularity that they barely had the chance to really get to know them. Theodore Tonks, Daedalus Diggle, and Helen Bulstrode especially were rare to see in person, what with Harry sending them on missions that they were not privy to. But there was never a shortage of adult wizards passing through. Several red-haired men, Arthur, Bill, Fred, George, and Charlie, would sprint through the place on occasion performing tasks for Harry. They all seemed to be related. There were others too. A black man with a voice so deep it made his ears orgasm, an elderly wand-maker, an albino man who apparently ran a magazine, some smuggler named Dung, and a woman who reminded Dudley strongly of that crazy cat lady down the street from number 4. One time a beautiful blonde French woman visited with the bill fellow, and her mere presence knocked Dudley unconscious. Literally, when he regained consciousness, Hestia told him he had a PTSD attack of some kind. Dudley didn't say so, but the reason for it was because the French woman's magic reminded him so horribly of his run-in with those Dementors. He was sure she was a lovely person, but he made a mental note to tell Harry that he needed to not be near her. Speaking of Harry, he kept himself locked up in the basement or blocked off study with that pizza boy. Something about the guy set Dudley's teeth on edge. Every time Dudley saw him, he was like a different person. Sometimes friendly, oftentimes not. Sometimes feminine, feminine, from the way he walked to the way he smiled. The one consistent was that he always seemed much older than he appeared. Harry's command to stay out of the pizza boy's way and not interact with him was one none of them had any complaints about following. And so they passed the time training for war. Training to fight magic. This training mostly took the form of dodging bright lights cast by either Hestia or the 2 house elves. That was most all they could do against a wizard, not get hit. Spells were slower than bullets, but in the case of most also much surer to kill you. Blood freezers and organ exploders and fire, oh my. Of course, none of the spells cast were truly harmful. Mostly spells that paralyzed them or knocked them unconscious, or otherwise debilitated them by locking their legs up or robbing them of their senses. One, the Confundus, simply made them feel inconceivably drunk, and Dudley was proud to have developed an immunity to it through practice. Only for Harry to come out of hiding to cast a spell called the Imperious on them. One Dudley knew well and feared above all others. Unforgivable. Harry explained. That is the title given to 3 spells. The Killing Curse, the Cruciatus Curse, and the Imperious Curse. One kills, One causes pain akin to crucifixion, and one gives the caster complete control over the actions of their victim. Only the last one can be fought off. The other two must be avoided at all costs. He then joined Hestia, Dobby, and Creature in casting spells at them. It was a chance to work on his casting speed, he had said. Dennis and Gordon would later whinge about how much of a carrot his cousin was. Piers would admit it was justice for their past treatment of him. Malcolm admitted to liking his methods. This might be what we need to stay alive. Malcolm had said. It's also kind of fun in a way. It was with great reluctance that Harry decided to bring Dudley and his gang downstairs to see his work. He had spent every waking hour learning from Peter and Regulus, with the occasional input from other long-dead loved ones. And the result of one project had already borne fruit in those 2 weeks of training. I present to you a complete set of the Regulus revolver. Regulus announced to the teenagers from the Pizza Boy's body. They had debated on whether or not to release him from the Imperius and get a new, temporary victim for the souls of the Resurrection Stone Depossees. But between the increased danger of revealing themselves by kidnapping new people every day and the fact that the man himself had a rather checkered past, they decided to keep him for now, until they could capture a particularly weak Death Eater. It became a moot point when Harry tried to release the Imperius curse only to find that using a person as a vessel for the shades of the dead while subjecting them to lengthy Imperius exposure had irreversible damage to their mind. He was gone. The man was a vegetable now. Those are shotguns. Gordon corrected. They're also rifles and revolvers. Regulus explained, picking one up. Through magic it is possible to alter the length and width of the barrel to allow different caliber rounds. He demonstrated pulling a lever on the side that made the barrel lengthen and become thinner until it landed on the divot indicated. 5.56 rounds. You have to change the magazine to the corresponding caliber, but I'm working on creating one that can hold multiple enchanted spaces filled with every type of bullet. Regulus went on. It's tough work. Spatial expansion was never my strong suit. He handed one of the 6 to Dudley. It still has the cylinder for making it cast different spells? Dudley asks. It casts spells? Piers asked. Well, it stores spells which can be fired later, but yes. Regulus answered. 6 of them. Fireball, Thunderclap, Blizzard, Typhoon, Acid, and Dousing. Typhoon and Dousing are the only completely non-lethal ones. They can both knock a room full of people on their ass and could be useful in a whole host of situations. But they need to be charged ahead of time by a wizard. Dudley nodded his head. How many charges does it hold? He asked. 1 each. Regulus said solemnly. That's the next improvement I plan to work on after solving the ammunition issue. But I think this will do for the Mark I. A chorus of agreements answered his claim as he passed out the thankfully unloaded and uncharged Regulus revolvers Mark I. Regulus demonstrated how to field strip them, clean them, and put them back together. He even nerded out a little on the glyphs powering the spell charges, which Piers in particular seemed to actually understand. Harry had no understanding of runes or arithmancy, so any attempts at learning from Regulus were doomed to failure. Hence his studies under Peter. I would like to make a modification to mine, if you're free to talk sometime. Dudley told Regulus. We still have a whole week before we spring Harry's plan, so it shouldn't be a problem. Regulus told him. But first get the hang of the regular model. Then we'll talk. Have Diggle escort you to the training room down the hall, so that you might master these new weapons. Harry instructed. Dudley stayed behind to talk to him alone. Noticing this, Harry dismissed Regulus and prompted his cousin to come out with it. A few days ago, a blonde woman visited this house. Dudley started. That would be Fleur. Harry told him. I'm sorry to tell you she's married. And you never had a chance anyways. Dudley shuddered, piquing Harry's curiosity. That is the exact opposite of where I planned on this conversation going, said Dudley. I need you to keep her away from me. Harry raised an eyebrow. I realize she can be a little off-putting and potentially rude, but I would like to think that if you two had a confrontation, both or either of you would have come to me with it by now. Harry said, genuinely hurt. We never even spoke. Dudley admitted. But even being near her, it made me feel horrible, like Dementors do. Harry blinked at his cousin. That was peculiar. Vila ought to make men feel nice things, wonderful things. But looking back, he himself had an abnormal reaction to the Vila at the Quidditch World Cup, as if his own magic utterly rejected their influence, and it had certainly been uncomfortable. Thinking back to the tournament, he remembered finding Fleur off-putting and not being able to identify why. At that time, he had attributed it to her haughtiness. But now, maybe Dudley was onto something. After a year surrounded by Dementors and suffering such strong reactions to them, perhaps it built some kind of immune response, like an allergic reaction. It had been milder for Harry, due to him having more time to adapt and training to fight Dementors in particular. But he had to remind himself that Dudley was Muggle and, despite his size and strength, vulnerable to all things magic. Perhaps his past vulnerability to Dementors and other magical auras was actually an inherited trait? If so, it would have been from his mother's side. It made sense. Dudley went catatonic when he first encountered Dementors. The only other person Harry had ever heard of that happening to was himself. I'll talk to her. But you should know, the day may come where you may have to fight side by side. Harry told Dudley. And I think you two would get along if you could overcome this reaction you have to her Vila powers. Ask Hestia, and in time I will need you to try and adapt to her proximity. Dudley nodded his understanding and nodded again when Harry motioned to dismiss him. No sooner did the door out of the basement close than did Regulus return. He left the pizza boy's body unprompted. With a twist of his ring, Harry dismissed the Black Soul and summoned that of Peter Pettigrew to take over the comatose young man. Harry, Wormtail greeted. Peter, Harry answered. How much time have I been beyond? Peter asked. Not long. A few minutes maybe. Are you ready to continue our project? Harry prompted. He pulled aside the separators, hiding the sectioned-off area where Draco's corpse lay splayed across a table. Before the table were several potions Peter had been working on and trying to teach Harry the details of. Draco's shade stood beside the body and gave Harry a tired nod, which he reciprocated. Harry removed the sheet covering Draco's body to examine the state of the runic arrays carved into his dead flesh. None had healed over, as Peter feared they might now that he'd gotten his project far enough along that Draco's heart had begun beating again, and warm blood once more flowed through his veins. How long until I live again? Draco asked. You can live again now if you want to take over this nearly vegetative body. Peter answered as he looked over his cauldrons. I will not lower myself to possessing the body of a literally brain-dead muggle, or squib for that matter. Draco shot back. Well, I should warn you that your old body will possibly be incapable of magic. It's all I can do to make it technically alive enough for Harry to cast the Imperius on it, allowing you to possess it. Peter shared. Both Harry and Draco frowned at the news. He had failed to mention that tidbit before. Then again, you might. This is all entirely new areas of necromancy never truly attempted before. Peter rambled on. It's not even technically resurrection. It's resuscitation. Super resuscitation. Resuscitation of a weeks-old corpse. Tough, but definitely possible. Especially with your foresight to try and preserve the body under preservation charms and a fridge. Harry nodded. He hadn't been able to recover Hermione's corpse before they escaped Malfoy Manor, and would never dream of recovering Ronald from his grave at Shell Cottage. Not that it would do any good at this point, but it would have been nice to have Peter super resuscitate them instead of only having them by his side in shade forms. I noticed you failed to answer the question. Harry prompted. Draco should be able to repossess his deeply scarred and disfigured body in time for your assault. Peter finally answered, but I strongly recommend having him under painkillers to start, as it will take some time for him to heal from the surgeries. Well, dissections. And I'm sure if you re-summon Mungo, he'd advise bed rest. Unfortunately, they didn't have time for bed rest. The plan required Draco alive, or at least alive-ish. He needed a major victory, and so did his followers. Taking back Grimmauld Place was a nice start, but not a rallying war cry to let loose the dogs of war in the chests of every silent supporter and disillusioned order member. What few remained. You take quite well to necromancy. Peter continued. You've advanced marvelously in the short amount of time you've been my helper. You have a talent for death, as it were, a closeness and instinctual feeling for it. With proper training, you could surpass me in a few short years. You could retreat and go into hiding on the continent, build a proper army of the undead, and surpass my former master quickly. And build a formidable contingent of wizards and other warm bodies to complement you. Harry shook his head. It requires a great deal of arithmancy and runes, neither of which I studied, and would take additional yeas to catch me up on. He countered. I also don't have the disposition, the patience to brew or carve up bodies, even if we had that kind of time. But we don't have years. We have weeks and months at best. Even so, will we have enough wands and guns on hand for what you have planned? Draco's shade asked. Nearly. I have one more set of recruiting to do before I feel completely comfortable with pulling this off. And they too will need to be brought up to speed. Harry explained. Just then Hermione and Ron's shades came downstairs through the ceiling. And I do believe Arthur has just found them. Bring him down, Regulus. Harry ordered. Albert Runcorn sat huddled beside Mafalda Hopkirk in the damp cottage near the cliff. It was a meeting place for refugees and their families trying to flee into France. Or in his and Mafalda's case, alone. While they were surrounded by dozens of intact or nearly intact families. Yet she and he clung to each other as their only life supports. While they were both married, these weeks on the run together, being turned away and nearly turned in by everyone they once loved, they had grown close in a way that he could never have imagined being with another woman besides his wife. A wife that had tried to murder him after his apparent betrayal of the Thickness administration. He held her close as he watched the other people. It was a word he still had trouble attributing to these half-bloods, unless that now kept him company. Mafalda had warmed him up to them somewhat, and he found himself quite liking the good humor and upbeat moods of the children. He still felt vile at how their parents chose to remain as ignorant as said children in regard to their ways. It was a way of living that had led to such animosity, contention, and societal decohesion that a monster like Voldemort could take charge. He blamed them, and that would never change. But he didn't hate them, didn't think of them as subhuman. In his heart of hearts, he never had, and so here he was, holed up with people he himself had investigated and found guilty of defrauding entire family trees. But unlike him, they were here with the entirety of their social circle, from the Cresswell clan to the whole Cattermole family. Reginald, Mary, Alfred, Ellie, Maisie, and Marie's parents, whose names he never learned. He and Mafalda had been tied to them at the hips ever since Harry Potter and his jolly band kidnapped and impersonated them. And thus, his life had become hell, but no more hell than he had knowingly made theirs. Perhaps that was why he gritted his teeth and suffered these conditions with an honest smile on his face. Soon enough, they would be in Spain, and he would get a job, possibly as a muggle fisherman. He and Mafalda could start anew. A new life, a new home, maybe even start a new family. It was a fantasy, and definitely jumping the shark, but it was the kind of nice fantasy that helped him sleep better at night. Gong! The wards rang out their warning. A warning that had up until this point heralded food and supplies brought in by allies of the ferryman. But it was a warning that Albert always took as a sign to prepare for a fight. And so his wand was in his hand despite Mafalda laughing into his chest at his paranoia. For once his paranoia proved true, as the thing following behind the ferryman wasn't the good-natured Arthur Weasley or chain-smoking Mundungus Fletcher, but a hooded man whose magic and demeanor almost made him think Voldemort himself had visited them. Were it not for how short the hooded figure was, he would have turned the wand on Mafalda, then himself, instead of allowing themselves to be personally captured by the Dark Lord. As it was, he merely pointed his wand at the newcomer, green light already sparking from the tip. He wasn't the only one. "Now everybody just calm down," said the ferryman. "You sold us out," screamed a man from across the room. He did no such thing, the hooded figure said calmly. The voice was that of a young man, barely an adult, if not still in Hogwarts. And when he lowered his head covering, they found out why. The hushed whispers of surprise met the sight of his face as everybody lowered their wands. "Harry Potter!" screamed Mary, who left her husband, parents, and children in order to run up to the dark lad. He was visibly taken aback by her embrace and blinked away his confusion as he examined the woman's face. Recognition dawned soon enough. I had hoped you and your family might have escaped Britain by now, Mrs. Cottermole. But it is still good to see you alive after my friends, and I went through so much trouble to save you from the toad," Harry Potter said to the woman. He raked the crowd with the eyes, looking for anybody he might recognize. His gaze stopped on Albert and Mafalda, but he did nothing further to indicate recognition before moving on. "I come with news and my story, if you will permit me to tell it," he offered, and, when his answer was a chorus of agreements, took a seat. He pulled out long length of rope, a portkey, and waved an arm around the room before continuing. "For the last year, I have fought alone, with only my two best friends to help me," he began. "Ah, the good kisser," Mr. Cottermole joked, looking at his wife, who blushed furiously at the jest. Harry Potter laughed, a genuine, heartfelt laugh. While the joke was lost on them, the happiness in his voice filled them all up. "As if by magic. I'm glad to know you aren't angry at Ronald or smooching your wife. But yes, and for years before that they were the majority of my aid, with very little else. And it was through our sacrifices that most of you yet live. Do you all know what that means?" Albert closed his eyes and suppressed a groan. He didn't know what that meant, and the confusion of his companions told him that, as with the rest of his culture, the concept of life debts was lost on them. "It means your lives belong to me, and I'm here to collect," he told them, and like that the tone shifted inexorably from the curious, even joyous mood Harry Potter himself had set to one of anticipation, as if the crucible were about to come down and behead them all. And like that, all wands were drawn again, though not yet pointed at the threatening young man. "You're here to kill us?" A young girl, no older than 14, whispered in fright. "No, you ignorant Mujina." Albert stopped himself mid-sentence with a deep breath. "It means he is here to recruit us, to call on the life debts most of you owe him." "Correct," Harry Potter confirmed. "The time for a proper war has come. I have prepared. I have learned great things. Terrible, but great things. And with this knowledge, I am equipped to fight him. And win. Now he thinks I am dead and you all leaderless, leaving him vulnerable to unexpected attacks. I can do it alone, or with you. But I would rather do it with you all. If you don't need us, then why recruit us?" Mrs. Cresswell dared to ask. "Because it will be a longer and much more painful war, both for myself and others, if I don't have a proper army," Harry Potter answered. "And I have suffered alone enough. Is it not time that some of you adults pitched in?" Most of the crowd broke off into their own whispered conversations at the news. "And what if we refuse?" Albert asked the unasked questions. "Then I leave you here to continue fleeing the Snatchers and Death Eaters for the rest of your lives," he said. "And what of after the war?" he asked. Harry Potter tilted his head, as if confused by the question. "I know you remember me, just as you remember the Cottermoles," Albert said. "If they neglect their debts and flee, you will remember them, and their betrayal. When the war is over, and you win, you will still remember us all. But will you come for us?" He didn't understand why the question came for him. Something about the Chosen One's aura warned him of imminent death. It screamed, "Fuck with me and die," and warned of swift justice for all who did wrong. "I don't know. But the short answer to your question is not to WRRY. I will be dead by then," Harry Potter answered after some hesitancy. "I honestly haven't decided on what to do after the war. I have thought about the exact scenario you just said, but I haven't sorted my feelings yet. Ask me again after I suffer through the rest of this war, and I'll have an answer for you then." Albert gulped at the answer as Potter glared into his soul. "But I do not believe you owe me a life debt, nor does Miss Hopkirk," he went on. "In fact, I recall destroying your lives, losing you your jobs." Albert waved the implied apology away. "It was a shite job anyways," he said. "Dreadful. Even before you know who," said Mafalda. "In hindsight, it's hard to tell which was worse to work for. The incompetent bureaucracy of Fudge, or evil genocidal regime of Thickness," he added. Harry Potter laughed again, and all remaining tension left the room. "Well then, my time is short, and I need a decision from you all. Whether you owe a life debt or not, I ask that you join my ranks and take hold of this length of rope," said Harry Potter, proffering a portkey. "I will train you for war and lead you to victory. I swear it." Albert stepped forward with the rest, only for Mafalda to grasp his arm tightly and held him back. We don't owe him. And with all of them going, we will be top of the list for the ferrymen. Mafalda whispered urgently. We may be in France by tonight. Our new life ready for us. Albert thought before answering, watching the others meander towards the savior. But I have done such horrible things, said Albert. I may not owe him in particular, but I owe so many others. She shook her head jerkily, tears welling up in her eyes. You owe me. You made a promise to stay with me. You're all I have left, and I you. She pleaded. By now, she was no longer whispering, and when Albert turned back around, it was to find the entire contingency of those siding with Potter watching him, including Potter himself. I am offering redemption, but I cannot offer peace nor safety. The choice is yours. Potter warned. Albert looked between Mafalda and the young man, and between the two crowds. Those remaining were of a much smaller number than those holding the rope. Potter held out a hand, an offering of redemption, of heroism, and Albert felt himself reaching out towards it. But the whimper of the woman he had grown to love stayed his hand. I can't join you, Albert admitted, but perhaps I can make amends in other ways. You will have allies across the channel, and we will help in every way we can. That I can promise. Mafalda clung to him, then, as if her life depended on it, and he clung back. Harry Potter nodded his understanding and addressed his new allies. Very well. Everybody hang on to the port key with all of your might. When I say the passphrase, it will take us to our new home, that we will make ready for war. He explained. He then looked Albert dead in the eyes, and his next words would turn his blood cold. The activation phrase is Voldemort, he said, and with a whoosh they were gone, as were the wards protecting the ferryman's lodge. Albert and Mafalda looked at the place Potter had just been in horror as the sound of snatchers operating in filled the night. They shared one last kiss before he went through with his earlier plan. A single cutting curse took her life. Then he turned his wand on himself. Harry Potter had given them a choice, had given the entire wizarding world a choice. Join him or die. They had chosen poorly. Want your story written? I take commissions now. You can pay me to write your fanfiction or original works. My prices are as follows. $25 per 1,000 words of fanfiction, with some wiggle room. I don't pad my work. You also get to video chat with me as I type the first chapter. $25 per 500 words for original works, so anything that is not fanfiction. I also charge $25 per 500 words for smut or fetish materials. Prices subject to change in the future. Check with me. Become a patron. NonsensicalRants. You can also still become a patron for $1 to get access to future chapters 2 weeks early and vote on which stories I update next. 10. The First Misgivings. Chapter 10. The First Misgivings. 2 months ago, Hermione peeked through the tent flaps to where Harry stood as lookout. He was doing the stick thing again, practicing strikes with a branch as if it were a sword or an axe. That's all he did these days, train. He would train with his fists. He would train with a simulated weapon. And he would train with a wand, practicing movements, making them sharper and faster, until he could perform the wand movements flawlessly and with less wasted movement. His casting speed was incredible now, and his silent casting surpassed even hers. At least when it came to offensive spells. He thought she didn't know. He thought she and Ron only ever slept, but how could they? With that wretched locket and the bad thoughts it brought them. No, they never slept, only ever trying to sleep, but failing. Ron would try to stay up to date over the wireless. She would think, and Harry would train. That was their daily routine, and she hated it. These were her boys, and they were dying. They were dying a slow, spiritual death. The war was killing them all. All Harry did when he thought she wasn't looking was seethe and fantasize about fighting. It wasn't right. This was Harry, the shy, quiet, introspective little boy with a heart so great as to fend off a mountain troll to save the life of an annoying know-it-all girl he barely knew. That boy had no business even thinking about killing people, let alone obsessing over it. Not even for people who deserved it. And now all she could do was worry. She was supposed to be the brains of the outfit, the thinker, but how could she plan and research when she looked at the men she loved and all she could see was walking coffins? Harry more so than Ron. If the war ended tomorrow, She had a niggling suspicion that Harry would end with it, that he had no plans to continue living once Voldemort was dead and gone, and she was plagued with terrible visions of them winning the war and seeing him fading away, like dust in the wind, or a body flying over a cliff's edge. She hated herself for it, but she genuinely held out hope for the war to continue, indefinitely if need be, because so long as it remained, Harry would remain. With her, Harry would stay alive, physically and spiritually, and that fire wouldn't go out. Her only wish was for that fire inside of him to remain strong. Present, Hermione peeked over the stair railing of Grimmauld Place to watch Harry as a scene of utter chaos, as four of the people they had just rescued attacked him in a blind rage. What else could they do? After Harry just handed over their families to the Snatchers. Bombard! Mrs. Cattermole yelled, with such speed that Hermione almost thought he did it wandlessly. Harry summoned a desk from across the room to intercept the curse. The other new recruits all cowered into corners of the room to avoid any wayward spell, all save for three who came to back up Mrs. Cattermole in her assault. Harry focused on batting away the particularly weak stunners cast by her backup, while dodging her significantly more lethal spells. Avada! Cattermole began the incantation. Quick as a flash, Harry cast a Carpe Refractum and yanked her feet from under her with so much force that she came sliding along the carpet to meet his heel with her chin. She didn't get back up. This motivated the men backing her to up their game. Flimsy stunners turned to flimsy cutters and piercers, none of which could pass through Harry's lazily cast Protego. The Tendon Evaporation curse could, though, but he dodged it with as much ease as he'd dealt with any other spell so far. A mocking tilt of the head was all it took. Economy of motion in action. Test is over, Harry finally said, yanking all three wands of his opponents with a single wave of his own. That was a difficult Expelliarmus variant. A weak one, too. Only useful against children and crowds of untrained or drunk brawlers. These guys didn't have even the most basic combat training regarding wand holding and proper gripping. A tight grip would have been more than enough to counter that spell. I would compliment you three on your promotions, but as I see things, your wife here is going to be in charge of you guys, Reginald, Harry said to Mr. Cattermole. Even still, you showed more here today than the rest of this sorry lot. That was the correct reaction I was looking for. He turned down to Mary's unconscious form with concern. I didn't break her jaw, did I? He asked. Didn't sound like it, Hermione answered, the wrongness of the male voice she used making her flinch. I checked for chipped teeth, though. A Renervate should do it. Harry cast the resuscitation charm, and she woozily came to. He must have kicked her pretty hard because she didn't recognize him as a threat, letting him pick her up to her feet and guide her to a couch. It wasn't until he finished repairing the damage in the room that the hate returned to her eyes, and she went over herself in search of a wand Harry still held in a bunch with the others. You can all calm down. We're going to go rescue them, Harry admonished. Now please take your seats. And which one of you cast the Tendon Evaporating curse? The four he had fought shared expressions amounting to shrugging with facial muscles before a young man in the crowd, couldn't be older than 20, shyly raised his hand. An excellently aimed sneak attack, Jonathan Crespel. But in the future, aim for blind spots instead of in their line of sight, where they are better able to dodge. Harry said, as for the rest of you, sit. I have some explaining to do. Damn right you do. One of the fathers growled. My wife and 2-year-old are now in his camps. No, they are not, Harry countered. Snatcher prisoners are taken to Malfoy Manor's dungeon, where they remain for a mandatory week of processing while transportation to the hidden camps is prepared. It isn't 5-star accommodations, but they are safe. For now. His words noticeably failed to calm them down. And that's better? Mary demanded. Oh yes. It means our rescue of them is achievable, even with all of you so lacking in training. Harry explained. If they have been taken straight to the camp, then there is no guarantee that they are alive or dead, and I would have no leverage to motivate you all to take this as seriously as I do. Their anger died down into simmering hate. So, you effectively kidnapped our families using the Snatchers as a proxy? An older woman at the back clarified. That about sums it up, yes. Harry answered. And what makes you think we will work for you for 1 second longer than it takes to rescue our loved ones? Said the older woman's husband. The veiled thread I am trying to impart on you all, but that you don't seem to be grasping," said Harry. That shut them up. After all, this was the crux of the issue, wasn't it? The clear facts of the situation that were so self-evident that the entire conversation they were having was a waste of breath. Promising that those too cowardly or disloyal to stay and fight the battle will be punished one way or another, either by Voldemort's wrath or Harry's. A veiled threat without specifics about the extremes the man across from them was willing to go to in order to hurt them. You are now as trapped in this war as I've been for many years now. You adults who push your duties as a generation, as a civilization, onto a little boy, Harry explained. And now that little boy is hoisting a smidgen of that responsibility back onto you. Welcome to the war, everyone. Isn't it wonderful? Having the people you love constantly under threat of death, or worse. It's certainly an effective source of motivation for me. Any questions? This time, several hands went up in the air, and Hermione could feel that each one had a snide question attached to it. What's to stop us from killing you when the war is over? The older witch from before asked. Your severe lack of skill, fighting spirit, and poor aim. Harry answered. All issues I intend to ameliorate as much as possible over the next week, and even more in the months of war to come. Although I expect the battlefield itself will do most of that work. Hopefully by the time I put an end to the snake-faced bastard, you'll all have what it takes to put me down. I look forward to it, and I'll be ready. Now, any questions before I start training you? There was a moment of silence before Jonathan Cresswell raised a tentative hand. How can we hope to assault the Malfoy Manor? Cresswell asked. Old family homes like that have generations of protections layered on them. To say nothing of the number of guards, shift lengths, and endings, the skill of individuals at the manor, or if any of the way stronger Death Eater are going to be there. Harry nodded to each point. It is a good thing that I left two of my own there to be snatched. One of whom has unparalleled skill in gathering information, can secretly relay information to me from behind any ward, can escape at any time, and whom I trust as much as myself. Harry explained, the tongue-in-cheek joke hidden in his answer lost on all but the shades present. Ronald actually face-bombed at the joke. Jessica Roberts sighed in relief when her captors finally removed her blindfold and shoved her roughly into a large cellar, enclosed in black iron bars. She was momentarily surprised at how nice it was, smooth white marble that she assumed must have been magicked into shape instead of machined. She'd started working with such assumptions for a while now. There were other girls there with a few women of varying ages, and more joined them as the Snatchers shoved in more of the refugees Harry had gotten captured, including the woman that had her throat cut by her lover in a failed attempt at double suicide. She still couldn't believe Harry had decided to go through with her plan. From the way everyone talked about the man with beautiful green eyes, he was too goody two-shoed to ever risk the lives or safety of innocents, even if doing so had great strategic value or applications in psychological warfare. God, did she ever love that man and his brutality. She was glad the others were wrong about him, but didn't care to learn the why. She backed away to the furthest corner of the room and away from the crowd of female prisoners being carted in. It took her a moment to remember how to walk after having to navigate through a veritable maze of hallways and rooms without the privilege of sight, but she made it to the secluded corner and got comfortable. When she was sure nobody was looking directly at her, she did her own pat-down. The 5-shot empty backup Harry had gotten her for this mission weighed heavily on the hidden inner pocket of her way-too-big coat, ignoring that she instead retrieved her little gold hummingbird. I would consider this a success. She breathed a sigh of relief at the scratchy words and smiled brighter than she had in a while. Her friend survived the trip. The other magical folk had kept arguing with Harry that his so-called bug wouldn't survive the trip, that if it was electrical or had any sensitive enchantments like the ones he was claiming it had, then it likely wouldn't survive the trip to Malfoy Manor, let alone the wards and magic around the place itself. Harry had simply nodded at their concerns and assured them it would work, and he would rub it in their faces when he was proved right. Score 1 for Boss Man. I will scout the building from here for now. Keep you company. Was it odd to be friends with a ball of gold from magical people? She had seen the portraits. They talked and gave advice if asked, and Harry could speak to the dead, or else was insane and didn't realize she and others could hear him talking to people that weren't there on a first-name basis. She asked around about who Ron, Hermione, Moody, and the other names were. Dead people. Easy mystery to solve. And so, she decided it wasn't odd at all to talk to the metal construct that wrote back to her. Not when around people capable of storing the minds on a paper and speak to the deceased. She fought off the depression and despair of her prison, doing what she did most evenings. Pouring her soul out into her little golden hummingbird. Her best friend. The recruits' training went rather well over the next week. Dudley led the Muggle and Squib members in firearm safety, first aid, and, with the help of Hestia, focused on dodging different spells. They picked it up much more easily than Malcolm and the others, as most of them grew up around magic and had an academic knowledge of most spells, if not first-hand experience with rather nasty curses. Harry took charge of the wizard and witch recruits. It will be months before most of you will be any use in a fight beyond strength and numbers. So, over the next 5 days, I will be focusing on developing the reflexes and muscle memories to keep you alive through first contact. Harry explained, that means I'll focus on teaching you dodging, blocking, aiming, spellcasting speeds, and, most importantly, how to bravely run away and know when to do so. He paused then, recognizing a gap in their training that Dudley had covered with his recruits. Are any of you trained in medical magic? He asked. 5 hands went up, including Jonathan Crespel. Leave it to the guy who uses surgical-type curses from the shadows to be a meta-wizard in training. Aside from him, the only one with more advanced training was the old curmudgeonly woman. The aptly named Emily Warbeck had decades of being a lead healer in the St. Mungo's emergency trauma unit. And what a blessing that is, considering he needed them to focus on battlefield first aid. You aren't exempt from the dodging or shielding training, but use any time I spend teaching the others that other stuff focusing on your aid. Harry instructed. Mrs. Warbeck, you are exempt from even that, as I need you to work out a lesson plan for the next hour while I get them started. You are in charge of teaching all battlefield first aid. From there, he evenly distributed the 30 recruits with 2 healers on each team and gave them their instructions. Dodgeball, but with stunner spells. Do not cross into the opposite team's side. Do renervate teammates when they fall. First team to lose all of its members loses. Any questions? He summarized. As always, several tentative hands shot up. Yes, miss, Harry said, indicating a woman around 23. Ellie, she said. Ellie Cattermole. Question. What should we do if we can't cast a decent stunner spell? It took all of Harry's self-control not to answer with a frustrated sigh. Anybody else not able to cast a stunner? He asked. For hands went up. Are all of you capable of casting a simple Protego or Renervate? He asked. They nodded. In that case, evenly distribute yourselves between the teams and take up the job of defense. He instructed. I was going to add this onto the game later, but until you guys can cast stunners properly, focus on what you can do. Begin, Harry ordered, and so began his days of teaching. Unlike his time with the DA, he instructed them for a good 8 hours per day. A lot of that was play, like the dodge spell games, as the closest thing to simulating a real battlefield. He would make it more challenging by conjuring furniture obstacles, but most of it was hands-on lessons filling the holes in their defensive knowledge. Either teaching them to cast the stunner faster, more accurately, or with less exaggerated movements. In other cases, he had to teach them how to cast it from scratch. Same for the Protego and Renervate. He did not succeed. Not with all of them. In his heart of hearts, he knew none of them were ready. But he was even less ready when he faced Quirrell and the crucible of traps leading up to him at the ripe old age of 11. So sink or swim it was. If he'd had more time, he would have liked to teach them the Patronus as well, what with Voldemort being a little too trigger-happy in sicking Dementors on people. But these other skills took priority. By day 3, they no longer needed his help, taking on the task of playing dodge spell and mutual feedback between them to cover up each other's flaws. They had already begun forming their own cliques, teams of cohesive personality or complementary combat skills, each capable of making up for the weaknesses of their companions. Self-organization without the need for him to direct them. It was a beautiful thing. This freed up time for him to meditate and gaze through the eye of his other half. Malfoy Manor sure had beefed up security since his escape. an actual rotation of mid-level Death Eaters to stand guard and walk routes. But as with any decent magic castle or mansion, it was decked out with a proper potpourri of secret passages and crawl spaces that Lucius wasn't dumb enough to share with his colleagues. With the aid of Mad Eye, Moody's former Mad Eye, he was able to scope out where each passage was, and for most of them their entrances and exits, but not the how. The swiveling piece of masterful enchanting couldn't tell him what enchantments were on a wall, not even if a password charm was in effect on it, let alone what said password was. And so, his counterparts set out to watch Lucius and Narcissa more closely, hoping to catch them opening a secret passage here or there. His other half had been keeping himself busy as of late. Without a body or one, there wasn't much he could focus on, save things that didn't require a body. Lip reading and the mind arts chief among them. Aside from that, all he ever did was observe his surroundings and read, which for most people would be a chore without the ability to turn pages, but X-ray vision had its perks. "Do you not sleep?" he asked through the tunnel connecting his mind. "I am no longer able to sleep." His own voice echoed back through it. It was a problem Harry could relate to, although he suspected his counterpart's problem was a physiological issue as opposed to a psychological one. Still, as had become a life-saving habit as of late, he crushed down any sense of guilt or remorse for subjecting his own soul to such suffering out of fear of mending the break and reabsorbing the Horcrux. Such an accident would surely kill him. Then came the fourth day. It was the most compatible. But at least now you and I are both free of the mark and able to work against our former lord. Peter explained as Draco sat up and flexed his new arm. Peter had taken it off of one of the dozen or so dead snatchers they had stored in the deep freezer. What? You never knew when your local necromancer might need a spare corpse or two. Besides, the people they had captured upon retaking Grimald were the grunts of the grunts. Waste not, want not. It feels particularly odd, but then again, I'm still marveling at being able to feel anything again. Draco explained as he examined his own body. The deep dissection scars were a hideous thing. His entire torso and head looked like it had been cut open and peeled apart. Because they had been, there were similar Frankensteinian scars along his spine and limbs from where Peter had to carve runes into his bones and apply the different layers of potions on different tissues. It was disgusting work for a disgusting man. Master always said that the only way to be free of his mark was in death. Turns out that wasn't true. Peter explained, "It takes death and an amputation to be rid of that mistake. Or a good old-fashioned round of body snatching." Speaking of, Harry nodded. "Begin on your next projects. How long until you can make the whole set?" Harry asked. 5 months. Peter answered. "Less if you can get me fresher bodies by way of the killing curse. Then you shall have new materials soon. Very soon, in fact." Harry told him. "For now, I need you to begin work on another project. Are you familiar with an inferi-infested lake within a cave within a cliff? One of my finest works." "What of it?" Peter asked as Draco made his way around the room, testing his body with squats, lunges, and stretches with each step. "I need you to build, I think is the right word, build a present for your former lord there. He will be returning to check on his precious locket when he learns of my hunt, a secret I intend to reveal to him at an opportune moment. And when that moment arises, I am giving you the opportunity to destroy his latest body." Harry explained, "There's already a lot of material to work with on site. Material I myself made. Turning them on my former master should he arrive will be an easy enough task. But I'm guessing you have something more interesting in mind?" Peter asked. "I do need it to be more substantial than a meager army of pyrophobic skeletons. And I need you to incorporate this." Harry offered the imitation locket Regulus had left in the basin into its design in a very visible way, so as to ensure Vol, you know who, will actually fight your flesh golem. Peter's eyes lit up at his use of the phrase flesh golem. "Beyond that, I give you complete creative license. You are allowed to take the corpses of future felled enemies, but be surreptitious. Please," Harry ordered. "Now go get started on resuscitating a wizard for your own possession. I can't be your helping wand forever." Peter nodded vigorously and scampered off to the deep freezer. Draco waited for the door to close before beginning. "I know what you want of me," he said, "but my mother will be spared. Harry nodded. Near as I can tell, your mother has never done any wrong. Certainly not to me. Her only sins were her choice in marriage. Aside from that, all things she couldn't control. Draco glared at him. What things could she not control? Draco challenged. She didn't get to choose who her older sister was. Harry answered simply. Yeah, Andromeda can be a total by dash. I was referring to Bellatrix. Harry corrected. I know. I'm trying for levity. Everything is so fucked up that I need to find some reason not to simply end this facsimile of life and go back to being dead. Draco explained. But the fact you can drag my soul along any plane you so choose is staying my hand. Thank you, by the way, for giving you life again and removing your curse mark. Harry clarified. Well, there's that, but mostly I'm thankful you didn't say her only sin was raising me, because those would have been fighting words. Draco explained. Meh, I always suspected it was Lucius smarmy ass who raised you to be such a pathetic little piss stain. I always got absent mother vibes from her, an overbearing silver spoon father from him. Harry half-joked. Draco made like he wanted to retort, but had to shrug and concede the point with an embarrassed nod. Do you want to know from me? Draco offered. For what? Harry asked. Loyalty? Service? To not betray you the moment your plan succeeds, and I take over the Malfoy manor wards. Draco clarified. No need. Harry said. I don't believe you will betray me, and furthermore I don't care. You will not rejoin your Dark Lord. If you betray me, it will be to your own ends, becoming an enemy who is also an enemy of my enemy, thus weakening said enemy. Besides, I don't trust your word anyways. Magically binding or not. Draco showed deep offense at that final remark. What have I ever done to make you think I'm not a man of my word, or a liar? Draco asked. Harry's glare could have frozen Venus. Midnight duel you agreed to, but instead ratted me and Ron out. Harry ticked off. Filch almost caught me. I couldn't make it with Vincent dragging along. Draco, apologies. We just assumed you chicken out and instead snitched. Point 2. Cheating in our duel and cheating your way onto the Hogwarts team. Professional duelists get 3 strikes in official duels, and they use them, cheating up to twice to get long-term edge. The latter, I feel zero shame for. It's how a lot of things work in the real world, if you hadn't noticed. Draco countered. Harry conceded those as well. Faking a long-term injury from Buckbeak and lying to the Department of Control of Magical Creatures in order to hurt Hagrid. Lying to Rita Skeeter for her articles, and finally, lying to your aunt to save my life. Harry finished. Draco went from indignant to apologetic to touched so quickly during that sentence that it gave him a sudden case of mental whiplash. He really had no excuse for the Buckbeak incident or the Rita stuff. The former was petty of him, and the latter he had thought was funny at the time. Until Granger wound up getting beboder pussed, to say nothing of all the hate mail. Didn't seem so funny after that, and he hated the girl, which went a long way to making him realize how stupid talking to that skag of a reporter was. You're right. I'm an abject liar. Draco said with conviction. So I won't waste my breath with promises you won't believe, and instead I'll just keep lying. I'll lie if I'm captured and asked where you're hiding. I'll lie if they ask for the numbers of soldiers you have and their capabilities. And I'll lie should they ask me about any future plans of yours. That's me, Draco Malfoy, unrepentant liar. At your service. Lucius closed the screen door behind him and joined his wife on the lonesome porch overlooking their unkept gardens. For so long their time out here had been solemn as they mourned the death of Draco. For the family magic told the head of house when a member died, among other things. It's how family clocks worked. Every magical family had such magic. Most heads of families choose to keep the magic in the family rings upon taking up the mantle, as opposed to family clocks or other similar devices, allowing him to know if a family member was in peril or dead. Clocks could tell a user more, but the rings were more accurate regarding the few things it did check. Safety, general direction, sexual activity, if the subject were an underage heir or heiress, and of course death. And Draco had most assuredly been dead. He had hidden it from Narcissa, who would always ask if the ring told him anything about their son. And yet somehow she knew. Of course she knew, she was his mother. And that she hadn't asked again after the family magic revealed his death was proof enough. And then, yesterday, a miracle happened. The family magic registered Draco as being alive again. He had exploded into the sauna room Narcissa had been moping in with the good news. She had believed him instantly, mostly because it was a tacit admission that he was hiding knowledge of Draco's supposed death from her. Marriage therapy could wait for later. His baby boy was alive. Still, they were left with a mystery. How could somebody appear dead to an ancient home's family magic and then come back to life? He had consulted with Severus about any potions that could allow somebody to seem dead to family magic and then reappear. He had a few near solutions. Several Messiah potions involving substances like tetrodotoxin and bufotoxin. The poisons within puffer fish and tree frogs could make somebody temporarily dead. Legitimately dead. They were mostly used for rituals involving complete metamorphosis of the body, or else a ritual to force a person's soul to experience the afterlife in a spiritual journey, or else to trick people into thinking you were dead and sometimes resurrected from the dead as a messiah. Very dangerous. Very illegal. Problem was the most advanced of these potions only lasted 3 days, and repeated use would lead to its effects being permanent. His best guess was that somebody could have used a Messiah potion combined with a freezing potion for cryostasis, a type of potion that was on the cutting edge of the field at the moment and only recently discovered. It seemed like exactly the kind of unlikely bullshit to happen to those kids. If half of the stories to come out of Draco about that Potter boy's experiences at Hogwarts were to be believed, and corroborating evidence and testimony implied almost all of it could, then somehow getting one of Severus' overseas colleagues to brew it for him was probably the least bizarre thing to happen to the young man this week. Stranger still was that he attempted to summon Draco through the Dark Mark, but again, according to the Dark Mark, the boy was dead. Not unconscious, dead. Then it all made sense. They had used a Messiah potion of some kind, and while Draco was dead, they removed the curse mark. He was free to fight back. It was actually Narcissa's theory, but he was going to tell Severus it was his conclusion. If this was true, it could be huge. The ability to safely remove curse marks from Voldemort's less-than-thrilled followers and simultaneously faking their deaths. This could be it. This could be what changes the tide of the war and save their souls from the monster masquerading as their master. Who knew what Draco and Potter were getting up to out there? Both of those kids were scary brilliant in their own very special way, and the two together could get a lot done. This gave them room to dare and hope. Hope that Draco wasn't just alive, but also well. Hope that they had some kind of plan, that they were actually getting something done from the shadows. They stood out there for the remainder of the suns rising over the horizon, fighting off their nightmarish worries about the state Draco might be in after whatever Potter and he had done to get rid of the Dark Mark. The quiet calm of each other's presence kept them sane. It was when Narcissa got up to go back inside when it happened. The family magics and wards spoke as one to share a message. Were the ring a magical clock? The hand for Draco had just changed from safe to home, and the home wards themselves told him exactly where to look. Directly across the gardens between the two lines of hedges sat the secret apparition point that only they knew about, and there in the clearing he stood. "Narcissa!" he whispered. She turned around, and he saw her gaze focus right onto the blonde-haired form in the distance. They leapt over the patio railings and sprinted across the garden and through a gap in the hedges that left their clothes torn and dirted by the branches. There was a time when they cared about their clothes and other wealth. That time was past, and soon they bore upon their lost son. It took a great deal of self-control to gloss over the deep scars on his body, the patchwork face, and rush upon his son to embrace him. And that's how the trio stayed. A tangled mass of limbs in a 3-person hug. There may have been a little crying too, but the private little area in the hedge groves was hidden enough from view that they didn't care. "Why are you here? We know you lost the mark. We thought you defected," Lucius whispered. Draco gave him an intense look. "I did, but I had to come to see you one last time. To say goodbye," Draco explained. Lucius held him tighter. "Are you fleeing Great Britain? Is Potter and his people retreating to regroup overseas? What can we do to help?" Narcissa pestered. Draco looked at her sadly, shaking his head. Of course, he couldn't share that information with them. They weren't long for the world here. and the Dark Lord could snatch any of this information from their minds if he shared it with them. I just needed to tell you something before I'm never able to say it again, Draco said as he but an uncharacteristically gentle hand on his father's cheek. I wanted you to know that I love you, father, more than even I ever realized. Lucius opened his mouth to respond, to say something profound and beautiful to reciprocate for his son the immense pride and sadness in his chest. He choked on his words, partially from the overwhelming emotions, but mostly from the sudden, distinct sensation of being kidnapped by way of portkey. A red stunner illuminated the rooftop they'd appeared on and dropped Narcissa before either could draw their wands. The second spell hit him just as he managed to level his own on their assailant, but Potter was faster to cast. Crucio. Did you know that every person's Cruciatus curse was unique? It's true. Much like the Patronus that takes on a form unique to the caster, the Cruciatus caused sensations in the victim wholly unique to the caster. The Dark Lord's felt like red-hot knives cutting your flesh apart, and Bella's was an imitation of his. Narcissus felt like stinging, nettle filling your veins, and being pumped along every artery. This one was different from any other he'd felt before. Harry Potter's Cruciatus curse felt like a cold and terrible wind tearing skin, muscle and tendon from every bone as the stinging cold seeped into your soul. As soon as it started, it had stopped, and Lucius found himself on the ground, spasming and looking up into apathetic green eyes. Hello, Lucius. It's so good to see you again. Harry finally greeted before kicking him in the chin hard enough that the last thing he heard before falling unconscious was the sound of his jaw shattering. Excellent work, Draco. I'm sure that was difficult to see, Harry said as he bent down to check Lucius' pulse. Draco shrugged. He supposed that was an appropriate response from somebody who just saw you cast the torture curse on his father. Professional speak then. Go now. Get your mother to safety, and by the time you get back to the mansion, you will be the new head of House Malfoy. Harry instructed. Take control of the wards the moment you get there. Set them against your former allies. I will be coming with an army to back you up momentarily. With a hateful nod, Draco disapparated away, carrying his unconscious mother. Harry turned to the unconscious Malfoy patriarch and took a breath. You know, I'm not very good at the killing curse. I struggle to conjure the kind of hate or justified desire to end somebody's life, Harry said to the floating shades around him. But then Ron reminded me that Jin still wakes up screaming at night in a sweaty terror, all because of a harmless little diary this man gave her, and now I think I have my memory to fuel my Cruciatus and killing curse, one to go with my Patronus memory. He pointed his wand and, squeezing his wand, tightly pictured little Ginny on the cold stone floor of Myrtle's bathroom, her hands and front covered in feathers and blood with no memory of how it got there. How she must have felt going through dementia and schizophrenia-type symptoms every time she was possessed. Symptoms that worsened with every day of her nightmare of a first year that should have been wonderful and carefree. He remembered her near dead and soul destroyed on the chamber floor. And the night before their return to Hogwarts on 5th year, when her screaming night terror woke the whole house. Never before had casting such a difficult spell come so easily to him. The jet of green flew out of his wand with an almost joyous release. He opened his eyes in time to see it strike true and the warm glow of Lucius' skin to fade and grow pale. Just to be sure, he placed 2 fingers on the man's neck and checked for a pulse. Dead. Harry blew his breath out through his nose and relaxed. Now to just send the signal and put his faith in his army. And Draco. He returned to his feet and approached the edge of the building overlooking downtown London. It was still early in the morning, but rush hour was starting to clear up and the intermittent vehicles were going at a good speed and rhythm. The right speed that anybody unknowingly operating into the middle of traffic would become quite dead quite fast. He pointed his wand skyward and sent the signal. Morsa Mordra. He incanted for the first time. Another successful casting of a bright green spell followed. Dudley grasped the steering wheel so tightly that his knuckles were turning white before the flash of green lit up the sky. When the visage of a snake erupting from the mouth of a skull followed, he nearly snapped the wheel in half. Deep breaths. Steady heartbeat. You know the word. Just say the word and the fight begins. He focused his eyes forward and, after another breath, enunciated clearly. Voldemort. As he uttered the name of the madman who murdered his aunt and uncle, and whose followers murdered his own parents, one of said followers appeared in the middle of the road 2 lanes over. He was promptly battered by the fender and wheels of a Ford Escort. Thus began the domino fall, as that Escort braked so suddenly that the car behind it was forced to help push it back into the proper speed limit from behind. As the vehicular pileup traveled down the road, the telltale cracks of more snatchers appearing filled the air, soon followed by the sound of bullets and spellfire. Want your story written? I take commissions now. You can pay me to write your fanfiction or original works. My prices are as follows. $25 per 1,000 words of fanfiction, with some wiggle room. I don't pad my work. You also get to video chat with me as I type the first chapter. $25 per 500 words for original works, so anything that is not fanfiction. I also charge $25 per 500 words for smut or fetish materials. Prices subject to change in the future. Check with me. Become a patron. NonsensicalRants. You can also still become a patron for $1 to get access to future chapters 2 weeks early and vote on which stories I update next. 11. Demise of the Taboo. Chapter 11. Demise of the Taboo. Glintrous Forest. Snatcher Team 8 were doing as they tended to do most morning, patrolling the wilderness near Edinburgh and Glasgow. A patrol that they would follow up by additional patrols of the cities proper. The 12 of them were good at their jobs, if Albert did say so himself. He was the newest member, only having worked with them for 6 months, but he was considered fully inducted and experienced enough that he may as well have been the first by now. Carmichael thought he detected traces of an alert ward near here yesterday. Albert's partner, Erica, said. He said the traces were so faint that they were likely torn down by whoever created it. But they might come back. Albert nodded at her information and drew his wand. Carmichael was a far superior ward whisperer than he, but that was more due to age and experience. He was good too, and would surpass his co-worker in time. They walked a checker pattern around the area, one going east to west, the other north to south, but always maintaining eyesight on the other. This was to help notice if the other person veered off due to a compulsion they themselves didn't notice. Indeed, Albert found those same traces of an alert ward, but they were so faint that they couldn't be less than a month old, and he would never have found it if he hadn't specifically been looking for it. He concluded that it was the same ward Carmichael had discovered on his shift, and that whoever made it hadn't returned. Taboo activation detected. The cool female voice of MOM rang out from their badges. You are the nearest snatcher team to the offender. Your badges are now port keys to the offender's location. Albert and Erica shared a look and a shrug. It was pretty rare for somebody to be stupid enough to say the Dark Lord's name, so it was always an exciting prospect to be the ones to capture them. Usually, stupid kids trying to get a scare out of somebody or show how brave they are. They'd go in, put the fear of God in them, and send the dumb kids on their way. They were nice that way. Fleas from death. Erica mumbled into her badge and disappeared as the port key activated. Albert made to do the same when a movement out of the corner of his eye and crouched into a defensive position, wand pointed at the dark mass. In the dreary darkness of the early morning, he couldn't make out any movement in the trees where he heard the sound. He suddenly realized that he just split from his partner, leaving him alone here with whatever made that noise, assuming it was anything and all, and leaving Erica alone wherever she wound up. This was a very bad thing to do, and each second that passed by increased the likelihood that he would be written up. Fleas from death. He murmured into the badge while keeping his wand at the ready in the direction of the sound. The ever-familiar sensation of a hook grabbing him by the navel took him from that forest, and when he dropped back into the physical world, it was to see nothing but a thick cloud of dust and dirt. Then came the noise, the shattering of stone, crashing of steel on steel, and screeching of tires. Carrie O'Banion. A voice yelled from above, and he leapt aside, just in time to avoid the unknown spell. The deep red curse hit the ground where he previously stood, and from it erupted thick, rotting roots like that of large rainforest trees. If those trees were made of rotting flesh and bone, or an illusion thereof. He crawled along the low visibility and rubble-covered ground with elbows and knees, keeping a tight grip on his wand, and not caring about the bruises he'd suffer for it. Soon a rain of blasting curses fell upon the street, and with it a similar rain of rubble, steel, and glass. He heard a scream to his right and recognized the voice as his partner's. "Erica," he called out and crawled faster towards where he thought she was. He crawled and he crawled, his mind going blank in the cacophony of spell fire and what he recognized as gunshots. If he were able to concentrate on anything over the sound of his heartbeat in his ears or his own hyperventilation, he would have recognized the voice of some other members of Snatcher Team, 8 yelling curses and promptly falling silent. All he could focus on was crawling towards his point of obsession his war-zone-addled mind had given him. And when he came upon the sticky puddle of goop in the road, he didn't register what it was until his hand came to rest on a mass of hair he recognized. He lifted the head attached to that hair and gazed upon the decapitated head of Erica. The surprise at meeting her maker etched into her expression like a flash photograph. Something hit him in the stomach. A foot. The force of the kick lifted him from his hands and knees onto his back. That same foot can back down on his stomach, pinning him to the ground, and Albert gazed up into the deep emerald eyes of the aberration. "Percussio," he enunciated clearly and deeply. Light jumped from the tip of his black wand and pierced right through his heart and into the ground below with such force that an updraft of dirt, stone, bone, and the tattered remains of his heart erupted from his chest like a geyser. He remained alive just long enough to register how impressive the overpowered piercing curse really was. More Smordra, Harry cast into the sky for the second time that morning. The dark mark now flew emblazoned across the sky in both Magnolia Crescent and Charing Cross Road. Of course, he couldn't see either at the moment because the dust, dirt, and smoke in the air from this first ambush had yet to settle. He glanced down at the Snatcher he'd just performed a cardioectomy on with an overpowered piercing curse. He couldn't help feeling surprised at the 2-foot-deep hole in the earth past the ribs and viscera. He'd done that? He was worried his casting might be a little weaker after several days without practice since Hestia insisted he rest. Perhaps she had underplayed the importance of rest after those few days of constantly being near magical exhaustion. He'd find out in a few days, for he fully intended to work himself back into that exhaustive state today and would need a long nap. What with so many locations of battle to get to? "Where am I needed?" Harry called over the walkie-talkie on his collar. "King's Cross and Wandsworth roundabout teams are struggling." Mrs. Bulstrode's voice replied. King's Cross was closer, and Dudley took priority over Piers. Not to mention Mr. Tonks being a significantly superior asset to Mr. Cattermole. Mrs. Cattermole balanced things out over in Wandsworth, though. A few moments later, when the sky came into view and he could verify the successful conjuring on his part, he left Piers in charge and operated away. Draco repirated, wandless and unarmed, in the Malfoy Manor cellar. Empty bottles of wines and spirits littered the walls, and broken glass did the same for the floor. The alcohol supplies were much diminished since Voldemort's followers started running roughshod in their family home. Disgusting animals. His heart thundered in his chest at what he knew was coming, that his father's life would flicker away any second now, and the family head ring would appear on his finger. Absolute power over all Malfoy property and the magics therein. Then he'd have work to do. Marching down the rows of broken bottles, he approached a small podium containing the itinerary of drinks. Ignoring the book completely, he reached behind the podium and flipped a switch, releasing the compartment door to the front of the podium. That's where the stronger substances were. Dimethyl ether, for ether parties, absinthe, and a few other party favors that didn't interest Draco at the moment. He reached into the expanded space and brought out a bottle of mint absinthe and popped the bottle open on the corner of the podium. It was a simple enchantment to have it to cork wine bottles. Just then he felt a burning sensation on his right ring finger and looked down to see the family crest staring back at him. A green and black shield with a N italicized M, guarded on both sides by 2 proud dragons. Several similarly black serpents jutted out of the top. Sanctimonia Vincit Semper. He read the family motto written below the M. Purity will always conquer. And his home was filled with filth that needed purifying. He would prefer holy fire as a caustic agent, but beggars can't be choosers. Taking a swig from the bottle he disrobed, down to a pair of jeans and shoes, and raised his transplanted arm into the sky. No dark mark, just darker skin juxtaposed to the pale, milky flesh of his original body. The sudden break in color past his elbow was something he would never get used to. "I am Draco, Lucius Malfoy," he declared, son to Lucius, Abraxas Malfoy, and patriarchal heir to the most ancient and noble house of Malfoy. "I declare this house anathema to all who would follow the Dark Lord and declare them hostile enemies, and all similar enemies of his are friends. So mote it be." The magic of Malfoy Manor settled over him. He was now as one with the house. Every room, every person and thing within its walls were known to him as if planted into his brain. With a single thought, he locked the entire building down. Every door slammed shut, every window shuttered. Nobody may enter nor leave until his work was done. With another thought, he unlocked the cells downstairs. Taking another swing from the bottle, he apparat to the main foyer, the top of the stairs overlooking the entire grandeur of his home. There were unwelcome guests here, suffocating underneath the wards and trying to break out of their hold. Such wards tended to be a bit overpowered immediately after a transferring of headship, a defense mechanism to protect the next heir if the previous died. "Welcome one and all to Malfoy Manor," Draco bellowed to everyone in the room, locking eyes with one unfortunate individual trapped on the stairs as he took another swig. "Of course, I say welcome with not even a hint of sincerity. You are all trespassers and will be punished accordingly," Draco told them. Finishing his last sip, he broke the bottle against the railing of the staircase, ruining the 14th century rug with the green liquor inside. As if anything in Malfoy Manor was salvageable after months of these slobs marching around with their muddy boots and eating or drinking in the hallways or bedrooms instead of the grand dining room like civilized human beings. "Unfortunately, I am currently bereft of my wand," he explained as he brought the broken bottle up to his face to admire the sharp edges of his makeshift weapon. "But I think I'll make do." Good God! Crespel's curse turned that snatcher's head inside out like a macabre water balloon. Harry would have to get him to teach him that one. He felt the anti-apparition wards settle back in. Mr. Tonks was kind enough to take them down for a few moments so he could get in, and took stock of the situation. Just shy of 20 snatchers by his estimate, with 8 taking up the roof to the King's Cross station and the rest taking cover amongst the downed vehicles, buses mainly, mirroring the actions of his own 6-man team. The constant peppering of killing curses, explosion hexes, and the occasional cutter or piercer from the 40-meter-high roof kept most of them pinned. Harry noted Dudley cowering behind an oddly shaped stone statue and caught his eye. He nodded his head, indicating to Harry that he would be ready to take advantage of any opening he made for him. Fortunately, nobody had spotted him yet, or else he never would have attempted such a stupid maneuver as this. Stupid maneuvers were his specialty. With a deep breath, he pointed his wand at the clock tower, bisecting the station, and simply pulled. It wasn't even a spell per se, just a tug of war with the stone foundation. Magic so simple that an incantation was wholly unnecessary after a certain age. Like the levitation charm, the loud cracking of stone and cement was lost on most around him, the sound of battle drowning it out. He could only hear it because he was focusing on it. But the sharpshooters up top surely felt it when it finally gave. The supporting structure which held up the 2 halves of the roof, falling like a tree on a path closer to Dudley's hiding place than Harry would have liked. The walls on either side of it came tumbling down with it, taking the snatchers to the ground in a rain of shattered glass, stone, and a large amount of twisted steel. Harry took cover behind a tree as the sheer drain on his stamina of his feet took hold, and he tried to catch his breath. Fortunately, his gamble paid off as the distraction of an entire dam building collapsing and half of the enemy forces falling to their deaths was enough for his allies. As one, they leaped over their cover and advanced. Crespel led the charge with a fire whip that cleaved the overturned triple-decker across from them in 2. For a healer in training, he was a bit of a badass. Not as much of a badass as Dudley advancing on the snatchers who survived their fall. He fired from the hip and revealed his Regulus modified shotgun to be fully automatic as a constant stream of shells spewed forth. The pellets drilled into the conjured shields, but did not break them. The rune-powered thunderbolts that followed did. Some Mordra. Crespo cast from where he stood victorious with the others. That was 3. Harry, still out of breath and not getting better, stood up and began issuing orders. Collect the dead and their personal effects. Be careful to check for port keys and do not handle anything with ungloved hand. Harry panted. Jonathan, Dudley with me. The first nodded as the others got to work and came to him. Dudley took his sweet time getting to Harry's position, busy reloading his shells and replacing the burnout runes for his weapon. Mr. Tonks took lead on the cleanup crew. Mrs. Bulstrode, Harry intoned over the radio. Wandsworth Roundabout is ready to receive you, she replied. Crespo took Harry's elbow while Dudley grasped his shoulder, and he sidelongied the duo to the center of the small plot of trees and grass next to the white metal atom structure of Wandsworth Roundabout. They arrived just in time to see Mrs. Cartermole give the last snatcher a merciful death with the killing curse. He looked to have suffered a nasty organ-exploding hex, so it was clearly a mercy. Is that the last of Voldemort's followers we have to deal with today? Harry asked, deliberately saying the name, just in case a few more stragglers wanted to join them. Wards canceled by Trace again. You have incoming. Mrs. Bulstrode's voice warned them. They each leveled their weapons in a different direction, until the telltale popping sound alerted them to the center of the plaza. Standing beneath the large white structure of steel, somebody had lit the Jumbotron above it on fire were 4 Snatchers. Scratch that, 3 Snatchers and a Junior Death Eater. His bronze skull mask differentiating him from the silver and white masks of the higher-ups. Dudley, Mary, and Jonathan took to either side of him, ready for a fight. If it isn't Harry Potter himself, said the Death Eaters, removing his mask to reveal a mop of blonde hair. You may not remember me, but I certainly remember you. Harry squinted at the man. He did look vaguely familiar, but Harry couldn't place it. I am Terence, he explained. It wasn't ringing a bell. It was brushing up against the bell, but not ringing it. Terence Huggs? He elaborated, but somehow the full name brought Harry further away from remembering. Slytherin's Seeker, Harry said. From my first game. That's right. The only one I ever played against you. How have you been, Crucio? The complete nonchalance with which he cast the unforgivable without skipping a beat in his question caught the man off guard. The pain curse brought him to the ground, and his allies leapt behind the steel support structures on either side. Dudley acted instantly, firing one of the pre-installed spells on his gun. It was a fireball. It probably killed Higgs instantly, but Harry followed it up with a run-of-the-mill blasting curse when he felt the artificial high from the Cruciatus Sever. Definitely dead, and Harry barely broke a sweat. The Pertigus wall he summoned to give Mary breathing room to conjure some physical defenses against the return fire brought a significantly heavier sweat. In his defense, he was blocking some hefty blood-freezing and lung-crushing curses. To sudden blurriness of his vision and the ringing in his ears he understood, Dudley sure was intimate with that trigger. But why was Harry already so winded? Switch, Mary commanded. Dudley and Jonathan Cresswell went on the defenses. The former ducked behind one of Mary's granite obelisks to reload while Jonathan took over Harry's 12-meter white shield. For most, passing a spell between wands was a tough skill to learn, let alone master, but for Harry and Jonathan, a healer in training who needed to be able to take over medical spells in a split second, it was like passing a baton. He and Mary fired a steady stream of piercing curses, relying on accuracy over the raw displays of power like the ones they had just performed. Their opponents were clearly using aura tactics as well, 2 shielding and 2 firing. Oh hey! Higgs survived, obviously taking over the shielding part of that dynamic, with the lower half of his charred body left to pieces. Just as Dudley was trapped, only being able to provide offensive aid, they had one who could only do defense. He should recommend Regulus add a shield charm as a function for his firearms. Bring it down on their heads, Mary hissed from beside him. Harry looked up at the smoking monitor. After what he did to that clock tower, this ought to be easy. Metal was easier to tear down with magic than stone, especially with a little rust spell. With some creativity, he could mix it with a wide area cutting curse. Would take some major prep time, though. Everyone cover me. he instructed before jumping behind the last standing obelisk. They obeyed. Shells, shockingly dark curses, and Mary's usual far more tame offensive spells bombarded their foes' hiding place. While they did that, Harry got right to work on crafting a spell hybrid, prepping a wide area cutting curse to start. It was not a spell one used in battle. On account of it required you to wave your wand and arm above your head in a circle like a ribbon dancer, a number of times equal to the power you intend to cast it. It's one of those spells that are powerful, but also announces to the entire battlefield to shoot that guy. You couldn't cut anything stronger than grass with less than 3 circuits. In fact, grass was the intended target of this spell. It wasn't even technically a curse, and was known colloquially as the Scythe Charm. Anyways, around the 8th spin above his head, Harry began to weave what he liked to call the Rust Monster spell into it. He chanted the incantation in his head with each spin over his head, trying to imbue the second spell into the first. Most spellcrafting was done on paper first, and spell mixing usually required 2 people. So, he really was performing this by touch, which was stupid, but these kinds of things tended to work out for Harry. It was at the 15th spin over his head that he felt the magic click into place, and he leapt out of his cover and let the spell loose. It flew like a scythe of murky brown air, the color of which told Harry his experiment was a success before it even hit the legs of the steel monument. It passed right through all 4 of them, cutting rusted wounds all the way through. It came tumbling down on their enemies' heads seconds later. They might have tried to apparate out, but by now Mrs. Bulstrode would have already reinstated the wards, locking everyone in. They were crushed by the falling Jumbotron almost instantly, and Voldemort lost a very talented young Death Eater. You chose the wrong side, Higgs. You could have been somebody. More Samordra. Mary Cattermole intoned, and cast the 4th dark mark into the sky. In the distance, Harry saw 2 more join the 4 already up. One to the north, and one to the east. Those would be the London Zoo and the University of London. Shame. He had hoped to drop by the zoo and have a quick chat with his old friend from Burma. Maybe some other time? But that made all 6 battlefields. 6 places most likely to get attention from both wizarding and muggle populations. Well, except for Wandsworth, but come on, it is Wand in the name. The battle was won. By tomorrow, Voldemort's followers would come to fear their master's Mark II. It was no longer their weapon to use. It was his. The taboo was no longer their tool. It was his. And soon Voldemort's government would be exposed to the world, and the statute of secrecy broken forever. Piece by piece, Harry would chip away at it. All as Ron planned. I need you 2 to join me on my Portkeys to Malfoy Manor, Mary. Jonathan. Harry commanded the 2. Dudley, I expect you to take charge here and clean up. They all nodded as Harry retrieved a length of rope. The Portkeys Draco had made for them. I'm a little surprised at the lack of Death Eater's backup. Mr. Tonk's voice came over the radio. Apparently most of them are out of the country. Mrs. Marchbank's voice told them. With Harry Potter dead, Voldemort decided to put all of his effort into conquering Durmstrang. Wait, so, Voldemort and his strongest are out of the country? Malcolm's voice asked. The whole country is up for the taking. That is neither luck nor providence. Harry commented between panting breaths. And it is an advantage I intend to extend for as long as possible. Thankfully, only those of you who now fight beside me and the people we are rescuing today know who I am. That I'm alive. Harry returned his hood back over his head, not realizing it had fallen until Higgs recognized him, and not caring to put it back up until the people who had seen him were dead. I don't know, they've had the other refugees in there for a week. Could they have interrogated the information out of them? Crespel said. They did not. The prisoners are kept under a silencing ward until pickup for trial. No consulting, no pleading, no trying to threaten their captors. Harry told him, knowing this only because his other half had been living it for a week now. And Mrs. Bulstrode, if you could apparate Emily Warbeck to my position, I would like a fully trained healer on hand when we arrive at Malfoy Manor, in case any of our loved ones need help. He instructed. She obliged, and a few moments later the 2 ladies joined them, the younger handing the older over. They each grabbed hold of a part of the rope and made ready for a fight. Harry knew from his better half that their destination was free of living enemies, but his companions didn't. When I give the all clear, have the others take the remaining port keys. Harry instructed Mrs. Bulstrode. The passphrase is Voldemort. Nobody flinched as he said the name and transported them to a familiar, for him, grand gallery. When they arrived, it was to find Draco sat slouched at the bottom of his stairs with Jessica, comforting him. There were 5 corpses in the main gallery with dark stains around them. Harry knew the snitch to be tucked in Jessica's pocket, and he even knew the names of most of the others in the room. The entire entourage of those captured by Snatchers that night, Harry recruited the elders amongst them. Mom! Mary's youngest, whom she had left behind during Harry's betrayal the last week, exclaimed when he saw her. Harry watched at the partial family reunion and tuned out their conversations. Each and every person wanted to know the whereabouts and well-being of their loved ones. And Mrs. Warbeck made herself busy checking the physical health of whoever she could coax into remaining still long enough for her to examine them. Harry's focus was on the piss-drunk pure-blood and former rival. The thoroughly mutilated man's arms were coated in blood from elbow to wrist. He tried not to stare at the surgical scars from where an entire human dissection had been performed on him. He failed. One long, thick wound from chin to navel, one taking up the entirety of each arm, and one encircling his chest. It was a gruesome sight. Harry made a mental note to find a way to restore his appearance, at least. Scars have terrible effects on the mind. The self-image is important for a healthy psyche. I believe this belongs to you, Lord Malfoy, Harry said with a bow as he produced a length of black wood, one that had served him well in these last weeks. Draco eyed his own wand with great want, but his etiquette prevailed even in his obviously drunken state. He stood and gave a much shorter bow, before holding both hands out as if accepting a sword. I thank you for carrying it back to be Lord of Houses Potter and Black, Draco said as Harry handed it over. Now, let us call on Ollivander. I need to be fitted for a new. He was going to say wand, but an unexpected cough interrupted him and brought the conversation to an end. For a moment, he thought somebody had splattered India ink on them, for a thick black liquid had sprayed all across Malfoy's deathly pale face and body, and the gloved fist Harry had brought up to catch the cough. Then came the smell. Then came the taste. It wasn't blood. It was too rotted, for it smelled and tasted like tepid gray water from a septic tank. Not even a hint of copper, just foulness. And it had come out of him. My lord, Jessica asked, the concern in her voice confusing him almost as much as the moniker he had never asked them to use when referring to him. The confusion intensified when the world began to spin and his vision blurred. Then his legs gave out and he felt gravity take over. He registered Jessica and Draco both trying and failing to catch him before he tumbled down the few steps of the stairs like a rag doll. Crespel? Warbeck? Draco called to the 2 healers nearby, his voice sounding so far away. Don't worry, Harry. You're going to be okay. The classical reassurance annoyed Harry. Being immortal and all he knew he'd survive this. But okay wasn't a word he'd used to describe a state he was in or would ever be in again. His last conscious thought, as Emily and Jonathan came in a blurry view, was something along the lines of, well, there goes my lungs. Then, utter darkness. Want your story written? I take commissions now. You can pay me to write your fanfiction or original works. My prices are as follows. $25 per 1,000 words of fanfiction, with some wiggle room. I don't pad my work. You also get to video chat with me as I type the first chapter. $25 per 500 words for original works, so anything that is not fanfiction. I also charge $25 per 500 words for smut or fetish materials. Price is subject to change in the future. Check with me. Become a patron. NonsensicalRants. You can also still become a patron for $1 to get access to future chapters 2 weeks early and vote on which stories I update next. 12. The Gray Place. Chapter 12. The Gray Place. Draco was doing his best not to panic at the convulsing body splayed on his own bed. He had been fully aware of this curse and its effects since before he died, but had assumed Harry's sacrificial ritual had put a permanent stop to its progress. Clearly, he had been mistaken. When did he get hit? Crespel asked, the man seemingly on the brink of a panic. Did you see him get hit? Warbeck shook her head. It's not a matter of when he was hit, but what he was hit with. Madame Warbeck said. What are his symptoms? He's literally coughing up his liquefied, rotted lungs. Draco explained. Perhaps a variant of the organ necrosis curse, specified to only affect the lungs? It was bullshit, but it was good bullshit. The kind that could forestall them realizing exactly how fucked Harry was. That's an impressive diagnosis, boy, said Warbeck. For a non-medically trained young man, leave the speculation to the medically trained professionals. Hestia has been acting as his personal physician and would know more. She lifted Potter's right sleeve and examined the blackened flesh beneath. Based on the condition of this arm, I don't think this is a wound he received from the battle today. I don't recognize this type of tissue damage. And if it's a curse I haven't heard of, then he's in big trouble. Especially if he's been carrying it for some time now. She speculated. Draco nodded. His stalling tactic failed. Time for a different strategy. If you'll forgive me taking command of the situation. Draco began. If one of you to go back to the House of Black to fetch Hestia, then the three of you together will give him better odds, and I'm guessing you can't do anything until you know what she knows. Warbeck and Cresswell both nodded solemnly before turning to the unconscious, but not stilled man. His Tanya. They both cast simultaneously at Harry's still convulsing form. His convulsing didn't stop, but it did slow down. It was clearly a medically applied impedimenta jinx to keep him in stasis and stave off death. Seemed like a useful spell. I will stand watch over him. I can't imagine a safer place for him to be than under the watch of a lord in his own ancestral home. He told them. Crespel, go get Hestia, and Warbeck, the medical room is down the hall across the master suite. Could you please go prepare it for Hestia's arrival? The two nodded, and the pair left the room. One to go down the hall, the other to find the apparition point. With a few waves of his wand, he locked himself in the room and got to work. It felt good to use his own wand again. With the single spell, he suddenly felt alive for the first time since he rose from that surgery table. But he shook off the euphoria before it could take hold. He didn't have much time. Carefully, ever so carefully, he removed the glove from Harry's left hand. For all he knew, removing the ring from his killer's hand would sever his tentative connection to life. It gave him life, surely it could take it away. He placed a single finger on the ring and whispered the name. Mungo Bonham. The shade of a dark-skinned man appeared and considered him. He then considered the body next to him and sighed. He and I already discussed this. I told him I don't know what the curse could possibly be, let alone how to counter it. Mungo told him angrily. And if a curse is dark and esoteric enough that even I haven't heard of it, then he's in deep trouble. Draco nodded to every word, patiently letting the man rant a rant he had heard before. Well, we need a miracle now. If not a cure, then an amelioration of his symptoms. If only enough to get him in fighting condition long enough to finish this war. Draco pleaded. Or until the next fight. Mungo harumphed. What are his latest symptoms? Mungo demanded. Hyper-rapid decay and rotting of internal organs. As of now, his lungs, he's barely breathing. Draco explained. Mungo hummed. I would recommend a transplant, but the curse would quickly overtake those new two, and we will be back to where we are now. He explained. The best long-term option right now is an iron lung, miniaturized and installed into his chest cavity. After removing what's already in there. That didn't sound like it would make Harry particularly battle-worthy. Even if you made iron lungs small enough to be implanted, they would never allow him the endurance necessary to go for a light jog, let alone duel Voldemort. I know his cousin is here, but not if he is a match for providing a transplant. Draco said. That would probably be a better stopgap solution. Put him under, remove his organs as needed, regrow them. Draco said. The death glare Mungo gave him could chill a lake of fire. That goes against every principle of medical ethics and basic human decency. Mungo chastised. And probably wouldn't work, as the potion routine necessary to regrow a lung is rather intensive, and most potions are less effective on muggles. The transplanted lung could decay and fail before a new one grows back, and you can only take one at a time. Well, there goes that idea. Before he could concoct another, the medical duo burst in, pushing in the wheelchair-bound Hestia. Draco managed to appear like he was maintaining a pulse check on Harry's wrist and let go of the resurrection stone. Mungo disappeared from his perception the moment he ended contact with it. How is he? Hestia started. His pulse keeps ending and restarting. Draco said, not actually bluffing. It's like he keeps dying and coming back. There. Let them chew on that strangeness. He doubted they knew of or understood the existence of Horcruxy and how Harry could be trapped between the here and forever after as his body fails and restarts. So, the curse finally reached his organs, but isn't allowing him to die. Hestia deduced, wheeling herself over to his bedside and pushing Draco aside. That was my conclusion as well, Warbeck confirmed, but I have no clue what the nature of his curse is. It bears a resemblance to ancient Egyptian mummification curses. I once had to treat a curse breaker who got caught by one, and there was nothing we could do. Lost, ancient and dark magic of the world was impossible to counter. All knowledge of their fundamental principles was long gone, and so too was any chance of countering it. It was like trying to solve a math problem in a dead language. If that dead language counted in an unknown base and used unique modifiers you never heard of. Did you at least cremate him? Hestia asked. Such curses usually trap the soul in the desiccated bodies, so they suffer the pain of death eternally. Warbeck nodded as if she were offended by the question. So, it's incurable and now terminal, said Crespol. Should we start building the funeral pyre now? No, said Hestia. There is at least one way to circumvent the curse. It is not attached to the body. It is attached to his magic. She paused to let Warbeck and Crespol digest this tidbit. So, if we give him transplants that are non-magical and are physically separated from his flesh by a proper barrier, then the curse won't affect those organs. Hestia explained, we could take lungs from a donor, wrap it in a titanium mesh, and it would protect most of it. What about the pulmonary artery? Asked Crespol. We would need to connect the lungs to it with some artificial valve. And if we're going that far, we might as well enchant the valve with a blood cleansing ward for extra precaution, to prevent any contamination of the new organs with any muscle or fat tissue that could have gotten into his bloodstream. And we would have to soak that mesh in a metal elasticating potion so it doesn't constrict his lung capacity. Warbeck added. Draco, at this point, tuned it all out. This was all way beyond his ability to understand. He backed out of the room and went in search of Harry's cousin. All about him was gray and viscous smoke. The experience at first strongly resembled falling into a pensive, but the gray mist refused to form anything recognizable as a shape. The only thing that did change about it was its thickness. As he fell deeper and deeper into the gray, placed the suffocating mass of mist varied from being comparable to smoke, to the pressure of the deep water, to full-on mud. Never once was it thin enough to see more than the outline of his own hands and body. It was maddening. If this was hell, for surely any just god would condemn him to such. Then it was a slower torture. Then all at once his fall ended and his feet met silver. The world was a mirror, an endless plane of reflective quicksilver. Echoes of his steps flowed across its surface from where it landed like a pebble thrown into an undisturbed pond. But for how far they permeated he did not know. The fog was still ever present. Harry dared not speak. For one, he wasn't sure he had the ability. For another thing, he had the sneaking suspicion he wasn't alone. A visceral instinct told him there was something else here, and he wasn't welcome. It might have been his imagination, but he thought the fog was beginning to thin a bit. Mustering up his courage, he took one tentative step forward. Forward seemed as good a direction as any. Drip. That was the sound it made. The sound of a drop of water echoed as he took a step, and a similarly perfect wave flowed across the glassy surface beneath him with it. Curiosity begged him to investigate the ground thoroughly, but good sense told him no understanding would come from being in this place. Only of his situation. He was dead. Not permanently so, obviously. The Horcrux tethered him to the real world, and he would return to it in time. But for now, he was on the other side of the veil. The veil. That's what this place reminded him of. The curtains of the veil in the death chamber. Or perhaps the liquefied substance that Hogwarts ghosts were made of. Both comparisons were appropriate. Feeling more confident in his better understanding of his surroundings, or more likely the illusion thereof, he took another, gentler step. Drip. It was just as loud as with the first step, Experimenting, he stamped his foot. Drip. It wasn't any louder nor quieter that time. Seeing sneaking was pointing, he took off, and on he trotted through the mist, the sound of his footsteps following him all the while. It took an entire minute before he realized he wasn't breathing at all. It only gave a momentary pause, as that made the most sense of anything here so far, as did his lack of bodily pain or physical sensations in general. He wondered why he was even given the self-delusion of having a body at all. Surely that wasn't necessary. But he had to admit it was preferable to being a shapeless mass. And with that thought, the world around him changed as he came to an epiphany. That simple thought, slightly altered perspective, was enough to allow him to see them. The mist? Turns out it was people. Lots of people. And animals. And cities. Yes, cities. All of which were transparent and incorporeal. And each living thing remained for only a moment, flying through the realm as if merely passing through, then vanishing. The storm of birds, people, fish, and insects. Dear God, were there so many insects? And even plants poured in from every direction, passing through each other, and each seemingly asleep by appearance. The buildings, on the other hand, were permanent fixtures of the skyscape and looked just a bit more solid. Enough that he was sure he could climb them if they were but a bit closer. Skyscrapers, cottages, pillars, pyramids, bathhouses, castles, and modes of construction from civilizations long forgotten formed an asteroid field above his head. This was a death realm, where the souls of the dead passed through to the unknown beyond. And things or places with proto-souls, cities and buildings and places who passed from memory, remained here, for no beyond waited for them. He wondered if some of the buildings in the infinity above him were Atlantean, or even older Lemurian, or older still Muan. The entire universe around him was an infinitely large archaeological site waiting to be shifted through. Hermione would love this place. Harry, on the other hand, not so much. Curiosity getting the better of him, he gazed down at himself and wished he hadn't. Half of his body appeared corporeal, the other half a deep shade of black. Separating the two was a long, jagged schism of golden thread, like a lightning bolt. So, half of him was here, in the beyond. If this wasn't a confirmation that the Horcrux had worked, then nothing would do. Whatever reason he was here, it was a temporary state for him. This warranted throwing caution to the wind. Hello! He dared to speak, and his voice clapped like thunder across the infinite. Yup, silence was probably the best policy. He hoped nobody heard his call, but that was akin to hoping there was nobody and nothing else present in this entire realm. And he was no longer naive enough to hold such hopes. Dudley, right? Draco asked, unsure, as he approached the wall of muscle in his dining room. Draco found him eating leftover spinach quiche in the kitchen. The man was covered in dust, ash, dirt, and a little bit of blood that he suspected didn't belong to him. But he was eating in the dining room, with his elbows off of the table, mouth closed as he chewed, and he had a napkin properly folded in his lap. These basic table manners endeared Dudley Dursley in the mind of Draco more than the other man could have ever known. Finally, a civilized human being. Your cousin needs an organ transplant. Draco opened without preamble. If you are a match, we can put you on life support and regrow anything we take out. The blonde muggle chewed his food deliberately as he eyed Draco and his suggestion before swallowing and wiping his mouth. Different blood type. Dursley said simply, I'm A positive. He's B negative. Same as Mum. He then took another bite. Well, where is she? Draco said in desperation. We kind of need him alive and functional if we're all to survive. Dudley shook his head solemnly. Dead. Killed by a vampire. He said. That sobered Draco a bit more. Not completely, but between Harry's incapacitation and his guest's terrible revelation, he was quickly losing his buzz. Oh, I'm sorry. He apologized. Don't be. I lit his ass on fire and staked him through the heart with a pool cue. Dudley said with a nonchalance he couldn't have possibly felt. I take it this didn't happen recently enough that we can do a post-mortem transplant? Draco asked. Dudley had to pause at that. Not for our kind of surgery. But would a less than 2-week-old dead person be able to transplant if you guys do it with magic? Dudley offered. Draco breathed a sigh of relief. That was within the window of a magical transplant, if only just assuming she is his biological aunt, and she's been kept on ice, yes. Draco said, "These assumptions are true, aren't they?" Dudley nodded. Dad's been buried, but they still have Mum in the morgue for their investigation into her death. Dudley explained. And was she infected by the vampire? Draco continued. Dudley shook his head. Ripped her throat out. Dursley explained. Good thing Harry didn't need a new pair of tonsils. His internal attempt at levity failed to meet his lips. He, unlike Potter and Weasley, had that kind of filter instilled into him. For several moments, Draco struggled with coming up for a compassionate, or at least respectful, way to say this next sentence. So, do you know where we need to go to? Salvage her body? Draco gagged on the words as they left. The look of mild amusement on the blonde muggle's face made him feel slightly less awful about his situation. But still, they both had some serious mother problems to work through. I know which morgue it is, yes. Who will be joining me on the mission, and when do we deploy? With conviction, as he pushed his plate away and stood up. You put it together. And immediately. Draco ordered. Will you be joining me? Dursley asked. Can't, said Draco. I'm under orders from Harry to be a prisoner here in my ancestral home. If I'm captured or killed, this place will no longer be safe. How does that work? Dursley asked. The magic that protects this place is passed down by blood. It isn't my name. Names have power, and my father's fathers earned a lot of power for the name they passed down to me. Only I can access it. If I die, the magic dies. Draco explained. Dudley shook his head. Draco tried his hardest to empathize with the man. Magic must seem as incomprehensible to him as Muggle electronics did to the average wizard. So, I'm to recover her body? He calcified. Yes. In the meantime, we should send a team out to get supplies. Iron Lung for now. Hopefully we can perform the procedure Hestia has in mind if we can't get him transplants. It does seem like the best chance. Draco thought aloud. Hey, Crespel! Dudley yelled at the ceiling, making Draco jump. What? Cue the annoyed and faraway voice of the healer in training responded. Get a team together. You're breaking into Mungos. Whatever that is, Dudley commanded. Neat, came the answer. And it's our magical hospital. Draco was caught between sighing and laughing at the antics of his new allies. What a ragtag team they all were. Well, his work for the day was done. Time to go talk to Mum. Harry's run through the realm of the Veil was forever accompanied by the constant drip, drip, drip of his feet on the mirror-like ground. It was maddening to the point Harry imagined this is what Chinese water torture felt like. He would pause occasionally to catch his breath. Metaphorically, of course, he didn't breath here. Nothing did. He noticed several other aberrations like himself. Broken souls, like a human being bisected by a bright, golden arc of lightning. They, too, wandered aimlessly. They were rare, but numerous. The vast majority wearing garb of the ancient Greeks or older civilizations. Harry deduced several things from these observations. First, that Horcruxes weren't invented by Herpo the Foul, but rediscovered or else the knowledge unearthed. Second, they were a plague upon the earth in Egyptian and pre-Egyptian times. Did everyone in the Old Kingdom make one of those accursed things? At least now, he had sentient people to speak to, though none of them were from a time or culture who spoke English. So, he set out to find one of two who could and whom he knew were here, or at least a part of them. He soon found himself climbing a ziggurat, possibly of Sumerian make, but he couldn't be sure, that was trapped against the mirror-like ground. He chose to climb it because he noticed a forlorn figure sitting on an altar atop it, gazing out at the infinite. He recognized those handsome features anywhere. The single half of his body with any coloration at all told Harry this was of a Horcrux with exactly half a soul in it, and the pattern of golden wounds emanating from his chest outward were exactly as Harry remembered from when he killed the teen. Hello, Tom. Harry greeted the part of Voldemort once trapped in the diary. Tom Riddle, still in his Hogwarts clothes, slowly blinked out of his reverie, turning to Harry. They stared at each other for some time, until recognition dawned on his features. Harry, he questioned, the confusion evident. You shouldn't be here. That Voldemort himself couldn't grasp the reality of Harry's fall from the light should have horrified him. but he had no horror left in him. "What is this place, Tom?" Harry asked without the usual pleasantries. He tilted his head to the side, as if trying to decide if Harry was actually there or not. It was a decidedly odd gesture, for only fractions of him were present but still moved as if connected to a full body. It was as if he rubbed invisibility ink all over himself but missed blotches, so that a seemingly shredded quarter of his head, a bit of his chin, bits and pieces of his torso, and fractures of his arms and legs floated independently. The edges of his form had that same golden hue as it had when Harry stabbed the diary what felt like an eternity ago. Altogether, these pieces probably added up to half a body, proportional to the amount of Tom Riddle's soul had been trapped in the diary, and the same amount of Harry's soul standing there before his enemy. He wondered if, to Tom's eye, Harry had a similar appearance. Apathy, despondence, non-remembrance, Tom answered. An antithetical existence to life and death alike, as if unto anti-life. If Harry had a spine, a shiver would have run down it. A place of magic unlike our magic. One of many such places theorized to exist separate from places men should walk. Tom went on, standing up. "I admit, you are one of the less unpleasant hallucinations. Surely you, of all people, couldn't create a Horcrux. Although I can imagine how you came across the knowledge." Harry considered lying and going the hallucination route. Try to coax information out of him. Maybe learn the identity of the unknown Horcrux? But he didn't have it in him. This Tom looked to have suffered enough. "Life has been unkind to me," Harry admitted, shaking his head. "And I did commit that sin. I fully intend to destroy it myself, after I finish destroying all 7 of yours." Tom stared at him for a time. Then he began walking, and Harry walked with him. Time passed. Slow, quiet, yet it passed in the blink of an eye. They were walking together along what looked like a shattered, floating piece of the Great Wall of China when Tom decided to break their mutual, comfortable, silent contemplation. "But how are you here if your Horcrux has not been destroyed? Are you not the Horcrux?" Tom asked. Harry shook his head again. "I am the man. My body is breaking down. I think I died." Harry explained. "I'm sure my people will resuscitate me, so my time here is short. Is it possible your older self was trapped here for a time during his missing 13 years of wraithiness?" This time Tom shook his head. "No. This is the place the destroyed Horcruxes go. If your body was destroyed, your soul would still be trapped in the physical plane. You are a Horcrux," Tom revealed. Harry raised an eyebrow. Tom didn't have all of the information. He was both correct and incorrect. Magic could be weird like that. "So, you already know I created 7? Or at least I planned to. If you came here specifically to try and ask me where or what they are, I'm sorry to say I'm not privy to that information," Tom said. Harry laughed at the attempt to deceive. "Tell me, what object of Rowena Ravenclaw did you seek out?" Tom raised an eyebrow back at him. "The lost diadem." He confessed. "I seduced the Grey Lady. Turns out she's Rowena's daughter." "Small world," Harry commented dryly. "Quite. Anyways, after a long Hamletian story of love, betrayal, and murder-suicide, it turns out she hid it in a tree in the forest. So, Albania," Tom explained. "I'm sure I would have hunted it down after graduating. And if I found it, it would become one piece of the 7 I'm sure you're aware of. And then it would have found a new home. A safe home. Where? I know not." Harry nodded. He had a what and a where to start searching. Finally, a lead he could act on. Plans to attack Gringotts still needed ripening. Still, something reeked of this situation. "You're being awfully cooperative," Harry pointed out. "Why the sudden interest in helping me?" Tom stopped walking, and Harry stopped with him. They were on some tiled patio beneath a pagoda. Its surface, like the surface of all things here, was being reduced to dust and reformed in a constant state of undecay. "I have been here a long time, though by the look of you not as long as it felt." To explain, "It's an existence I do not particularly enjoy, and outside of trying to find other damn souls to talk to, only to discover that Herpo doesn't exactly speak modern English. All I've had is time to think, and I have decided I want to pass on. That cannot happen until all of me is destroyed." Harry nodded, even if he didn't quite buy the explanation. And on what basis do you think that will be the undoing of your torment? He asked. It just feels right. Tom answered with a shrug. I also just want to get things off of my chest, and I feel no qualms sharing it with somebody who won't remember this conversation in but a few moments. Harry was instantly on the defensive, crouched down, fists up ready for a fight. Tom merely raised an eyebrow at him. No, I wasn't threatening you. You're leaving this place. It looks like you were right when you said your followers would resuscitate you, and when they do, this entire interaction will be less than a forgotten dream to you. Tom explained. Look at yourself. Harry did, and indeed the gray and white was being driven from his form and replaced with color, as if blood was once again in his veins and heat on his skin. He looked back up at Tom. It's a shame too, said Tom. I have so many regrets I wish to confess. Who better to confess to than somebody who will both understand and not remember? But it will have to wait until next time we meet. Until then, I have other MES to hunt down in here. Don't suppose you'll tell me how many you destroyed? Harry was actually going to tell him, but before the word 3 could escape his lips, he was dragged through nothingness. Pain and an accompanying stench and taste of filth greeted him on his awakening. He was in a brightly lit room. Blindingly white curtains and ceilings hung over him, but he could barely concentrate on any of it over the taste of rot and metal in his mouth and the stench of the same. Where was he? The last thing he remembered was the Battle of the Taboo coming back to Malfoy Manor, then nothing. Oh God, the stasis has worn off. Get me the vacuum tube before he chokes on his own blood. Came an older woman's voice whose identity eluded him in his delirium. The ache of a recently patched injury, the dual soreness and cutting pain of a sealed surgery, erupted along his entire abdomen and right limbs. Like your mouth after a dentist extracted a tooth, but everywhere. He strained against his disobedient body to try and turn, to see his surroundings. But then just as suddenly as it had come, the pain and disgust vanished, and he was falling, weightless, into an endless mist of gray. An endless mirror stretched to the horizon, though where the horizon line was would be anybody's guess. The thick gray mist that tore at him like a vicious wind obscured his vision so totally that he could barely see 10 meters in any direction. It reminded him a great deal of the curtain Sirius had fallen through nearly 3 years ago, but such comparisons would bring him no closer to understanding. He occasionally heard voices, whispers, or perhaps muttering. Some were even in English, but all were far away or moved by him faster than he could identify. Was he dead? No. His Horcrux was intact, even if he couldn't feel it in that moment. This was in his head, or at least partly was, but his experience with mind magics told him that in no way made it less real. In fact, it very much resembled a pensive. Perhaps he had retreated into his own mind as his body broke down. The relationship between soul and mind was complicated, but very real. It certainly resembled what he imagined the inside of his head would look like. Vast emptiness and murky confusion. Were these voices ghosts of memories lost? His subconscious trying to talk to him? Full-on hallucinations? The world may never know because his time in this place was up. His mind went blank. The feeling of life returned to him, and the gray mist subsided. He was on a table. Petunia was on another table beside him. Both of their torsos were cut wide open, and from Harry's torso was a litany of tubes and clasps. Most prominent of these was one connected to a large machine that drew from him black, oxygen-deprived blood and pumped red blood back into his veins. There were people about the sterile room, going to and from, presumably operating on him and his dead aunt, whose presence took up the majority of his death-addled mind's processing power. What little of it he had in his delirium. What remained after that was trying to parse the confusion of where he was, how he got there, and what he had just been doing. He remembered feeling something, but it slipped his mental grasp. He reached out with his good arm, trying to touch the tubes attached to his insides, but a firm had stopped him and rested his limb back to his side. Harry looked up to try and see the person who grasped it. His face was blurry and indistinct, as it ought to be without his glasses on. A moment later, the face faded into a gray mist, along with the rest of the room and everything in it. And so, Harry fell, endlessly, into a gray mist that went on forever in all directions, save below where his feet made contact with shimmering silver. Jonathan Crespel was rather surprised when Harry sat bolt upright, and even more surprised when he found himself grasped by the throat and bodily lifted by his patient only to be slammed against the wall. "Do not allow me to go under again," his master snarled through the respirator and feeding tube. He could only nod piteously against the palm enclosed round his throat, but was mercifully released. Harry promptly collapsed against a nearby chair, holding himself upright with his good hand. "Report," he ordered. Jonathan stood upright and did so. "Taboo destroyed. Captives at Malfoy Manor free and in training. Malfoy has kept everything in order for the 3 days you were under." Harry nodded and began testing his limbs as he listened. "The location of the concentration camp where Muggleborns and half-breeds are being kept?" he asked. "Confirmed and in the process of being scouted," Crespel told him. "By whom?" Potter demanded. "Jessica and her little golden friend." Harry seemed pleased by this. After all, these were all the orders he left in the event he was incapacitated or unavailable. He kept whole week of forethought available for all to read, and likely had more to be released if he did perish before the war ended. "And what have you and Warbeck done to me?" Potter asked. "Transplanted your heart and lungs, implanted blood-purifying catheter-like device." He explained. "Your aunt was the donor. Well, there's no good way to put it, we've harvested and begun preparing the rest of her for when not if, the rest of you starts to go." Harry nodded as he paid particular attention to his blackened right hand, arm, and fingers. "Did you do something to my joints?" he asked perceptively. "Indeed. Replace them with PEEK. It's a plastic with great strength and low friction. And coated the bones on your right side with a thin varnish of titanium with more PEEK embedded into it. The titanium binds to the bones. The PEEK reduces friction with my necrotic muscles and tendons, thus somewhat alleviating my constant agony." Harry concluded aloud. "Is there a particular reason you didn't do this with my left side?" Jonathan raised his hands apologetically. "Our oath." "Ah, yes. Preventative surgery like that would fall under the purview of do no harm. That prevents meta-wizards from practicing magical plastic surgery or male genital mutilation of babies or female circumcision of women or other unconscionable practices of Muggle physicians," Harry said in understanding, reciting the exact verbiage of the most popular dissertation on the Hippocratic Oath. "The most you can do is attempt to slow or stop the spread and make further augmentations as they become necessary." Jonathan nodded in confirmation to Potter's words. "I see. And how long until I can take off this respirator?" he asked. "We don't know. Your aunt's lungs were neither as large as your old ones, nor as well trained. Your body may never fully adapt to them," he explained. Potter nodded but then disrobed. Jonathan cast his eyes downward as Harry removed the medical gown to examine himself. He performed a squat and a couple lunges before deciding he was content. "Cloak me," he commanded. With a flick of Jonathan's wand, Potter was restored to his usual decency. "What are your orders, my lord?" Jonathan asked deferentially. Harry snorted, but must not have felt up to the task of trying to battle against the title they had all given him. "Call me. We have work to do," was his simple order. "Want your story written? I take commissions now. You can pay me to write your fanfiction or original works. My prices are as follows. $25 per 1,000 words of fanfiction, with some wiggle room. I don't pad my work. You also get to video chat with me as I type the first chapter. $25 per 500 words for original works, so anything that is not fanfiction. I also charge $25 per 500 words for smut or fetish materials. Price is subject to change in the future. Check with me. Become a patron. NonsensicalRants. You can also still become a patron for $1 to get access to future chapters 2 weeks early and vote on which stories I update next. 13. A Carrion Call. Chapter 13. A Carrion Call. Harry focused all of his might on breathing, his agonized body disallowing any other thoughts. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. Left foot, right foot. Honestly, he hadn't had this much trouble jogging 5 kilometers since his first ever Quidditch training session with Ollie. Even then, he hadn't been anywhere near this haggard. Had Petunia really been so out of shape that her lungs were this piss poor, or had his recovery lost him this much cardiovascular capability. Maybe she was a secret smoker? Either way, he outright collapsed when he reached Warbeck, who thankfully had the respirator and oxygen tank waiting for him. Geez, Potter, your cardio is genuinely worse than that of a corpse, Draco said in what passed as an inside joke between them. Harry glowered at him and Dudley, who had agreed to job with him only to leave him behind and lap him multiple times. Great job helping with the motivation there, you blonde assholes. The two were already done toweling off, and their Harry was on the ground sucking on a respirator like it was the last water bottle in the Sahara. There is only so much you'll be able to do to improve your lung capacity, Warbeck told him. You now have the lungs of an early 40s woman who never exercised a day in her life inside the body of an athlete and warrior. It wasn't a good combination, made less so by the progressing necrosis curse. Surely there must be something we could do. Steroids maybe? Or even steroidal inhalers? Dudley suggested. The Muggles have anabolic steroids you can inhale now? Or are they corticosteroids? Warbeck asked. Bless you, Harry said with a straight face before diving into his water bottle. Warbeck rolled her eyes. Steroid just means artificial hormone or hormone substitute. The anabolic steroids you're thinking of are effectively just testosterone substitutes that, unlike real testosterone, actually do cause aggression and other nasty side effects. But there are countless other types of hormones, and whatever is in these inhalers could be any number of them. I would have to do more research into them, but we in the wizarding world don't really have trouble treating asthma, so inhalers aren't really a thing. Harry, Draco, and Dudley nodded along. It made sense. Well, until we have a way to give me back my cardiovascular ability, I will require the respirator, although I foresee walking into battle carrying an oxygen tank being awkward, Harry said as he retrieved his new wand and towel. It was the wand belonging to one of the many snatchers he had killed a few days before. His followers had collected them all, put the corpses on ice, and had him try out each wand. Having killed their previous masters, their loyalty was now to him. But that didn't necessarily make them a good match. This one he'd have to take to Ollivander at Shell Cottage when he had time. It certainly wasn't his Holly wand, but like Draco's, it got the job done. Had more punch to it, but less grace. Warbeck threw her hands up in exasperation. You shouldn't even be out of bed, let alone jogging laps around the mansion. Now you want to go into battle? She whined. You just rolled off the surgery table last night. You're insane. Harry gave her a hard look. You and I both know that I will not be surviving this curse, likely not even this war. My only purpose now is to fight and bring about Voldemort's downfall. And should I perish, I intend to have you all prepared to continue the fight, a task I have already succeeded in. He explained, if I died tomorrow, I have complete faith that those of you here could continue the fight and lead others, but zero faith in your ability to win. So, I clearly have more work to do, and that will require me fighting beside you all. Warbeck acceded, lowering her head in surrender as Dudley and Draco watched on. So, can we make a more portable oxygen tank and mask for him, or is that beyond magic? Dudley asked. Oh yeah, we can absolutely shrink it down and reduce its weight. Might even be able to add some spatial expansion charms into the mix. Draco explained, then explained further at Dudley's obvious confusion. That means we can make a 40 cubic meter canister hold 80 or 200 or more cubic meters of oxygen. Make a tent the size of a house on the inside. That's what spatial expansion means. Dudley nodded at the explanation. He sure did like learning about magic. Even with that, he will not be able to fight as he usually does. Warbeck interrupted. He will not be as fast or nimble and running around like a seeker casting a storm of quick spells as he usually does just won't work for him, especially with the curse removing his flexibility and muscle speed. He's fast becoming as acrobatic as a rock. Then I shall fight as a rock. Harry interrupted her tirade. The looks they gave him goaded him into a further explanation. Ever the showman, he took up a stance with his legs spread out and knees bent, a mountain stance, so as not to be easily knocked over. Like a wrestler prepared to be tackled. I am standing here, and you shall not knock me over. That shall be my fighting philosophy. In place of speed, I shall focus on ending fights with overwhelming directed force. A boulder slid down the mountainside onto the scalpel. He explained, "Everything I point my wand at shall be destroyed, totally and utterly." Draco nodded along to every word. Dudley and Warbeck were less impressed with his little speech. "You will require a new training routine to practice all of what you preach," she said. "Fortunately, I have a very good friend who is excellent at planning such routines and battle strategies." Harry countered before getting up off the ground. He had caught his breath again and didn't need to rely solely on the respirator at the moment. "Now, let's go see what manner of bullshit the day has in store for me." "Wow," Harry said in genuine surprise. "That is a lot worse than I expected." Hermione's corpse lay on a metal table, splayed out in all her nude glory, in the morgue beneath the Malfoy dungeons. Every freckle on her pale skin juxtaposed against the deep cuts from her dissection. Cuts identical to the ones on Draco. He grabbed a nearby sheet and covered her dignity as best he could. The thin material still left quite a bit visible. "Would everybody besides Draco Malfoy please vacate the room?" Harry instructed. Dudley, Warbeck, and Crespel left, taking with them poor little June Chong and Eric Creevy, who had discovered the necromancy lab. As they did so, Draco retrieved his recently returned wand and began casting the host of anti-eavesdropping wards, ending with his godfather's favorite. "Hermione Jean Granger, Ronald Bilious Weasley," Harry said into the resurrection stone. They appeared and blanched at the sight that greeted them. Although Hermione looked more saddened than disgusted, there was still plenty of disgust marring her features all the same. "Were they trying to turn me into an inferi?" Hermione asked. Harry nodded. "Looks like it," Harry said. "But for the life of me, I can't imagine why." The three identical looks of he got for that one made him feel as stupid as they probably thought he was. "To use me to hurt you, Harry," Hermione explained. "And can you conjure something thicker to cover me with? I don't appreciate Malfoy getting an eyeful." Harry obliged, conjuring a fleece blanket and covering her corpse head to toe. His new wand made it much larger and thicker than he intended. More punch, less grace. He thought deeply on her words. That would have proved a devastating strategy against him, especially the him that died with Draco what felt like years ago. But now? Now their efforts brought him some joy, despite the poisoned soil. Hopefully they did a decent job, so Peter can make the necessary modifications for me to truly resurrect you like I did Malfoy. Harry said. The glare Hermione gave him could freeze lava. "You assume I want to fully return to this twisted world." She snarled and waved to indicate his body. "A world that turned Harry Potter into this?" Her words hurt, but he knew they weren't genuine. "Your parents are still in Australia with their minds wiped, and you have a duty to them to undo that," Harry said simply. "Not to mention all the good you still have left to do on this earth. I am a dead man walking, and I can't think of anybody, save a resurrected Albus or a Laster, who would make a better leader to these people upon my passing than you." She groaned, but gave up the argument. Boy, could he not wait for the earfuls he'll be getting from her once he's no longer able to simply dismiss her by removing the ring from his finger. That won't get old fast. Nope, not at all. Tell the others I will need an escort back to Grimmauld Place. Harry instructed Draco. "I will be ready momentarily." Draco nodded before exiting the room. The moment the door clicked shut, Ron turned on him. "Under no circumstances are you to dig up my corpse and reanimate me," he said in all seriousness. Harry actually laughed at the unexpected declaration. He refrained from informing him that his corpse was far too decayed to be reanimated effectively, as it would reveal he and Peter had already discussed the possibility. He opted to instead answer with a nod. "I'm only resorting to such for Hermione because these assholes have already prepped her for it. I would prefer us all to go in peace, and do not wish for either of you to remain around in this hell with me for longer than possible." He explained, "Your intention to commit suicide, likely with the aid of the allies you're currently training up to the task of being your executioners, is not heartening, Harry." Hermione chastised. "I would much prefer you use the ritual to restore your body that Voldemort used with you and Wormtail. There is no shortage of servants willing to sacrifice their flesh. Your father's bones are easily accessible, as are many enemies to steal blood from. I would also prefer you follow up said ritual with reincorporating your Horcrux." She gagged as the last word came out of her mouth. Harry shook his head. We've been over this. My mother's sacrificial protection is still active because Voldemort used my blood in the ritual. Unless I could get access to him, I would lose that protection upon gaining a new body while he would retain it. And he has been out of the country for over a month now, as if we'd have a chance of capturing him alive or dead if he were still here. Harry explained, I will restore my soul when this war is ended and promptly die from this necrosis curse. My penance until then is to suffer this body. He traced the scar on his forehead as he spoke, the other reason for his refusal to do the ritual at the forefront of his mind. Every advantage he could take, he would. Ron, I will need you to take possession of one of the prisoners and get to work. Harry said, I need a new training routine, one that incorporates my new weaknesses as strengths. My cardio, speed, and nimbleness are gone forever, but I am still a powerhouse. I must focus on the accuracy, speed, and powerful of my spells, in addition to conjured barriers and shielding charms. Can you do this? Ron shrugged. Between developing the plan of attack on the concentration camp and an invasion plan for Gringotts, sure. Pile more onto my plate, why don't ya? He snipped. I knew I could count on you. If Peter has finished crafting a new body for himself, the pizza boy will be your permanent host from now on. No more sharing, Harry told him. It was Ron. He was good at planning things when he wasn't being an over-emotional Burke. And now that he was dead, he didn't exactly have anything else to do with his free time. Make sure you check on Walburga while you're there. Hermione reminded him. Ron nodded. We have no idea what powers we are dealing with in regard to alchemy, and she is clearly involved with the Flammels based on the magics she was toying with and had sons on both sides of the war. Treat her with caution. Work from the assumption that she is much smarter than us. Ron reminded him. Harry shook his head. I will not be personally interrogating her. I will have others, more qualified others, do the work. Harry said. Ron nodded. That's smart. You are susceptible to psychological manipulation, and we don't want to give her the opportunity to get in your head. He added. Harry stared at him. It wasn't exactly how he would have put it, but yeah, that about summed it up. 3 knocks came from the door. Come in, Harry said, waving his new wand to cancel all of Draco's privacy charm. Malfoy came in, followed closely by Dudley, Crespel, and of all people, Mafalda Hopkirk and Albert Runcorn. Both had nasty scars across their throats as if they had been slit. He suddenly wondered how many of the people they rescued had already been turned into soldiers for his cause while he was out. Crespel himself walked right up to him and handed him a respirator like the one he had been on before. This one was painted black and had several shrunken oxygen tanks on the sides. He noted the button to allow oxygen flow and the switch to leave it pressed. Wouldn't want him to have to fight while holding the respirator button with one hand, nor would they want him to get oxygen sickness, or worse, run out because it was left permanently on. Excellent choice of crew. Anybody need to use the toilet? Make a phone call? He asked rhetorically as he put on the respirator. They all looked between each other and shook their heads. Then let us be on our way, he ordered. Jessica released him from her pocket, and he flew high into the air, his small golden wings carrying him at near sonic speeds. Up and up he went until he could see the ocean beyond the horizon. The crew investigating the concentration camp in the Scottish Highlands consisted of her, Malcolm, Reginald, and Mary Cattermole, plus himself. A small, inconspicuous team focused on their ability to scout and flee in an emergency. With Moody's eye, he could see where the ward line started and immediately noticed something wrong. It was down, only a meek echo allowing him to see that one was ever there. He sped up his pace, keeping a high altitude and taking advantage of his telescopic and X-ray vision to scan the grounds. There were chambers beneath the earth, pits connected by thin, short hallways that one would have to crouch to get through. The labyrinth resembled an ant colony and could comfortably house hundreds of people, or uncomfortably house thousands. You have guessed the latter. Strangely, there were no bars or doors on the cells, but as each hallway was more than likely patrolled by either wizard or magical creatures unknown, such additions may have been superfluous. Large trapdoors served as entrances and exits near the ends of every hallway. He flew close to the ground and saw there was bedding with hay and human filth littering every inch of floor in the underground complex, with a large shower room above ground that looked to have been seldom used, likely only by the guards. The entire facility was enormous, but lacking in any and all occupants. It was empty. There was one chamber near the very center of the complex covered in human remains. Bones mostly and shattered once at that. It was a chamber that more resembled a circular underground crucible. Unlike the showers, this one looked to have seen a lot of use indeed. He flew back down to Jessica's position, and she snatched him up. He quickly relayed what he had found out on his golden surface. The place has been evacuated. The prisoners moved to somewhere more secure. We have to go inside and investigate. Jessica relayed his message. It was going to be a long night for all of them. The place is completely empty. Mary Cattermole informed Harry in the kitchen of Grimmauld Place. We missed our chance by days at most, and we didn't find a single clue as to where they would have been moved to. They could be on the continent for all we know. Her and her team had been waiting for him when he arrived, and now they were debriefing him on what he already knew from his link to the Horcrux that had been there. Yes, and they were clearly feeding people to werewolves. I know, Harry told her. And also, the room you found covered in scorch and claw marks on the far side of the facility? The one with mounds of feathers? There were Vila there, and they were not treated well. This explains both the lack of werewolf activity in Britain outside of sanction attacks on Voldemort's enemies and the disappearances of Vila overseas. It also explains how they are paying Fenrir and his clan, to say nothing of the vampires that have joined Voldemort. They all stared at him in confusion. They had no way of even guessing how he could possibly know all they knew and more. It gave him a bit of mystique, a seemingly all-knowing nature he was trying to emulate from Dumbledore. Having the Horcrux and Deluminator to spy on people helped a lot with that. So, what are we going to do? Malcolm asked. What we've been doing? Fighting this war. Since assaulting the camp is not an option at the moment, we move on to the next course of action I was planning to do after that. Harry told them. Until such time as we discover the location of the new camp, which is liable to be a much more challenging target, we have to focus on battles we can fight. His speech finished, Harry retrieved the moleskin pouch from an inside pocket and dug inside. He spoke as he searched. In the meantime, this premises will henceforth be devoted to non-combatants. Children mostly, and those most qualified to caring for and teaching them. He explained as he pushed aside books and potion vials and other knickknacks in his way. Crespel will serve as the full-time meta-wizard here, among other duties, while Malfoy Manor will be overlooked by Warbeck as it serves as the training grounds and base of operations for the actual soldiers, who will need a much more skilled meta-witch on hand. He finally found a small coin purse and retrieved it from the moleskin pouch. Albert, would you kindly turn the wireless to the Potterwatch station? Harry requested as he fished a very special galleon from the coin purse. The silent man obliged, and soon incoherent static filled the room. Harry put his wand to the master coin, making a mental note to have Hermione make more coins, with fake Canute and sickles for different ranking members of his growing army, once she had her new body. He put in the date and time of his next attack. It now read 0106, 1998, midnight. And in a few moments so would all of its siblings. He finished up by adding a location name where the word Gringotts usually were and turned it into Hogwarts. He then tapped the coin and waited. 30 seconds later the static ceased, and Lee Jordan's blessed voice came into focus. This is an emergency weather report to all Order and DA members. The storm clouds are approaching the stronghold, and we have confirmation that lightning will strike in 3 days' time. I repeat, lightning will strike the stronghold on June 1st. This broadcast will play on repeat. This is an emergency weather report. Harry listened to the radio loop and smiled beneath his respirator. He had planned to rescue the nameless hundreds or thousands from the camp to swell his forces, as the camp was a much softer target than Hogwarts. But with that no longer being an option, it was time to hit the harder target and go for quality over quantity. It was time to retrieve Dumbledore's army and put them to war where they belonged. Victor Crumb ducked beneath the battlements as an eighth wave of bombarded curses and armaments rained down on the trenches surrounding Durmstrang. The castle was lost, the last stronghold resisting Voldemort and his forces as they swept through Russia Fallen. When the Dark Lord arrived personally on the grounds, they knew the fight was lost. They managed to resist him for an entire month and change, and perhaps that would have to be enough to take pride in. But reports were in, and the entire magical government of Russia and Ukraine had fallen to him, or more accurately joined him, and he would soon have access to the Muggle government and their resources as well. From there, his invasion of the rest of Europe, a two-pronged invasion from both Britain and the recently collapsed Soviet Union, would be like unto a plague. He and Polyakov kept at a crouch as they wound beneath the main hall and into the sub-dungeons towards the interior boat docks. It was the greatest feature of Durmstrang Institute, its massive underground lake enclosed by the foundation of the castle itself. It was heated by subthermal vents, and that made the Siberian winters not only bearable, but enjoyable. It boasted an entire armada of ships from different eras, from authentic Roman dromons and Liburnians to expansion-era sloops, flutes, and man-of-wars. Boating sports and mock naval battles were the best pastime at Durmstrang and competed with Quidditch for popularity amongst the students. Although they played Quidditch in here too with the ship mass sporting rings, so the two sports merged into one at times. It's exactly as awesome as it sounds, especially when they changed the enchanted ceiling to create a genuine storm inside. The hundreds of resistance fighters left alive were all retreating there as the wards finally came down and Death Eaters stormed the castle. It was to be their last stand, and with the entire foundation of the castle and the enchanted wardstones composing them as a barrier, they could surely hold out for several more weeks, assuming the food supplies lasted. Make way, wake way! Anastasia, the last resident Medowitch, ordered as 5 people carried in a man on a stretcher from the front line. When Victor caught sight of the man on the stretcher, he knew the fight was lost. Igor is down, she announced. The reaction was mixed. People both made way and got closer for a better look. Victor himself didn't budge, because he knew the man would want to see him. Indeed, the near catatonic leader of the Russian resistance caught sight of him and reached out a blood-stained hand towards him, revealing the familiar gash across his chest that had killed so many before. Whatever the signature spell of the Hogwarts headmaster was, they had no counter-curse nor cure for it. It always resulted in amputation, or death if it hit center mass. Igor had taken it to the chest. Victor! Victor! Igor pleaded. Victor kneeled beside the man and leaned in close. A man's dying words were a sacred thing, and when he raised a hand to ask for silence, the crown obliged. I tried, Victor. I tried so hard to prepare you all for his return. People thought I was mad to teach my students as soldiers in the dark arts, but it wasn't enough. He whispered. Victor nodded but lacked the words to console the dying man. I do not know if he can be stopped, but I would tell you not to try. He continued. Just save as many as you can. Get everyone out of here alive. That is my last order to you. After you do that, it is your role to give orders in my place. He went silent, and the color drained from him as H bled out. He faded quickly after that. Dead, but surrounded by comrades, friends, and those whose lives he had saved. It certainly wasn't the worst way to go. They all remained silent after that, and the bombing of the castle above continued like a thunderstorm. He thought about nothing, just staring into empty space. His empty reverie was interrupted by a heat on his chest, one almost great enough to burn him. He reached under his blouse and retrieved the chain and locket containing the photographs of him and Hermione during their summer together what felt like an eternity ago. Besides said locket was an imitation galleon the woman herself had sent him. Before his eyes, the numbers and letters along its edge changed. Hogwarts, January 6th, 1998, midnight. What are we going to do? Polyakov broke the near silence, voicing everyone's questions. Victor glanced around the massive chamber at the gathered crowd. All of the survivors that could stand were standing before him now. So many lives and all in his hands. Time to nut up. What they least expect, he said authoritatively as he stuffed the necklace back under his blouse. They expect us to cower in this chamber, to hold out in despair for the few weeks it will sustain us for. But we shall do the opposite. He pointed towards the end of the chamber, where the cave opened out and lead into a channel and the ocean beyond. Pick a boat, man it, and prepare for a long voyage. We are blasting right through and out to sea. While they're busy storming the castle, we will be making our escape straight through them. He barked at the already moving crowd. Get all of the wounded aboard quickly and all the fighters above deck. We won't all make it, but a 100% survival rate was never an option to begin with. Boy, did they have hustle. The makeshift medical tent was already being emptied into the nearest ships. Leave the dead behind, Victor ordered before thinking on it. Burn the crops and salt the earth, figuratively speaking. They started planning charges on the support structures and ward stones. They might be abandoning Durmstrang, but it would not fall into the Dark Lord's hands in anything resembling a usable state. Polyakov pulled him aside. "But where will we go?" he asked. "Where we can fight and win." Victor answered loud enough for any eavesdroppers to hear. "We cannot win any battles in the east, so we shall go west where other allies are fighting and support them." He stormed towards the nearest ship, the ghost ship he had ridden to the Triwizard tournament so long ago. He was going to take him back there now. "Want your story written? I take commissions now. You can pay me to write your fanfiction or original works. My prices are as follows. $25 per 1,000 words of fanfiction, with some wiggle room. I don't pad my work. You also get to video chat with me as I type the first chapter. $25 per 500 words for original works, so anything that is not fanfiction. I also charge $25 per 500 words for smut or fetish materials. Prices subject to change in the future. Check with me. Become a patron. NonsensicalRants. You can also still become a patron for $1 to get access to future chapters 2 weeks early and vote on which stories I update next. 14. Ashes of the Phoenix. Chapter 14. Ashes of the Phoenix. When I gave you free reign on creating your own body, I expected you'd try to make yourself more visually appealing than you had been in life, not less so. Harry told Wormtail as he rose in his new body. The being Pettigrew had chosen to fashion himself into was a Frankenstein's monster, somewhat resembling Hermione after her accident with the polyjuice potion. If she had managed to take polyjuice with rat hair instead of cat hair. Around the face, he resembled his old body as Peter Pettigrew, which probably required a bit of plastic surgery on Peter's part. But the hands and feet both more resembled the paws of a rat, with more evenly sized and placed digits ending in sharp claws. And of course, there was the thick, tapering tail nearly as large as his body. Harry refrained from the desire to make a splinter joke, because it genuinely was an upsetting development. With both Malfoy and Ron in the room, the latter now permanently affixed to the brain-dead pizza boy, boggled at the man's form. It is not every day a person has the opportunity to make the outside perfectly match their inside. Pettigrew said, "And now when people look at me, they will see me as I am." Harry could relate to the sentiment, but not the execution. He wished he could have Crespel or Warbeck in on Pettigrew's secret, so they could dissect his mind. Warbeck could write his medical research thesis on the psychological effects of remaining in your animagus form for 12 years. You have a necromancer at your service and finally available to switch to full-time work. Peter told him, standing at attention. "So far I have been able to prepare and preserve all of the corpses you have brought me, but only had enough time to make a final product for myself and her." Harry turned around to the other table, and sure enough, a fleece-bundled Hermione Granger sat up with the aid of Ronald. He helped keep her covered as she did so, and Harry watched as she came to terms with the return of physical sensations to her mind. It sounded like the kind of thing that could be overwhelming. "Are you in pain?" Ron asked her as he wrapped the blanket more tightly around her. "Everywhere," Hermione told them. "The dull ache of a deep wound healing. All over. That would be the surgery wounds," Peter informed her. "They are actually mostly healed, but you'll feel them for a while. That means plenty of bed rest and avoiding physically taxing situations." Harry piped up before getting a coughing fit. "Same as what I should be doing." He lifted his respirator back to his mouth and breathed deeply of the pure oxygen. "And like you, I will not be taking proper care off this cursed body," Hermione told him with a scowl. "We are all abominations and should return to being dead as soon as possible." Harry couldn't agree more. "Then come," he said. "We have work to do, and the faster we do it, all the sooner we can rest. Wormtail, you are to accompany Draco back to Malfoy Manor and get to work on the materials we put in the mortar. If anybody asks about you, tell them you are the necromancer I recruited, and that's all you have to say about yourselves. They ought to leave you alone after that." What about the partially prepared bodies I have here? Pettigrew asked. They won't be going anywhere. You can come back and get them anytime. Harry told him. Did you bring me my clothes? Hermione asked. Harry nodded to a bag on top of the metal bed opposite hers, and she nodded gratefully back. And, something to hide my face? Hermione asked. Like a mask? Harry looked at her, and how her face was one of the few parts of her body that hadn't been cut open, as all the runes needed on the skull were supposed to be carved under the scalp. We have plenty of Death Eater masks laying around, but I'm guessing you want something more bland? Draco asked. I think I can scrounge up something blank for you. Thank you, Hermione said, before pointing with her eyes at the open curtain. Ron drew them shut as he and Draco moved away from it to give her privacy. Arthur stared at the newspaper sadly. For nearly a year now, he spent his mornings glowering at the cheap paper, displaying both Muggle and Wizarding news, dwelling upon the obituaries above all other stories. This week the Muggle papers were abound with news on the micro-black hole that was passing just outside of their solar system. The Muggle astrologers going on and on about how a black hole the size of a semi-truck shouldn't possibly exist, and how this would surely rewrite their understanding of physics was only slightly less annoying than their constant assurances that the mass and trajectory both guaranteed that it was in no way a threat to Earth. Most annoying of all was that the existence of such a cosmic object was so obviously magical that it pissed him off that there wasn't even a peep about it in Wizarding news was an absolute sham. Then again, the massacre of several dozen men of the law who served to make the country safe by the terrorist Draco Malfoy seemed much more pressing in everybody's minds as of late. Even those who recognized the euphemism for the wretches known as Snatchers, and what they really did for a living, couldn't help being disturbed by the brutality of the massacre and the images of 6 dark marks above Muggle London in broad daylight. What are you hoping to accomplish with this stunt, Draco? He asked the presence that had been standing behind him for 2 minutes now. Are you trying to break the statute of secrecy? Hello, Arthur. The barely recognized and muffled voice of a young man answered. Most people's situational awareness leaves much to be desired, but I am proud that you were so attentive. Arthur sat up straighter in his chair, folded the newspaper, and set his face into a neutral expression. Others had warned him, told him of what might be coming to visit him soon. A quick glance at the clock showed that, strangely, the hand for Harry Potter marked him as being lost when he should be marked as being at home. He was there, standing 3 feet in front of him, the feeling of his eyes on Arthur's back all-encompassing, like an entomologist examining a particularly interesting bug. What is it you have come to ask of me? Harry, he asked, barely able to say the name that could not belong to the presence in his home. Harry Potter, in lieu of answering, closed the distance between them and sat next to him at the table. He poured himself a cup of the tea Arthur was enjoying. Tired. That's the only word that his appearance brought to mind. Tired of it all. Eager to die. He'd met such people before. They did not last long. He removed the dark respirator from his mouth to reveal an ugly black mark crawling up his neck and chin, like fresh tar on a newly erected power line. Ah, chamomile. Harry sighed as he breathed in the steam from his cup. Where is Molly? Visiting Charlie. The war is much hotter in Romania than here, and the dragons are being trained for battle. Arthur explained. Presumably against you-know-who, but in time, they will surely fall into his hands as well. That doesn't seem like something Charlie would want to be a part of. Harry commented between sips. It isn't. That's why he and dozens of others have resigned in defiance. She'll be bringing him back here. Arthur explained. So, you find me available to help without her around to worry about the dangerousness of it. I do not approve of your recent activities, but I am open to working for you if the mission is just and doesn't lead to anybody dying. Harry nodded and seemingly agreed to his demands. If I have it my way, nobody at all will be dying during this next mission. And all I need from you is to enchant a vehicle with all the bells and whistles of the Ford Anglia. Harry explained before, wandlessly banishing his cup to the sink where the enchantments therein washed it. That's it? Arthur asked. That is all. Although it is a much larger vehicle. What will you need? Harry asked before red-oning his respirator. Time, said Arthur. Days. Maybe even weeks if it's something like a ship or submarine. That I cannot give. What would allow you to get it done within mere hours? Harry asked. A team of people to carve in the runes? Done. What else? Well, if I had an already enchanted vehicle, I could just transfer it over. So, I would have to start enchanting the engine itself now and install it at the event. Arthur told him, that won't be necessary. Harry waved away the suggestion. I will make retrieving your old Anglia a mission priority. Hopefully, by the time I personally retrieve it for you, you will be finished with the rest of the work. Anything else? Arthur hesitated. Please, take your time, sir. I only have a dozen more people to meet with today. Arthur snorted at that one. It was good to see some humor, some humanity from his dying son. One already on his way out of this world, so soon after Arthur had just lost another. I need a power source to fuel the invisibility. Everything else can be easily powered by sapping a minuscule amount of magic from the riders. But invisibility is another matter. Without the time necessary to charge the invisibility enchantment slowly, we need a permanent, magical fuel source. That conundrum gave Harry pause, at least. He leaned back in his chair and glared at the ceiling. Strangely, Arthur got the distinct impression that he wasn't mediating on if he could provide such a power source, but if he should. His instinct proved correct when, moments later, the dark man reached into his cloak and produced a folded piece of cloth. It was the most beautiful and elegant invisibility cloak Arthur had ever laid eyes on, and as Harry passed it to him, it proved softer and lighter by an even greater magnitude. Harry, a mere invisibility cloak, is not up to the task. Arthur chided lightly, offering it back. Harry blocked the gesture with an outward palm. It is not a mere invisibility cloak, but one of legend, said Harry. One your own wife told of in fairy tales to your children. Look closely and see the symbol sewn into its fabric. Arthur understood, instantly, the insane claim Harry was making, but knew from experience not to doubt the impossible when it came to this boy. He did as instructed and looked closer at the cloak. Amongst the shimmering star and wavy patterns, another glistened in the light as he turned it in his hands. A line within a circle within a triangle. He could only stare at Harry as if he were insane. Not only for willingly handing over such a powerful artifact, but for letting somebody else know what it was. I trust you, Arthur, more than anybody else amongst the living. You will keep it secret and use it to save more lives than I ever could. Harry confessed, in my hands it only serves to protect my life. In yours it could conceal hundreds from death's vision. It was him. It was Harry Potter. He hadn't changed, not where it mattered. He cared so much for others that it hurt him more than the deadly curse that was obviously consuming his body. I will follow you, Harry, just please. Don't descend any deeper into that dark place. Arthur promised and pleaded in a single breath. I can see the changes in you. Everybody can. Superficially, you are starting to resemble him, but I know it's only skin deep. Keep it that way. Harry stared at him as he spoke, and aged decades before his very eyes. Tired. He looked so very tired. I'm trying, Arthur, but I've always been an angry person. And I grow hateful towards the evil that threatens those I love, and towards myself for my failure. I don't want to feel this way, but I have seen the things you and everyone else have only come to suspect. Harry told him, it's so much worse than you imagine, and I am trying to not let it get to me. We all are, but there's only so much fight inside all of us. I pray this war ends, and I die with it before your fears become a reality. For they are my fears too. Arthur gulped at the confession and wept internally, for he recognized the honesty and sorrow behind the words. It was our job to ensure you wouldn't have to fight such demons, said Arthur. Wasses! Harry damn near snarled at him as he stood up. Arthur flinched away at the malice in those green eyes, the rightfully directed resentment. He strongly suspected it turned into actual Parseltongue at the end there. He didn't try to stop him as he made to leave. He did, however, follow him out the back door and to the fields behind his home. His guard stood out there, waiting for him, a masked woman with frizzy hair and a pale, freckled man. He was taken aback by the woman's uncanny resemblance to Hermione. Same height, same hair, same posture, even the same paleness on the arms and neck. He was even more taken aback by the freckled man, who stared at him longingly in a way that was far too familiar for somebody Arthur was absolutely certain he'd never met before. The wind was strong and blared in his ears, so he couldn't quite make out what he said when Harry spoke to the mysterious man. Said man glanced between Harry and Arthur, then with that same look of longing, shook his head. Harry put a hand on both of their shoulders, and with a loud crack they operated away. And Arthur was left standing outside with nothing but confusion and a strange sense of loss. Luna sat quietly in her temporary room at Shell Cottage. That was all she did these days. Sure, the bruises and scars had faded, but her time in that dungeon with Ollivander and Griphook had changed her. Her usual cheery demeanor was lax now. She didn't feel sad, or at least she didn't think so. But every time she caught her reflection, she looked sad. Griphook tried to cheer her up in his own goblin-y way, reminding her of how fortunate she was and how thankful he himself was to be both free and alive. This did not comfort her. Fleur tried to comfort her in her own French way. And while she knew her food should be excellent, the croissants and onion soup all tasted bland in her mouth. Bill kept his distance, fearing the wrath of a jealous Vila wife. Ollivander kept his distance, staring off into space as sadly as she would. She enjoyed his distant company. The wards dinged. A welcome guest? They didn't get many of those, save her father, who occasionally visited to keep her informed of his efforts to smuggle her out of the country, or at least find a safe home to hide her in. Besides Shell Cottage, the Lovegood Roost was still in ruins. Luna, mustering the mental strength to stand, made her way to the window to see who the guests would be. A dark angel, his face concealed by a hood and respirator of some sort, was flanked by Ron and Hermione. That can't be right. They were supposed to be dead, but she was as sure as she was of the identity of the disfigured angel that they were standing right there. Had she hallucinated their deaths? Had that been part of the Death Eater's torture? Was she hallucinating this now? Had they simply faked their deaths? She smiled. The world didn't make sense, and that was okay, for she was certain of three things. She was alive, this was real, and her best friends were alive and real too. Even if Ron looked like a completely different person and Hermione was wearing a creepy mask with click hands crudely painted onto it. Life finally returned to her mournful soul, and so, barefoot and giddy, she sprinted down the stairs 2 steps at a time. She made it to the back door just as Harry entered and leapt up to envelop him. He went stiff as a corpse at the unexpected contact and remained so as she dangled from his neck and buried her face into his robes. "Harry," she squeaked, "I missed you." He relaxed somewhat and returned her hug, holding her emaciated frame with ease. "You too, Luna. Bill. Fleur." Harry greeted the young couple behind her while still holding her. She let go as he swept past to speak with them and turned her attention to the doorframe. Ron and Hermione weren't there. "We missed you too, you know, Harry. Come here," Fleur demanded. Luna watched as she gave him a much more sterile hug, a hand on the small of his back and one on his head. Luna only assumed she didn't go for a kiss as well was because the respirator blocked it. Kay's usual manly handshake with Bill, and he made to the table to sit and talk. Luna ignored them and approached the back door. Looking out, she saw Ron and Hermione, the new Ron and Hermione, stare passionlessly from their guard at the ward line. Luna smiled and waved. The hesitancy with which they waved back brought back the ever-present sadness. "I am here to activate you too," Harry informed Bill and Fleur as he lowered his hood. Luna whirled around. "Just them?" she asked, offended. "Indeed, just them," came the dour voice of Griphook. The goblin stood at the bottom of the stairs with Ollivander behind, the false sword of Gryffindor clasped in Griphook's hands as always. Harry chuckled. It was an alien sound with the respirator obscuring his voice. "I did not think you would still be here, Griphook, nor did I believe Ollivander in decent enough shape to be ready for a fight," Harry told them. "And Luna goes without saying. She is always handy in a fight. After a good meal, that is." He very pointedly grabbed the bowl of biscuits that sat in the middle of the table and held it out to her. She stepped forward and took the bowl and ate an entire roll in an exaggerated bite. "My inroads to a new identity, documentation, and facial surgery are slow and meandering. Griphook told him as Luna mockingly made a pig out of herself. And I am still eagerly awaiting the day you give me a price for what I asked of you. Harry shook his head. My price you cannot pay. At least not yet. The day will come when you may have the ability, but I doubt the will. Harry told him. Even for Luna, this was rather cryptic and odd. Then I shall follow you until that day. Then we shall see. Griphook told him. And I've been feeling rather useless lately. Surely you have need of a wand maker for your blood-soaked war, Mr. Potter. Ollivander added. Harry considered them all carefully. Very well. I'm sure you all heard the announcement on Potter Watch yesterday. Indeed, said Bill. What will you have us do during the assault on Hogwarts? Not an assault, Harry said. And you will be joining your father in a project that will acquire us a flying fortress for the remainder of the war. It requires a great deal of knowledge on enchanting and disenchanting. It goes without saying that Garrick would be an invaluable addition to your team. But I think I know a better task for you, Griphook. Luna, unless you prefer enchanting while under pressure. Griphook shook his head. Never had a knack for it. Always was better with numeracy and astrology. Best I can do is charge wardstones. I like the girls. Company, though. What will you have of us? And so, he explained their missions. Want your story written? I take commissions now. You can pay me to write your fanfiction or original works. My prices are as follows. $25 per 1,000 words of fanfiction, with some wiggle room. I don't pad my work. You also get to video chat with me as I type the first chapter. $25 per 500 words for original works, so anything that is not fanfiction. I also charge $25 per 500 words for smut or fetish materials. Price is subject to change in the future. Check with me. Become a patron. NonsensicalRants. You can also still become a patron for $1 to get access to future chapters 2 weeks early and vote on which stories I update next. 15. Armanites. Chapter 15. Armanites. Harry breathed deeply of the manna from heaven that was his oxygen tank as he hiked the untamed wilderness. The purified oxygen offsetting the labor of each step through the rocks and tangled roots obstructing path, but only slightly. He kept going mostly out of pride, or perhaps stubbornness and denial of his new, diminished body. He once jogged such terrain with Oliver and the rest of his team for fun. Now a brisk walk nearly left him comatose, and he could not accept that. Harry, you are moving too fast, Fleur pleaded from behind him, between pants. Please slow down. Harry stopped, then knelt, catching his own breath. He decided that perhaps he was pushing himself too hard, trying to work his mutilated body like his old, clean one wasn't worth the added time and recovery after a mission. That he was fast becoming used to such recoveries could not be a good thing. Take 5, he commanded to his team. The small group collapsed on the conveniently waist-high rocks, jutting tree roots, or the call hard ground at his command, leaving Harry to wonder at their lack of cardiovascular health. Seriously, he was still recovering from 2 lung transplants, and he only needed to take a knee. At least Fleur was still on her fleet and was barely winded. Good on her. How do you do it? Harry, Arthur asked. 20 years working in an office has made you weak, Arthur. Harry jokingly insulted. How far are we from Hogwarts? George asked between mouthfuls of water. A few more miles. Harry said. We should make it just after dark. As was planned. Ollivander breathed a sigh of relief. He was the hardest hit by the difficulties of the trip. Sneaking into Hogwarts through the Forbidden Forest by way of Duffdown like Sirius Black once had was a stroke of genius. Genius from the mind of Sirius Black himself. The remainder of their infiltration of Hogwarts had been planned out by James and Peter, with Sirius only offering half-hearted additions. Meanwhile, the other teams proceeded towards their objectives. Fred's team to the Ministry, Dudley's to Hogsmeade. Nearly all of his forces were being led by Fred and Mrs. Cattermole for the distraction at the Ministry. Word had come to them that Voldemort's campaign in Russia had ended in a decisive victory, and after a month away, he was finally returning to Britain. If he was still ignorant about Harry's recent successes, he would not remain so for long. And unlike the average British wizard, he wouldn't deny the obvious truth of his identity. They could not afford him, or the brunt of his forces turning up at the castle or village tonight. God, he hoped it would turn out to be unnecessary. He didn't want to lose anybody in the ministry raid while he wasn't there to save them. They've been achieving casualty-free victories up until now. While he knew such a blessing couldn't last forever, he still wanted one last victory free of any more dead friends or allies. And how are we supposed to find the Fort Anglia? Arthur asked. This entire plan hinges on us being able to transplant it into the Hogwarts Express. Not the entire plan. We have a plan B, it's just much riskier and with far fewer rewards. Harry said, as for your old car, I dare say it will find us before we reach Hogwarts, or else the path to it shall be revealed to us by karma or providence. Will you settle for an old friend guiding your way? The Soul Centaur, who had been following them for 20 minutes now finally piped up. Harry smiled beneath his respirator as his entourage all leapt to their feet and drew their wands. He raised a calming hand before they could actually strike Firenze down. He had been banking on the good divination professor finding them, and had amused himself for the last few kilometers wondering when the others would notice their shadow. Maybe Harry had just spent so much time in the wilderness over the last year in a constant fight or flight state that he was more in tune with his senses. Yeah, let's go with that. Do you have good news for us, Firenze? Harry asked, finally turning around to look at the man. He pawed nervously, a deliberate act of a centaur, trying to make his body language more readable to humans, whose facial expressions and body language were as far from subtle as unsubtle can be, especially in comparison to other calm and withdrawn races. I certainly have news, Firenze told them, but it is not good. Mozag has the Fort Anglia, and has for some time. Everyone looked at one another, the name failing to ring a single bell with any of them. They eventually all turned to Harry for answers, but he could merely shrug. Mozag was Aragog's mate and mother to his many children. Firenze clarified. Oh, now it rang a bell. How did that happen? Harry asked. After it rescued you and your friend Ronald from Aragog's den, it went back for another round with them. Firenze explained. It escaped once again, but Mozag and her daughters tracked it down and captured it. She now keeps it as a trophy in her den. Firenze then turned to Arthur and George. I am sorry for the loss of your youngest and bravest son, he said solemnly. Harry decided not to ask how the trained astrologer and seer knew about Ron's death, as it might incite him revealing more knowledge he ought not to have and which Harry would prefer everybody else remain ignorant of. Is her den far from here? Harry asked. And how many of her daughters live with her? Maybe another half hour, but you will have to go through rough terrain. And only the handful, those that sought safety and peace with her over the chaos and cannibalism of Aragog's den. Firenze explained. H.M. He had suspected that Aragog's brood fed on each other more than the other creatures of the forest, and further suspected that there were so few creatures in the forest specifically because the den had picked it clean of edible creatures within their hunting grounds. Now he had confirmation of that suspicion. Will you guide us there, my friend? Harry asked Firenze. Of course, as soon as you have all caught your breath. Firenze told them. Harry looked around and was met with nods and shrugs of agreement. He stood up from the rock he was sitting on, and the others who had remained seated after their scare did the same. Let us be on our way, Harry instructed. And so they began walking directly to the east, right off of the deer trail and onto rocky, overgrown terrain. Fleur was the first person to break the silence. So, am I the only person who didn't understand any of that? She asked. Harry smiled. Acromantula nests. Aragog was the dad. His kids are assholes. They tried to eat Ron and I when we went searching for Aragog to get answers. Harry explained. Arthur perked up. This is news to me, he said. Oh, really? Ron didn't tell you that story? Not surprising, really. It did involve us narrowly escaping from a hungry herd of giant spiders, and I'm sure you know how he feels about spiders. Harry told him. You see, the evening began when we snuck out to visit Hagrid, when who should appear but Cornelius Fudge, Lucius Malfoy, and Albus Dumbledore. Dudley marched along the train tracks with the small crew Harry assigned him. An honest-to-God goblin called Grip Hook, a really spooky girl named Luna who spent more time lost in space than with them, a masked girl with frizzy hair who did not speak, and the pizza boy for some reason. Bill was there too, but Dudley liked Bill. Everybody liked Bill. Bill was cool. He also had his boys along for the trip. So, explain again how this illusion works? Malcolm asked. I think they said it was called a ward. Muffle repellent. So, the place is what? Loud. Piers added. Griphook smiled like a Cheshire cat at the question. Before he could answer, Luna explained things. It is better to think of it as an illusion covering the entire landscape. She said dreamily. The castle and village will both appear as ruins to you, derelict and decayed. But only if you are a muggle who is unaware of magic. Then, what's the problem? Dennis asked. We've seen so much magic. Surely it won't affect us? Griphook and Luna both shook their heads. But do you admit to the experiences? Asked Griphook. Muggles see magic all the time, but their minds do not accept it. Do not admit to the impossibility of everyday occurrences by reasoning them away or just outright ignoring it. You have seen magic. You even recognize it as magic. But do you still believe in the fiction of a logical, scientific universe or recognize the impossibility and majesty of this incomprehensible world? They were all silent after that, as they continued their hike. Dudley himself wasn't so sure. He had seen so much magic in his life, and after it all, when he encountered those Dementors, he not only couldn't comprehend them, but he also couldn't even see them. Was he better now? Was he stronger? He would find out soon. What of his companions? Somehow he doubted it. They weren't as invested as he was. Their families were still alive and whole. If you aren't able to see through it, do not worry, said Luna. Even wizards fail to see things that are very real, but that they do not believe in. She then went back to staring off into space, perhaps at things only she could see. When Firenze finally stopped to indicate a close crop of trees, Harry was genuinely surprised to see the telltale spider webs crossing them. The air around this colony was abundant in foliage and wildlife. He swore he saw a red deer take off as they approached, and the usual forest floor of dead leaves and dirt was lush with perennials. Are the Acromantula here, keeping a garden? Fleur asked Firenze. Indeed. Mozag and her daughters tend to their flower patches and oats to attract deer. Firenze explained. They are only a few, so need only feed several times per month as a group. Outside of that, they take good care of their territory and the life within it. You can't even tell an invasive species has taken over this section of the forests. But invasive species they were, although it sounded like Aragog's colony was the problem group. The sons and daughters that stayed with him for so long were surely feral now with him deceased. 2 years without him well and truly surpassed Lord of the Flies to something for frightening. To learn that his maid had tried her best to civilize their children was uplifting. That she only succeeded with a handful was not. Is she expecting us? Harry asked. Of course. It was she who sent me to find you. Somehow she foresaw your coming when I did not. But this is not surprising. The stars no longer whisper to me. Firenze explained. Harry suspected there was more hurt in those words than he let on, but chose not to pry. They circled around the crop of trees to find an entrance, a tunnel made of webs similar to a tarantula nest. Branches and leaves had been carefully laid out on the ground to make it easy for non-acromantula to walk without finding themselves glued in place. It was an open invitation if Harry had ever seen one. He took point this time, motioning for Firenze to stay back with the others. Together they marched into the nest. Greetings, Harry Potter. Mozag greeted as soon as he stepped into her domain. Mozag had made a lovely home for herself. The 12-meter-wide meadow was wreathed in a thin layer of silk and studded with layers of dead flowers. The entire place was nearly pitch black, protected from the outside by the thick bunch of trees enclosing it and their branches. Arthur Weasley, you and the others may take the Ford Anglia and leave. I have much to discuss with Harry Potter. Mozag instructed without any preamble. Harry looked to Arthur, Fleur, George, and Garrick. They all shared a concerned look for him, and he was touched that they still held such concern for him. It is fine. I was planning to walk the remainder of the way to Hogwarts alone once the Ford was secured anyways. Harry told them. His eyes were finally adapting to the darkness, and he could make out the boxy shape and light blue color of the familiar vehicle. If he squatted really hard, the many spindly legs of Mozag above the Ford looked more spider-like than branch-like. Then she released the Ford, and it fell to the earth with a crash. It had been bound and held aloft by a single thread, and she must have snapped it with a strike from her powerful pincers. With dawning comprehension, Harry realized Mozag was significantly larger than Aragog. Not in mass, but in dimension. All of her legs were much longer, more akin to a spider than a tarantula, as was her abdomen. That part was long and thin and shriveled up. Does it still function? Arthur asked as he took a tentative step past Harry. I have no way of knowing. It has been wrapped up and held prisoner here for 6 years, if that tells you anything. Mozag answered. A car sitting in an enclosed garage for 6 years had poor prospects of running well. One in the great outdoors for that amount of time? If worst came to worst, Arthur could probably remove the part necessary and carry them off on foot to Hogsmeade, but it would be better to fly in it. Oh, it should be fine then. Arthur waved the concern away as he reached the vehicle and placed a hand on the hood. All the enchantments for preventing wear and tear should have kept her in tip-top shape. Isn't that right, beautiful? To everybody's surprise, the car actually answered him by roaring to life, its headlights filling the entire meadow with blinding white light. The entire meadow erupted with the clicking of mandibles and chitinous legs as the half-dozen acromantula fled from the high beams. What do you say, girl? Do you have one last flight in you? We'll be putting you into a new home tonight, Arthur asked. The Ford answered by flinging all of its doors open for them all to enter. Arthur obliged by crawling into the driver's seat. George, Fleur, and Ollivander walked past him to do the same. Be safe, Harry, Fleur told him as she planted a kiss on his cheek and joined the others. Always, Harry assured her. Harry stepped aside as they idled past him in the windowless and windshieldless car. Firenze followed suit, and they watched patiently as they drove through the small, webbed opening to the wide world beyond. They waited a few moments later as they listened to the others lift off and fly away. When the sound of the N9 finally vanished, Harry turned to Mozag. I came here tonight to collect my army from Hogwarts. Massacring an entire colony of acromantula was not on the itinerary, and doing so will take valuable time away from my mission tonight. Harry began the negotiation. And yet, you shall do what needs to be done regardless. Most of my children have become aberrations, incestuous and vile. They do not belong in this nation, and unlike me, they refuse to at least try and coexist with the local life. Mozag countered. Why do you feel so certain that I will do this for you? Harry asked. Because the opportunity to recruit an acromantula queen and her daughters, plus 3 Armonite warriors in the ranks, is too valuable for you to pass on. Mozag explained. Armanites? Harry asked. She means us. Firenze offered. Armonite is a slur for disowned centaur, especially those who make war with or beside humans. It refers to one of the demons in our faith. Is it spelled with AK? Harry asked. Armonite? No. Why should that matter? Firenze asked. I had the fantasy of wreathing you in armor and a halberd or joust. Harry explained. A silly thought, one I hope to share to provide levity. I do favor pour l'armes beaux. Firenze said with a hum. Fascinating. But you said we, and she mentioned 3 Armanites. Who are the other 2, and why are you all being disowned? Harry asked. That would be us. Another centaur's voice filled the meadow, and from the thickets walked 2 familiar faces. Had they been here the whole time? How had he missed them? Ronan. Bane. Harry greeted. I understand why Firenze was disowned between saving me and becoming a Hogwarts teacher. After tonight, his role as emissary to the acromantula will be defunct. But near as I know, you 2 are in good standing with the herd. You are correct on all accounts. Ronan, the red-haired centaur, answered. We are disowning the herd instead of the other way around. The chieftainess has refused to get involved in the war until now, despite the stakes and despite the stars going silent for us all. I find this intolerable. Harry turned to Bane. The stars have gone silent? Have you all lost the sight? Harry asked. We have. As such, the only future we can be certain of is the one we helped to create. Bane explained. And I believe that starts by ridding this forest of an invasive species, and then to make war with Voldemort. The three of us are the only ones who feel this way, but I foresee the rest coming around. Harry nodded. I don't know how to make use of you as subordinates, but I'm sure I'll figure it out later. You are all three exceptional martial artists, hunters and wilderness survivalists by definition. I could certainly use allies within the Forbidden Forest, if for no other reason than to keep an eye on Hogwarts. Harry thought aloud. Actually, that is where I come in. Mozag interrupted. The stars do not speak to the centaur any longer, but my farsight is as grand as ever. Harry stared at Mozag. Farsight was an exceptionally rare and exceptionally powerful ability. It has been likened to astral projection, but more resembled telescopic vision. Or, perhaps, remote vision? It was akin to creating psychic cameras in your mind and projecting them across space, giving its holders the ability to remotely spy on pretty much anyone and anything. Kind of like his own Horcrux and Moody's Eye, but it had HD physical limitations. So that's how you know I was approaching. Harry surmised. You saw us land. You were right to be sure that I would accept your terms. Do you have a way to keep in contact? Yes, by simply speaking to you. Mozag told him. I'll be joining you in person at whatever base of operations you eventually settle on. I need not be near Hogwarts to farsight into it, nor any other place. I have had 50 years to master this power I was blessed with. Housing an acromantula queen and her 6 remaining daughters? That could get hairy. Pun intended. That probably wouldn't fly with either Malfoy Manor nor Grimmauld Place. He'd have to consult the dead to figure that out. Then I shall have to hurry to find such a base capable of housing you all, and with urgency. Harry concluded. But tonight all I have to worry about is killing your children. Is it safe to use fire on them? That part Harry directed at Ronan and Bane. It is spring, and it has recently rained. There is little to no risk of causing an out-of-control forest fire. Ronan assuaged. So long as you do not resort to fiend fire, of course. Which we must insist you do not. Bane growled. Harry decided not to reveal his ignorance as to what fiend fire was. He made a mental note to ask Albus or the others about it later. Very well. Mozag, you and your daughters need not join us. I will find a way to get in touch at a later date. I wish to spare you the horrors of taking part in what will be happening soon. Stay here and mourn. Tonight, you can be assured that I will be ending the suffering of your children, as much as the cure will break your heart. Harry told her in compassion, so genuine he was surprised he felt it for such an alien creature. Not as horribly as seeing them wither into less than beasts already has. Mozag said solemnly. Harry nodded and turned to Firenze. Come, my hermanitis. We have work to do. Harry ordered. Want your story written? I take commissions now. You can pay me to write your fanfiction or original works. My prices are as follows. $25 per 1,000 words of fanfiction, with some wiggle room. I don't pad my work. You also get to video chat with me as I type the first chapter. $25 per 500 words for original works, so anything that is not fanfiction. I also charge $25 per 500 words for smut or fetish materials. Price is subject to change in the future. Check with me. Become a patron. NonsensicalRants. You can also still become a patron for $1 to get access to future chapters 2 weeks early and vote on which stories I update next. 16. Arachnicide. Chapter 16. Arachnicide. Harry led the trio of Centaur towards Hogwarts and closer to the larger Acromantula nest, hive, whatever. He was going with nest. We need to stop and retrieve our equipment. Firenze told Harry. He looked back at the man. Where? He asked. A bit further and to the right. We put it all in a cache before approaching Mozag. Bane told him. Harry motioned for him to take point, and he did so, leading to a patch of wild thorn bushes filled with doxies. He was surprised to see that the swarm was nonplussed by the centaur's approach and allowed him to reach into their home and retrieve 3 leather bundles. 2 were identical. One was as long as Bane was tall. He passed the largest one to Firenze and one of the smaller ones to Ronan. They each unfurled their packages to show that the 2 smaller ones were bows and well-stocked quivers. The large one contained a wooden spear with a bone tip and what looked like an obsidian buckler. The mental image of some poor sod getting past Firenze's spear for a closer strike, only to be bitch-slapped with the buckler, amused Harry greatly. "We are ready for war, your dark lordiness," Bane said in what passed for humor from a centaur. Harry actually snorted at the joke. First time somebody had made it and been funny with it. Maybe that was just the juxtaposition of the stoic Bane using such childish humor and language. "Let us be on our way," Harry ordered. He took point again and walked at what he knew was the direction of the hive. After visiting it once, you never forget it. And after getting lost in the forest a dozen times over the years, you eventually learn your way around. They arrived in seemingly no time at all, standing before an entire hectare of forest roped off by thick webbing like a tarantula's nest. An hectare was probably understating it, to be honest. The single opening, like that of a trapdoor spider, stood in front of them. Strategy? Harry prompted. "Trap them inside," Bane advised. "Light all of the webbing surrounding it on fire, if you can manage." Harry accepts the challenge to his prowess and raised his wand high into the air. Sorcerer. He incanted slowly, keeping the image of a cobra firmly in his mind. A wisp of flame like a ribbon rose from the tip of his wand. It grew by 2 meters, then 10 meters, and once it reached its full height, it broke off at the tip into 2 fanged jaws. The neck beneath it widened into the signature hood of an Egyptian cobra. Then he removed his respirator to ensure his command was clear. "Go consume the entire outer edge of this enclosure. Wrap around it like a rat and burn it to nothing," Harry hissed in Parseltongue before putting the respirator back on. It obliged, flying away from him like an eastern dragon and skipping along the surface of the web dome like a rock. Wherever its slithering body touched the decades of dried leaves, twigs, and dust erupted in flames of their own until the entire den was alight with orange and red flames. Now that they are trapped, they shall either try to flee through the entrance or try and hole up. Ronan said, "In the first case, we shall cut them down 2 by 2 as they charge towards us in our own recreation of thermophily. In the latter, we go in after them for a full-blown mosh pit." Harry concluded their strategy. The first case turned out to be the hand they were dealt, as a stamp of acromantula came tumbling through the narrow opening into their loving embrace. The chittering of their mandibles and stomping of their blade-like legs on the ground was enough to incite a bit of arachnophobia even in him. But he and his companions began their onslaught all the same. It really was pitiful, like lions picking off the stragglers of a herd of antelope. Every arrow from Bane and Ronan hit true, directly in the middle of their 8 bulging eyes. Firenze stood back with his spear, intent on impaling any unlucky enough to get past the barrage of arrows and spells, but Harry ensured none did. Percussio. Incarcerus. Sectum Sempra. Locomotor Mortis. Harry incanted in a spell chain. Each spell flowed easily into the next, with the final wand movement of each being the first of the next. Each he had specifically picked mentally on the way there as a good counter to acromantula. He aimed directly between the eyes with his piercer to mimic Ronan and Bane's arrows, the legs with the incancerous to wrap them up in ropes and chains, and outright bisected them in one go with Snape's best invention. The leg-locking curse he added almost as joke, but was actually devastating on creatures with 6 limbs to bind together. Soon enough, the small opening serving as their Thermopylae pass filled up with piles of dead acromantula, and none more could pass through. Harry was tempted to stand back and let it all burn, but they couldn't be certain that those remaining inside would die from the fire. "I'll be going inside. Firenze, Bane, Ronin. You 3 go to the north, west, and east edges of the hive and stand guard," Harry ordered. "Should any manage to escape through the webbing, shot or run them down." "As you command," they all said as one before trotting off. Alone at last, Harry twisted the stone on his finger 9 times, uttering a name at every 3rd turn. Alaster Moody, Sirius Black, Regulus Black. He summoned one at a time. As each name escaped his mouth, the shades of the men in question appeared before him. "Advise me as I go into battle, and be the eyes on the back of my head," Harry asked more than ordered. They each nodded. "Always," Sirius said sadly. "Wait, what the hell even is this?" Acromantula nest I'm clearing out in exchange for invaluable new allies," Harry said simply as he walked forward. Harry flicked his wand and lazily stepped aside, allowing the mountain of dead arachnids to roll past him and out of his way. The opening leading into the nest was empty of further acromantula, dead or charging, but was burning just as nicely as the rest of the exterior. He walked forth, unafraid, layering on a host of flame, retardant, and cooling charms over his cloak as he did so. Thus, the flames licked at him harmlessly as he entered the wide, open meadow where Aragog once called home, and there he saw the remainder of his brood huddled together at the center of the inferno. As he suspected, they were planning to wait out the fire as far away from the exterior as they could manage and flee. He could not afford to allow a single one to escape. All 800 or so eyes landed on him the moment he entered. "Sure isn't smart of them to huddle up like that. How's your explosive hex?" Alastair asked. Harry smirked beneath his respirator. "Bombard." He cast into the very center of the mass of spindly limbs. The effects were immediate, as those near the center were turned to mush, and the remaining were sent flying outward like a wave in a pond after a pebble was thrown in. They each made a beeline for him. He responded by merely stepping backwards into the burning entrance, where the flames hung low and they hesitated to advance further. For him, the bright orange and red flames licking at him were like a warm summer breeze. For them it was life, threatening heat that could boil them from the inside out by being too close. He removed his respirator and flicked his wand at several points in the burning overhang. "Dinner time," he whispered in Parseltongue. Every part of the flames he pointed at gave birth to fully grown cobras. Scratch that, oversized cobras made of hungry flame. They flew towards the remaining enemies to bite at and wrap around their would-be prey. The now familiar screeching of dying acromantula filled the meadow. He wondered how much of the screeching was their voices, and how much was the sound of their insides boiling, like with lobsters in a pot of water. As he focused and commanded the serpents with his wand, the shades of Regulus, Sirius, and Alastair circled around the meadow, searching for threats. Regulus reached the far side where Aragog once buried himself and called out to him. There's a bigger one in here," Regulus called out. Harry turned his wand towards the opening and advanced, ignoring the dying smaller ones he passed along the way. When he was roughly 10 meters away, the larger acromantula burst forth in a display of aggression, snapping his pincers together threateningly. The last of Aragog and Mozag's firstborn, it would seem. "Harry Potter," it said. "I remember YEA I." Harry interrupted its attempt at conversation with a full-force piercer to one of its eyes. Though people may be accusing him, seriously and in jest, of being a Dark Lord, there were a few things about him that would forever preclude him from earning the title. One of those was that he did not monologue. He acted. To hell with the flirting and pomp. You die now. If he were ever caught throwing barbs and insults, it would be for stalling or other such strategic purposes. Such tactics were not necessary here. Instead, he favored his earlier tactics of wrapping this larger one's legs with chains and plucking out each eye one by one, seeing as they were the only parts of it that any quick and simple spells could damage. He continued this until he completely blinded the creature. And so, blind and immobile, it fell weeping back into its hole, pitifully, checking to ensure the remaining acromantula were indeed dead. Harry swished his wand in a circular pattern and aimed into the burrow it fled into, and the half-six remaining serpents of flame rushed in after it to finish the job. The walls around the nest had burned through at this point, and their remains sagged to the ground. The fuel spent, the trees holding the webs and debris up crumpling, the wall of flame fell to the ground. So too did the circular entrance behind him. And so, he stood there, silently and patiently as the last of the flames burnt down to a cinder. 1 minute passed, then 2. Sometime later, the last of the bright light of his flames died away, and he was left in the pitch darkness of night in a forest made silent by the horror he had unleashed upon it. This silence was broken by the sound of approaching hooves from 3 different directions. "Go to Mozag," Harry ordered the 3 of them. "Console here." "Why?" Bane asked. "She is a mourning mother. and just watched us slaughter her children in a massacre that should have been avoided, and could have been easily so. Harry answered. How are you so sure she watched with her far sight? Bane asked. Harry looked at him pointedly. Because she is a mother. Go to her now. I have no use for warriors who cannot show humanity to their allies, no matter how effective they are. I will return for you, her, and her surviving children the moment I can. Harry explained, seeming to accept his reasoning and his orders. The trio trotted away in the direction from whence they came, leaving him alone with the dead. Why did you call on us? Sirius asked. It seems you could have handled all of this on your own just fine. A combination of my habit of constantly underestimating myself and overestimating my enemies. Harry told them. It is a good habit. Keep it, Alastair advised. Harry nodded, internalizing his words so that he may never forget them. It was wisdom he had already acted on for some time, learning from Voldemort's constant mistake of underestimating him in particular. You may go now, Harry commanded, and so, the shades of the dead left him alone, surrounded by smoldering ash and coals. Even through his respirator, he could taste the sickly sweet smoke of the burning spider flesh. It was like a combination of lobster with burning hair and tires added to the mix. What a waste of life. Each and every one of them could have been somebody. Each had the intelligence of a human, but unlike Aragog had not been raised as such. What lives could they have had if not sequestered away in the forest? If they lived in a society where they could learn and make friends and write stories and create magic? He wasn't delusional enough to think they could live in a society where 8-foot spiders and humans sat around a campfire singing Kumbaya, but one where they had their own communities within wizard society like goblins? That seemed plausible. But no, they had to live in such a dumb world, where Mare and Centaur and Acromantulus sequestered themselves in the wild. This stupidity led to him having to put them down like the rabid animals they had become, just as he would do to many a witch and wizard. Such a waste. He bemoaned. He then turned around and continued his trip to Hogwarts. Gotta go back to that dung guy to get more soon, Albert told Weskier. Indeed, their bag of skunk was just about to run out, and their smoke breaks would have to go back to being nicotine-based instead of THC breaks. Problem being the weeds smelled offensive enough to keep most of the creatures of the forbidden forest away. Tobacco seemed to attract a few of the nastier sort, so they would rather not go back to cigarettes. Well, hurry up with that, Weskier told Albert. This is the only thing that works with the knee pain that doesn't make me useless. Is it any good for surgery pain? A third voice joined them. Albert and Weskier both leapt to their feet and turned their wands towards the voice, but they were caught unawares and far too slow. Sectum Sempra, the voice said in an almost bored tone. The last thing Albert saw was a pair of bright, green eyes in the darkness. Harry stepped over the two grab-ass-playing Ministry Aurors as they and the two bisected trees beside them tumbled down to the ground with a crash. He didn't even care to destroy or search the piles of limbs and robes. They were just far enough inside the forbidden forest that nobody would come across them before the Thestrals or some other denizen therein picked the bones clean. He hiked the remaining 20 meters or so of forest between where he'd encountered them and the grounds proper, and when his feet reached the grassy fields of Hogwarts, he removed his respirator. Taking in a deep breath through his nose, he devoured the smell of the wet spring air and sighed in pleasure as he gazed upon the castle. The lights were all off, save those behind windows he knew belonged to teachers. The moonlight did sparkle beautifully off of the other windows all the same. I'm home, he whispered to himself. Want your story written? I take commissions now. You can pay me to write your fanfiction or original works. My prices are as follows. $25 per 1,000 words of fanfiction, with some wiggle room. I don't pad my work. You also get to video chat with me as I type the first chapter. $25 per 500 words for original works, so anything that is not fanfiction. I also charge $25 per 500 words for smut or fetish materials. Prices subject to change in the future. Check with me. Become a patron. NonsensicalRants. You can also still become a patron for $1 to get access to future chapters 2 weeks early and vote on which stories I update next. 17. Visiting Home. Chapter 17. Visiting Home. Harry walked across the grounds without any care for cover or being seen. Part of him hoped somebody would see him. He was itching for a fight. But the map had already shown him the distinct lack of activity on the grounds and castle proper. The other ground patrols were all on the other side of the castle making their circuit, leaving only inside patrols to worry about. His path took him to the greenhouses and a black iron door behind them that he knew led to the dungeons. He made his way through it and found himself in a hall just off the one containing the kitchens and the Hufflepuff common room. He crossed into said corridor and walked past both, tickling the pear on the bowl of fruit as he passed just to hear it giggle, but ignoring the door handle that sprouted from the action. He climbed up the small staircase from the kitchen area to the entrance hall, checking the Marauder's map once more to ensure his path was clear, and continued on to the grand staircase. He stopped dead in his tracks when he reached them. Not a single staircase was connected along the route he needed to take. The second-floor staircase connected to the first floor on the opposite wall from him. So on and so forth, as if the castle was specifically arranging itself to make it difficult for anyone to get from one floor to another. It made sense. The castle wanted to keep the faculty away from the students if rumors were to be told. But Harry had a great need, and he knew the castle would approve of his mission. Hogwarts, if you would be so kind, I believe I am needed on the 7th floor. Harry said aloud to the walls around him. Won't you help me? No sooner did the words leave his mouth did the staircases come to life. Each and every one of them rearranged themselves to provide him the most direct path upwards. A clear shot to his goal. Thank you kindly, Harry said to the castle. I have missed you so. Harry caressed the stone handrails as he ascended, marveling at the smoothness and feel of magic against his skin. A feeling he had almost forgotten. He really had missed every inch of Hogwarts and felt saddened that he would only be here for a few dozen minutes. He desired to see every inch of the castle's internal beauty as he had on so many past nighttime strolls, but duty called. The walk up to the 7th floor was a relaxed affair in the dark of night, with all of the portraits along the way snoozing quietly. He spotted Lumos lit wands off on the 4th floor as he passed it, prefects or aurors on guard duty, no doubt. He ignored them and went on his way, not even encountering Peeves as was customary during such important evenings. He veered off onto the 7th floor and continued his relaxed pace all the way to the portrait of Barnabas and his ballerina trolls. He turned to look straight at the section of wall he knew so well. He lifted his wand to his mouth and focused on a recent memory. The look on Lucius' face as his cruciatus dropped him to the ground, and the bleak acceptance of the broken man as the killing curse ripped his soul from his body. The memory warmed Harry to his core, and then 2 little words brought to life his luminous stag. Expecto Patronum. He incanted quietly, and while the white mist coalesced, he removed his respirator and whispered into it. I am here. The stag materialized slowly. Then, with a nod from Harry at the wall containing the room of requirement, his Patronus charged through the stone and beyond to deliver his message. Harry lowered his hood and removed his respirator completely despite the pain doing so caused him. His change in appearance would be shocking enough without looking like a hospital patient. Pale, sallow skin and dark, tired eyes were bad enough, let alone how thin he'd gotten. A moment passed, but only one before the familiar triangle door appeared before him and opened to reveal the smiling face of Neville Longbottom. Harry, he yelled as he grabbed Harry by the scruff and dragged him inside, slamming the door behind them. Harry was momentarily blinded by the brightly lit room and deafened by the uproar of cheers and elated squeals of at least 100 teenagers as he was engulfed by a sea of hands. Harry, Seamus said as he bear-hugged him. The uncomfortable sensation of having the life squeezed out of him lasted only a moment, as the storm of hands swept the Irishman away and a new hugger replaced the old. From there he was bombarded with thumps on the back, busses on the cheek, and even more hugs from everybody. Every single person in Hogwarts, or every person he liked, seemed to have been crammed in this one room. Among the 23 DA members were at least twice as many younger students he hardly knew, and a few he didn't recognize at all, having missed the sorting of the new first years. Eventually, the storm subsided and was replaced by the usual buzzing of a large room filled with Hogwarts students, and Harry merely had to raise a hand for silence. Everyone, I am so happy to see you alive and whole. He told them. But we have work to do. They all adopted their serious faces, and his DA members all stood at attention. But first, will Cho, Dennis, and Colin please meet with me outside? He requested. I must speak with them without all of you overhearing. Taking another look around for familiar faces, he spotted Millicent huddled with Daphne and Astoria Greengrass. Harry blinked and did a double take at the presence of the Slytherin girls, and another at their matching black eyes and Astoria's split lip. He shook the surprise off and chalked it up to a story he'd hear soon enough, before pointing to the largest of the girls and motioned for her to come along as well. She hesitated but came along all the same. Harry turned heel and advanced back to the door to the 7th floor, surreptitiously checking the Marauder's map to ensure nobody was approaching. Noting that it was safe, he wrenched it open and walked outside, waiting for the three to join him. With his back still to the door, he raised his left hand to his face and twisted the black stone thrice before whispering into it. Albus Dumbledore. Gellert Grindelwald. He whispered. He turned around to see Cho, Millicent, Dennis, and Colin exiting the room behind him, with the door closing and vanishing just as the shades of Dumbledore and Grindelwald manifested. He spoke without prompting. June and Eric are alive and whole. He told them without preamble. And your mother is well, Millicent. The effect of his good news was immediate. Cho stumbled back away from him with an arm stretched out to catch herself against the wall, slumping against it in relief. Dennis and Colin grasped each other desperately out of relief in a hug, so tight it looked like they might actually hurt each other. Millicent was the most reserved of them, raising a hand to her chest and let out a long breath of relief. Do I hear a but coming? Gellert said jokingly with a chuckle. His chuckle died in his throat at the death glare Albus sent his way. These shades really did get off on being assholes, knowing Harry was the only person who could see or hear them. They haven't been hurt at all? Cho clarified from where she sat on the cold floor. Harry looked to Albus for guidance. The truth, Albus said. Their bodies are whole and healthy. Harry told them. They have not been maimed, but they did suffer horribly while under the possession of those monsters. All three closed their eyes as Harry confirmed what he knew was their worst concern for their little siblings, after death obviously, and he hated himself all the more for every ounce of pain he was causing them with these words. But you should know, they have been an absolute joy for all of us since I rescued them, bouncing back and being the most delightful little helpers around the base. And Mrs. Bulstrode has been one tough lady, resolute and inspiring. He went on, I need you all to be as brave and strong as they have been, because if they could come back from this, so can you. Excellent, Harry. Now be sure to enforce how much the little ones need their bigger siblings. Dumbledore advised. They need their big brothers, their big sister, and their baby girl in their arms again. When we get back your sole focus in life, in as much as this war will allow, is to make every second of it beautiful for them. Harry instructed. They deserve it. Warn them not to force their loved ones to open up or pretend to understand. That's one sure way to drive them away, or at least piss them off. Gellert warned in a way that told Harry he spoke from experience. Now, that doesn't mean you should make them tell you about it. Sometimes healing is an internal thing that isn't shared. Harry warned, and I don't need you going to them claiming you know what they're going through, as I'm pretty sure few, if any of us do. Just be there, love them as you always had, and keep on with life. Colin, Dennis, Millicent, and Cho all nodded. Cho then shakily lifted herself from the floor and straightened her clothes before taking a deep breath. She didn't wipe away her tears before turning on Harry. What are their captors? She asked. Make it vivid, Gellert advised without prompting. Harry looked from the former Dark Lord to the former headmaster. When Albus agreed with a nod, Harry followed Gellert's instructions. The vengeance I met upon them was swift, violent, and painful, but far better than any of them deserved. Harry gloated with an edge to his voice. So, while I cannot help them heal, I did make sure they got that closure. It was the least and most I could. It was at that moment that the need for his respirator returned, and he clutched at it in his robes as an unexpected coughing fit overtook him. Harry, Colin, Dennis, and Cho all called out together, and again as one, reached out to help him. He waved them away, and returned the respirator to his face before taking a few inhalations. I, on the other hand, have suffered much bodily harm. But I too fight on. He told them with a smile that he allowed to reach his eyes so they could see it. Now let's go back inside. I think we have some catching up to do. Cho banged on the wall twice, and the door reappeared, along with Neville, who motioned them inside. Pellis, be aware. Harry is suffering from injuries and has to wear a respirator. Cho announced to the room for him. Harry nodded gratefully to his ex as he stepped through and finally surveyed the living conditions. Only now did Harry bother to take full stock of the room of requirement. It was actually the room of hidden things, filled with tents and the ruined furniture rearranged into living areas. It was like having a camping trip to the Quidditch pitch, but indoors, a Quidditch stadium indoors. I am suddenly struck with the possibility of the room turning into a Quidditch pitch. He shared his amusing thoughts aloud, and I cannot fathom how we never thought of it. Ginny, Cho, Richie, Demelza, and Jimmy all developed expressions of pure awe on their faces, while everyone else merely chuckled at his humor. And then they looked suddenly sad. And he knew why. It was literally the last day they could have tried it out, and only then did it occur to one of them. So, what's the plan, boss man? Dean asked from where he stood next to the Greengrass sisters. We are taking the Hogwarts Express for a little joyride. Harry told them. After evacuating all of our people and emptying out this room of anything useful, we are to meet with the other two teams in Hogsmeade. Problem is, how do we get all 100 of you to Hogsmeade unnoticed? Might take some fighting. Oh no, we got that covered, Harry. Seamus said from where he stood next to a portrait of a kindly-looking blonde girl. He banged his fist on the side of the portrait, and it opened up to a rough-hewn passage. This bad boy connects straight to the Hog's Head. Aberforth has been keeping us well fed. Seamus explained. Daphne had the gall to snort at that, among others. He did not envy a diet of Aberforth's home cooking. In that case, start packing. I want every single thing in this room packed into any container you can expand and charm to be lightweight. We will sort through them for what is useful or dangerous later. While you all do that, we will be stuck waiting for word from the others that the train is ready. Harry said, in the meantime, I will sit here so you can regale me with what has been happening in our lovely school. He looked around at those who looked most worn out or battered. He snapped his fingers and pointed at Daphne, Susan, Lavender, and Padma, beckoning them in turn to join him with a finger. I want a balanced regaling, a perspective from each house. Cool me. Sit with me. Talk. Correct each other, and add missing details as needed. Harry instructed as he pulled up a chair. The four girls, save a hesitant Daphne Greengrass, obliged immediately and approached the small tea table he had sat at and took seats. Daphne joining only after a hushed conversation with her little sister. When they began speaking, Harry was not at all pleased with what they had to say. Are you sure that's an Algize rune? It looks more like a Tawaz. Malcolm criticized from where he lay beside him on the train tracks. Of course it's an Algize, you idiot. Dudley hissed. The Tawaz is a straight-up arrow. This one's an umbrella. Malcolm turned his head sideways to consider the carving Dudley had just added to the connecting rod. The Muggles had spent the better part of the last few days being taught runes by the nasty goblin Griphook. He was one vicious teacher, yet they had somehow taken to it. Something about the novelty of them being able to make real magic by simply carving symbols and circuits, like with electronics, made them feel oddly powerful. I don't know. Malcolm complained some more. It's kind of missing that tick mark in the middle. In it, Dudley withdrew the tiny pocketbook guide to runes from his breast pocket and compared them. Indeed, it was missing the tick mark in the middle between the two branches. He had drawn the two branches straight to the top of the first line instead of a third of the way down like he was supposed to. Was there enough room to simply extend the middle line without affecting the array? I'll go get Griphook, Dudley decided. He crawled out from underneath the locomotive and crouched low as he approached the lip of the abandoned station. There, Griphook sat kneeling over his arrangement of crystals, chanting in his guttural language in what Dudley could only assume was a spell of some kind. As he understood things, he had to fill the crystals with magic to power the runes, and he had to do so in a specific way to work with the runes they had carved. Kind of like making sure electricity was in the right voltage current type, and amp for a device. Or at least that's how the masked girl with bushy hair explained it. Grip hook, Dudley whispered. The goblin stopped his chant and looked up. If I screw up an all-Jai's rune by connecting the two branches at the end instead of along the body, can I extend the body to fix it? Dudley asked. Yes, Griphook said without hesitation, then went back to his chanting at the crystals. All right then, good to know. He began to scooch back to the part of the train Malcolm was under when an obviously human impersonation of an owl came from the rafters overlooking of the train station. He looked up and, sure enough, the blonde girl was up there trying to get everyone's attention. He recalled the owl sound was to announce the arrival of the other team, with the raven caw for enemies. He watched as the masked girl appeared beside Luna, and together, they erased a section of the glass ceiling from existence. With the glass gone, the sound of a roaring engine filled the train station. The sudden noise made everybody jump, and Dudley heard the distinct sound of a head hitting metal followed by an "oh" from Malcolm. The engine noise grew closer until it was right on top of them. A second later, the sound of a car dropping onto the ground signaled the arrival of the other team. The engine cut off soon after that, and the space in front of Dudley filled with an entire Ford Anglia. A very familiar Ford Anglia. Didn't you guys break into my house with this thing? Dudley recalled. No, we broke Harry out of your house with it, George said from his seat in the back of the car before crawling out. His usual cheeriness was still there, but it seemed somewhat dimmed. What happened? Dudley asked with obvious worry. Trouble with the centaurs, Bill said without more detail. Harry dealt with it. Mr. Weasley clapped his hands together and put on his usual kindly face. But he will be fine. We need to figure out how to put this. Mr. Weasley opened the bonnet and, revealing the engine block. Into that, Dudley looked from the car engine to the steam locomotive and back again. How? Dudley asked, not believing such a thing was possible. All three redheads present shrugged. Magic, they said as one. Dudley just stared at them, before noticing the retreating figure of Bill's wife as she walked away from them to the station entrance to, presumably, stand guard. Dudley recalled that Harry promised to order Fleur to keep her distance from him because of the effect her powers had on him, and felt somewhat guilty for alienating her. He was sure it wasn't the woman's fault, but they needed to remove an engine block from a car and fit it to a steam engine, so making amends could wait for later. Millie and I was the only Slytherin in my year who refused to practice curses on younger students, and refused to cast the Cruciatus on anybody. Daphne finished. So I got put in the detentions and flunked out of defense along with the rest of this lot. Same for Astoria. Detention usually consisted of being the test dummies for other students to practice the dark arts on. And thus ended the last testimony of the four girls. In some ways, things at Hogwarts had been worse than he expected, in other ways better. But it needed to end now. I am incredibly disappointed, Harry said when the girls finally finished sharing their tale of woe. He stood up and marched to the center of their little clear area and addressed the room, removing his respirator first in order to speak more clearly. DDA members, front and center, he yelled. The shuffling and crashing of furniture or worse echoed from all across the stadium-sized room as all 22 members of the DA present, save for Lavender, Susan, and Padma, sprinted, climbed, and weaved to his position. Even Marietta Edgecombe came to stand in front of him as they filed into a line facing him. Harry surveyed them, from Cho to Seamus to the two Creevies, and allowed his mock disgust to show on his face. He placed his respirator back on his face. It has to come to my attention that each and every one of you has flunked defense against the dark arts class this year, Harry said. This is unacceptable. The uproar at his criticism was instant, as every single member shouted a rejoinder. It mostly amounted to exclaiming that it was just dark arts now, or the much more reasonable argument that he couldn't expect them to practice the dark arts on first years. Harry waited for them to get it all out of their systems before raising a hand and giving further instruction. I expect each and every one of you to provide me with your report cards, Harry instructed. I will go meet with these Caro siblings and discuss ways of raising your scores. They couldn't see his malicious grin at the end of his act, but they caught his meaning and either outright snorted or blinked at him in confusion at the obvious malice in his voice. If they could only see the vicious expression beneath his respirator, they would probably be much more frightened. But in the end, they did each produce a report card and handed them to him. He pocketed each and turned to the door. Neville is still in charge, Harry told the room, before turning to the tea table he had just risen from. Ladies, won't you four join me in this last defense against the dark arts lesson of the Caros? They didn't even hesitate in following him through the door. Want your story written? I take commissions now. You can pay me to write your fanfiction or original works. My prices are as follows. $25 per 1,000 words of fanfiction, with some wiggle room. I don't pad my work. You also get to video chat with me as I type the first chapter. $25 per 500 words for original works, so anything that is not fanfiction. I also charge $25 per 500 words for smut or fetish materials. Price is subject to change in the future. Check with me. Become a patron. NonsensicalRants. You can also still become a patron for $1 to get access to future chapters 2 weeks early and vote on which stories I update next. And so I looked up the British terms for auto parts because I suspected they might use a different word for hood. And boy was I disappointed to find out how right I was. Bonnet. Bonnet? I cannot think of a dumber thing to call the hood of a vehicle. And I thought you all went too far in calling the trunk a boot. Every day, I feel more ratified in my ancestors' decision to curb stomp the British Army and drive them and their government out of North America. Bonnet. God, I love being an American if the alternative would be being British. 18 Quick Studies. Chapter 18. Quick Studies. Daphne, Susan, Lavender, and Padma followed him down the winding halls away from the room of requirement in complete silence. Harry, having already watched the routes of the patrols on his map, walked with a confidence he was sure worried them, but he would not elaborate on. Best to emanate an air of mystery in that way, or so Albus and Gellert insisted. He had already canceled their shades as surreptitiously as he could manage, and it was barely a minute later that they reached the grand staircase. Which classroom are they using? Harry asked, despite having already spotted the sleeping forms of the Caros on the map before this little adventure began. Same defense class as always, in the astronomy tower. Padma told him. Harry nodded and proceeded to the grand staircase to place a hand on the railing. Hogwarts, Harry said aloud. Would you please guide us to the 3rd floor? As it had earlier, each of the many moving staircases forming the most direct path to their destination. As it did, he caressed the railing affectionately. You can do that? Daphne asked in understandable surprise. Of course, Harry said. Didn't Dumbledore ever tell you? Help at Hogwarts will always be given to those who ask for it. Tough lesson to only learn on your last day of school. A lot of missed opportunity for the new alumni now that they know all the things they could have done while attending. Missed opportunities keep men up at night far more than mistakes or embarrassments. And time wasted with the moving staircases had been so easily averted was a huge waste indeed. They descended the staircase. Harry kept his gaze forward, unafraid of prefects or Auror patrols. Hogwarts was on their side, so they had nothing to fear. It didn't stop Lavender and Susan from noticeably fretting. He would almost call it fidgeting, but he ignored it either way. The trip down to the 3rd floor was a short one, and they turned to see one such patrol facing away from them. A pair of Aurors, galed in red robes and checking the usual confessionary-like cupboards. Percusio. Petri Ficus Fregalis. Harry intoned the 2 spells boredly. He nailed the Auror on the left at the base of his skull with that piercing curse, killing him instantly. The second froze in place, literally, when hit with the icy variant of the Petrificus Totalis. The spell itself wasn't considered dark, as it was meant for restraining salamanders, ashwinders, and other fiery creatures. It wasn't even necessarily deadly to a human being so long as somebody was around to cast the counter curse within moments. And with this section of the 3rd floor being portrait-free, nobody would come upon them within at least an hour or so. Harry considered him good as dead, but threw a weak, cutting charm at his back anyways. If the cold didn't kill him, the deep gash would have him bleed out. He had a minute or more to live. He heard all 4 of his shadows stop dead in their tracks at the sight of his 2 killings. He stopped too, but didn't turn around. I forget that you have all been so insulated from the horrors of war while in here, he said. Or were you expecting us to just have a pleasant cup of tea with Electo and Amicus? He turned to look at them to see their expressions and felt pity for them. Well, welcome to war. It gets uglier. I promise. Harry told them. Are you going to kill them? Susan asked. No. Harry said. You are. And if you have a problem with that, you can join Voldemort. I won't stop you. But I will kill you the next time we meet. He knew they believed him, and so he turned around and marched on towards their destination. All four of them followed in his wake. Using silencing charms, the quintet easily broke into the defense classroom and the staff bedroom beyond. The Carrows, whom Harry was pretty sure were siblings, were sound asleep in each other's arms. The five of them cast simultaneous stunners to ensure they would remain that way until Harry deemed otherwise. Put them in chairs, tie them up tightly, and gag them, Harry instructed. Then put them at opposite sides of the room, facing each other. While the four of them did that, Harry went to the office desk on the other side of the room and rifled through the drawers. Finding the correct quill and stamp for changing student grades, he set up the inkwells. He turned on the small lamp and placed all of the report cards along the desk before turning around to survey the work of his soldiers. They had done exactly as he instructed and flanked both of their prisoners on either side. Daphne and Padma stood on either side of Amicus, with Susan and Lavender flanking Electo. He circled around the room, first going behind Amicus to check his bindings and gag, then, finding them satisfactory, did the same for Electo. With that done, he motioned the four of them to flank the door and windows before turning his wand on the two incestuous instructors. Innervate. Innervate, Harry intoned twice. He waited a few moments for them to come completely to and catch their bearings. He identified the exact moment they recognized him and understood their situation by the notable panic in their eyes. Good. Good evening, professors. Electo, Amicus. My name is Harry Potter. Surely you know of me? They nodded. Good. I am here to discuss with you my students' grades. He circled around the room as he let his words sink in. During my 2 years teaching defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts, they have been spectacular students, learning the Patronus in their 5th year, and in some cases, 4th or even 3rd year. Harry explained. So, imagine my shock when I returned to find that most of them earned a troll score in your class. I find this unacceptable. He pulled from his breast pocket 4 report cards, belonging to the 4 young ladies in the room with them. Now, I would like to discuss how they might earn a higher grade through extra credit, or at least these 4. I have no use for soldiers who flunk out of defense class. Harry said, the big sticking point, according to these, is that they can't cast the Cruciatus Curse. Is this correct? Just nod. They nodded with much exuberance. Good. In that case, ladies, if you would be so kind as to demonstrate the Cruciatus Curse on these 2, as they taught it to you, so as I may judge your skill with it and see if I agree with their grading. Harry instructed. The 4 marched forward with just a bit too much glee, but he guessed that wasn't such a bad thing. As before, Daphne and Padma turned on Amicus, with Susan and Lavender on Electo. The 2 bound Death Eaters screamed into their gags as the 4 cast the Torture Curse, but it barely lasted a second and it was done. Surefire sign of a failed casting. Just like when he'd used the curse on Bellatrix in the Ministry Atrium what felt like a decade ago. Still, best to get a second and third opinion. There! Would you 2 say that was worth an outstanding? Harry asked the prisoners. Once again, they nodded passionately. Their words of desperate agreement were muffled into gibberish through their gags. I'm not convinced, Harry said, turning on the girls. Cast it on me. What? Lavender demanded as she and Susan backed away from him. Padma's jaw dropped ever so slightly before she regained her composure and closed it, while Daphne raised both eyebrows in surprise at the request. I have no use for soldiers who flunked defense. I have even less use for soldiers who question my orders while on a mission, let alone in front of Death Eaters. Harry warned, if you were to question my decisions, do them in private after the job is done, or cut me down and go turncoat if you find them so intolerable. Now, I instructed you to cast the Cruciatus on me. Harry turned to Daphne and motioned for her to do so. She did not hesitate again. Crucio, she hissed, teeth bared. Harry was suddenly wrapped head to toe in rose bushes, the thorn brambles twisting and wrapping around him like tightly coiled snakes, tight enough for the thorns to scrape his bones. It was over as soon as it started, a failed casting if Harry had ever felt one. "You have a delicate disposition, Miss Jean Grass." "That was lovely, but weak," Harry told her. Padma's jaw was once again dropped. "You didn't even scream?" she said. "When you have suffered under the cruciatus of masters like Voldemort, that pathetic casting just does not impress." "I'm beginning to agree with Mr. and Mrs. Caro," he said, turning his eyes on Padma. "Your turn." She hesitated again, but at his own raised eyebrow, she gritted those teeth, stiffened her upper lip, and pointed her wand at his chest. "Crucio!" She practically screamed as she tried to force the spell. Strands of sticky spider web sliced him open like monomolecular blades, each getting caught on the severed skin, fat, flesh, tendons, nerves, and bones as they cubed him like a vegetable slicer. It too didn't last very long. Another failed casting. That was different," Harry commented, turning on Susan and Lavender. "Well, I'm waiting." They cast in tandem. Clouds of noxious acid covered his body and filled his lungs, burning every square millimeter of his nostrils and esophagus on its way down. Simultaneously, he found himself at the bottom of the ocean, the crushing weight of the many kilotons of salt. Water above him pressed on him from the inside out as the pressure behind every single sinus exploded outward, and he was flattened into a pancake. "Fascinating. Truly fascinating," he hummed. He was beginning to think you could learn a lot about a person based on the form of their cruciatus, and felt he'd just seen a new side to these girls. A personal side like seeing their Patronus or Boggart take form. Noticing that his students were obviously confused at his reaction to being tortured, he began his lecture. "I'm sure you all recall our first lesson with Barty Crouch Jr. while he masqueraded as Alastair Moody," he began. "In that first lesson, he shared the secret to casting an unforgivable. He told us that we could all point our wands at him and cast the killing curse, but the worst he would suffer for it was a bloody nose." He wasn't exaggerating. You cannot simply point your wand and say the words. Harry walked over to where Amicus sat, bound and gagged. He grabbed a fistful of the man's hair and looked up to the girls for dramatic effect. "You have to mean it." He practically purred and felt a distinct satisfaction when all four of them shivered at his words. "You have to want them to suffer and, more importantly, truly believe that they deserve to be tortured," which is a difficult frame of mind for even the truly cruel to get into. For the longest time, it boggled my imagination how anybody could cast it on somebody they didn't personally know, let alone were innocent. But I think I've figured out how people like Bellatrix do it, with a heavy dose of imagination. They all blinked at his explanation. "I want to walk you through a hypothetical scenario," Harry elaborated. "I want you to imagine you had a man sat in front of you, tied and bound. A man who was part of a terrorist group that openly murdered, tortured, and raped, who personally knew the individuals who assassinated your own aunt and whom you had yourself been compelled by to torture or maim your friends and beloved siblings." One by one, their faces darkened as they understood. Susan, reminded of her aunt's assassination, surely as fresh a horror in her mind as it was 2 years hence. Lavender at what she had been made to do to Parvati, and Padma and Daphne for their sisters. They got it. He knew, in their heart of hearts, that they understood him completely. Were we so lucky as to have such a despicable wretch at our mercy, we could easily cast the cruciatus at him without having to use our imagination. Harry went on, now tongue-in-cheek, as he pressed his wand to the side of Amicus' neck. "But I will have to make do with holding this scenario in my mind as I simply utter the word Crucio." Amicus reacted instantly and in far greater degree than he had even 2 of the girls at once. Every vein on his neck came to the surface, and his eyes bulged as he screamed into his gag. The ropes binding him and the chair both creaked as he struggled against them with all his might. Within mere seconds, his skin turned red from the exertion, and he was beginning to twitch. "Now, there are several myths about the cruciatus I would like to dispel," Harry lectured on as Amicus suffered his crochitis. "The first is that it jumps between people by touch. As you can see, I am grasping him by the head and am not being affected. It is not an electric current. The second is that the curse will drive a person insane if held under it too long. This is a partial myth. It can do that, but you are more likely to simply die from the curse if held under it too long, usually from biting off and choking on your own tongue or injuring yourself from the resulting seizure. With him bound and gagged, neither of those are issues. By now, Amicus was bashing his head in every direction he could manage, and his eyes took on a lifeless, colorless look. He was even beginning to foam at the mouth through his gag a bit. So, now it's a question of what will give out first. His heart or his brain? Will he have a heart attack from the exertion or an aneurysm? Of course, there's always the possibility of a stroke, which is what usually causes the lifeless, mindless state of circuitus victims in as much as the trauma from the curse is. Harry went on. They only had to wait a few more moments after that before they knew he was gone. It was a sudden stop to his seizing and screaming. He simply fell limp, lifeless, despite the curse still being active. And when the room filled with the odor of his vacated bowels, Harry removed his wand from the corpse's neck, ending the curse. As you can clearly see, he is dead, Harry said matter-of-factly. He grasped the top of the chair and bodily hurled the man against the back wall, where the former shattered and the latter crunched, falling limply to the ground as splintered wood rained on top of him. All 5 of his watchers jumped at the sudden display of violence and anger from Harry, but Daphne regained her composure first. "Now, if you ladies would be so kind as to likewise dispose of this trash," Harry said, motioning with a polite wave at Alecto's bound form. By now the woman was half screaming and half crying in her gag in a rather pitiable display, but there was no mercy or pity on the faces of the 4 girls. They marched forward dutifully, forming a half-circle around the pleading woman, and paid no mind to the deep tear tracks on her face. "All you must do is keep firmly in your mind the monster she is. Point your wand and say that magic little word," Harry instructed. "Crucio." They all said at once, barely letting him finish his instruction. Based on their results, Harry'd say they more than deserved the outstanding score. He was now putting on the report cards from the stamp on the grading desk. They sure were quick studies. The 5 of them stumbled out of the office into the defense classroom in a drunken stupor, practically falling over each other. In fact, Lavender did fall over, and Harry nearly followed after her, trying to pick her up as he and the other 3 laughed. They were drunk on dark magic. This was the after effects of using something like the Cruciatus for an extended period of time. Made it understandable why people like Bellatrix would go mad from it, addicted to the obscene pleasure it brought them. Better than any drug, or so people said. It was certainly better than whatever painkiller he had woken up under after his surgery and left him groggy and weak. Dark magic made him energetic and strong. He needed to be more careful with it. Looking at the 4 shaky-legged girls, each as beautiful as the next, Harry had a sigh at the life he could have had. You know, in a better time, we might have been stumbling through these halls drunk on fire whiskey instead of dark magic. Harry commented sadly. All right, because Casanova here is so charming he could get all 4 of us drunk on an evening dalliance. Daphne teased with a giggle. I mean, he managed to do so tonight, didn't he? Lavender teased the Slytherin back. They all broke down into incoherent giggles after her little snip. I didn't mean it like that, Greengrass. I meant in general, each of us being teenagers and getting into trouble on our last day at Hogwarts. Harry said, trying his hardest to get serious. But I cannot exaggerate how dangerous being like this is. You've all seen what overuse of magic like that can do to people. It's necessary to know and even sometimes to use, but don't come to rely on the unforgivables or overuse them. Is that why Lestrange is so cheery all the time? Susan said giddily. Life of an addict seems terrible, but she is happy. Not for much longer. She was high on the priority list of Death Eaters to kill. As soon as he got his army out of there, he'd get right on top of that. Oh good, he was sobering up. How are we going to get back to the 7th floor like this? Padma pleaded. Yeah, and what are we going to tell everybody when we get there and they see us like this? Susan asked. They're going to think we ganged up on poor, demure Harry and used him like a wax toy. Again with the giggling. Was Harry blushing? He couldn't remember the last time he'd done that. He really needed to bring male witnesses on missions like this. Then, all of a sudden, everything became unbearably bright. Golden light flooded through every window and a tinkling sound echoed off the walls. Whoa! Who turned on the sun? Lavender said dumbly. These are the wards. Something has activated them. Daphne said, as serious and sober as Harry. He would make time for being impressed with her shaking off the effects of using dark magic later. For now, she was right. Hogwarts had locked itself down, feeling under attack. Harry's first guess was that it was reacting to their casually murdering 2 teachers. But if that was the cause, then it wouldn't have been such a delayed response. Harry tentatively approached the nearest window and pushed it open before peering out. He had chosen the correct window, for as soon as he did, he noticed several shapes in the Black Lake breaking the surface one by one. Massive ships from every era in human history decorated the otherwise plain and calm surface and reflected the bright light of the wards, which they were inside of. Huh, Harry said casually. Well, there goes our stealth mission. Finished. And with that, the rewrite is finished, and I can continue the story proper. I am very pleased with how superior this version is to the original. I intend to finish the first arc of the story throughout October for spooky season, so no updates until then. Need to finish editing/rewriting my other stories for the month of September. I also plan to animate an entire episode to start the second arc. You read that correctly. A 16-minute-ish, full-length animated episode to be released on Halloween. It will get its own announcement chapter here. I'll either need to recruit some voice actors or learn to use a synthesizer for it though. Probably going to do all the voice acting with a synthesizer. If I can show that a single person can make a fan animation like that by themselves, it'll be a good launching point for my fan animation website. Until then, you guys hang tight and give me feedback. See you with the next chapter in about a month. 19. A Standing Naval Force. Chapter 19. A Standing Naval Force. U4. Return to the room of requirement and inform the others that a fleet of ships just moored in the Black Lake and set off every single alarm. Harry ordered without wasting time or pondering the strangeness of what he'd just said. Also, you are in charge of the entire DA until I return, especially when it comes to any fighting that may need doing. Is that understood? Yes, Harry, they said as one. Good. Now hurry, he commanded, and kill any Aurors or Death Eaters you encounter on the way back. Save us some trouble later. They sprinted off after the word hurry, but his final command trailed after them, and he was sure they heard him. He turned back to the window. Bombarda! He hollered. The window pane, and much of the wall housing both ceased to exist, and he took a step forward. He paused at the last second as an idea occurred to him. He turned his head to and from to check if anybody could see or hear him. Finding the coast clear, he removed his respirator and spoke aloud. Mozag, if you are watching, read my lips carefully. Collect your daughters and our centaur friends. Then make your way to the Black Lake. I suspect these newcomers are friends, and their being here means you can escape with us sooner than I expected. He said to the Spider Queen, confident his message would reach her. He replaced his respirator and retrieved a chain from around his neck. On it was the galleon enchanted to send messages to other galleon holders. Beside it was a silver sickle similarly enchanted, but whose siblings were for a less general audience. He planned to find an even more niche use for copper nuts at a later date. He pointed his wand at it to initiate the function to heat up the siblings and signal the others that their mission was a go. He placed the chain back under his clothes and leapt from the third-floor window overlooking the cliffs facing the Black Lake. He enjoyed the wind as he fell some 100 meters to the fast-approaching ground, only slashing his wand at the last moment to cast an Arresto Momentum, landing safely on the grass below. God, he missed Quidditch. Fred felt the sudden heat in his palm and closed his eyes tightly as he groaned at the mental anguish it brought. They had all hoped that their team would merely have to remain on standby. He had been so hoping to instead feel the cold chill of ice from the sickle to signal that the Hogwarts and Hogsmeade teams had finished and were on their way home. But no. Their mission was a go. All right, everybody, we're up, he yelled to the crowd of witches and wizards. They would have taken twice as many people, but the Muggle fighters would be too vulnerable and unable to fight back against Dementors. Magic carpets? He asked. In working order. Draco yelled back. Peruvian darkness powder and goggles? Fred asked. On hand and on head. Lee said as he and everyone else lowered the goggles over Tear Eyes. Piatronus casters? Approaching the front lines now, dearie. His mother told him. She, Warbeck, Mrs. Cottermole, Jonathan Crespel, Mafalda Hopkirk, and Lee Jordan joined him at the lead. The plan required them to take point with their Patronus charms. 7 ought to be enough to keep the Dementors at bay. Right then, each of you to a magic carpet apiece. Everyone else, join a team leader. Fred commanded. Draco and Jessica were the only people to stay behind, as each of the rugs commandeered from the Malfoy storage rooms labored under the weight of 5 people apiece. The 35-man assault squad lifted off the ground and aimed for Azkaban prison, just visible from the shore. Malfoy, Miss Roberts, Fred said, turning around to look at Draco and Jessica. Count to 30 and launch the payload. Then get out of here. We cannot risk losing Malfoy Manor. Yeah, Draco said exasperatedly. He both envied and pitied Draco. To be locked in his own home, like Sirius had been, was unenviable, to be sure, but not being allowed to fight was worse. At the same time, not having to battle 100 Dementors and similar number of Auror and Death Eater guards in the hope of splitting Voldemort and the Ministry's attention sounded nice right about now. He further envied the man for the circus cannon loaded with several tons of Weasley Wizard Wheez's fireworks aimed right at Azkaban. All of the remaining stock. It wasn't fair. He wanted to fire the circus cannon. He gurged, and Lee had worked so hard on it only for it to be a decoration all this time. But now that it was finally being used, none of them would get to pull the string? This was by far the worst injustice Voldemort had ever enacted upon anyone. Move out, he yelled. And thus 7 magic carpets and an equal number of white, Patorni animals flew at Azkaban prison. Harry arrived at the beach of the Black Lake to find dozens of people mooring their boats. And boy, was it a lot of boats. They had Roman vessels, ancient Chinese vessels, Viking vessels, Napoleonic and Revolutionary War vessels. He was thoroughly impressed by the fleet and was thoroughly pleased to spot the man leading it. He had come out expecting a fight, but hoping against one. He was right to be optimistic. He removed his respirator as he approached. Victor, Harry called out. He definitely hadn't expected to see the man again. He made a point of removing the resurrection stone and pocketing it, lest the Bulgarian man see the deathly hollow symbol and fly off the handle. I received your message on the galleon that Hermione gifted me, Crumb yelled jovially, reaching his arms wide to come in for a hug. Harry motioned for Victor to stop and brought his respirator back up to his face. The look of concern his friend gave him at the sight of his pitiful state was heartwarming. I'm not well, Victor, and think a hug from you may very well kill me. But I am so glad to see you again. Harry said, surprised? Yes, but also pleased. The confusion around him having one of those galleons was eating at him, though. When had Hermione sent that? It was a wise choice, having another Triwizard champion as standby. But why hadn't she told him? What other schemes had she hatched in the background and not told him about? Meh, he was probably being paranoid. The most likely reason she'd keep it from him was because she was worried he'd tell Ron she was still in regular contact with her ex. Which he absolutely would have, because it was weird. What has become of you? Victor asked. Va, Victor. Harry said, I suffered an injury, a cursed one, that cannot be undone. It will kill me in time, but until that time comes, I will fight and I will win. Save your pity and worry for those who need it. There is no saving me, but there is saving others. Victor's concerned expression turned to one of confidence and pride. He nodded a very manly nod to Harry. A lot of respect going around today. I have the last of the fighters from the East. We lost Durmstrang just as we got your message, and opted to come back you up and fight on this, your winning front, instead of making a last stand and dying with honor like many wanted. Victor expressined. When given the option, wisdom wins the day. Harry looked out at the fleet of ships beaching on the lake's edge and counted nearly 24. How many soldiers did you bring me? He asked. Almost 200. Victor told him. Harry felt his jaw drop. That was a full doubling of his forces, counting the DA. And these ones were blooded. They had experience fighting in the actual war zone. It would take time to get those who stayed at Hogwarts up to speed with Tay whole killing people thing. Though if half of them are as brilliant at it as Daphne, Susan, Lavender, and Patil, then it shouldn't take that long. What do you require of me? Victor asked. Of us. Harry had to think on it. The Durmstrang contingent has been fighting on the battlefield for months now, and were more capable of fighting the forces of Voldemort's ministry that were surely on their way now. This could provide the DA members the time they needed unaccosted to sneak through Hogsmeade. If he were to shine a spotlight on the fleet of ships moored in the Black Lake and make it seem like they were the only threats, that should do it. It also provided a golden opportunity to get even more people out of Hogwarts and, more importantly, out of the Forbidden Forest. I need you and yours to act as if you were the only attacking force and to prepare for a fight. It is not a fight to the death, but one of distraction and rescue. Flee before things seem overwhelming and save who you can, especially yourselves. My people are fleeing through a secret passage, but there are others who cannot join them, for they do not know that tonight is the night we all go AWOL. Is there space on your ships to accommodate any students or faculty that may wish to join the Great Escape? Harry said. Plenty. Provisions, on the other hand? Not really. Victor told him. That can be ameliorated later. Among the refugees, I will need your help extracting our 3 centaurs and an acromantula queen with a handful of her daughters. If there are any among your flock who can tolerate giant spiders and centaurs, I ask that you assign them to their own ship and ready it for these unorthodox guests. The acromantula queen in particular is deserving of the utmost respect, as she is liable to be a most valuable ally in the fight ahead. Harry told him. Victor took his explanation in stride, as if bizarre and unexpected turns was exactly what he expected from Harry. He had earned such a reputation, after all. I myself am quite comfortable with both spiders and centaurs. I shall prepare my ship for their coming and the remainder for any students and faculty. We came here expecting a fight, if not hoping for one. We will do all that you ask. Victor explicit. Harry nodded gratefully and turned back to look at Hogwarts. It was time to paint a target on himself and Victor. He removed his respirator and held his wand to his throat, casting a sonorous charm. Attention, Hogwarts! He shook the undoubtedly already awake castle into full wakefulness. For those of you who don't recognize my voice, my name is Harry Potter. I'm sure you've heard of me. Sadly, rumors of my demise have been greatly exaggerated. Fortunately, I am here to spirit away all who wish to join the fight. If anybody wishing to fight Voldemort and his forces would kindly make a mad, histrionic dash to the Black Lake, we have a fleet of ships with 5-star accommodations for everyone. He lowered his wand, then, thinking better of it, raised it back to his throat and cast the charm again. Oh, and you have my permission to kill or maim anybody who tries to stop you. This is war. You can fight, or you can keep your heads down and obey. Death is a possibility for the former, a certainty for the latter. This will be your last chance. Choose wisely. He finished his speech. Victor and the entourage of Eastern Europeans that had walked up to join them all stared at him with expressions ranging from raised eyebrows to full slack, awed surprise at his dark words. You have a way with words, Harry. I am starting to see why you have been so much more successful in this war than us. Victor said, It is called telling the truth, no matter how ugly it is. Harry explained cheekily. He should have put the respirator back on as soon as he finished the speech. He paid for it with another coughing fit and the swimming in his vision to match. Victor and the others reached out to offer help, but he waved them off. You weren't kidding. You're going fast. Do you know how long you have left? Victor asked. Harry glared at Victor. However long it takes. He nearly growled. Want your story written? I take commissions now. You can pay me to write your fanfiction or original works. My prices are as follows. $25 per 1,000 words of fanfiction, with some wiggle room. I don't pad my work. You also get to video chat with me as I type the first chapter. $25 per 500 words for original works, so anything that is not fanfiction. I also charge $25 per 500 words for smut or fetish materials. Price is subject to change in the future. Check with me. Become a patron. Nonsensical Rants. You can also still become a patron for $1 to get access to future chapters 2 weeks early and vote on which stories I update next. 20. Voldemort's Return Home. Chapter 20. Voldemort's Return Home. The engine locked into place, and the entire train behind them lurched forward, but the brakes held. Good thing we had the foresight to clamp all of the wheels down, his father said offhandedly, and to hold off on connecting the engine's runic array to the undercarriage. Said Bill, I say we complete all but the last, connecting rune, which won't be any use until the passengers are on board anyways. Without the 100 or so passengers to power the runes, this train isn't going anywhere by air. 100 passengers or one Harry, said Dudley, who had helped with the lifting, and he was wrong on that, but only in fact, not in spirit. Although he could imagine Harry managing to lift the entirety of the Hogwarts Express if he exerted himself. Runic arrays like this power themselves of the excess magic that wizards and witches sweat, not active. Magical energy. Actually, if all else fails, they could probably get away with hooking Harry up to the engine with jumper cables like a spare car battery. The sound of an obvious human attempt at hooting came down to them from the rafters, and they all ducked low. That was Luna's signal that they had company. They crouch-walked out of the engine room and onto the platform. Seeing Fleur near the main exit peering out, Bill made a low whistle to his wife. She turned around and, seeing them, motioned them to hurry over to her. They did so, with Dudley remaining behind for some reason, and pressed themselves against the walls on either side of the door. It wasn't until she motioned to her eyes and the windows on the door that they dared to peer through. Whoa, that's a lot of Aurors, he couldn't stop himself from saying. Indeed, in the large open space between the train station and the Hogsmeade post office, dozens of Aurors were appearing, each platoon arriving just as the prior one barely managed to march off in the opposite direction. Had the mission already failed that dramatically that the Ministry was sending everyone at them? The platoon of fully robed and masked Death Eaters who came next answered that question. As they marched off, he realized there was a soft, golden glow coming from the direction of Hogwarts. That would be the defensive wards being activated. Damn it, Fleur cursed. How are we going to manage to sneak everyone on board unseen now? We aren't, said his father. We're going to get them out seen and fought. If enough of them march off to Hogwarts and are held up there, then at least some should be able to get here through secret passages unseen. But we may have to plow through a few Aurors as we fly out of here. The lack of concern or remorse in his father's voice at the prospect of his co-workers dying or suffering mutilation was a bit concerning, but understandable. George was so busy looking at his father's face that he missed the person who operated next, but caught his father's expression of utter horror. The sudden loss of color and slack jaw looked so alien on his father's face, but when George looked out of the window, he soon mirrored it. That Lord Voldemort felt confident enough to merely stroll down Hogsmeade with every Auror in the nation present said a lot about. He stayed of the Ministry and public at large. They had been unaware that he was even back in the Isles. This was a most unwelcome development indeed. George caught himself reaching into his cloak for his enchanted sickle to send a personalized message to Harry warning him of this development, but stopped. Surely, the man already knew. This was Harry Potter after all. Harry gasped at the sudden burning in his scar. It was a sensation he had almost come to miss in the recent weeks. And then he smiled. Voldemort is here, he said to Victor and the posse of young adults he was barking orders to. They all stopped and/or flinched at the pronouncement. Here? In Hogwarts? Victor asked. No, Harry said, turning his neck left and right, using the severity of his scars burning like a compass. He is in Hogsmeade. The wards will not keep him out long, especially not if he brought along his army. Which was all but ensured. You are certain? Victor asked. I am, Harry said, and this does not bode well for us. We kept him out of Durmstrang for a month of sieging. We can do it here too, said a dark woman with Victor. Harry nodded encouragingly at her. I have been wondering what he was up to these last 2 months. I think I owe much of my success to you all holding his attention. You deserve rewards, and yet here you are preparing to fight him some more. Harry lamented. For now, we need to invoke his ire and focus on us. Get as many of the enemy to the edge of Hogwarts and away from Hogsmeade. How are we going to do that? Victor asked. We are already wearing neon signs. Maybe we just need one more? Harry asked rhetorically. He marched a few paces forward and pointed his wand at the window he had jumped out of just minutes ago and made a twisting potion to add a little more force that the spell normally required. More Smordra, Harry cast. The beam of green light jumped from his wand directly to the window like a bolt of lightning. And then, with a flick upwards with his wand, he redirected the spell skyward to form the smoking visage of a skull with a snake for a tongue. Voldemort snarled as he arrived in Hogsmeade and marched forward. He had just returned to the UK from abroad to find out somebody had made war against his home country while he was gone and nearly beaten it into submission. His trace had been disabled, Malfoy Manor was lost, and at least 100 Snatchers and a handful of Death Eaters were dead or missing. Plus, the statute of secrecy was hanging on by a thread after the entire city of London was lit up with 6 dark marks emblazoned on the sky. Obliviators were still working overtime to cover that one up. And if that weren't infuriating enough, half of his inner circle was convinced that Draco Malfoy was somehow responsible for all of it. That weak, cowardly little shit couldn't lead a preschool rugby league, much less a methodical butchering of his entire Snatcher force or the other masterful maneuvers of this new threat. No, this was definitely somebody more cunning and powerful, not to mention well-trained. Whoever was leading this uprising thought like him, and that was a dangerous thing. Either Mad Eye had somehow survived the killing curse and 800-meter fall. Severus was somehow leading this without his knowledge, or Potter was alive and proving to be just as dangerous as he predicted. Each was about equally unlikely, unless Severus had taught young Draco a bit too much and he had the potioneering skill to slow the advance of the Withering Curse. He stopped in his tracks as a green light flew above the golden dome of Hogwarts wards. He tilted his head, his confusion at its appearance. It was coming from inside of the Hogwarts wards, but he hadn't authorized its use, and the enemy only used it after making a grisly example of his forces. But none could have breached yet. Oh, the Carrows, he said in disappointment. They were great torturers, especially on the psychological side of information gathering. He had put them at Hogwarts expecting them to help glean information on Potter and best train the next generation, not to mention spiritually destroy the future enemies from within Hogwarts walls. Perhaps it would have been wiser to leave somebody with more combat capabilities. It is adorable that you think you can turn my weapons against me. The taboo will be restored, and my men will never fear the Dark Mark. He monologued confidently. It was how he psyched himself up. What did he care that other people found it odd? It was then that a mutilated, broken voice spoke to him, as if coming from all around him. Then why are you cowering all the way over there, Tom? Come and reclaim your weapons, the voice said. Voldemort looked about him in a near panic at the closeness of the voice and hideousness of it, but there was nobody there. He cursed at himself for letting his occlumency shields down in deep thought and cursed himself again for not recognizing the nature of the attack on him. He had used this connection before to attack Potter, and now he tried to turn even that on him? The nerve of this upstart to think he could match him in the mental arts. It really did amount to a puppy nipping at his fingers, but the sheer balls required to even attempt it brought his blood pressure far too high to be healthy for a man in his 70s. At least it confirmed which of the 3 possibilities was true. Potter was alive and changed. War does that to people. My lord, McNair called out to him. The executioner was sprinting towards him from the general direction of Hogwarts. Report, Voldemort asked. Potter is sieging Hogwarts. He has an entire fleet of ships moored in the Black Lake and has called for any to join him to evacuate thereby. McNair explained. The memory of the unexpected escape of the Durmstrang contingent by ship was still fresh in his mind. That too had been ballsy. They had just charged right through the invading force that was preoccupied with securing the castle proper. They showed a complete disregard for their own safety. He had taken as a desperate and surprisingly effective last-ditch attempt at escape. Now he wasn't so sure. Had Potter been in contact with them, even then? Had he planned to have him preoccupied overseas? Had he advised Igor and his protégés? How long had this evacuation of Hogwarts been planned? So many questions and so few answers. He greatly disliked not being in the know. Call on Severus, Voldemort ordered. Have him drop everything he is doing at Durmstrang and rush over here to undo the wards at Hogwarts. They will listen to him as headmaster, for a fear the acting headmaster is already dead and those remaining in the faculty would not jump at the chance to stop Potter. But my lord, it would take him hours to get here from Siberia. And wait, Potter, McNair said in confusion. You have half of one. And yes, Potter is alive and behind all of this. Spread the word, Voldemort ordered. McNair fled from him, and Voldemort proceeded onwards towards Hogwarts. They had an hour, maybe two, before Potter was successful in his mission. They would need to throw everything they had to tear down the wards in that time frame, and he wasn't certain they could manage it, even with him helping to hammer against the wards. My lord, a new voice called out to him. Voldemort stopped in his tracks and held out a hand to silence the Auror trainee. He took a deep breath and counted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, what else has gone wrong? Voldemort demanded. My lord, Azkaban is under attack. The Dementors have already been repelled, and the Aurors guarding number only a dozen. They can't hold against the force attacking them. The young man said. Reports say they number at least 50. Voldemort took another deep breath and thought. Potter had planned this well. If he split his counterattack on both sides, he would surely lose Hogwarts. If he focused on Hogwarts, he would lose Azkaban, either as a fortress for them to operate as, or the veritable army of hardened criminals and dissidents trapped within. Either way, Potter got his army and/or fortress. Even if he focused all of his might on Hogwarts, he likely wouldn't stop the evacuation in time, so that option was out of the window. He couldn't put all of his assault on Azkaban. His followers would mutiny at his command to leave all of their children to die. That was the best strategic decision otherwise. Focusing on Azkaban would ensure the death of these 50 attackers and denial of the hundreds of fighting wands from its cells. What to do? My lord, shall they be sent reinforcements? The peon asked. No, Voldemort said. Focus all efforts on tearing down the wards around Hogwarts, rescuing our children from this menace, and finally ending these madmen. In fact, get more people here. Every ministry employee, every Medowitch and wizard from Mungos. Have them all tear down those wards. He waved for the man to leave and sighed in frustration. He didn't want to put her on the front line so soon, and he was even more reticent to leave Potter to his servants to handle. But he and Bellatrix were the only people who, alone, could repel the attack on Azkaban. He had to put his faith in the thousands of people directly serving him to overwhelm Hogwarts and Potter, and hope Severus got back in time. What a disappointing day. He returned home expecting to finally take on his dream job at Hogwarts as its headmaster and Dota professor, leaving Durmstrang to Severus. He was expecting to finally live now that his forces across the world were in position to handle his workload without him. But it seemed so long as Potter lived it would be impossible for him to do so. He would fight until that curse finally took him in a few months' time. And so, he uprod away. They all breathed a deep sigh of relief at the disappearance of Lord Voldemort. Thank goodness. It looks like the Azkaban distraction worked. Fleur said. Fred, Bill, and their father all stood up straight at her proclamation. Oh shit. The Azkaban distraction had worked. Somebody get Fred and the others to aboard. George yelled. They were prepared to fight, but not against him. How? They're in Azkaban. The fortress blocks all communication except by Owl and Patronus. Bill said they wouldn't get any message, least of all by the coins, until after they demolish the ward stones, and our Patronus wouldn't reach them before he does. I fear they may be on their own. Damn it all! They had been so certain that Voldemort would take the Hogwarts bait and pursue Harry. Had they overestimated the man's obsession and hatred for the boy who lived? I will handle this. The masked woman, whom none of them had noticed behind them, said. They all jumped at the sound of her muffled voice, and jumped again when she popped out of existence. They all shared confused glances, each equally baffled by the woman's mere presence in the first place, let alone Harry's insistence that he trusted her more than them. That was the first time they ever even heard her speak. I guess she'll be handling it, said Fleur. Harry stopped dead in his tracks. He was nearly upon the hospital wing when he felt it. Or more accurately, stopped feeling it. He's gone? He asked himself. Yup. Voldemort's presence was gone. He had either operated out of range, or had since learned how to completely cut off their connection. He suspected the former, as the latter was well and truly impossible. One cannot break the bond they have with a Horcrux except by destroying the Horcrux. And seeing as Harry was alive, he knew the Horcrux within him was still active. He did so enjoy Dumbledore's ignorance at his being aware of that fact. Oh well, time for some contingency plans. Fabian Pruitt, Lily Potter, Lucius Malfoy. Harry listed off as he twisted the resurrection stone on his finger. The three men paired before him. Lucius, I am giving you the chance to speak with your son. Go to him now in your mansion and pass on the message I am about to give you. Harry instructed. Fabian, same to you, but to my friend Ronald Weasley in order to save your nephew Fred. Mum, please go tell Hermione and then Peter at Grimmauld Place. They all nodded. Voldemort has abandoned his assault on Hogwarts to attack Azkaban. Implement the third point of assault. He said, now go. They all bowed and vanished. The speed of death was faster than any Patronus or even enchantment. And the only people who could see the shades were those who had died, or those who possessed the ring. Draco, Hermione, and Ron would have no difficulty receiving the message, no matter where they were or what wards prevented other forms of messages. He was wise to leave a resurrected person with each party. He would have to continue doing so in future assignments. With that work done, he continued his march down the last hallway between him and the hospital wing. Once its doors, left open and revealing a full, lit hospital wing, were in sight, he removed his robes and undershirt. With his surgery scars and cursed flesh on full display, he entered the hospital wing. The matron was standing by the window, staring out in anticipation of the workload about to come her way. And here he was about to give her more. Madame Pomfrey? Harry called out. She started at his words and snapped her head to the side to look at him. He didn't like the look of stricken horror and pity on her face, but he had expected. I once again require your saving, Harry told her. And then the fussing began. Want your story written? I take commissions now. You can pay me to write your fanfiction or original works. My prices are as follows. $25 per 1,000 words of fanfiction, with some wiggle room. I don't pad my work. You also get to video chat with me as I type the first chapter. $25 per 500 words for original works, so anything that is not fanfiction. I also charge $25 per 500 words for smut or fetish materials. Prices subject to change in the future. Check with me. Become a patron. NonsensicalRants. You can also still become a patron for $1 to get access to future chapters 2 weeks early and vote on which stories I update next. 21. Rejected Salvation. Chapter 21. Rejected Salvation. This is the same curse that would have taken Albus. Pomfrey concluded the obvious. Harry raised his eyebrows at the Medowitch. You knew? Harry asked. I thought Snape was the one who treated him. He did, without my knowledge or consent. Albus refused to see me, and that was to his own detriment. I wasn't able to do anything for him because he wouldn't allow me. If he had, I could have slowed it down further, even with whatever Severus was brewing for him. No, I don't know the potion, and I doubt Severus will share. He will. In the meantime, what is your solution? Harry asked. I need to know. I said. Pomfrey said simply. Harry looked at her in disbelief. It seemed in rather poor taste to joke like that. Icing did nothing for any injury, let alone a magical one. Was she joking? I would have had him sleep in an ice bath every night, along with feeding him a frostbite and hypothermia prevention potion. Icing the afflicted area will slow the spread. She explained. Was it really that easy? What was he thinking? Of course it was. Basilisks die to roosters crowing. Boggarts are sent running from mere laughter, and an incurable curse is slowed with an ice cube. Could I wrap it all in an ice-filled sling while awake? He asked. You could. That's what I would have had Albus do. But you only need to ice the area that is most recently infected. Icing the flesh that has already been ruined would do nothing. She explained. So they'd have to jerry-rig something like a safety throw ring from his neck down to his groin and fill it with ice. Doable. It beats sleeping in a tub of ice all day and night. Very well. You are once again a lifesaver, madam. And I'm sorry for the injuries you will wind up treating tonight because of me. She shrugged. They shan't be worse than I've dealt with this last year, believe me. Pomfrey said. As if speaking on the topic summoned the thing they were discussing, the sound of people in the hallways approaching echoed into the ward. Harry got up from the bed and redressed as quickly as he could. He replaced his respirator and turned around just as Professors Aurora and McGonagall walked in. They had, on 3 levitating stretchers, students from Slytherin and Gryffindor. 7th years by the look of them. Scratch that, 2 7th years and a super senior who had to retake 7th year. He recognized them all easily enough. It looked like Crabbe, Goyle, and McLaggen had gotten on the wrong side of cutting and stunning curses. The heads of Gryffindor and Slytherin were wise to forego renovating them until their wounds were dealt with. Good evening, Minerva. Good evening, Aurora. Harry said, "Congratulations on your promotion to head of Slytherin." They both stopped in their tracks and blinked at him. He noted how they reflexively gripped their wands and began to raise them in order to fight him, but pretended not to. He did look and sound very different, but the scar on his forehead was as clear as day for them to see. He gave them a few moments to reconcile the image of an innocent 11-year-old child with a man standing in front of them. I see these 3 decided to get in the way of other students trying to leave. Or was it retribution for their acts as junior Death Eaters? Harry asked rhetorically. He walked around the bed containing Cormac and pulled up his sleeve. That was definitely the dark mark. They were so very lucky that Poppy, Aurora, and Minerva were there, or else Harry would have finished the job. In fact, he was already thinking of ways to take their lives without the 3 faculty members seeing him. He didn't think it likely. The latter. Sinestra said, "The Carrows have turned so many of my students into monsters. And now the little ones are becoming killers just to escape. I wish you hadn't worded your speech so. The exaggeration was unhelpful." Exaggeration? Hardly. Especially seeing as the little ones did not follow my instructions. These 3 are barely wounded. It seems to me the students you are criticizing now are still innocent, for they did not kill these Death Eaters after felling them, as I would have. He explained. I doubt these 3 would have shown such mercy if ordered by Voldemort. They both hardened their jaws as he confirmed his nature as a warrior in a hot war, along with their fears about what awaited his students fleeing. They would be killers too, such as war. Also, you need not worry about the Carrows ever again. They are dead. He explained. Thank you, Minerva said stonily, bowing. Aurora looked at the deputy headmistress in horror for a moment, as if the idea of thanking their child soldier for doing his job was alien to her. She did eventually mirror Minerva's bow, as did Poppy. No need to thank me. I'm not the one who killed them. Besides, I should be thanking you. I know it must have been excruciating to serve Voldemort's purposes in your capacity here. But you have done your best to mitigate the damage, and for that I will be eternally grateful. Unfortunately, the strategy of holding on and working from inside to mitigate damage will not work any longer. All of the students you can help are evacuating as we speak. You would do much more good by joining us. Harry offered. They all hardened their expressions further. He knew their answer before he asked it, but he had to ask all the same. We are not soldiers, Harry, and neither are they. You say it is pointless, but we shall remain here and do the best that we can, Minerva said solemnly. The other 2 nodded with her words. Oh, but they and I are, because we had no choice but to become so. My offer will remain open if you ever decide to take on your responsibilities as adults and fight this war, instead of leaving us child soldiers to fight it in your stead. Just know that there will be a reckoning coming for you all when this war is over, and the longer you fail in your duties, the worse that reckoning will be. Not for me. I will not survive to see the day. But the rest of them? They will hold you to account for failing us all so miserably. Harry warned. Good evening. He excused himself and walked out of the hospital wing, leaving 3 terrified women in his stead. Just as the flashing lights began to dance outside, he looked through the window to see that the hailstorm of vibrant, colored spells had begun to rain down on the wards. Victor's people were lining up along the inside and trying to bolster them, but he could already see the Aurors stationed at Hogwarts charging down the lawns towards them. It sure took them long enough to organize, didn't it? Still, he had one more piece of business to take care of before he could join them. Rose Zeller crouched low as she followed Faye along the cliff face, towards the Black Lake. Then the light show began. The golden dome around Hogwarts was being pelted by all manner of spell she wasn't even marginally trained in recognizing. They halted at the edge and crawled backwards. The other Gryffindor students following in their wake shimmied back awkwardly to let them. Only a dozen, between 3rd and 5th years, had brought up enough bravery to try and sneak out. When that McLagan pig got in their way, every single one turned on him at once. His shield didn't stand a chance against the rain of stunners, cutting curses and piercing curses. They didn't even bother checking if he was alive as they stormed past his limp body. "Do you recon it's safe to go towards the ships now?" Faye asked the gathered crowd, entirely composed of young girls. "I mean, the enemy is on the outside, right?" asked Gira, a Greek girl in her year. "If the ships are our best way out, now seems like a good time to make a run for it before the entire contingency of Aurors, Death Eaters, and prefects stormed out of the entrance hall and charged at the army of foreigners guarding the ships. Before that probably would have been wise." "Wow, it sure took them a while to rally, didn't it?" Faye said dryly. "It's probably for the best we stopped when we did, or else we might have been caught in the crossfire." Harry approached the gargoyle on the 3rd floor and halted an arm's distance away from it. "May I be let in?" he dared to ask. It did not move. "My name is Harry Potter. I believe Headmaster Snape will appreciate what I have to give." Harry pleased. He need not have bothered finishing his sentence. It stepped aside at mention of his own name. Or perhaps claiming to be Harry Potter. Either he was keeping up appearances by allowing anybody with information on him to come by at any time, or he was prepared for him. He marched up the rising staircase and into the headmaster's office. It looked somewhat unused. It made sense. His occasional perusing of the Marauder's map had shown Snape completely missing from Hogwarts. It showed him as such now. But that was fine. He didn't need to see the man face to face for what he was doing here. "Come to blindfold me again?" said a portrait above. "Now, Phineas, there is no need to be rude. He has been through a lot and needs kinder words." Dumbledore's portrait chastised his elder. "No, he is correct. I completely forgot about his portrait in the bag. I will have to set him back up, sans blindfold, when I get back to House Black." Harry apologized. "I now know to trust you all." That last part was a lie. He knew to never trust any of them. But now he knew how to use them and knew to share information with them. Again, or at least share curated information. "What do you need from me, Harry? Have you found them all?" Albus asked. "3 remain. Nagini, the cup, and something else. One of the latter 2 is in the Gringotts vault of Bellatrix Lestrange, but I won't have the resources or gumption to go for it for some time." He explained. That one was the entire truth. He needed Snape to know about that and make plans. While he left Dumbledore to chew on that, Harry approached the grand desk and placed the map down. He did not deactivate it. Alongside the map, he left a note detailing how to use it. He no longer had any need of the map. Snape did. So did Minerva, were she to become headmistress. For all his animosity, he still wanted to lend them every boon he could. This was a big one. He planned never to return to Hogwarts after tonight, except as a ghost perhaps. An eternity within these walls? That didn't sound so bad at all. "I must leave you now," Harry said. "I'll keep in touch through Headmaster Black." He descended back down the spiral staircase and along the 3rd floor corridor. He was nearly around the corner when a voice called from behind him. "Mr. Potter! Mr. Potter! I came looking for you." Harry groaned. She was the last person he wanted to see today. That she had managed to find him was the first evidence she had ever shown for being a clairvoyant. "If you are here to warn me about my coming death, save it. I already know the rough time and the exact manner." Harry snarled at the woman while raising his hand and lifting his sleeve. "No, I'm not here for you. You should have Poppy look at that. No, I'm here to warn you about the 3 shades hunting you, encircling you like razor-blade chains." Trelawney explained. Her phrasing was so bizarre that Harry momentarily forgot his distaste and annoyance with the woman as he chewed on every single word therein. He actually stopped to let her catch up. 3 shades hunting him? Razorblade chains? So, she was having visions of the Deathly Hallows and his relationship with them? That was a succinct, if esoteric, description of them. Each lacks a mouth with which to smile, and yet they grin at all the terrible things in the world all the same. They undo. That is all they can do. They are unmakers. And they want to unmake you. I have seen them, Harry. And they grin most viciously upon you. For you carry them with you. Trelawney explained. I keep seeing them. Whenever you are brought up, I see them in my dreamings. Okay, so she wasn't talking about the Deathly Hollows at all. And like that, his patience with her was done. She was just making up bull's hide again. I'm sorry, Professor, but I have a war to fight and very little time with which to fight it. Good evening. He excused himself and turned around. He didn't make it one step before she reached out and grasped his hand as if to yank him back. The sensation of being dunked in liquid nitrogen filled his body when she grasped his hand to hold him back. It was like a more physical manifestation of the cold from a Dementor's touch, but which seeped all the way down to his bones. For a second, he saw an endless expanse of gray mist with a ground made of a perfect, damp mirror. It was gone as soon as it arrived, and he came back to himself in time to register that Trelawney had collapsed. He shook himself back to his senses and looked to see the woman having a seizure at his feet. Professor Trelawney, Harry called out, kneeling down to check on her. The sound of something exploding on the floor above them like a great whoosh of flame startled him, and he drew his wand, but kept his attention on Trelawney. Her fit worsened, and all he could think to do was cradle her head to prevent her from hitting it. That was the correct thing to do for a seizure patient, right? Now would be a good time to summon old Mungo Bonham. He lifted his left hand to speak into the stone when the sound of footsteps approaching made his eyes snap up to the gargoyle passage he had just come out of. He was both pleased and annoyed to see who came through. Potter! Snape yelled, drawing his wand at the sight of him. The man was singed from head to toe, with first-degree burns jutting out from under the burned-away robes that hung off of him like rags. If Harry were to guess what happened, he'd assume a one nasty flu accident just took place in the headmaster's office. It would explain the boom. The Dark Lord will be so pleased to find out that I captured you myself. Severus snarled at him, lip curled. Harry barely managed to keep a straight face at the overacting. Really gonna try and keep up the charade? Are we Snape? Harry was half tempted to play along just for the hilarity of it, but he didn't have the time. And neither did Trelawney. You have such a lovely Patronus, Professor, Harry said clandestinely. And the gift you left me in that pond has served me well. Also, Sybil is dying. So knock it off and help. Damn it all. Can't you Potters let me enjoy my melodrama? Snape whined before lowering his wand and rushing over. He took over cradling the divination professor and motioned him away. What did you do to her? And why are you wearing a respirator? I did nothing. She touched me and began to have a fit. Harry explained, and I caught a nasty case of the same curse that got Albus. Of course you did. I'll add that to the list of things to send along with Phineas. Stay tuned for the potion recipe. Did she say anything after collapsing about what she saw? Any prophecy? Snape asked. No, sir, Harry said honestly, opting to keep to himself what she said beforehand. Then begone with you. We didn't see each other. I have 5 minutes I can stall before carrying out the Dark Lord's orders. 10 at most, he explained, and only then because the flu exploded behind me, and the time zone differences would make accounting for the exact minutes difficult for him. Yup, flu accident. And these orders are? Harry asked, to tear down the wards and let his forces in. So, hurry and get our forces out of here, Snape hollered, because I can't come up with an excuse to hold off longer than that. I can. Harry all but purred as he pointed his wand at the man. Snape looked between him and his wand, then down at the one in his hand. He seemed to consider it for a time, but then Trelawney began to literally bleed out of her eye sockets, and the offer of a mock fight was thrown away. That could have worked, but she won't last without somebody caring for her. And you likely would have had to all but kill me to make it convincing. Back to Plan A? Get your arse moving, Snape yelled. Or we could go with Plan C, Harry said. He put out his hand, palm up. The gesture actually made Snape go slack-jawed. It was a genuine offer, the only one he had the strength to make to this man, for he knew he'd never have the strength to do so again. He then pocketed his wand and removed his respirator. Come, join us. There is nothing left for you here, for your spying is done. Harry implored the man. There is nothing else you can do for this place, but with us you can accomplish much, and I can offer you closure. I need guidance from someone like you. Older, wiser, and braver, but not as petrified of accepting reality as your coworkers are. Snape looked at him confusedly, not seeming to understand his meaning. It made sense. Harry was being deliberately vague. After all, a boast of, "I can resurrect Lily Potter and let you talk things out for as long as you need," would have made him look insane. But he did think on the offer. When he answered, he looked to be in physical pain at the choice he'd made. "I should," Snape said, just above a whisper, before regaining his composure. "But I cannot. As you said, my co-workers are chicken shit. If I leave, they will not follow. They will be sitting ducks here without me, as will all remaining students. And I can still mitigate a lot of damage here." Harry bowed his way and turned heel. He left without another word. Snape did not call after him. "Want your story written? I take commissions now. You can pay me to write your fanfiction or original works. My prices are as follows. $25 per 1,000 words of fanfiction, with some wiggle room. I don't pad my work. You also get to video chat with me as I type the first chapter. $25 per 500 words for original works, so anything that is not fanfiction. I also charge $25 per 500 words for smut or fetish materials. Price is subject to change in the future. Check with me. Become a patron. NonsensicalRants. You can also still become a patron for $1 to get access to future chapters 2 weeks early and vote on which stories I update next. 22. Wormtail revealed. Chapter 22. Fred cut down the last aura guarding the personal effects vault with a Sectum Sempra and sighed in relief. The first phase of their plan was complete. Repel the Dementors off of the island? Check. Kill or incapacitate the Aurors or Death Eaters present? Check. Recover wands for the prisoners? Seconds away from being accomplished. Now all they needed to do was get a proper directory of prisoners and which cells they were in, and then break out the ones they wanted. Then on to phases 2 and 3. Okay, Yaxley, you handle organizing the wands we will be returning to the prisoners. In the meantime, Hopkirk, get the prisoner logs and cell numbers. Fred ordered the pair before turning on Warbeck. You get that big, moleskin bag of chocolate emptied and get ready to banish them to each prisoner listed. I don't think I have that kind of finesse with the banisher. We can't all be Harry Potter, you know? Warbeck countered. Right. The whole world was well aware of his impossibly good summoning charm after the Triwizard Tournament. He somehow forgot that most people can't summon or banish things through winding hallways, secret passages, around locked doors, and so forth. At least here, every door was made of bars, and anything you banished would just go through it. Now that he thought about it, he wasn't even sure if he had that level of finesse with the banishing charm. "Ido," said Jonathan Crespel, almost boredly. Fred nodded at the future meta-wizard and motioned for Warbeck to empty out the pouch around her neck. She waved her wand around the area they were standing, and Fred noted the floor becoming noticeably cleaner as she did so. You could actually eat off of it, which he guessed was the idea. She then did as he instructed, and a mountain of chocolate bars, already peeled of their wrapping paper, was ready for Crespel's banishers. By this point, Yaxley had returned dragging several chests, which he opened to reveal neatly stacked wands, like matches in a matchbook. Each had a number drawn on tape that was wrapped around it. "I bet a Canute these are prisoner numbers," said Hopkirk. "I'll take that bet and win," said Yaxley. "Prisoner numbers are normally more than 3 digits long. These are cell numbers. Saves us a lot of time," Yaxley said. He was right. There were roughly 1,000 individual cells in Azkaban. Most could hold up to 4 prisoners in bunk beds at a time, with the obvious exception being the maximum security cells up top. Hopkirk shrugged in surrender before opening the large prisoner log book she had brought along. As she perused it, Fred's eyes were inexplicably drawn to the pizza boy that had been sent along with them. The man's head snapped to attention, and he stared off into the distance at something only he could see. The look of alarm and understanding to come over his face, to say nothing of the affirmative nod he gave, confirmed Fred's suspicion that the man was more magical than he appeared. Long-distance telepathy of some kind? Like what Harry had with Voldemort. Oh God! Did this guy have a telepathic link with Harry? That would explain quite a bit. Voldemort is coming. The pizza boy said. What? Was all of their immediate answer. He will be here within minutes. PB clarified. No wonder Harry wanted him to tag along, even though he didn't carry a wand or weapon of any sort. That heads up likely just saved all of their lives, not to mention the mission. Okay, change of plans. You guys banish chocolate and wands to every single prisoner. We will be taking all of them out of here. Dissidents, thieves, murderers, and all. We can sort them out later, and we'll need each one able to fight. We need to get heavy hitters, move into the depths in search of the Wardstone. Double time. Everyone else, get ready for a fight with Voldemort. The rest of our team is scattered throughout the prison. You should probably fill him in on this plan. PB nonchalantly added. Right. Yup. Sonorous time. Attention all soldiers. Voldemort is on his way here. We are freeing all prisoners and doubling our efforts to destroy the Wardstone. Prepare to disapparate and portkey out as soon as we do. He yelled loud enough for the entire prison to hear him, even over the literal fireworks outside. Fred canceled the sonorous charm and turned back to Crespel and Warbeck. The duo, along with Yaxley and Hopkirk, were tying the chocolate bars to wands and banishing them to the cell number listed. They were working like a well-oiled factory belt. He nodded in satisfaction at their work and turned heel to sprint away, back through the winding hallways of the guard areas to the first-floor prison block. There, in a triangle circling a pit in the ground, were the cell blocks rising upwards to the sky. Upon arriving, it was to find the remaining fighters he had brought along, who had initially been tasked with going cell to free prisoners they wanted, rushing towards the entrance. Form a guard on the exterior. Give him everything you have when he arrives. Fred yelled. Anybody who is good at smashing things, come with me. He leapt over the railing into the pit of Azkaban, and down he fell. He saw at least 4 others follow him down, but he couldn't figure out who they were. The familiar cold of a Dementor's presence returned, confirming Harry's suspicion that more of the dreadful creatures hid beneath the prison than within it. Expecto Patronum, he called out, pointing his wand downward. The familiar white fox erupted forth and flew downwards faster than he did. Several voices, including his mother's, repeated the spell from around him, and more vibrant white animals joined them in their descent, eradicating the cold and depression seeping into their bones. By their light, Fred saw the ground rapidly approaching and cast the mandatory spell for all Quidditch players to master. Arresto momentum, he called. The spell hit the ground and spread outwards, so that just before he would have gone splat, he came to a sudden, jolting halt. His mother and 2 others did the same beside him, before the spell faded and they fell the last meter to the ground. They picked themselves up quickly and checked their surroundings. Is this Mole? A man he thought was named Jacob asked. Indeed, thick domes of slime mold covered the edges of the area they stood on, with much of the free floor space taken up by tall, thin sporangi that all looked to be on the verge of blooming. He didn't want to stick around and breath whatever spores they released. It is common knowledge that Dementors breed, his mother eventually said, but aside from assurances that they do not have Wex, the means by which they do so is a state secret. I fear we are about to discover the how. Harry finished pacing in front of the ballerina tapestry and waited for the door to finish appearing. He walked inside to find the room of hidden things completely emptied of crap. In fact, the only thing left was a single portrait of a young girl on the far wall, guarded by 2 slightly older young girls. Daphne? Lavender? Harry asked as he entered. Why are you 2 still here, and where are the rest? We, Padma, and Susan all did as you asked and took charge. Daphne explained, and we decided that the 2 of us should stay behind to guard the retreat. I get you caught up. Harry nodded. Seemed reasonable. And how about did they retreat? I came back here concerned at the lack of an army fleeing Hogwarts. Harry asked. There is a passage that leads to Hogsmeade via the Hog's Head, right behind this portrait. Lavender said, pointing a thumb behind her. I forgot about Aberforth. I hope he decides to join us. Harry said as he was reminded of the old barkeep. Why? They both asked at once, both with a slightly disgusted curl to their noses. I'll give you a hint. His last name is Dumbledore. Harry said, now let us go join them. A fight may be waiting for them in Hogsmeade. The entire ministry is attacking Hogwarts thereby. The young girl on the portrait, who looked strangely familiar, curtsied and opened up for them. The passage it revealed reminded Harry strongly of the passage to Honeydukes, which had been the one he planned to lead them through. And they went. Harry felt like a king, with Daphne leading him from the front and Lavender following from the back like a royal guard. Faye and her fellow Gryffindors crouched idly away from the action as Victor Bloodycrumb lead a Roman phalanx of wizards. Half held up shields, both the luminescent, purely magical variety and solid conjured ones, while the others cast a whole host of spells that were well above Newt level. Many of the Eastern Europeans took the safety of the magical phalanx as license to cast stronger, more time-intensive spells that were usually avoided in actual combat in favor of piercers, cutters, and other hexes or curses that are nearly instant to cast. Spears of ice, whips of fire, and certainly dark curses, miasmas of vibrant greens and oranges bombarded the army if individuals that made up their enemies. The Aurors were trained to work in pairs, sure, but that didn't mean they fought well in pairs, and this doubled true for the handful of low-level Death Eaters who had opted to don their copper masks today. Throughout all of this, all Faye could think about was that the backs of the Aurors and Death Eaters looked like excellent targets. And yet, she couldn't bring herself to move forward, or even make a motion with her wand. She had, as an entourage, over a dozen children ill-suited to combat. What right did she have to put their lives in danger? She was supposed to be getting them out of harm's way. Then the unthinkable happened. Backup came. A swarm of silver and green-clad students spewed forth from the main entrance. With a war cry, they charged towards the skirmish at the edge of the lake. But they did not come to the aid of Voldemort's forces. Instead, they bared down on them with flame and schoolyard hexes made for drawing blood. Only as the first of the rear vanguard of Aurors and Death Eaters fell dead did Faye notice the splotches of blue and bronze, or yellow and black, mixed in with the green and silver. Then she understood these were the refugees of the other houses. And somehow, they had just outshone the House of Courage by acting before they did. Go! Faye yelled. She and the straggling Gryffindors charged to join the unplanned pincer attack, each yelling at the top of their lungs in what was honestly an underwhelming war cry. Their angle of attack formed a third pincer, leaving the enemy's only method of retreat being the war dome several hundred meters away. The Durmstrang contingent dropped their shield and went on a full-out attack, and what resulted more resembled meat in a blender than an actual fight. Faye didn't think the one piercing curse she managed to sling into the fray did anything, but she felt pride at the accomplishment all the same. She didn't dare approach the pile of, hopefully mostly unconscious, bodies. Is this everybody? Victor demanded of the gathered 50 or so children. They all answered with gestures that were a combination of an affirmative and being unsure, which seemed about right. Well, I hope you packed everything you value, because we are leaving now, Victor told them. File into the nearest boat and buckle down. It is liable to be a bumpy ride. Faye believed him. Sure, the enemy couldn't get past the wards, but once they fled by ship, they would attack them with all they had. Faye returned to her duty of ushering the children forward as the foreign saviors parted to guard them as they approached the ship. Before they could take their first shambling steps to safety, a loud crack, like a glass plate being sheared in two, rang from high above them. They all looked up to see the golden dome of protection surrounding Hogwarts crack and then shatter. Every individual piece fading like a curtain being dropped. They doubled their efforts to board the ships, and the first of the students made it just as the cry of hundreds of Voldemort's own charged onto the Hogwarts grounds. Voldemort appeared on the misty shore opposite Azkaban with Bellatrix at his side, and a broom at hers. Their plans to fly straight to the prison was put on hold due to their surprise at the sparkling, fiery, and flashing lights of animal fireworks circling said prison like a tornado. That sure was a lot of fireworks. He had to give it to Potter and his people. They knew how to do things in style. Then the non-existent hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. Back! His hissed at Bellatrix. They both leapt backwards just in time to avoid being crushed by a wooden box. Scratch that, it was a coffin. Plain and brutalist in design, with iron shackles holding the lids closed. It slammed into the sandy shore and sunk in deep, tilting slightly. Then a second coffin slammed down on their new position, which they both dodged by leaping to different sides. A third, fourth, and fifth coffin followed suit, until the shore had exactly 10. It was only his recognition that they were, in fact, coffins that stayed his hand an instinctive need to blast the objects into pieces. No knowing what kind of reaction that would set off. Good reflexes for a man in his 70s. A woman's muffled voice called out to them. Voldemort looked up to see two figures standing atop the grass-covered hill at the edge of the sandy shore. One was a woman in Muggle clothing and a plain, white, actor's mask. The other was a completely cloaked hunchback with clawed hands and a thick tail. It was the tail and the coffins that gave away the man's identity. As hard as it was to believe, it appears you have made some breakthroughs in necromancy right under my nose, Wormtail. Voldemort complimented. Was the body you left at Malfoy Manor a fake? Or is this a new one? The latter. Wormtail 2.0 assured him. This one boasts a clean, untattooed forearm and all natural fingers. As if to prove his boast, he raised both hands and sleeves. Not an ounce of silver, not a splotch of ink. The man really was free of him. That made two people to defeat the Dark Mark now, and Voldemort suspected he knew the means. So, you killed Draco and then managed to bring him back? Was this through a Messiah potion? Voldemort asked. Messiah potions could put somebody in a state of temporary death, usually for around 3 days, hence the name. Pufferfish venom was a key ingredient. It could theoretically work. He had the idea to test it and see if he could willingly free his servant someday. Wouldn't you like to know? Wormshell said, lifting his head up to show off those beady eyes and rat mouth of his. And yet, despite him being the clear threat here, Voldemort's gaze was inextricably drawn to the woman beside him. During this entire exchange, her eyes had not left Bellatrix's face. He recognized that look, a burning hunger for somebody else's blood. That she wanted so badly to kill Bellatrix didn't exactly narrow down her possible identities, but it did provide some information to go off of. If Bellatrix was noticing what he was, and she surely had, then she knew how to handle such an opponent. The power of words and taunts had always been one of her favorite tools. Based on the similar look of hunger on Bellatrix's face, this little girl would be in for a rude awakening. Well, said Voldemort, do we have more posturing to get on with? Or are you going to pop those lids open and let me see what you've cooked up for me? When Hermione says she's going to handle something, she fucking handles it. Want your story written? I take commissions now. You can pay me to write your fanfiction or original works. My prices are as follows. $25 per 1,000 words of fanfiction, with some wiggle room. I don't pad my work. You also get to video chat with me as I type the first chapter. $25 per 500 words for original works, so anything that is not fanfiction. I also charge $25 per 500 words for smut or fetish materials. Price is subject to change in the future. Check with me. Become a patron. NonsensicalRants. You can also still become a patron for $1 to get access to future chapters 2 weeks early and vote on which stories I update next. 23. Fruit of the Necromancer's Labor. Chapter 23. Fruit of the Necromancer's Labor. Net alerts are working again, so I'm posting again. Now, if only their other functionality worked again too. The iron clasps holding the sides of every single coffin flew out of their holsters as if fired from nail guns, and down dropped the covers. Inside of each were the most pristine corpses Voldemort had ever seen, and based on their condition, he would have never guessed they were actually in free. They were too intact, with no sign of decay whatsoever. Save for the pale color, they almost looked alive, ready for an open casket wake. Voldemort recognized them as the Snatchers and low-ranking Death Eaters he had personally stationed at Grimmauld Place after Yaxley captured it. Each was picked for being expendable, but for also having the free time to do nothing but occupy a home all day. They each opened their eyes and stepped out of their coffins, and proved to be the same lifeless, thoughtless corpses he knew Inferi to be. There was no sign of intelligence in their gaze or emotion on their faces, nor skill in their shambling, sloppy movements. Then, all at once, several of them came to life. 4 of them suddenly had that spark. Their eyes looked into his, and he knew there is thought behind them now. A woman, whose name he couldn't even begin to recall. drew her wand, and with a smooth motion began a fast-paced spell chain of spells that were at first difficult to identify, but whose effects were readily apparent. The first he successfully dodged, only for his cloak to suddenly increase in weight by an order of magnitude. Despite the sudden resistance to his movements, he dodged the second one, which whizzed past him into the ocean, and the third stopped short of him completely. Finally drawing his wand, he let forth a simply, but overpowered, flame charm towards the undead woman, only for the air between them to consume the flames entirely, and turned it into a pillar of flame like that out of an oxyacetylene torch. Ah! That third spell was an air-solidifying charm. Complicated spell. The flames would try to use said air as fuel, only to be turned into a full-blown jet of flames by the compressed air. Compressed air that he was less than a meter away from touching. He was firstly caught off guard by an inferi being able to use a wand at all, secondly by the strange choice of spells, and thirdly by the third-degree burns now spreading across his body, and fourthly by the root-shaped vines of water now wrapping around his legs and digging into his skin. What kind of artificial intelligence had Wormtail managed to implant into these corpses? Moreover, how? Or were these actual people pretending to be undead? If so, they were very skilled. He swept his wand at the ground and summoned up a tornado of sand around his person that served the dual purpose of shredding the water roots and expunging the flames. The concealment it provided him gave him enough time to duck and roll under the solidified air to where the undead woman had been before but knew wasn't anymore. Both she and another of the intelligent undead had surrounded the whirlwind where he had been before and had performed some kind of compression spell on the space he was just in, which would have turned him into a cube the size of a pebble. Standing back up, he sliced his wand through the air to eviscerate the woman and a blasting curse at the man, before casually casting a new flame wall spell to form a barrier of separation between them and the still dumb inferi, who cowered from its light and heat, for had still been shambling about, leaving two more unaccounted for. The woman was nearly bisected from shoulder to hip, and from the wound she bled a thick, black liquid. The one he'd blown smithereens was all but vaporized, with the shredded remains of every organ, bone, and muscle, each of which would normally be removed from an inferi, flew into the ocean beyond, and were revealed to be a light brown color instead of the gray or pink of dead flesh. Then the most impressive thing yet happened. The pair of inferi repaired themselves. The long gash, eviscerating the woman corpse, sewed itself back together like a zipper, and the man turned into a long debris trail, put himself back together like Lego blocks. Both were incredibly fast processes, and Voldemort could have easily destroyed them more thoroughly in that time, but seemed more valuable to observe the process and understand it. Most notable was the thick sludge that they bled and the brown substance that their flesh seemed to have been infused with. The former was not congealed blood, but he could smell what was tar, plain and simple, identical to that used for asphalt. The usefulness of such as glue to keep the repaired bodies together was self-evident, both inherently and magically. But why were all of the muscles, organs, and bones infused with river clay? The answer was obvious and brilliant. To resculpt a broken body, just as all people were born of clay and shall return to it upon death, ritualistically rebuilding the body from clay could reconstruct the flesh of the dead. It was a perfect, symbolic cycle of flesh turning to clay, turning into new flesh, as was the way of men's existence. For clay was what men were made of and returned to upon death. It was so simple and beautiful, uniting the principles of necromancy with theological creation into a whole new level of advanced magic. All this time, Peter's genius exceeded what he knew it was capable of, and which he always lamented his cowardice in refusing to pursue. He now understood that he had pursued it, but just wasn't willing to wield it in service to him. What a shocking betrayal, and from the last person he would have ever expected it from. Sarcasm. What has Wormtail done? Are you the simulated consciousness of portraits somehow embedded into the bodies of the dead? Voldemort asked, trying to confirm the first theory to come to his mind. The two glanced at each other and smirked, so they could understand him. But if they were the false minds of portraits, somehow implanted into dead bodies, then who could they be? It didn't necessarily need to be somebody dead. Was a copy of Phileas in that woman's body? He heard Bellatrix's telltale cackling and knew that she was having fun with the other pair of sentient inferi, and likely the masked girl. Whatever process Wormtail was using to impart intelligence onto these undead clearly either took so much preparation work that he'd only managed to make 4. Unlikely, as if that were the case, he would not have brought 10 inferi, or that he could only do it for 4 at a time. That was equally unlikely because, again, why bring all 10? Just use 4 at a time and keep the others on standby. More likely, it just had such a high rate of failure that only 4 succeeded to animate. He shuddered to think how poorly he would have fared if all 10 had succeeded. Come, charms master and stranger. Voldemort invited, holding his wand out in a fencing position. The man in free went on the offensive as the woman weaved a defense. Splitting his focus between defending against the blood-curdling, hair-ripping, and other minor curses from the man, and whatever she was attempting took all of his focus. But it gave him time to analyze whatever defensive measure the woman was attempting. Based on the complicated motions and chanting, it was some kind of ward. Anybody insane enough to try and cast a ward in the heat of battle with Lord fucking Voldemort was too dangerous to be left alive. And when he heard the trilling of a canary begin to ring, he finally recognized the ward. A mass carbon monoxide transmutation of the air. If she was trying to cast it on all of them, it would turn every molecule of gaseous O2 into C2, including the air in his lungs and bloodstream. The male inferi cast a familiar kneecap, shattering curse, and Voldemort caught it with the tip of his wand, throwing it back in the direction of the charm's mistress. He followed it up by an air vacuum charm which is cast at the point directly between the two of them. It sucked in several cubic meters of air to a single point, which phased them not at all before exploding. Both spells hit their mark. Splintered bones exploded out of the woman's knees, and both lost half of their torsos, and most of the arms closest to the air explosion. Like before, they began to piece themselves together. More slowly this time. It was clear that each time they regenerated their body was more stone than flesh, less dexterous and less quick. And being undead, they were neither to begin with, even if their minds were. Even downed and regenerating, they kept fighting. And he added impervious to pain to their traits, but he had succeeded in interrupting the woman's ward. They responded with Old Faithful, piercing and cutting Hex's color. He ducked, sidestepped, blocked, swatted away, and redirection, all of them. Every single one he redirected left a new hole or gash in their limbs, which repaired themselves into brown, clay, clumsy new ones. The next spell of theirs to really catch him off guard was a curse neither of them should know, and yet the man cast all the same. Swarm of bloat flies. It was a curse that sent a black cloud of smoky flies that, upon biting a victim, would cause vining burns like a lightning flower that would scale away painful. It was a curse that belonged to the House of Black, and which only he and Bella knew how to cast. So the male was definitely a black. It made sense. There was no shortage of portraits in Grimmauld Place to use as a base. But only one of those had ever opposed him. Who would have thought that he had made a portrait before dying? He performed the esoteric counter to the spell and addressed the man. "Ah, Sirius Black," Voldemort said smugly. The surprise and confusion on the man's face confirmed his suspicion at the man's identity, and he smiled. "Back to oblivion with you," Voldemort said in satisfaction. Breaking out of his hatchet defensive posture, he merely pointed his wand directly between the man's feet and once again made sand his ally. This time it spun downward into the earth like a maelstrom and took Sirius with it. The speed and pressure of the spinning sand chewed him up, shredding him as if sucked into a blender. The solution to these threats was obviously to damage their bodies so thoroughly and repeatedly that they become useless clumps of clay, then merely dry them out. Fire was still his friend against undead, it would seem. "Bombard!" the woman yelled, putting everything she had into the curse. This wasn't saying much, as while the wand likely belonged to the person whose body she occupied, it did not recognize her as a master. The same had been true for Sirius, or else this fight might have been interesting. He batted it away and retaliated. "Bombarda," Voldemort calmly said back. He removed her head, neck, and most of her torso with that spell, and yet it still tried to repair itself. Like shattered pieces of pottery gluing together by spiderwebs of clay and tar. He was preparing to follow it up with a fire tornado to match the sandy one he had made earlier when he, quite unexpectedly, found himself engulfed by a cloud of black flies. The same ones from before. He canceled them the same way he had earlier, with the offensively simple counter-curse movement of waving your hand in front of your face and turn around to confront the serious duplicate yet again. Sure, it was a different body, but it didn't take a genius, which he was, thank you very much, to realize that there was a connection between his defeating the sentient Inferi and one of the dumb ones becoming sentient. So, the intelligence can jump bodies? That explained why Wormtail bothered to bring 10 along. Looking past the new threat, it was to see that only 2 more dumb ones remained. Of course, Bellatrix was putting them down faster than him. She didn't share his enthusiasm for taking apart and analyzing new forms of magic. He flicked his wand and sent the blender of sand to consume the still regenerating woman Inferi before advancing on Sirius, who actually had the gall to charge forward and try to punch him. Voldemort grabbed him by the wrist, twisted it behind his back, then pressed his wand to the bottom of his spine. Incendia Magmos, he whispered into Sirius' ear. With those 2 litter words, he transfigured every bit of the clay making of Sirius' new body into molten hot magma. It was an advanced spell, even for him, combining charms for superheating stone and transfiguration, yet it worked beautifully. He stepped back just as the Inferi collapsed into a puddle of red-hot magma and rapidly vaporizing flesh. The tar he had for blood probably quickened the destruction. He then whipped his wand towards the last female, and from the tip of his wand came a recruit favorite, the Flame Whip, which he overpowered and used to dice her into cauterized pieces that did not put themselves back together. Looking on the last 2 Inferi, which had yet to complete the intelligence transfer, he realized the obvious solution to them and could smack himself for not figuring it out sooner. It had been fun, but he got the information and exercise he wanted. Tama in this charade. Evanesco Ludum, he said. An instant later, all of the clay in both of their bodies was annihilated, and they practically imploded on themselves, like a corpse being dehydrated. So the clay also worked as a filler to replace bodily fluids and give mass, did it? They went from the prettiest Inferi he'd ever seen to the ugliest. Just as emaciated and bony, but with thick, black veins bursting with tar. He concentrated on said veins and, with a flick of his wand, lit the flammable substance on fire. The last 2 Inferi burned up from the inside. He was suddenly sad to remember that they did not, in fact, feel pain. He looked down the beach, past the coffins to see Bellatrix had discovered the same method for eliminating her own Inferi. When the remains of said Inferi vanished themselves, obviously a measure to prevent anybody from reverse engineering them, the coffins vanished with them. As such, Voldemort was unsurprised to find Wormtail and the masked woman, whom he now suspected was also a highly advanced Inferi, had gone. They were just trying to stall us, Bellatrix said, breathless, as she approached him. Voldemort raised an eyebrow at her state. He hadn't even gotten winded from the workout, and save for the minor burns, it had been a rather pathetic attempt on his life. Yet here Bellatrix was, clothes as singed as his, but completely out of breath and with a nasty cut gracing her cheek and eyebrow. Had they sent the more dangerous Inferi after her instead of him? They were probably hoping to eke out a win in killing her, knowing they had no chance of doing so to him. If she had also faced the 2 he fought, she would definitely be dead now. But of course, I knew that from the start, and yet, I feel rather satisfied in the new information we have received during this battle. Voldemort told her. We now know the avenues Potter took to extend his life, and how he had been so effective. And I had such fun, but now it is back to business. They stole my broom, Bellatrix said with a sigh. Seems rather petty of a last jab to get in, but no matter. I shall fly to Azkaban alone, and you shall walk there. He pointed the Elder Wand towards Azkaban, whose fireworks had died away to let shine the tins of Patroni that protected the would-be liberators. He slowly lowered it downwards, then lifted it in a quick motion. The sea responded to his will, and a deep indent in the waters stretched from shore to shore. Ti dug deeper and deeper until the two walls of water split entirely, and the sea parted to form a path of algae, seaweed, and other ocean critters to walk upon. "Suck it, Moses. I will see you on the other side," Voldemort said calmly. He breathed deeply and let his magic envelop him. A moment later, he was hovering above the ground. A moment after that, he was flying towards the prison by his own power. Phew! Hermione sighed in relief as they returned to Grimmauld Place. "I didn't think we'd get out of there so unscathed." She removed her mask and leaned back, happy to be returned to the privacy of the Black Cellar, where none else were allowed. Pettigrew sat in the chair opposite her and deflated, as the shades of Regulus, Lily, Lucius, and a red-hair man she suspected was a Weasley paced around the room. "He almost guessed my identity," Regulus said. "You used to curse none, but your family can cast. That was kind of a giveaway," Lucius said dryly. "Fortunately, he has come to the conclusion that I have found a method for giving the false sentience of a portrait to a meat puppet." Pettigrew consoled them. "And that Sirius Black made such a portrait for me to use. He came to a lot of incorrect conclusions during that fight. Brilliant conclusions, but incorrect ones. The more of those he is crowding his head, the more time he will waste chasing red herrings. And that can only be a good thing. You seem to be enjoying yourself during all of that, Miss Granger," Lucius said with a smirk that could almost be construed as proud. "Taking pot shots at my killer while you and Mr. Weasley pummeled her was a joy, especially as it frustrated her so," Hermione admitted. "But I am envious of you, Mr. Malfoy. You got to draw blood." Mr. Malfoy waved the compliment aside. "Lucky shot. One I never would have gotten if it weren't for Fabian," Malfoy said questioningly to the red-haired man. He nodded, and Hermione suddenly realized his identity. "You're Molly's brother? The Fred of your generation. What of Gideon?" Hermione asked. "Harry Potter did not see it as important to summon him along with me," Fabian said. "Shame too. If he had sent us 6 more shades, we might have stood a chance," Hermione lamented. Every single one of them responded to her lamentation with a full-bellied laugh. "Not a chance," Peter said, "unless he had thought to send all for the heavy hitters, Albus and Alastor included. But even then, with bodies and wands so ill-suited to them and the complete disorientation of trying to use a new body at all, I doubt we could have taken Voldemort down." "Bellatrix?" "Yes. Which is why I wish we'd had time to run the plan by Harry before rushing off. And we still barely made it in time to stall him," Lily said. "And you're downplaying the disorientation. More so than possessing an imperious victim. It felt like the body was rejecting me entirely. It took half of my focus to remain in it, and the wand really didn't like me." Pettigrew nodded. "Well, these ones were experimental, and just the first batch. I have hundreds of more bodies to work with, thanks to you all, and I'm sure my methods will improve," he offered. Said Lucius. "The problem of compatibility is one with an obvious and singular solution. You must use our actual bodies. You have mine, do you not? Draco has forbidden me from resurrecting you, and Harry has enforced his order," Peter said apologetically. "But I might be able to do something with older corpses for this method." Peter broke off and went into deep thought. "It would only work for a single battle, but if it is important enough of a battle, I will consent to it," Lily told him. "And I'm sure others would. Go get digging." The fight didn't turn out anywhere near what I was planning. I was planning for more of my usual brutal, violent blood combat, but as I wrote it from Voldemort's POV, it turned into something analytical, cruel, and toying. It's amazing what changing your perspective of a scene will do to its mood and execution. This doesn't resemble my outline at all, and yet I'm satisfied with it. Better characterization and way better at hinting about future developments. Want your story written? I take commissions now. You can pay me to write your fanfiction, as 3 others are currently doing. My prices are as follows. $25 per 1,000 words of fanfiction, with some wiggle room. I don't pad my work. You also get to video chat with me as I type the first chapter. $25 per 500 words for original fiction/nonfiction or anything else that is not fanfiction. I am still looking for my first non-fanfiction gig, so I can move into ghostwriting professionally. So if you have a novel you really want written, contact me. Price is subject to change in the future. Check my profile. Become a patron. Nonsensical Rants. 24. The Final Recruit. Chapter 24. The Final Recruit. Go! 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 Victor hollered at the last of the Hogwarts students piled into the ships. Yennefer, take off now! Victor ordered the woman in charge of the Spanish galleon they had used to come to Hogwarts for the tournament. It dislodged itself from the sandy shore and glided out towards the middle of the lake, where it plunged as soon as the last of the Hogwarts students ducked below deck. The quadrireme followed soon after, but was able to dive down even from the shore. Finally, the pair of Arabic chebecs swam after them, diving together at the center of the lake the Spanish galleon had. All of the other ships, the ones without students, remained grounded to cover the retreat, not to mention wait for the last few refugees to come out through the forest. Problem was, the charging army of ministry workers and Death Eaters were nearly upon the ships and between the shore and forest. Oh well, guess it was time to do some real fighting. He poured himself a mug of coffee from the stand next to the helm and took a seat. Permission to fire a volley. Victor ordered as he took a sip. Everyone on his ship could hear him when he gave an order, including those manning the cannons below deck, and so they fired. These were not magical cannons. They weren't propelled by pixie dust, nor did they fire dragon bile, nor were they constructed out of dragon bones or anything exotic like that. There was no gimmick to them. They used gunpowder, sparked by a flame, and propelled spheres of iron. Cold iron. The funny thing about cold iron, besides their fairy repellent abilities, was that they sapped and disseminated magic. Meaning if you fired one with enough force, they could tear through pretty much anything magical, particularly wards and especially those flimsy magical shields and conjured barriers that their enemies had made a wall with at their forwardmost forces. The pitiful magic phalanx they had formed as frontline was quickly shredded, as were the barely organized lines of men and women behind it. You may follow it up with some spell fire when ready. Victor lazily instructed from there. They followed instructions quite literally. They rained fireballs, flaming ice, a fun quasi-alchemical conjuration of frozen methane, burning sparklers of lighting, and a myriad of other fire spells that painted the landscape like a Christmas light show with every color of the rainbow, plus a few black ones. Dangerous spell, that one. Victor, there is movement across the lake from the forest. Poliakov told him, instruct everybody to hold their fire. That may be the last of the refugees. Victor instructed as he got up and went to see. That wasn't something you saw every day. A dozen acromantula, one as big as a van, were skating across the lake's surface like water striders. He didn't even know they could do that. It was very cool. The three centaurs struggling to swim after them from behind were less so. The normally graceful creatures were as flat-footed in the water as he was on land in comparison to in the air. As if the majestic scene wasn't bizarre enough, the mayor of the lake came up to the surface and crowded around the centaur. They ushered their forest cousins across the water towards the ships. Prepare to be boarded by our guests. Be advised, they are as strange as they appear, but are to be treated with the utmost care and respect. Victor instructed. He then thought on things. Tell every ship to send one last volley of cannon and spell fire before taking off. We need to hurry after the others, he said, finishing his coffee. He walked to the starboard side where the guests were approaching from. His manners were ahead of him, as offering a hand to a ground of giant spiders to help lift them up like they were humans turned out to be rather pointless. They just climbed right up the hull and onto the deck. The shocked yells of the few people left on the deck were silenced quickly as they remembered Victor's warning. Victor Krum. I am Mozag, Queen of Scotland's Acromantula colony. These are the last of my surviving daughters. We are in your care. The largest of the spiders introduced herself and her small entourage. Victor bowed to her as he would a human queen. If you would permit me to speak out of turn, I would recommend proceeding to Azkaban prison with all haste. Mozag suggested. I thank you for the advice, but would you provide me with the why? Victor asked. Harry Potter sent a strike force there to free prisoners for his cause. Voldemort himself, along with his strongest lieutenant, Bellatrix Black, went there to stop them, and they have no means of escape. Mozag explained. He's just now arrived. Victor nodded and turned to his first mate, Poliakov. Order all ships. save those containing refugees, to proceed to Azkaban with all haste. He ordered. Just then a large splash and the sound of hooves on wood came from the water below. Two identical series of sounds followed after it, and Victor realized somebody had the bright idea to lower the rowboat for their centaur guests. He looked over to see that, yes, all three had boarded the rowboat as the mare fled back into the depths without so much as a goodbye. They hauled the trio of beast men up, and they climbed out onto the deck where they shook themselves dry like dogs. One had red hair, one had black, and one had brown. It was a colorful bunch. Commander Crumb, the wet, brown-haired centaur greeted. "We are all at your service." He nodded and turned back to his first mate. "Set sail, and prepare for our guests warm, dry rooms and towels, along with any luxuries we can provide. Set course for Azkaban prison," Victor commanded. "And where is Azkaban prison?" Polyakov asked. "Isn't it unplottable? I can guide you there by sight," Mozag offered with a bow. And so they set off. Harry stepped out of the portrait and climbed down from the dark passage. He turned around to offer his hand to Lavender, who took and allowed him to help her down. She may be a soldier, but she was also still a lady. "Mr. Dumbledore?" Daphne called out ahead of them. Aberforth came around the corner, and his eyes snapped to Harry's. Now that he knew of their relation, the resemblance really was uncanny. He couldn't fathom how he hadn't recognized it in all his years coming to the Hog's Head. "Ah, Albus Little Soldier," Aberforth said. "I think it more appropriate to call me his weapon. Lo, I have gone rogue." Harry responded just as acerbically. A speechless Dumbledore was a hilarious thing to see. Even if in Abe's case, it was because he couldn't believe somebody actually agreed with his own estimation of his brother. To be fair, Harry was just saying what he thought the man would like. Manipulative? Sure. But he wasn't being dishonest about it. He meant every word. "Should I expect a pitched battle on the streets of Hogsmeade?" Harry asked. "It's been quiet, actually. I think your folk managed to sneak to the station undetected. They went in small groups, disillusioning each other." Aberforth said. "The best at the charm stayed back until the end, casting it on the others. I helped." Harry nodded gratefully. "We would be honored if you would do the same for us, and even more honored if you would join us. There is room on the Hogwarts Express for one more," Harry invited. That stumped Aberforth for a second time. He tapped on his bar countertop and surveyed the dining area forlornly. Harry recognized it as a man saying goodbye to all he loved. "I would accept the invitation to flee with you, but I am not so hot on the idea of fighting under a rogue weapon with a severe death wish," Aberforth said. "That is more than fair, and I myself have been shocked at the willingness of others to follow my reckless arse in a battle, and yet I have done my best to protect them. Should you aid us in a non-combat, and preferably non-cooking, role that would be more than satisfactory. In fact, I would not deign to suggest you be under me, but would help in guiding me. I would be deferring to you. We are sorely lacking in old, splenetic goats and need one on hand." Harry explained. Harry said all of this knowing full well that both Daphne and Lavender were listening intently and giving him suspicious looks at his self-confessed existence. Daphne with a scandalous expression, Lavender with one of pity. He appreciated the latter less than the former. Aberforth scoffed at the feigned insult, then patted himself down. "All right, let's get a move on," he said. "That's it?" asked Daphne. "Don't you have anything to pack? Why would I keep anything valuable, monetarily or spiritually, in this run-down pigsty?" he asked rhetorically. "Nope. Everything of value I own is locked up tight at Gringotts. Save for that their portrait you just climbed out of." "Very well. If you would kindly remove the portrait and destroy the passage, we could be on our way," Harry said gratefully. "I'll do you one better," said Aberforth. With a swipe of his wand, the portrait vanished from existence, likely sent somewhere safe, and with another, he shattered every bottle on the top shelf of his bar. The smell of vodka and anise filled the bar. With one last swipe of his wand, every remaining bottle, of which there were hundreds, vanished, presumably to the same place as the portrait. "I would rather see it burned than in their hands. Let's go," Aberforth said. Harry and his two blonde guards nodded and marched to the front door. They heard the blasting curse he sent into the tunnel, along with its collapse. They also felt the flames ignite against the back wall before walking out. Abe Forth joined them, casting disillusionment charms on all of them. He wasn't lying, he was great at the spell. Azkaban was ready for him, or at least as ready as it could be. Every capable wand stood along the parapets, trying their hardest to set up defensive measures on such short notice. With the mere minutes they had been in charge of the prison, they had tried to erect a defensive ward, ostensibly a barrier to repel all matter. At its current strength, it amounted to a strong wind going outward from the prison. He flew right through it, and the front gates, like the platoon of Potter's forces standing guard, hadn't been there. He opted to skip fighting them altogether and dodged their barrage of admittedly well-cast and powered piercers, cutters, and bludgeoners. One particular overachiever sent what might have been a tendon-evaporating curse he narrowly avoided. He considered turning around and killing whoever that was, just on principle, but he did not have the time. He needed to get to the ward stone and prevent its destruction. If it was disabled, every single person in the prison would be able to apparate or portkey out instantly, instead of slowly evacuating small, 8-person groups by flying carpets. He flew into the main area above the pit, with a winding staircase leading up to every cell block. There, he found every prisoner free and waiting for him on the opposite side. Nearly 1,000 people, each emaciated and exhausted from months or years under the care of Dementors. As one, they cast a single spell. He nearly laughed at their choice of spell, but even he couldn't block 1,000 stupefies being cast at him. He halted and backed away from the wall of red speeding towards him. He had no ability to dodge or block them all, so he settled for dispelling them. With one large sweep of his wand, he severed each and every one of the stunner spells. Severed their connection to the physical plane, as it were. It wasn't even a counterspell, really, but it was something only he and a handful of other people on the planet could do, and only to simple spells like stunners. In fact, he suspected he only succeeded in dispelling all of them because most were so broken and underpowered that they couldn't have possibly stunned him. So the reason they cast the stunner at all was because all of the people casting were so weak and broken that they couldn't have managed offensive cutting or blasting curses. Smart. And it had almost worked. All of the magic in the stunners still hung in the air from the dispelling. So he tweaked it all into a weak electrical spell. It was about as strong as a taser, and was close enough to a stunner that he was able to easily reshape the magic of the stunners into it. He cast the wave of magic back at them, and the bright arcs of yellow lightning lit up the room like a floodlight. He ignored the screaming and flew forth, into the pit and down towards his goal. He doubted any of those prisoners would have died from the electrocution, save a handful with heart conditions, and he didn't much care. He'd slaughter them later. For now, he had more important work to do. As he descended, he choked on the unmistakable smell of smoke, thick and foul, as if burning something rotten. Then he saw the bright red and orange light greeted him as he approached the bottom and slowed his descent. All was fire. It seemed that upon discovering the Dementor breeding grounds, Potter's people decided to eradicate it all. Understandable. Even he had the same instinct upon discovering it the first time. He stayed his hand at the time only because of how useful they were to him. In hindsight, seeing the damage they'd done to his followers over the years, that may have been a mistake. He let the fires burn unmolested. At this point, good riddance to the creatures. Voldemort cast a quick bubblehead charm and walked down the one hallway that wasn't on fire. Want your story written? I take commissions now. You can pay me to write your fanfiction, as 3 others are currently doing. My prices are as follows. $25 per 1,000 words of fanfiction, with some wiggle room. I don't pad my work. You also get to video chat with me as I type the first chapter. $25 per 500 words for original fiction/nonfiction, or anything else that is not fanfiction. I'm still looking for my first non-fanfiction gig, so I can move into ghostwriting professionally. So if you have a novel you really want written, contact me. Price is subject to change in the future. Check my profile. Become a patron. NonsensicalRants. 25. Flight of the Hogwarts Express. Chapter 25. Flight of the Hogwarts Express. Harry, and presumably his 3 companions, were finally upon the Hogsmeade train station. He had somehow forgotten how far out in the boonies the Hog's Head was. Ironic, considering they originally went there, because it was so out of the way. This was why he planned to have everyone go through the caved-in passage. It led directly to the train station, and James Shade had told him how to excavate it. They had caved it in on purpose, and there was a method to undoing it. "Are you all still with me?" Aberforth called out. "Yes," said Lavender. "Yes," said Daphne. "Of course," said Harry. He looked back the way they had come, concerned by the lack of resistance or even a close calls, and saw that the golden dome of Hogwarts Ward had fallen. So, the fighting was well underway now. That and the edge of Hogsmeade was now on fire. The dead, dry grass, and such near the Hog's Head didn't react well to Aberforth burning his house down as they left. With all of the Death Eaters and Ministry workers focused on Hogwarts, nobody seemed to be trying to put it out. Were they going to leave all of Hogsmeade in cinders just because nobody noticed it was burning down? He hoped not, but it was too late for them to turn back and do something about it. "Do you think we should maybe report the fire?" Harry asked aloud as they approached the station doors. "Nope," said Abe as he let his disillusionment fall. Harry looked around, and indeed, there was no sign of any human activity near the station. He could hear plenty of cannons and the sound of a lot of spell fire far off in the distance, but nobody nearby. He let his own disillusionment charm collapse as Lavender and Daphne did the same. He then walked up to the teller window and knocked on the metal panels covering it. The grill slid open, and a familiar blonde face appeared in the window. "Welcome to Hogsmeade Station," said Seamus. "What can I do for you?" "For tickets for the Hogwarts Express out of here, if you would be so kind," Harry requested. "1 senior discount and 3 adults. That'll be 1 galleon. A gold one, not the boat," Seamus said cheekily. "Ah yes, there had been one of those on the lake, hadn't there?" Harry removed the galleon from his necklace and handed it to Seamus, who confirmed that it was the real enchantment by touching his own to it, then nodded at the space next to Harry. Neville, Bill, Dean, and George all materialized, having clearly been disillusioned with wands pointed at all 4 of their heads. Just in case they were imposters, which was unlikely but best to be safe. They lowered their wands and ushered them through the now unlocked doors. "Hurry! We have a train fully loaded, but it's got a bit more charging to go." Mr. Weasley, who had been waiting on the other side. "How much is a bit?" Harry asked as he marched with his soldiers. Then he saw her, and how busy his men had been. The Ford Anglia was strapped down to the coal cart between the locomotive and first passenger cart, and the girls had decided to start painting the train itself to match the light blue of the car, while they applied a fine layer of protective enchantments around its hull. Luna and Astoria, along with their little posse of teenage girls, were nearly done manually applying sections of rust and chipped paint to make it match the worn surface. Fleur was nearly finished enchanting the rear of the last cart. It positively glowed and hummed with magic. Whatever wards or charms she had layered, he looked forward to the first of his enemies testing it out. "It feels like sacrilege to see them doing that to her," Harry commented. "I already missed the candy red." "Yeah, but it kept the ladies occupied and calm," said Mr. Weasley. "And more importantly, out of way while we got everything situated. Once everyone is inside, it should only be 30 minutes before it's ready to take off. If we have that long," said Harry. "Prepare for a fight all the same. I mean, we could probably get it done faster if we cook some jumper cables to your nipples and use you like a magical battery," said Aberforth. "That's what I said," George complained. Daphne and Lavender looked scandalized at the joke, but whether it was out of affection to him or just being plain offended BBY its borderline sexual nature, he couldn't tell. "It's a thought. For now, put a pit on it and lead me inside to see what we're working with," Harry ordered. Then as an afterthought, "Turn on Bill. Make sure to silence, or at least quiet the engine." He nodded and advanced onto the engine proper. While they went into the mouth of the front carriage, they went into what was once the prefect's meeting room and Slug Club much to do. It was much bigger now. They had unleashed the enchantments to expand the interior space. Enchantments that had gone unused for many decades, since the days when the Hogwarts school year consisted not of dozens of new witches and wizards, but well over 100. It was now 4 times as large as he remembered it, and it was stacked with boxes and dressers and footlockers. Ginny, Garrick and Griphook were in there sorting through vial and bottle after vial and bottle of potions. He recalled how Slughorn had warned him that potions aged past their expiration date can become more potent or develop unexpected side effects. There was no telling how long some of those had been marinating in the room of requirement, sans their creator properly labeling and dating them. Could have been years, decades, or centuries. We're going to try and turn this into an infirmary if we have enough time before takeoff. In the meantime, we're putting all of them potions we found in the ROR in here to examine. Seamus explained. Some of them could be useful, either in application or misapplication. Harry nodded and motioned to go on. He trusted the people present to be careful, then walked past the empty confectionery stand and into the next cart. He noticed that the bathroom stalls had also been expanded. Harry appreciated that half of the work they needed to do to make their flying fortress livable was already done and just required changing the train settings from normal to maximum internal space. Seamus led him to the first of the 20 rooms on the cart on the left. Cho, Parvati, and Marietta greeted him in unison. Their carriage was filled to the brim with jewelry. Watches, necklaces, rings, tiaras, bracelets, earrings, rings that were probably meant to be inserted into other orifices, and much, much more. There were even jeweled hair ribbons and the occasional engagement ring. We're testing all of these for curses or enchantments, Marietta said. So far, most don't. Parvati said, I'm guessing most of it was just hidden there because it was stolen and they didn't want to get caught with it, only to not be able to reach the room. Harry agreed with her assessment. You be careful with all of those. I've had bad run-ins with cursed jewelry. Harry warned. We remember Katie too, Harry. Lavender told him. Now if you'll excuse me, I think I'll join them. He nodded his permission and continued on his way, sharing a long look with Cho as he passed. The rest of the carts were filled mostly with clothes and books. Each was stuffed so full of them that there wasn't even standing room. Thank goodness, there was more than enough space in the 4 remaining empty carts for everybody. If we hadn't brought along all of this crap, do you think the reduction in weight would have hastened the amount of charge the train needs to fly? Harry asked. Only a little bit. The weight pales in comparison to the many tons of steel. Arthur told him. But they may have arrived here upwards of 10 minutes sooner. But no point in crying about that. Harry agreed. They moved on to the next train cart to see everyone else hard at work. All of the remaining carts were being made into living spaces. The seats and overheads were being transfigured into beds, with upwards of 8 along each wall. You are all doing amazing work, Harry said. It's already feeling like a real flying fortress. Our warship in the sky. Something nagged at him, though. He did a mental head count of the people he'd seen thus far, and came up short. I assigned to you a masked woman and instructed you to treat her as my second in command in the event she took charge. Harry said, Where is she? The mystery girl vanished when you know who showed up. She said she'd handle it. We figured she went straight to you and let you know. George told him. Oh, by the way, Voldemort showed up then left. We believe he headed for Azkaban. I am aware. I also sent other people to deal with it, but I didn't know she took initiative. Harry said, If she says she's handling it, consider it handled. Despite his reassurances, he worried. Hermione was the bravest, smartest, and one of the most skilled people he ever knew in his entire life. But against Voldemort? By herself? Whatever she was planning, he trusted in her judgment. But still, she was one of only 2 people he positively could not afford to have fall into Voldemort's hands. Now that she and Wormtail were resurrected properly, they could just ditch their bodies like Ron could, and those 3 were full of every secret that could lose the war if Voldemort got their hands on them. And so, he worried, Fred tackled his own mother through a door and out of the way of an oncoming spell. They tumbled into the squishy, yet simultaneously crunchy, fungi that they had spent so much time burning away. They should have tried burning it away faster, because they'd yet to find any intricately carved slab of stone that ought to be housing the wards. Now Voldemort was here. Speaking of, he put his wand to his throat for a sonorous. Voldemort is here, he yelled. The walls reverberated with his words, and the retaliatory laughter from he whom he just named. That wouldn't be Fred Weasley, would it? The Dark Lord's voice, a bit distant from down the hall and down the corner. That's a shame. I quite like your shop. I left it alone for so long for a reason. The laughs you bring me are wonderful, but is it enough to warrant sparing your life? I'm not too sure. I'm sure we'll find out soon. Boy, he sure was chatty, wasn't he? In the time he was yapping away, his mother had silenced the wall behind them and blasted it apart. She dragged him through and lit the room of fungi behind them on fire. They entered a large subchamber filled with far larger stalks of the fungal growths. These ones twitched and vibrated, alive with activity in the oval shapes atop their stalks. They lit these ones on fire too, so that all around them was bright red, orange, and yellow. "We have to hurry," his mother whispered, her voice audibly changed by the bubblehead charm. "We can't fight him, but he can destroy the ward stone and escape." They were both still wearing their portkeys. If they survived long enough to use them, it would be a miracle. Then there came a loud series of sounds from the fires they had just lit, the sound of squelching and cracking mixed together. He recognized it from landing on some of the fungus just a moment ago, but never this loud. They turned back towards the now lit chamber to see there were dozens of the tall stalks peppered around a large, rectangular shape covered in more of the fungi. The ovals at the top of them were shattering open and spilling forth a rancid-looking liquid into the first, and limbs burst forth after them. They were all scab and teeth. He had so been hoping not to bear witness to a Dementor's birth today, and yet here he was seeing a lot of them all at once. Worse, they were clearly premature, and their half-formed limbs were fat and sloppy like a baby's. Their heads? Those were cleft like a skull caved in with an axe, and had something like a proboscis coming out. "We have to go," he yelled. They ran, away from the hole in the wall and away from the aborted but still kicking Dementor babies. With the light of the inferno, they could see a grand staircase on either end of the chamber, and they made for the right. Upon climbing the first step, he stopped and turned around. His mother, who had held his hand as they ran, stopped with him and looked back. He was staring at the fungus-covered something in the middle of the chamber, the thing that the Dementors seemed to be centered on. If he were a betting man, "Bombarda!" he yelled, pointing his wand at the rectangular shape. His blasting curse obliterated a layer of fungus along with a nice chunk of the stone beneath. Said stone ranged like a gong and emitting sharp rays of light from the wound. The air began to spark with magic, like cables being snapped. "So, found the ward stone," Fred told his mom. They both leveled their wands on it and rained explosion hexes. The newborn Dementors, dumb and feeble and confused by the light and heat, did nothing save flop around and scream pitifully. Or, it would have been pitifully if they weren't so disgusting. The wall they had entered through came crashing down. The entire wall, 20 meters high and wide of stone, shattered as if hit by a sledgehammer. Said sledgehammer was the snake-faced bastard that walked through the new hole and levied his wand on them. He automatically stood in front of his mother and pushed her back, up the stairs, but need not have bothered. One of the babbling baby Dementors pounds upon Voldemort, going for the kiss, thus sending his killing curse wide. Voldemort grasped the abomination by the throat, seemed to stare it directly in its soul, and the creator evaporated into dust. Fred was so busy gaping at the impossible thing he just saw, somebody killing a Dementor, that he didn't register the final blasting curse his mother sent at the wardstone until he felt her grab him by the shoulder and activate her portkey. Just in time, too. The last thing he saw of Azkaban was Voldemort sending another killing curse their way. They landed on the grass, just outside of Malfoy Manor's wards. They were the first to arrive, but seconds later Crespel, Hopkirk, and Yaxley arrived too, and then came dozens more. They all sprinted the last distance to enter the safety of Malfoy Manor, and Fred, for his part, collapsed as soon as he did so. Laying flat on his back, he canceled the bubblehead charm, so as to breathe the fresh air, the smell of recently cut grass. Oh God, it was good to be alive. He was breathing so hard you'd think he just ran a marathon, and so was everybody else. "So," said Crespel, "what was up with the boats? Nobody told me that part of the plan." Everybody was looking at him for an answer as the head of the operation. Boats? What boats?" he asked. Voldemort reappeared in Hogsmeade, right in front of the train station. Azkaban may have been lost, but he'd be damned if he didn't get to lend a hand to prevent Potter's escape. Upon arriving, he had to blink in confusion, for he found himself surrounded by the same glow and heat he had just escaped from in the subterranean chambers of Azkaban. Why was Hogsmeade on fire? A few moments later, Bellatrix arrived, having gotten his message to retreat to Hogsmeade. "Your arm, Bella," he commanded. She offered him her dark mark, and he pressed his one at the tip of the tongue. In doing so, he summoned all of his Death Eaters to him. They would be feeling the most intense burn, which he reserved for moments like this. As such, it took a mere moment for them to begin arriving. They too seemed surprised by the fire around them. "Why is Hogsmeade on fire?" he demanded of McNair, the first to arrive. I don't know, my lord. The fighting never reached here," McNair said. That didn't add up. Either Hogwarts and Azkaban was the distraction and Potter's real target was burning Hogsmeade down, or there was something else he wasn't seeing. What was the game plan here? The others of his inner circle began appearing, including Severus. Did they escape? "I see the wards, save apparition, are down," he demanded. "Some did, my lord," Severus told him. An armada of ships invaded by the Black Lake before the wards went up, and they took a contingent of younger students away. Potter was witnessed meeting with them, but then returned to the castle. Voldemort hummed. That could only be Victor Crumb. They had lost him a couple days ago. Now he knew they had been headed. But that meant the older students, including all of the members of Dumbledore's army, were still in the castle. Was his real goal to get them out? Any word on his activities while there? Also, the rest of you can feel free to start putting out fires whenever the inclination strikes you. Voldemort groused. The others rushed away to do exactly that while Severus continued. He attacked and killed Sybil Trelawney. Severus said. Voldemort actually gaped at that revelation. Potter really had descended if he would orchestrate all of this just to assassinate that wretch of a woman. The motivations were obvious. It was her prophecy that had ruined her life. But why kill her? Unless, did she ever make any other prophecies? Voldemort demanded. One, my lord, on the night Wormtail escaped Hogwarts, one foretelling of your return. Severus answered. No, that couldn't be right. If Potter deemed it so important to murder the woman, it must have been vital information that she could not be trusted with. Perchance somebody else made a prophecy to her, or she had divined something substantial that could change the war. Dumbledore had gone to such extremes to protect her from him back when she mattered. With Albus' death, nobody knew the exact wording of the prophecy any longer. Unless she had somehow recalled it, then Potter and his army are still within the castle? Voldemort asked. No sign of them leaving was reported, and I had all secret passages that exit being watched. Severus said, all of the guards are accounted for. All of the portraits and ghosts report no movement. We were scouring the castle when you arrived. Voldemort nodded. If they're still there, find them, unless they were polyjuiced as children to escape. Voldemort said, in the meantime, make sure all of my followers' children are safe and accounted for, and put out those fires. Potter takes priority after that, but then he stopped. Wormtail was their source for all of the secret passages out of Hogwarts. Wormtail had never truly been on his side. This much was proven very recently. Potter, who had both Wormtail and a portrait of Sirius Black, two marauders who discovered all there was to know about Hogwarts passages. There is another secret passage out of Hogwarts, Voldemort declared. Potter and his followers are here, in Hogsmeade. They started the fire, likely in a fight when they were discovered. But my lord, if they reached Hogsmeade, they could have apparat or port-keyed away. Severus said, what makes you think they're still? He was interrupted by an earthquake, or else what felt like one. The noise of steel, glass, and wood shattering by the ton erupted from behind him. He turned around to see the entire roof of the Hogsmeade train station get torn away as the Hogwarts Express, now offensively blue instead of the lovely candy red, shot into the sky. Had they planted charges on the train to blow it up? Why? How in the hell did they enchant that to fly? Severus asked, as stunned as him. Oh, it was flying. That made more sense than planting enough explosives to level a city block. After them, Voldemort commanded as the last of the train carts followed the engine skyward. He leapt up and flew towards where he could now feel Potter's presence emanating from. He was trying to break into his mind through their unnatural connection, but he blocked him out. Then he noticed it. Every window was opened, and from each one came an arm holding a wand. As one they cast, and the bright green light, and Voldemort flinched. He tried to fly back away as fast as he could, but all he could do to protect himself was conjure a block of granite the size of a Volkswagen in front of him. But he knew it wouldn't be able to tank all of the killing curses if all of their aims were any good. The green lights clashed into the barrier and went right through it and right through him. When he remained in his body, he realized he had misjudged the spell they cast, but he couldn't see anything but the bright green light enveloping him from all directions. He reached out for his connection to Potter to try and follow him through it, but now Potter was somehow blocking it entirely. He had taken the bait just to have it yanked away at the last second. He flew back to the ground, the only direction visible, and landed among the sharp steel, glass, and stone fragments of the train station. When he looked up again, it was to see a sky full of dark marks. There were at least 30 of them. Every single person aboard that train had cast his mark at once to hide them in their escape into the cloudy night. Now his own mark was painted onto every single cloud, as if laughing at him. Potter had done it. He had stolen his mark to use as his own weapon. It now held no more power for Lord Voldemort, save for self-mockery. He had lost on every front this night. Harry smiled as he stood up from his meditative pose. He opened his eyes to see the front cart was filling fast with all of the laughing faces of Dumbledore's army as they came tumbling in. The look on his face. Harry told them, "I couldn't see it, but I could feel it." The gatherers still looked to be on edge and worried. Even Aberforth looked apprehensive, bent over some container and hands at the ready to open it. Arthur's next question revealed why. "Okay, so we escaped, but what about the others?" Arthur asked. "A few dozen died at Azkaban, mostly prisoners, but Molly and Fred survived. Aside from that, everyone is home free," Harry announced. The cheering that erupted at his news could have very well revealed them in the sky if they were being followed, even with the fortress invisible and her engine silenced. Arthur, Bill, and Fred did not join in on the cheering. Aberforth flipped the lid to his container and withdrew the fire whiskey and glasses. Then noted the number of people and went for his wand, charming the many glasses and drinks to come out and fill themselves for everyone. Where to now? Oh, undesirable number one. He heard Ginny yell over the hooting and hollering. Now even he was smiling and laughing at the atmosphere. "Wherever we want," Harry declared. "Our flying fortress can take us anywhere, or it can remain in the sky for as long as we want, undetected. Anywhere with train tracks shall be our landing strip." Fleur came up from behind and kissed him on the cheek before whispering surreptitiously into his ear. "We should probably get in touch with Victor's forces first and stock this place with supplies. Food, brooms, medical supplies, real bedding. Unload all of this crap once it's sorted," she said. "Take us to Chateau Delacour." Harry nodded. "Arthur, take us to France," Harry ordered. "Don't tell me. Your cousin's the one who's driving." Arthur shrugged. Harry felt the blood drain from his face. Dudley didn't have a driver's license. Voldemort waited for the room to stop spinning. Literally, each of the 12 doors was marked with the insignia of the department behind it. One held a brain, one held a skull, one held an hourglass, and so forth. He marched through the one bearing a leaf with a drop of dew on it. Inside, he found all of the people he came to see. All about them were preserved corpses of different organisms, animal, plant, and other. Living plants and moss hung from every shelf and free space on the ceiling. And at the far end of the life chamber were 12 hooded figures, garbed entirely in gray. They stood up as he approached and bowed. "Good evening, Lord Voldemort," said the one in the middle. Congratulations on your promotion to Minister of Magic and Chief Warlock to the International Confederation of Wizards." God, what a mouthful. How did Albus get on with things when it took people so long to say his titles? And that was without him also taking up TH's role as headmaster he wanted. Severus would have to handle that for some time then. It was a promotion, but me cutting the charade and revealing myself properly. "Now, I assume you all know why I summoned you all?" Voldemort said. As one, they shrugged. His inability to make out their expressions behind those hoods was already infuriating him. Why weren't Death Eaters? They didn't get to hide their faces in his presence. Remove your hoods, he commanded. They did so. It was pointless because as Minister of Magic and Chief Warlock he knew their identities, along with the identities of other unspeakables in this and other departments and member countries. But it was good to put faces to their names. His eyes zeroed in on the head unspeakable of life. Nicholas Flamel, he said. Yes. The deceptively youthful man who looked fresh out of Hogwarts asked. Your recent project, The Shapeshifter. I finished reading the report on its effectiveness. Voldemort told him. I am impressed. Can you make more? Can you make them better? I can do that and so much more, and so can my compatriots. But we have been so underfunded these last couple decades. Nicholas told him. And the red tape on our experiments has made progress slow. Consider all projects fully funded and all red tape cut. Voldemort told them. All projects useful to the purposes of war are hereby given priority. Do whatever it takes. Just bring me Harry Potter's head. Want your story written? I take commissions now. You can pay me to write your fanfiction, as 3 others are currently doing. My prices are as follows. $25 per 1,000 words of fanfiction, with some wiggle room. I don't pad my work. You also get to video chat with me as I type the first chapter. $25 per 500 words for original fiction/nonfiction or anything else that is not fanfiction. I am still looking for my first non-fanfiction gig, so I can move into ghostwriting professionally. So if you have a novel you really want written, contact me. Price is subject to change in the future. Check my profile. Become a patron. NonsensicalRants.